Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Lucius Sheffield. Young Master Lucius, according to custom, you need to go to the naval port in person tomorrow to receive the master's remains and bring him home, while I will arrange the follow-up matters for the memorial service at the manor. After everything is properly prepared, the memorial service will officially begin the following day. I have already finished writing the invitations for the memorial service. The invitees are all close friends and colleagues of the master. Please see if there is anything you need to add. After taking the invitation template handed over by the original body's butler, Han Clayton, Wang Su, no, it should be Lucius, glanced at it briefly and said directly to him. Han, just use the invitations as you've written them. I will also set off as scheduled tomorrow to bring my father's remains home. Hearing Lucius's words, Han also showed a look of sadness and advised. Young Master Lucius, since things have already happened and reached an irreversible point, we should look forward. To Han's advice, Lucius nodded and said, I understand. Han, you may leave now, I want to be alone for a while. Then good night, young Master Lucius. Good night, Butler Han Clayton. After Butler Han Clayton left the room, Wang Su, or rather, Lucius Sheffield, fell back into deep thought. The current Lucius Sheffield's original name was Wang Su, an ordinary student who had just graduated from university and entered society. Because he had just graduated and hadn't studied his major very well, he could only barely find a mundane job, at least enough to keep himself from starving. But things were different now. An hour ago, his soul had taken over the body of a son of a lone kingdom baron. Needless to say, he had clearly transmigrated. As for the reason for the transmigration, it was unclear. In his memory, he only remembered going home to sleep normally after finishing a night shift. When he woke up again, he had already transmigrated. As for how the original host died, he had no relevant memory and was unsure. After transmigrating, memory fragments of the original host began to surface. After sorting through the memories for over half an hour, he finally figured out where he had transmigrated to. He kept cursing in his heart, what bad luck, how did I end up in the world of Lord of the Mysteries? As one of the most popular Western fantasy novels in recent years, Lord of the Mysteries integrated elements like steampunk and Cthulhu mythos. Naturally, Lucius had read it and was very interested in its most brilliant feature, the potions. But liking it was one thing, if he were truly given the choice to transmigrate, he definitely wouldn't want to come here. The danger level of this world was among the highest in the myriad realms, only slightly better than the danger level of being Bitcoin for the Emperor. But hating it was useless because he was already here. What else could he do? Since he was already here, he had to come into contact with the 22 pathways of the divine regardless. Although becoming a Beyonder carried the risk of losing control, at least it provided some ability for self-preservation. He wouldn't be kicked to death like a stray on the roadside, after all, this wasn't an ordinary world. As for the choice, there was no choice, he was born a half-sequence 9 of the assassin pathway. You ask how I can tell I'm on the assassin pathway. Because of this appearance that didn't look like a boy, this soft body, this night vision, and he even felt he might have inherited something in terms of language. Where did this half-sequence 9 come from, and it's even the assassin pathway? He was certain it didn't come from his father. According to the original host's memory, his father should have been a high sequence of the hunter pathway. As for the original host's mother, it was very strange, he had no memory of her at all. Given that his father was on the hunter pathway, and he had no memory of his mother, it could only be concluded that it was brought by his mother. As for how a hunter and a demoness got together, married, and had a child, that wasn't a question he could ponder right now. He was currently just an ordinary person, and without relevant clues, he could only wait until he became stronger to investigate. However, Lucius felt this kind of thing was somewhat reasonable. After all, the original host's father was a high-quality male with noble status, single, and handsome. It was normal to be targeted by a demoness. Forget it, forget it. Why am I considering the problems of the previous generation? I'll talk about it later when I have the strength. Lucius Sheffield, this was the original host's current name. He was the 15-year-old son of a lone kingdom baron. Sheffield. According to the original host's memory, this family originated in the year 683 of the 5th epoch. At that time, the impoverished first-generation Sheffield had no choice but to join the Lone Kingdom's army to make a living. It happened to coincide with the War of the Oathbreaker that broke out among the nations of the northern continent due to religious issues. Thus, he became a Beyonder early on through his contributions and became a high-sequence powerhouse in the middle period. After the War of the Oathbreaker ended, he was granted the title of Baron. In that era, he could be considered a minor protagonist, struggling from a commoner who couldn't get enough to eat to becoming a beyonder, and then to becoming a noble baron. Due to the arrangements of the first Sheffield, the family was later directly tied to the imperial army. Basically, every Sheffield would go to the army for training after reaching adulthood. This also indirectly caused the family members to be extremely scarce. It could basically be considered a family of single heirs. At least in the original host's memory, the family had always been a single heir for generations. One could only say there were pros and cons. At least the family had been passed down steadily for 660 years until now. Through this model, although one couldn't say every generation was a genius, at least the foundation laid by the first Sheffield was still there. The successive family heads had also developed the family assets to varying degrees. The family's greatest loss was missing the wave of the Industrial Revolution driven by Roselle Gustav's, Wang Tao, invention of the steam engine. However, Lucius could understand, after all, the Industrial Revolution didn't happen in the Lone Kingdom at that time, but in the Intis Kingdom. By the time Lone received the news, Intis had already taken off under Roselle's lead. It was already quite good not to have been wiped out by Intis's bullets. With the knowledge of the acting method, 4 potions in the world of mysteries, Lucius believed that the ancestors joining the army was likely for acting to digest the potions. After all, the Sheffield family started because of potions, and the successive family heads should have also been influenced to consume potions. Fortunately, it was now April 13, 1346, and there were still 3 years before Klein's arrival. He had at least a 3-year early development period. The next day, before the sunlight had even shone into the room, the call of a servant sounded at the door of Lucius's room. "Young Master Lucius, you should get up to wash and dress." "Young Master Lucius." The voice at the door made Lucius instinctively and subconsciously say, I know, let me sleep a little longer." He didn't know how much time had passed when a loud knocking sounded at the door. Bang. Bang. "Young Master Lucius, it's getting late." "Young Master Lucius." Woken up and unable to fall back asleep, Lucius could only helplessly open the door, yawn, and ask, "Han, what time is it? I feel like I just went to sleep and already have to get up." Looking at the yawning Lucius before him, Han replied helplessly, "It is currently 6 o'clock in the morning, young Master Lucius." Hearing Han's words, Lucius was instantly jolted awake and asked in confusion, "Only 6 in the morning?" After saying that, Lucius turned around and walked back toward the bed. Seeing Lucius's movement toward the bed again, Han explained urgently, "Master, you cannot go back to sleep. You must get up now, there are many things you need to do today. You should get up, wash, eat, and then head to the port to wait. You must arrive at the port to wait earlier than the others. This way, you can better demonstrate the harmonious relationship between you and the master, which will help you leave a good impression on other nobles. Because the kingdom's army achieved victory in the Southern Continent War, those appearing at the port today will not only be soldiers but also nobles from various parties. Even His Majesty King George III will be present to offer condolences for the war's results and the fallen soldiers." Hearing Han's explanation, Lucius also said with emotion, "Yes. A victory in a large-scale war. This victory should leave many nobles quite satisfied and wealthy." Having pondered questions until the middle of the night yesterday, Lucius had no energy now. Seeing that Lucius was now fully awake, Han said directly, "Young Master Lucius, I will accompany you to the port later." And hearing Han's words, Lucius asked in confusion, "Didn't you say I was going alone?" Looking at Lucius's confused expression, Han sighed. "Originally, according to the plan, you were required to go. But last night, news suddenly arrived that His Majesty the King would also attend and hold a simple memorial and eulogy service at the port. So for this trip, I will accompany you. When the time comes, you will attend the banquet, and I will receive the master's remains. Just as Emperor Roselle's famous saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. Going to the port now is no longer just about bringing back the master's remains. You need to meet with the high-ranking army officials and even His Majesty the King." Lucius could only complain in his heart, what a hassle. What was originally a simple matter has now become troublesome with the king's involvement. Lucius then said quickly, "Han, let's go. Let's get ready to set off and bring the old man's remains back." Seeing Lucius's current state, Han said anxiously, "Master, you have just gotten up, you haven't washed, eaten, or done anything else yet." Chapter 2, Glelent. With Lucius, under the butler's urging, completing washing up, eating, and changing clothes, he prepared to set off for the military port. "Han, is it absolutely necessary to wear formal attire?" At this moment, Lucius felt extremely uncomfortable because of the formal wear. "Yes, young master." "Is there no room for negotiation?" "None, young master." This formal wear was truly uncomfortable. Unlike modern suits which have loose and slim-fit versions, the formal attire he was wearing now was entirely slim-fit. Having just transmigrated, Lucius wasn't used to Han's way of addressing him, so he said directly, Han, just call me Lucius. Hearing Lucius's words, Han spoke with a serious expression, Master Lucius, that is not permissible. After today, there is a very high probability that you will directly inherit the master's title of Baron. And if outsiders were to know that your butler did not maintain the proper honorifics for you, it would affect your authority, and further impact the Sheffield family's industries. After hearing Han's words, Lucius tried once more, saying, then in the future, when there are no outsiders, you can just call me by my name. When there are outsiders, address me as you wish. Lucius, who came from the modern era, was truly not used to Han's way of addressing him. After more than 10 minutes of lecturing, he still failed to change the butler's mindset. Instead, he was lectured by the butler himself. It was a first for an instigator to be lectured. With the preparations for going out completed, the iron gates of this house in Backlund Queen District, which came with a massive garden, were open to the outside world. Sitting in the carriage and watching the scenery recede, Lucius was inwardly amazed. It was indeed a noble family with over 600 years of heritage. Even in this Backlund Queen District where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, they owned a medium-sized manor with such a vast area. While Lucius leaned against the carriage window to look at the surroundings, he noticed that another carriage had joined the convoy after leaving the manor. He asked casually, Han, why did another carriage join the convoy after leaving the manor? Upon hearing his young master's question, Han opened the carriage window, took a look, and said, that is necessary security, Master Lucius. You are now the only member of the Sheffield family. Yesterday, I used some connections to hire a special squad from the Church of Storms to be responsible for your safety for the time being. Lucius felt that things were being a bit exaggerated and said directly, Han, actually there's no need for such trouble. I likely won't be leaving the manor during this period. Once the matters of the next few days are over, you can just let them go back. Storm pigeons. Hearing it was this church, Lucius wanted to learn more and asked, Han, do you believe in the Church of Storms? Hearing Lucius's question, Han explained calmly, no, Master Lucius, I believe in the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Being able to hire members of the Church of Storms this time was because of the master believed in the Church of Storms. When he didn't get the answer he wanted, he lost interest in exploring further. He didn't need Han to introduce the Church of the Evernight Goddess to him. I haven't inherited the title yet. The Church of Storms is likely sending a squad to protect me out of respect for the original owner's father, otherwise, a noble who hasn't even inherited his title wouldn't have such great face. Lucius said casually, let's minimize using the church's legacy for now. We don't know when it might be of great use later. After this period ends, let them go back. At that time, I will give this squad some gold pounds in my own name. After a moment of thought, Lucius asked, what do you think of 200 pounds? Hearing this amount, Han felt it was a bit much and said, isn't that a bit much? For just these few days, they would receive an average of 40 pounds per person. After thinking for a moment, Lucius said directly, let's go with 200 pounds, the Sheffield family can afford it. It's a decent extra reward for this squad of Beyonders. Pritz Harbour, Oak Island, Royal Navy Base. As the carriage stopped, Han said directly to Lucius, Master, we have arrived. Next, you will need to proceed to the area where the nobles are gathered on your own. I will handle the other matters and wait for you here after the meeting concludes. After getting off the carriage, a soldier came forward to receive him and said, Lucius Sheffield. Hearing the question from the man in military uniform, Lucius said directly, yes, sir. After confirming his identity, the man in uniform said directly, please follow me. Lucius's arrival caused a small commotion because they realized that no one knew him. Even these well-traveled nobles had never seen such a beautiful man. Since Lucius didn't know a single one of them, he headed straight for a corner to wait for the banquet to end. Are you also attending this event alone? Hello, I'm Glelant. Seeing the other person's outstretched hand, Lucius shook it casually. Then he spoke. Hello, I'm Lucius. Lucius Sheffield. Glelant asked curiously, are you attending alone? Seeing that the person in front of him had no intention of leaving and wanted to continue the conversation, Lucius said casually. Yes, I'm here to bring my father home. Hearing Lucius's words, Glelant spoke directly. It seems our purpose is the same. As the two became more familiar, Glelant asked curiously, are you a permanent resident of Backlund? Why haven't I seen you before? Lucius didn't hide it and said directly, I am a permanent resident of Backlund, but for personal reasons, I rarely go out and mostly stay at home. Glelant immediately replied, no wonder. Although it's impossible for me to remember every noble of my age, I should have heard of them more or less. And with your appearance, I shouldn't have no memory of you. Hearing Glelant's answer, Lucius thought to himself, that sounds a bit strange, someone with an appearance like mine. While Lucius was still puzzled, Glelant seemed to remember something and said, Sheffield. I remember now. Is it that place at number 59 Empress Borough? Hearing his home address blurted out, Lucius said helplessly, yes. Hearing Lucius's confirmation, Glelant smiled and patted Lucius on the shoulder, saying, see, I told you I had some impression of it. We don't live far apart, we can keep in touch often in the future. Listening to Glelant's chatter, Lucius slightly regretted talking to him. This guy had a bit of a chatterbox attribute. Now he was forced to just pick and choose which of Glelant's topics to reply to. Glelant covered his mouth as if afraid someone would find out, and said, Lucius, do you know about Beyonders? Looking at the person in front of him, Lucius asked in confusion, Beyonders? I know. Why? Glelant looked at Lucius's calm response and immediately asked, have you ever researched this area? Lucius asked in confusion, what is there to research in this area? I mean the method to become a Beyonder. Understanding Glelant's words, Lucius said directly, no. These should be considered semi-public secrets by now. You can obtain relevant knowledge as long as you join a church or a special organization. Hearing Lucius's answer, Glelant sighed helplessly. He had originally thought Lucius might have information on how to become a Beyonder without joining a church, but now his hope was dashed again. After linking the desire to become a Beyonder with a noble, Lucius finally recalled who Glelant was, Audrey Hall's childhood friend and someone who explored occult knowledge together with her. In order to hook the big fish that was Audrey and use the connection to join the tarot club, he could appropriately release some unimportant knowledge. Lucius pretended to mention it casually. Actually, as long as you find the correct potion formula, you can concoct and consume a potion to become a Beyonder. An ordinary person only needs to find the correct sequence 9 formula to become a Beyonder. Glelant was a descendant of a viscount. He knew about Beyonders and how to become one. However, because he still wanted his freedom, he had no intention of becoming a Beyonder by joining a power, which led to him having only a superficial understanding of everything. Hearing the useful information, Glelant asked, is only sequence 9 necessary? Looking at Glelant's reaction, Lucius replied calmly, yes, Glelant. Unexpectedly, Glelant's imagination ran wild, and he said, then do you think one could obtain a potion formula by bribing internal personnel of the church? Hearing Glelant's words, Lucius was speechless for a moment. I think in all probability, that wouldn't work. He thought to himself, bribing internal church personnel, how could he even think of that? Isn't he afraid of the church coming to check his gas meter? Besides, I recall that internal personnel don't necessarily know the formulas anyway. He could only helplessly say what made Glelant feel despair. As far as I know, church members don't necessarily know the potion formulas. Even if you could find someone who knows a formula, they wouldn't necessarily trade it. Moreover, the church likely makes them take oaths forbidding the disclosure of formulas. At the same time, he gave him some hope. If you want to become a Beyonder without going through the church, you can attend some private Beyonder gatherings to trade for formulas. A sequence 9 formula generally costs around 200 gold pounds. Considering that few people sell formulas, there might be some fluctuation, but it wouldn't exceed 300 gold pounds at most. It was a case of giving him a carrot after hitting him with a stick. Hearing Lucius's familiarity with potion prices, Glelant asked curiously, Lucius, how are you so clear about these things? Have you attended a Beyonder gathering? Hearing this, Lucius realized he had let something slip and countered, no, I've rarely left the manor since I was born. I just heard this knowledge from others. Glelant said helplessly. Then I suppose that's it. It'll be very hard to get any other information. Families never provide channels for those who want to become Beyonders. Usually, one has to apply to join a church or a relevant department on their own, but correspondingly, one must sacrifice their freedom in exchange for the formula. Audrey's second brother became a Beyonder through the kingdom's army, but he's still serving in the southern continent, and there's been no news of him being transferred back. Listening to Glelant's complaints, Lucius also heard the information he needed and immediately said, Audrey Hall, that most dazzling jewel of Backlund. Seeing that Lucius was interested in his good friend, Glelant asked, have you also heard of Audrey's title? Lucius said casually, yeah, even though I stay at home all the time, I've heard of the title, most dazzling jewel of Backlund. What he was thinking, however, was, how could I not have heard of Backlund's most dazzling diamond, who is comparable to a high-sequence demoness, Audrey Hall? These titles are so famous. Seeing that his new friend was interested in his childhood friend, he also teased, I thought a shut-in like you wouldn't have heard of her title. It's a pity Audrey didn't come today. If she had, I could have acted as an intermediary to introduce you to. Today, only Uncle Hall and Audrey's eldest brother from the Hall family came. At the same time, he joked, but I think if you put on a dress, you definitely wouldn't be inferior to Audrey. Hearing Glelant's words, the hair on Lucius's body stood on end. Seeing Lucius's reaction, Glelant laughed loudly, just kidding. A lone man should have this kind of sense of humor. But Lucius, you have to be careful of those people from the Intis Republic, they are. And Glelant continued, Lucius, I see you're also very interested in becoming a Beyonder. Do you want to join our private gathering? It's all nobles who want to explore occult knowledge. After hearing that joke, Lucius didn't want to pay any more attention to Glelant. Jokes were fine, but if he was the one being joked about, wouldn't he truly be a clown? Chapter 3, Uncle Grandfather Leaf. Already not good at socializing, dealing with the chatterbox Glelant was truly an ordeal. As the surrounding chatter gradually quieted, the black dot in the distant sky turned into a massive airship, with the lone royal family's emblem being particularly conspicuous. It was also Lucius's first time seeing an airship. To his current self, the airship was a backward product. He couldn't help but wonder if it would suddenly break and fall. Ever since the king's family descended from the airship, the surrounding nobles had been constantly flocking toward them. Seeing the behavior of those nobles, Lucius said directly, "Glelant, aren't you going over?" Hearing Lucius's words, Glelant replied immediately, "Me. I haven't officially come of age yet, I don't have the qualifications to go over there. Besides, what about you? Why aren't you going over?" Hearing Glelant's response and question, Lucius said, "Do you feel like I've come of age?" Hearing Lucius's reply, Glelant said seriously, "I feel like you should be of age. Just talking to you now, that deep and solemn manner of yours doesn't look like how a young person should be, it's more like you've entered adulthood prematurely." Hearing Glelant's words, Lucius thought to himself, "Perhaps so." As the people nearby had mostly left, Lucius heard Lucius Sheffield. Hearing his name, Lucius looked directly toward the source of the voice and said, "Yes, sir." The man opposite him said directly, "Please follow me. A friend of your father's needs to see you." Hearing that someone was looking for him, Lucius politely said to Glelant, "It seems I have other matters to attend to. See you later." And Glelant said directly, "All right, see you later." Following the officer out of this outer area, and walking forward, seeing the obvious change in the attire of the people around him, Lucius knew roughly where he was likely going, but he still needed to inquire. He said, "How should I address you, sir?" The man in front, hearing Lucius's words, replied casually, "Marin Westalia. Just call me Marin." Hearing the man's reply, Lucius asked directly, "Mr. Marin, are we going toward the army gate?" Marin didn't hide it and said directly, "That's right, Mr. Lucius. You should know about your father's affairs. Most of the people wanting to see you this time are your father's comrades in arms, along with a few friends and superiors. Don't be afraid, although you are more or less a stranger to them, Lieutenant General Leaf Strauss is also there." Hearing Marin's words, Lucius thought back through his memories. Leaf Strauss, the uncle of the original owner's father. In the original owner's memories, the two families were extremely close. Another reason was that he wanted a grandson to raise, but his own son had never married. "When I was born, he doted on me very much." But according to the memories, the impression of him wasn't as simple as wanting a grandson, it was more like he wanted a granddaughter. Because this Uncle Grandfather Leaf had bought many dresses for him when he was a child, saying he should wear such clothes, though his father was mostly at home then and didn't let him succeed. While Lucius was still thinking, Marin said, "We're here, Mr. Lucius. You can go in by yourself." Lucius looked at the large door in front of him and said politely, "Thank you, Mr. Marin." Then, looking at the door, he helplessly opened it himself and went in. "Lucius, over here." As Lucius looked toward the source of the voice, he saw a tall, elderly male wearing the Lone Kingdom Army uniform. Perhaps because he was a soldier, this Uncle Grandfather Leaf was completely different from those elderly gentlemen outside. For example, he was more spirited than them and didn't have much of a belly. Looking at the person in front of him, Lucius said politely, "Uncle Grandfather Leaf, good morning." "Good morning, Lucius." After the greetings, Lev directly pulled Lucius and said, "Come, let me introduce them to you. This is Colonel Carrel Duarte, your father's direct superior." Lucius could only greet him, "Colonel Carrel Duarte, good morning." "Lucius, good morning." Then Carrel said directly to Lucius, "Regarding your father's matter, I am truly very sorry. These people are Wyatt Pass, Bork Gilbert, Tim MacDonald, all of them were your father's comrades in arms." "Good morning." "Good morning." After the introductions, Uncle Grandfather Leaf said directly, "Lucius, the main reason for calling you here this time is to get to know these people. Most of them are the same as us, professional soldiers of the kingdom. Colonel Carrel Duarte, who was just introduced, took over your grandfather's position. Most of us have had a place in the Lone Kingdom's military since birth, so you need to know them more or less." After saying that, he patted Lucius's shoulder and signaled, "Come, let's have a private chat. Lucius, do you have any plans for the future?" At this moment, because Lucius didn't have any ideas yet, he said directly, "Not yet, maternal great-uncle. My father's passing this time was too sudden, I haven't thought about my future plans yet." Hearing Lucius's reply, Uncle Grandfather Leaf said helplessly, "True, you are still too young. Lucius, do not grieve excessively, your father was a great hero. This war happened too suddenly, no one expected it. You are now not only the orphan son of a war hero but also the head of the Sheffield family. Excessive grief will affect your judgment. Hearing Uncle Grandfather Leaf's advice, Lucius said directly, I understand, maternal great-uncle. For you, if you don't want the Sheffield family to disappear completely, becoming a Beyonder is a necessary choice. But your situation. Hearing the topic turn to himself, Lucius asked curiously, maternal great-uncle, my situation. Seeing Lucius's confusion, Uncle Grandfather Leaf explained directly, yes. Back then, when we discovered the matter between your father and her, it was already too late. Moreover, we found that she had already left a Beyonder characteristic on you. Later, we thought of ways to remove the Beyonder characteristic from your body, but without exception, they all failed. According to our subsequent investigation, the Beyonder characteristic left on you comes from at least a sequence 5, and the Beyonders of that pathway will. Demonis. Hearing Lucius's words, Lev was surprised. You know. Who told you? Did they find you? Lucius explained, no, I just happened to hear about it. Hearing this, Lev was also relieved and said, well, it's good that you know. As long as they haven't contacted you, it's fine. Remember not to have any contact or cooperation with them. They are all a bit abnormal. After your incident happened back then, we originally wanted to secretly purge their members in Backlund, but for some reason, the royal family intervened, and the matter was eventually dropped. The high-ranking officers in the military are all Beyonders, as you know. Because of the influence of your characteristic and the fact that we don't have the subsequent formulas, there's a high probability you won't be able to advance to a high sequence later. This means that if you enter the military, you likely won't be able to reach the position you should. However, you can choose to cultivate some confidence later, just like the Clayton family, and let them develop in the military on your behalf. Wait until the next generation of Sheffields is born and grown, then take back what belongs to the Sheffield family. Lucius asked doubtfully. It can be done like that. Won't there be other complications, like? Before Lucius could finish, Uncle Grandfather Leaf spoke plainly, like the fledgling's wings growing strong and wanting to fly alone, or refusing to give up the position. Seeing Uncle Grandfather Leaf directly state his concerns, Lucius replied truthfully, yes, maternal great-uncle. For some reason, Leaf Strauss laughed and spoke of a more realistic issue, ha ha ha. You don't need to worry about any of that. If things really turned out as you imagine, only one situation would have occurred, the people in this room would have suffered heavy losses. Unless it's a large-scale war that destroys the country, such a situation is basically impossible. Moreover, we protect each other, the things you're thinking of basically cannot happen. We aren't nobles who became so by donating money. Of course, there is another situation, and that is if these families prepare to carve up your family together. As for the length of time and the issue of them carving things up, don't worry. Your great-uncle Leaf is about to prepare to advance to a demigod. At that time, not only will my strength go a step further, but my lifespan will also increase significantly. With me watching over you, no accidents will happen. Hearing this, Lucius gained a certain amount of confidence for his future life and said happily, won't this be too much trouble for you? What's so troublesome about it? Your grandfather and I were life and death comrades who came out of the same trench. Later, your grandfather married my sister and had your father, whom I watched grow up. Now that you're the only one left in your family, if I don't look after you, how can I face them when I go to the divine kingdom of the god of storms later? However, because Lucius knew some hidden knowledge, he asked back, maternal great-uncle, are you sure about your advancement to demigod? I remember the royal family once ordered that no one is allowed to advance to demigod without their consent. And I remember my father once said that because the royal family made everyone take an oath, and because of that sealed artifact, no one has successfully advanced to demigod for many years. You're right, but some time ago, for some unknown reason, the royal family relaxed the requirements and allowed some people to become demigods. But the quotas are limited, and it even requires paying a certain price. I agreed to the royal family's conditions. Speaking of this, Leaf also sighed. In recent years, the royal family's actions have become increasingly strange. But don't worry. If I didn't have the royal family's permission this time, I wouldn't be preparing to advance to demigod. After all, your maternal great-uncle still wants to live a few more years. Over the years, there have been many people stuck in my realm by that sealed artifact. Quite a few people should agree to the royal family's conditions. Let's go, this memorial service is about to begin. Chapter 4, Prophecy. My warriors. You have returned. You have returned with the scent of gunpowder, with the glory of victory, and with the expectations and pride of the entire kingdom. For years, you have been far from your homeland, fighting bloody battles on unfamiliar battlefields. You have resisted powerful enemies with your iron will, guarded the kingdom's territory with your hot blood, and written legends with your fearless courage. Every blood-stained flag is engraved with your loyalty, every scar is your most glorious medal. Today, the entire kingdom cheers for you. Flowers bloom for you on the streets, the bells toll for you, and the people's applause rings out for you. You are the backbone of the kingdom, the guardians of peace, and the eternal heroes in our hearts. Now, lay down your weapons and embrace your loved ones. Enjoy the fruits of victory and feel the warmth of home. At the same time, we must also commemorate the heroes who perished in this war. To victory, to the heroes, and to our great kingdom, cheers. Listening to King George III's speech, Lucius felt as if he had returned to a school assembly. Furthermore, the rhetoric of the entire speech made this memorial service seem more like a victory banquet, with the main theme being victory rather than commemorating heroes. Only the living can enjoy the results. Leif Strauss looked at Lucius's state and said, "Lucius, there is no need for sorrow. I strongly agree with the term Roselle created, the winner takes all. But I prefer, only living is victory. Only the living can enjoy victory. You must remember, only while alive is there hope. I will help you get back your father's things, no one will snatch them away." After hearing Leif Strauss's lecture, Lucius replied calmly, "I understand, maternal great-uncle." What he was actually thinking was, of course I understand. After all, he knew the situation of this world, and he didn't seem to be a novel protagonist with a cheat. But he still asked curiously, "Maternal great-uncle, were the lone kingdom's gains in the southern continent very good this time?" Seeing that Lucius's mood had clearly improved, Lev said offhandedly, "This time, we mainly dealt a heavy blow to the Fasak Empire's army in the southern continent, which greatly increased the kingdom's influence over the colonies. From a strategic value perspective, it's not very meaningful, but you know the relationship between the two countries. Normally, such a banquet would be impossible, but what can you do when the opponent is Fasak? Let's go. His Majesty the King has finished his duties there. We'll go offer our congratulations and see if we can get your title finalized while we're at it." Uncle Grandfather Leif left as soon as he finished speaking, giving Lucius no chance to refuse, so he could only follow silently behind. It seemed this matter couldn't be discussed openly, they had already walked to the private reception room. As they walked further, Lucius began to look around, his mind wandering. Why come to the reception room at this time? Are there other guests? Your Majesty the King. Lucius was startled awake by Uncle Grandfather Leif's address of, Your Majesty the King, nearly blurting out a curse. But seeing Leif Strauss give a direct military salute, Lucius hurriedly followed suit with a clumsy, awkward military salute. It couldn't be helped, his consciousness had only just returned, and the soul controlling this body had changed. Although he had the relevant memories and the body had muscle memory, he still couldn't change his instinctive resistance. Only upon hearing someone call him George III did he turn around to look at the source of the voice. But when he first saw Lucius's military salute, his mouth couldn't help but twitch, wondering whose child had such poor etiquette training. He was about to lose his temper, but after seeing the person next to him, he kept telling himself that today was a great day and there was no need for a reprimand, though there was no need to give a warm welcome either. George III said with an unfriendly expression, Lev, why are you here this time? I remember Charles wasn't on the return list. Knowing your personality, why would you show up here? Because Leif Strauss was standing in front of Lucius, he didn't see the incorrect military salute. Hearing George III's tone, he felt it was quite strange and could only begin to say with a sorrowful expression. Your Majesty, you know that many heroes sacrificed themselves in this war in exchange for the kingdom's victory. My only nephew, Reinhard Sheffield, also unfortunately perished in this war. And now little Lucius is only 15 years old. I came this time for fear that he might make some mistake during the banquet. Hearing Leif Strauss's words, George III once again turned his gaze toward the child with the improper salute. He said, This is Lucius Sheffield, the only living heir of the Sheffield family. No one knew that when His Majesty the King saw Lucius's appearance, he thought to himself, if I didn't know his situation, I would be captivated by him based on looks alone. Truly a product of a union with a demoness. If he takes the assassin pathway later, his looks will likely be even higher. Seeing George III fall into thought, Leif Strauss immediately felt there was a chance and said directly, Your Majesty, I believe you also know the situation of the Sheffield family through the battle reports. Reinhard Sheffield unfortunately died in battle for the kingdom. So I came this time mainly to request that you issue an order early to complete the inheritance of the title. You are also an insider regarding the Sheffield family's affairs back then. Because of the royal family's intervention, Reinhard Sheffield never married on the surface, so Lucius's identity has never been made public, which is disadvantageous for the future inheritance of the title. I hope your Majesty will show mercy. George III looked at his old general and said, Follow me. Leif Strauss could only follow George III to the private reception room, with Lucius following helplessly. After they entered and Lucius closed the door, the king finally spoke. Lev, you should be clear about the kingdom's restrictions on title inheritance. Even if I recognize his identity, little Sheffield is not of age yet. If I let him inherit the title directly now, many people will object. Upon hearing George III's words, Leif Strauss's expression changed as he said, I can. But before Uncle Grandfather Leaf could finish, George III interrupted him. Lev, I know you can persuade some officers to agree to this title inheritance. If this were over 100 years ago, no one, you wouldn't even have to tell me, would ever object. But you should also be clear that things are different now. Today's nobility is composed of various classes, and because of their backgrounds, the current nobility has different stances. Even if I agree, those politicians definitely won't. Hearing George III's words, Leif Strauss could only sigh helplessly, thinking that it seemed a price would have to be paid to get back the title belonging to the Sheffield family. Your Majesty, you know that the Sheffield family now has only this one heir left. If he doesn't take over the title now, the kingdom will reclaim the territory after a while. In another 2 years, as we insiders gradually retire, it will be very difficult to complete the inheritance. Lucius watched the clash between the two, thinking that they truly deserved to be in high positions at their age. If it were me, I would have lost in the first round with such expressive skills. However, his maternal great-uncle was truly pouring his heart out for him. Lev, let me talk to little Sheffield now. You go out first. Hearing George III's words, Leif Strauss's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became bewildered. What can you talk about with a child who knows nothing? This old man couldn't be plotting something, could he? But since George III had spoken, he had no way to object. He could only keep winking and slightly shaking his head at Lucius as he turned to leave. Lucius had been quietly watching the two old foxes clash, thinking he wouldn't have to speak. But why does he want to talk to me alone now? What's the point of talking to me? Seeing his maternal great-uncle's look, he felt something was up, but he could only nod slightly to indicate he understood. As Leif Strauss walked out of the reception room and closed the door, George III finally spoke. Lucius, you should also know that your Sheffield family has been serving the Lone Kingdom, or rather, the Augustus family, since over 600 years ago. Under normal circumstances, your family should at least be viscounts or even higher, earls, by now. Do you know why that is? Lucius could only think to himself while pondering, how could I possibly know? Is there some secret in this? The original novel didn't mention such a minor noble family. So he could only play dumb and shake his head, indicating he didn't know. Seeing Lucius's reaction, George III realized that little Sheffield indeed knew nothing. He said, in fact, as early as 400 years ago, your family could have been promoted to Viscount, and by your great-grandfather's time, to Earl. However, because of your ancestor, your family has always refused the kingdom's promotions. Hearing George III's words, Lucius's immediate thought was, who would refuse a higher title? Before Lucius could finish his thought, George III continued, your family once received a prophecy from a high-ranking member of the life school of thought, when other pathways sprout, that shall be the day the Sheffields rise. Hearing the prophecy from the life school of thought, Lucius thought, a high-ranking member of the life school of thought who can prophesy should only be from the monster pathway. Monster. Little Snake Will. Could he have even prophesied my arrival? As for which specific person made the prophecy, it is unknown. Perhaps you can go back and look into it. Chapter 5, The Countess. After hearing this secret information, Lucius asked curiously, so, your Majesty, the reason you kept me behind this time is? George III replied, I don't know if your Uncle Grandfather Leaf ever told you about your situation. For instance, why does he forbid you from going out to attend noble gatherings? Why are you kept from contacting outsiders? And as a boy, why does your appearance look more like a girl's? Looking at the king, Lucius knew exactly what his Majesty was getting at, so he said with a troubled expression, Your Majesty, I believe I understand. Hearing Lucius's response and seeing his expression, George III chuckled inwardly. Since you understand, I'll be direct with you. I need you to become a Beyonder of the Demoness pathway, not just an assassin. Later on, I will issue some tasks for you to complete. Of course, since you are still young, it's impossible for me to give you any high-difficulty tasks right now. I can give you another 2 years to prepare. As long as you agree, I can grant you the inheritance of your title right now. I can even combine the merits of your ancestors to elevate your rank to Earl. However, you should be clear about the issues faced by the assassin pathway later on, so your title will be that of a Countess. Naturally, once the tasks are completed, I can further raise your rank. If you perform exceptionally and satisfy me, I can even provide you with a method to turn back into a man. Hearing such malicious words from the king, Lucius felt a complex mix of emotions. Make me a countess. Has he already started cooperating deeply with the Demoness sect? As for the method to turn back, isn't it just switching to the hunter pathway at sequence 4? I know that without you telling me. But going to such great lengths to make me take the assassin pathway presents a major problem. Shouldn't it be becoming a male earl first, then attending various banquets to lure a Demoness into a trap, having her discover I'm a half-assassin before she develops me into a Demoness herself? What kind of move is it to directly make me a countess? Lucius thought frantically, feeling like his head was about to explode. He decided to stop overthinking and play dumb, responding normally, "Your Majesty, I have a problem that might be simple for you but is very difficult for me. The fact that I am male is common knowledge within the Sheffield family. Although I have had my father's protection all these years and few people outside know of my existence, there are still a few. With my personal ability, it should be impossible to change the common knowledge of so many people, some of whom are even high-sequence individuals. You can have Leif Strauss help you with this, he has the ability to accomplish it." George III's answer left Lucius in a daze, so he could only find another excuse. "According to the relationship between monarch and subject, I should obey your arrangements. However, I don't recall my family having collected the potion formula for the assassin pathway. Furthermore, I am quite slow and only achieved my current results with the guidance of teachers in all aspects. If I were to become a countess in the manner of current nobles, the Sheffield family's assets wouldn't be enough even if we sold the entire territory. Teachers are a minor matter, but the clothing, makeup, hosting guests. In short, even if I agree, I have no money." George III's face turned grim as he listened to the brat. "I will arrange your teachers as soon as possible. I can prepare everything you need." Seeing George III's exasperation, Lucius knew his goal was achieved. He said with a troubled face, "Could you allow me a few days to consider? This matter is truly too significant, I need to think it over myself." George III's face showed displeasure at Lucius's reply. "However, someone will look for you tonight. You must make a choice. If you agree, you will become a countess tomorrow morning, and someone will teach you how to live as a countess thereafter. As for now, you may leave. Remember, tonight is the final deadline." Hearing the end of the conversation, Lucius knew he was temporarily free. He didn't plan to linger and walked straight out of the drawing room. Seeing his uncle-grandfather waiting anxiously at the door, he immediately walked over to reassure him. After a brief exchange, they left the drawing room area and returned to the banquet. What Lucius didn't know was that inside the drawing room, another conversation started after he left. "Do you think he will choose to become a demoness?" The sudden sound of another voice in the empty drawing room did not alarm George III. He only replied with displeasure, "He will. Because it is his only choice. Whether it's the choice of a beyonder pathway or the protection of the Sheffield family, this is the only option. He can only choose to become a demoness. Your demoness sect truly has a twisted sense of humor, giving up such large interests in this cooperation just for one person." To his surprise, George III's mocking remark made the person hidden in the shadows laugh happily. "He was meant to return to the embrace of the primordial one anyway, I am merely giving her a little pull in advance. Besides, the sect has already obtained what it wanted. As for the interest surrendered, hasn't he already taken them from you himself? I can't wait to meet him." Hearing the words of this demoness, George III asked irritably, "I'm very curious to know what method you will use to make Leif Strauss agree. He will definitely tell Leif Strauss about this deal. If you fail then, I won't be returning the interests I've already gained. I naturally know that. When that old man first entered, I already used a sealed artifact to influence his thoughts. What I didn't expect was that he himself had long wanted to raise Lucius as a girl, so that gave me an opportunity to exploit. I didn't know a demoness had such an ability." After the banquet ended, Lucius rode in a carriage with Uncle-Grandfather Leif. Before the carriage had gone very far, Uncle-Grandfather Leif asked, "Lucius, what did the king talk to you about after I left?" Seeing his uncle-grandfather's urgent concern, Lucius felt a warmth in his heart. He directly recounted the contents of the conversation in the drawing room. "I know about your family's prophecy. In fact, when the prophecy first began, your ancestors tried to have people switch pathways. For over 500 years, anyone who stepped onto a pathway other than hunter would die one after another. It's only in the last century, with so few family members, that this hasn't been tested, so that shouldn't be a problem. As for the assassin pathway, you were going to become one anyway, it's a desperate measure. But don't choose the demoness and countess option. If you don't get the title this time, there will be other chances. At worst, I'll swallow my pride and go beg everyone one by one to get your title back. You just stay home and wait." Seeing Leif Strauss's angry look, Lucius comforted him, "It's okay, Uncle-Grandfather. Even if I become a demoness, didn't His Majesty say he would help me change back? Besides, I want to know what he's really up to. When my father met a demoness and had me, and the royal family suddenly issued an order to stop the purge when things were exposed, it was all too unnatural. I want to investigate the reason behind this." Seeing Lucius's resolve, Leif said helplessly, "But..." Uncle-Grandfather Leif's face was flushed, whether from anger or some other reason. Lucius explained, "Besides, you actually know the method to change back, Uncle-Grandfather. It's your method for becoming a demigod." Hearing Lucius's words, the only thing Leif could think of was, "My method for becoming a demigod. I'm on the hunter pathway." "You mean jumping pathways? How do you know about this?" "This involves knowledge of demigods." Lucius lied directly, "A few days ago, I joined a secret beyonder gathering. It's the kind that communicates through dreams, and there are many big figures in it. I can't even say some of their names, I can only use him to borrow some authority. Dreams, names that can't be spoken. I think I have an idea of who you're talking about. Why would they approach you? Leif Strauss said while thinking. I'm not sure either, Lucius lied. He thought to himself that if he were really invited, he would definitely join. After all, those inside are the high-level figures of this world. Although his divinity is higher than his humanity, our interests don't conflict in any way. Seeing that his junior had already chosen his path, Leif Strauss could only say helplessly, since you've already made up your mind, I won't say more. But remember, always prioritize your own safety. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can send me a telegram or just come home, and I'll handle it for you. Lucius looked at Leif Strauss as his expression softened. I know, Uncle Grandfather. I've always remembered your teaching, only the living get to enjoy the fruits of victory. Hearing this, Leif Strauss knew his education hadn't gone to waste. Safety above all else. As for the ritual you need for switching pathways, I will select the personnel for you as soon as possible, and then you can train them yourself. Do you have any specific requirements? Seeing a free favor being offered, Lucius followed the principle of not letting it go to waste and directly stated his requirements. I need a small team of 50 people, preferably from the same unit. Their backgrounds should be clean, low-level commoners with no ties to the nobility. It would be best if they have different professions, warriors, doctors, logistics, and so on. Their personalities need to be cautious. Of course, it would be even better if some are already beyonders. And the most important thing is, I have no way to modify the memories of the servants in my house. Listening to Lucius, Leif Strauss's mouth hung wider and wider. He thought to himself, this kid is treating me like a wishing machine. He interrupted, I will find people who meet your requirements as soon as possible. You should get off now, you can't follow me home today. As for changing memories, I will go to your house at 11 p.m. While they are asleep, I will use a sealed artifact to influence them. Watching the carriage drive away, Lucius thought to himself that he still had many requirements he hadn't mentioned. Han saw the carriage ahead stop and his young master step down, so he immediately got out of his own carriage. Before he could take 2 steps, he noticed Earl Leif Strauss's carriage was leaving remarkably fast. Was there some urgent matter to handle? Seeing his young master return to their own carriage, Han Clayton couldn't figure it out. He could only return to the carriage and have the coachman drive away. Chapter 6, The Clayton Family. By the time he returned home and had simply arranged matters, it was already close to noon. Han could only choose to arrange lunch for the time being, while Lucius returned to his room and locked the door. Lucius, however, still couldn't understand what George III's purpose actually was. Making me choose to become a demoness but then directly conferring the title of Countess upon me is clearly intended to let the world know that I am a woman. But what value does such a countess have? Infiltrating the witch cult? But that shouldn't make much sense. If the things George III promised were all obtained, he could have trained countless assassins, right? Wouldn't it be better to let them infiltrate slowly on their own? Even if the demoness sect were stupid, they would know a demoness like me is a spy, and couldn't possibly be one of their own. Young Master Lucius, lunch is ready. Han's voice interrupted Lucius's thoughts. If he couldn't figure it out, he might as well stop thinking about it. As long as he knew George III's ultimate goal, it would be fine. At worst, he could just report him when the time came. Due to the special nature of this period, today's lunch wasn't as lavish as in his memories, consisting only of simple steak, salad, corn chowder, and some desserts like ice cream. Watching Lucius finish eating, Han arranged for people to clear the table and prepared to leave. Han, come with me for a moment. After finishing lunch, Lucius saw Han and thought of Uncle Master Leif's suggestion from this morning. Han Clayton was a bit surprised to hear this because, under normal circumstances, Lucius would be heading for a nap by now, and in the past, he would have ordered that no one disturb him. But despite his surprise, he still followed closely behind. Drawing on his memories, Lucius found his study on the 2nd floor, opened the door, and went inside. Han followed him in and shut the door tightly. Sitting down in a random spot, Lucius said to Han, find a place and sit down as you like. Seeing Han seated, Lucius spoke, revealing the reason for this conversation. Han, you are also a Beyonder, aren't you? I wonder which pathway you belong to. Han wasn't surprised at all that Lucius would ask such a question and replied calmly. It's a lawyer, young master. To better serve the Sheffield family, every Clayton chooses the lawyer pathway. I am currently a Sequence 9 lawyer of the lawyer pathway. Upon hearing Han's reply, he immediately asked, what about Rex? Has he chosen to become a Beyonder? Rex Clayton, Han's son, was 17 years old. Sponsored by the Sheffield family, he was currently studying at Eton College. If all went as expected, he would become Lucius's butler in about 3 years. Hearing the inquiry about his son, he said calmly, Rex has already begun to come into contact with Beyonder knowledge, but he hasn't taken a potion to become a Beyonder yet. Under normal circumstances, he would take the potion at the end of this year, study law during his university years, and upon graduation, begin preparing to take over my duties. Listening to Han, Lucius felt somewhat relieved. After all, his current situation was truly no longer suitable for joining the army, yet the family's assets couldn't be given away. He had accepted his Uncle Master's suggestion to train a white glove to replace him. But where would he find a ready-made candidate? So, he spoke directly. Han, you are also aware of the Sheffield family's current situation. There is a very high probability I won't join the army, but the things belonging to the Sheffields cannot be given away. Therefore, I need to train a suitable person to join the army in my place. Your family has worked for Sheffield for a long time, and every one of you has been dedicated. Thus, I am very willing to recommend Rex. You can consider it and then ask Rex if he is willing to go. Han was shocked by Lucius's words. Lucius had just transmigrated and hadn't attended many gatherings, so he didn't realize the value of what he had just said. But as a member of a family that had always served the Sheffield family, he understood the value of those words perfectly. Although the position in the army would eventually be reclaimed, the things gained during that period could not be taken back. The most direct manifestation was that the Clayton family would then have military connections. To describe Han's current mood, the most direct quote would be from Emperor Roselle, "It's like pie falling from the sky." Calling it pie is an understatement, it's more like a title of nobility falling straight down. Every Clayton became a butler not out of poverty, but because of the name Sheffield. After centuries of accumulation, the Clayton family's net worth was no less than that of a viscount. Of course, this money wasn't stolen from the Sheffield family. Instead, it was obtained through their own investments based on information gained while serving the Sheffields. For example, during wartime, where the Kingdom of Loan would launch a war, when it would start and end, and what commodities would skyrocket in value during that time. During peacetime, they could obtain excellent industrial investment news or even participate in the Sheffield family's investments. After all, they only took a tiny crumb and didn't overreach. Even if the main family knew, they wouldn't be blamed and might even be praised for being clever and having a good head for business. With this kind of information from the highest levels of the state, if one couldn't make money, they wouldn't even be as smart as a curly-haired baboon. Furthermore, they didn't have to bear the risks of military service. Basically, every generation was perfectly passed down. Before reaching adulthood, they were mostly sponsored and trained by Sheffield. After becoming adults, they had stable jobs with room and board provided. They would then raise the next generation to succeed them, and after completing the handover, they could return to the Sheffield family's fief to manage their own and the main family's land and estates, retiring in peace. The Clayton family's upbringing was also excellent. Every generation understood that they were where they were because of the Sheffield family, so they rarely caused trouble for the main house. In fact, they protected the Sheffield family interests even more fiercely than the Sheffields themselves. Snapping back to reality, Han said with a serious expression, "Young Master Lucius, please rest assured that Rex will certainly follow your will and join the army." Seeing Han Clayton's serious expression, Lucius felt a bit bewildered and could only say, "We still need to consider Rex Clayton's thoughts. If he doesn't agree, I won't force him." "I believe Rex Clayton will definitely agree, young Master Lucius." Han could only say this on the surface, but in his heart, he thought, "If my son doesn't agree, I'll beat him until he does." This kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-century stroke of luck. If he didn't agree, this opportunity would go to someone else's family. Old Clayton had more than just one son. If they knew this news, they would surely return to Backlund to beg young Master Lucius for mercy and another chance for their branch of the family. At that point, it would likely be his younger brother or someone else who went. Although they were all Claytons, he still had his own selfish interests. The reason was that the Claytons also wanted to replicate the Sheffield success story. If they became nobles first, they would lose this butler job and, consequently, the protection it provided, leaving them to be slowly devoured by other nobles. Joining the army usually meant starting as a common soldier, and even asking the main house to pull strings wouldn't lead to very high achievements. It was a situation of being overqualified for low positions but underqualified for high ones, and it cost money. Following the principle of better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, they had basically given up on military service. But the desire for their own family to become nobility had never changed. "You can discuss this amongst yourselves and just give me an answer as soon as possible," Lucius said calmly, looking at Han's visibly joyful face. Chapter 7, An Ice Cream Bill from a Little Snake. After finishing his conversation with Han at noon, Lucius returned to his room to start catching up on sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already dinner time, and Lucius was called to eat again. While eating, he thought about how he wasn't as free as he used to be. Back then, he could eat whenever he wanted or skip meals entirely. Now, having someone manage him was truly uncomfortable. As he ate, he listened to Han reporting on today's events and the tasks for tomorrow. Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, a bill arrived from the East Borough. It's for ice cream ordered by your friend Will at the Moose Hut dessert shop. He claimed you had agreed to it. Along with it came a folded paper crane. Who? Hearing Lucius's question, Han flipped through the bill again to confirm the name was indeed Will. He replied calmly, Will Accepton. Once he confirmed it was him, Lucius could only say helplessly, oh, that's right. Just leave the paper crane in my room. Internally, he thought, why did the little snake send the bill to me? We aren't even that close. Is he fleecing me now? But since he knows where I am, why didn't he come in person instead of sending a bill as a vanguard? He probably took advantage of his parents' absence to sneak some ice cream from the dessert shop. He should still be a child of about 8 and hasn't undergone a reboot yet. His name shouldn't be this either. And the biggest problem should be, how could someone who has never left the house have friends outside? Since even Han finds it reasonable, does the monster pathway have such an ability? As for refusing the bill, it was pointless. A serving of ice cream wasn't worth much. Han continued his report. Tomorrow is the day of the Old Master's memorial service, and the invitations have been sent out. Tomorrow, I will accompany you, young master, at the door to welcome the guests. Afterward, you will follow Earl Leaf Strauss to entertain the guests until the banquet ends. The day after tomorrow, we will set out for the fief to bury the Old Master and inspect the lands. These matters will take about a month. We will return to Backlund in a month. This is basically the arrangement for the next 2 months. Young master, please see if there is anything to add. As he finished reporting the upcoming schedule, Han handed the itinerary to Lucius. Lucius flipped through it casually and said, a guest should be visiting in a while. When he arrives, just lead him directly to see me. I'll give you further instructions later. If I don't say anything, just proceed according to your arrangements. Hearing that a guest was visiting, Han didn't recall the young master having any friends. Could it be someone he met this morning? Han Clayton instantly felt he had failed in his duties. Unsure of what kind of guest it was or what hospitality was required, Han inquired directly, understood. Should we prepare additional desserts and drinks? No need, just normal hospitality will do. It's just an ordinary guest. Lucius felt helpless about what was about to happen. Choosing for oneself versus being forced to choose were two very different feelings. Clack, clack, clack. Young Master Lucius, the guest has arrived. After Han explained the situation, he opened the door and led this strange guest in. He was a middle-aged man, unremarkable in both dress and appearance, carrying a huge box on his back. Lucius stood up to greet him. Han, you may step out. And you? Please, have a seat. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't sit down, Lucius asked curiously, and you? May I ask how to address you? Unexpectedly, the man had no intention of giving his name and said directly, Baron Sheffield, you are too kind. I have come because those above required me to deliver this mirror to you. I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay. The person opposite him set down the box and opened it to reveal a square full-length mirror. The frame was primarily made of some kind of metal, carved and inlaid with various colored ores to form a pattern of flourishing flowers. As expected of the royal family, even if this frame were carved by robot before I transmigrated, it would cost nearly 10,000 yuan. With current craftsmanship and the addition of these pure-colored crystals and gemstones, the cost probably wouldn't be less than 1,000 gold pounds. Baron Sheffield, this is the mirror and a bottle of potion for you. When you use it, just apply the potion onto the mirror. As for this small hand mirror, it comes with it as well. Looking at these two mirrors, Lucius felt a chill. Mirror divination existed in the Orthodox deity churches as well, but contacting others through a mirror should be a unique ability of a demoness. Someone will contact you through the mirror at 7 o'clock. You just need to apply the potion to the mirror before 7. Since the instructions have been delivered, I shall take my leave. Before Lucius could speak, the strange fellow turned and left immediately. The entire interaction didn't feel like a normal conversation. His way of speaking was mechanical and stiff, like a pre-programmed system that wouldn't do a single unnecessary thing. Watching the men leave, Lucius wasn't in the mood to see him out. After all, what was the point if the other party didn't even want to acknowledge you? Young master. Lucius looked toward the voice and saw Han standing at the door with some people, carrying various desserts and a pot of something unknown. Han, the guest has already left. These desserts aren't needed, you can eat them yourselves. Just put this mirror in my study before 7 o'clock. After saying this, Lucius left the drawing room. As Han watched Lucius leave, he felt that everything today was very strange. Butler Han, what about these things? A maid nearby asked after everyone had left. Han looked at their expressions and said, you eat them, but finish your work first. Move the mirror to the study. Han also felt the mirror was eerie. It clearly wasn't an ordinary mirror. From its design, it looked more like something that belonged in a mistress's room. Moreover, this mirror possessed spirituality and should be a beyonder item. But shouldn't such a thing be kept in a treasury and sealed with a wall of spirituality? Everything that had happened from today until now reeked of strangeness. He wondered if he should inform Earl Leaf Strauss, but since he served the Sheffields and not the Strauss family, privately revealing the master's information was a major taboo. But he was also afraid something would happen to Lucius Sheffield. Perhaps he should consult Earl Leaf Strauss tomorrow. This matter instantly stumped the veteran butler. After the mirror was moved to the study, Lucius ordered everyone out so as not to be disturbed. He began applying the potion to the mirror. This red potion seemed to contain blood components. As the 7 o'clock bell chimed, the surface of this special mirror began to change, eventually reflecting an image of George III. Then, George III teased, "It seems you have made your decision." Lucius prepared to continue playing dumb, saying, "I have already spoken with Uncle Master Leaf, George III said expressionlessly, "There is no need to explain this to me. However, only you and Lev need to know about this, do not reveal it to anyone else. Since you have agreed, someone will announce your inheritance of the title of Earl at your father's memorial service tomorrow morning. As for the forged identity, you need to write it down as soon as possible and leave it at the door, someone will pick it up. Later, your occultism teacher will bring a potion to meet you. As for now, what you should consider is how to avoid having your true identity discovered by others tomorrow." Chapter 8 Count Altair. Looking at the mirror that had been abruptly hung up, Lucius felt the king had also been a bit off. He could only abandon further probing. Still, he could conclude that the royal scheme laid on him at least did not fear Uncle Master Leaf finding out. For now, Lucius had to fabricate his future identity. A washout at naming in his past life, he could only borrow a ready-made one, Altair Sheffield. Once the identity was compiled, he had Han place it directly at the manor gate, while Lucius returned to his room to wait for Uncle Master Leaf. Out of sheer boredom he wondered why Roselle had skipped the internal combustion engine and gone straight to electricity, yet failed to invent some entertainment, game consoles, for instance. With those he'd have something to do at night. When Leaf Strauss slipped in alone through the window he found his grandnephew nodding off. After gently rousing Lucius he prepared to activate the sealed artifact to alter his memories. Once fully awake Lucius spotted the gold pocket watch in Uncle Master Leaf's hand and asked, "Is that the sealed artifact?" Leaf Strauss answered while channeling spirituality into the watch. "Indeed. It's a grade 2 sealed artifact, 2 to 14 hypnotic pocket watch. It can alter memory and cognition while the target is unconscious, though effectiveness varies with the target's strength. For instance, it can make an ordinary person believe plain water is poisonous. Subconsciously they will refuse to drink until they die of thirst. Against anyone at sequence 6 or higher it is basically useless. The side effect is that the user's own emotions, greed, lust, rage, envy, etc., will be violently amplified for a short time." Hearing this, Lucius became certain the artifact was fashioned from a hypnotist characteristic of the spectator pathway, sequence 6. When the watch gleamed gold, Uncle Master Leaf said, "I've infused it with spirituality. Tell me the name and identity you've chosen." Lucius then watched his uncle speak to the watch, "From tomorrow my name is Altair Sheffield, the only daughter of my father Reinhard Sheffield. Lucius Sheffield is merely my alias." Afterward, strolling through the house as if it were empty, he opened door after door and used the sealed artifact on every servant. When all was done he remarked, "Altair Sheffield, nice name. Looks like I've gained a grandniece in my old age. Who'd have thought my wish for a granddaughter would come true through you?" Lucius could only swallow the teasing. After all, this path was his own choice. "Uncle Master, are you all right?" he asked helplessly. Leaf blinked in surprise. "I mean, after using the sealed artifact, has it affected you?" Realizing his own emotional leap, Leaf recognized the side effect. "Of course it has. But if the little Princess Altair gave me a hug I'd recover at once." Lucius's face darkened. He no longer wanted to humor this unserious uncle. Seeing his expression, Leaf guiltily stroked his beard. "The backlash depends on strength. This time it wasn't severe, though I may still act out of character for a while. Well, it's late, I'll be off. I'll return tomorrow morning." Lucius walked him out of the villa, and, though told there was no need, politely watched until he vanished from sight. On the way back Lucius saw the moon for the first time in this world, a crimson moon. Recalling the little rhyme about it sent a shiver through him and he quickened his steps without looking back. No sooner had he stepped inside than he met Han, who asked, "Miss Altair, why are you still up so late? Is something the matter?" Guilt flashed through Lucius. "It's nothing, Steward Han. I was in the garden checking for stars." "Aren't you resting either?" Han rubbed the back of his head. "I feel as though I forgot something. I remember getting up once, then somehow fell asleep again, and my head keeps throbbing." Altair said hastily, "Perhaps you've overworked these 2 days. Get some rest, the household can't do without you." "Good night, Han." Good night, Miss Altair. About to leave, Han noticed Altair's attire and forgot sleep altogether. A young lady shouldn't always wear gentleman's suits, miss. If you dislike dresses, there are other feminine styles. Lucius nearly tripped on the stairs, his own fault, he had to endure it. He kept his face calm. I understand, Steward Han, but I have no other clothes at the moment. The next morning Lucius was woken again, his third forced awakening since crossing into this world. This time it was simply Uncle Master Leaf arriving early and bringing today's outfit, a unisex ensemble. Puzzled, Lucius wondered whether yesterday's sealed artifact had affected the old man more than expected. After breakfast he was obliged to don the clothes, a fitted shirt with flounced cuffs, black trousers, waistcoat and coat. Leaf Strauss praised the outfit as perfect, neither women's wear nor obvious disguise. Guests began arriving at 9, the memorial service started at 10. First Uncle Master Leaf, then Colonel Corel Duarte and others spoke of their grief over old Sheffield's passing, followed by friends and comrades. After Lucius thanked the attendees, a royal herald proclaimed his ennoblement as count, bringing the service to a close. He and Uncle Master Leaf then bade the guests farewell. Once outsiders had left, only family remained in the Sheffield parlor, true insiders. Uncle Master Leaf introduced them one by one. These connections were the Sheffield family's real wealth, worth more than gold pounds. When asked why he had been made a count, Lucius replied that generations of military honors had been accumulated and spent on this promotion. The elders were puzzled but finally understood why the Sheffield title had remained unchanged for so long. After mutual introductions they apologized for lacking gifts today, their stewards would deliver them later. A simple luncheon followed, after which the venerable guests took their leave. Chapter 9, Morristown. After everyone had been seen off, the two of them walked back toward the manor while talking. Uncle Master Leaf spoke directly, starting tomorrow, you need to return to your own territory to arrange your father's burial and inspect the lands. Due to my status, I cannot accompany you, you must rely on yourself. As for safety, don't worry, I'll have people set out with you. Seeing Lev's serious expression, Altair asked in confusion, Uncle Master, won't that be too conspicuous? Seeing Altair's confusion, Lev explained the situation, you are now the sole heir of the Sheffield family. Although no one dares to move against you now, there's no guarantee once you're in the territory. Your family's wealth is quite substantial. It's all for safety, and also to prevent them from looking down on you because of your youth. If you find anyone slacking off or being deceitful during this period, punish them severely immediately. There's no need for mercy. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the room through the window the next day, she found herself having slept in, a rare instance of waking up naturally. This sleep made Altair's mood exceptionally better today. Looking out the window at Backlund's grey sky, even it seemed quite pleasing to the eye. Once Altair finished a simple wash, she saw various servants downstairs already starting their work. Good morning, Han. Good morning, Earl Altair. It seems Backlund has rare good weather today, even the sunlight is shining in. Hearing the Earl's words, Han compared it to the weather of the past few days and indeed felt a slight difference. Today's Backlund is indeed a rare sunny day. With the morning greetings over, Han began arranging staff to set up breakfast and clean the rooms. While Altair was eating, Han began his report. For instance, you need to head to the steam locomotive station at 9 a.m. today to take a train to Tingen City, then return to Morristown via carriage for the burial. After you rested yesterday afternoon, the etiquette teacher arranged for you by the royal family, Madame Anna, sent a letter saying she would accompany you to the territory so you can quickly master etiquette. Her luggage has already been delivered. It started as a normal report until the news about the etiquette teacher was mentioned. Altair, who was drinking soup, was immediately choked and coughed repeatedly. After recovering, she asked directly, when did this happen? How come I didn't know? Han replied calmly, it was during dinner yesterday, after you had retired. You would have seen the letter, but since you were already resting, I didn't wake you. I see. Hearing Han's words, Altair understood the situation and thought, why is the first one to arrive an etiquette teacher? Shouldn't it be an occultism teacher? After breakfast ended and they were ready to set out, the etiquette teacher, Madame Anna, finally arrived late. Altair's first impression of her was old-fashioned. On the steam train to Ahawa County and Tingen City, Altair was annoyed to no end by Madame Anna's teachings. Earl Altair, when we met just now, you shouldn't have reached out for a handshake, instead, you should have accepted my curtsy. Now that you have inherited the title of Earl, although I am your teacher, I do not hold a noble status myself. In public, you should not salute me. My professional authority is effective in teaching scenarios. Once out of the classroom, you only need to maintain necessary politeness. As for your attire, in the Kingdom of Loan, men primarily use a combination of black and white, while only commoners wear many colors. Women primarily use dark colors like black, dark blue, or dark purple. Black and white pairings are mainly for commoner dress. Although requirements for dress have loosened with the times, I find your male attire hard to accept. In short, from the moment they boarded the train and Altair sat down in her private carriage, Madame Anna began her 2-hour etiquette instruction. She critiqued everything from the greeting just now to speech, behavior, dress, and attitude toward servants. Then she taught what should be done if such a situation occurred again. If they hadn't been on a high-speed train, she would have started the etiquette lessons long ago. Under Madame Anna's aura, Altair could only pretend to be a good student and learn. During lunch, a bunch of faults were picked out again, from sitting posture to how wide she opened her mouth, but surprisingly, she wasn't harassed by Madame Anna in the afternoon because Anna went to find Han, the butler, and the butler was lectured so much he wanted to jump off the train on the spot. Poor Han. After a long 5-hour journey, the steam train arrived at Tingen City on time at 3 p.m. After stepping off the train, Han's younger brother, Amos Clayton, was already waiting on the platform. Upon seeing Amos, he had already performed a deep bow to her and said, "Earl Altair." To avoid facing Madame Anna's lecturing, Altair returned the greeting with a standard nod, bowing her head slightly to acknowledge him. Then she looked at Madame Anna. Seeing her smile, Altair knew she wouldn't be lectured tonight. After arranging the coffin and luggage into the carriage, they took the carriage arranged by Old Clayton toward their destination, Morristown. After more than half an hour of driving, they arrived at the Sheffield family's castle. Old Clayton was already standing at the door with many servants waiting. Seeing the carriage arrive, he personally opened the door for Altair. After some simple pleasantries, they entered the castle. Since they arrived early and Altair had never been here since birth, Old Clayton guided her and introduced the castle. This castle was designed under the supervision of the first-generation Sheffield. The overall structure is mainly in the Gothic style popular at the time. It was built over 10 years and expanded under the 5th Sheffield. After a period of over 600 years, it has taken on its current appearance. On the second day after arriving at Morristown, the funeral was held as scheduled. Since Old Sheffield was a believer in the Lord of Storms, Old Clayton invited a priest from the Church of the River and Sea in Tingen City to pray for him. Afterward, Altair threw the first handful of soil, and then the invited church personnel filled it in. After the funeral, Old Clayton took Altair and began a simple introduction to the town's situation. Morristown is named after the first Sheffield. The successive barons never changed the town's name in order to commemorate the family's founder. Most of the residents' ancestors here followed Sheffield in battles across various places. Of course, some were people who stayed after the Slavery Act was abolished. The most recent population influx was 7 years ago, led by Altair's father. Chapter 10, Assets and the Corn Law. After breakfast on the third day, Old Clayton led the way to begin inspecting the lands belonging to the Sheffields. The territory centered around the castle and spread outwards, consisting of arable land, woodlands, pastures, orchards, and more. Through Old Clayton's introduction, Altair learned about the operation of these lands and the crops they produced. Since most of these people had followed the Sheffields or were their descendants, farmers wishing to rent land here only needed to pay between 4 to 8 souls a year. Yet even the cheapest barren land could yield a net profit of 3 to 5 pounds, while fertile land yielded 8 to 12 pounds. Of course, they could use the land first and pay later, or use grain to offset the rent. Barren land was primarily planted with rye. Although this crop was cheap, it was still a source of food. Fertile land was planted with spelt, a type of wheat that produces fine flour. It is highly nutritious and is the staple food for most of the middle class. There were also barley, oats, and other products, some of which would be used for brewing alcohol. Naturally, legumes and common vegetables like soybeans, peas, lentils, cabbage, and onions had also been consistently cultivated. There were also higher-value cash crops, such as flax, tobacco, hops, and so on. The pastures raised large numbers of cattle, sheep, and other animals. Old Clayton's introduction revealed that nearly 90,000 acres of land near this fief alone belonged to the Sheffields. If sold and converted into gold pounds, it would be worth approximately £2.6 million, and this was just one territory. The Sheffield family owned 3 other such land assets within the Kingdom of Loan. However, no noble would sell their land, because if they cultivated it themselves, the annual value of the goods produced would exceed the value of the land itself. Even if rented out, one could receive nearly £250,000 gold pounds, though no one could rent out all this land at once. Of course, this was just land investment. There were other investments as well, such as real estate, which was currently a major project. For instance, in Tingen City, the Sheffields owned 2 streets, several manors, and rows of townhouses. Perhaps in the future, he really could just knock on doors and collect rent. In addition to these investments, the Sheffields also held mineral assets, such as coal and iron mines, which were currently of high value. Because the territory was adjacent to the Tussock River, they also had their own shipyard, primarily manufacturing dual-powered ships using steam and sail. They also invested in supporting industries such as steel manufacturing and large-scale steam engine production. Of course, current ships were mostly not the large ironclads forged entirely of steel. Although steel was used, the problem of power remained unsolved, even with steam engines. They were also involved in the military sector, including firearms manufacturing and weapon forging. Their investment spanned the entire country, covering everything from civilian to military use. Altair had thought he had inherited the title of Emir Baron from a long-standing family, but he never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that this family's assets were so vast. Altogether, the assets were close to 23 million gold pounds. Converted into modern money, it was nearly 23 billion. And this was only the net worth of ordinary assets, not including the inventory of beyonder materials. I remember that Miss Justice's father, Earl Hall, only amassed his family's wealth after several keen investments. Based on the assets the family gave Audrey Hall after she came of age, her family's assets should be around 15 million gold pounds. In summary, I am wealthier than her family, although my political influence is inferior. While Altair was still savoring this joyful news and thinking about his future life, he heard. Count Altair, I've heard that in Backlund, some of the rising new nobles have proposed the repeal of the Corn Law. Hearing this news, Altair became somewhat uneasy. This event was indeed happening. People had been discussing it at the memorial service 2 days ago, though it had only just been brought up. The essence of the Corn Law was to restrict the import of low-priced foreign grain and stabilize domestic grain prices. It was true that this law protected nobles and large landowners, but he knew exactly who would truly suffer once it was repealed. Altair sighed helplessly. Old Clayton, it seems that even after you left Backlund, news from there has never stopped reaching you. Old Clayton smiled faintly. Count Altair, you're joking. Combining the events in the book with reality, Altair gave Old Clayton the answer he needed. This matter is indeed true, and the law will inevitably be repealed. But not now, it should take at least another 2 years, and it cannot be overturned. Those minor nobles are merely pawns thrown out by the people behind the scenes. The repeal of the Corn Law is inevitable. Altair asked the old butler, who had worked for nearly 40 years, with curiosity. After all, as the old saying goes, an elder in the house is a treasure at home. Do you have any good solutions? Hearing Altair's words, Old Clayton thought for a moment and said truthfully, I haven't thought of any good solution yet. If the Corn Law are destined to be repealed, then the best way is to sell when land prices are at their highest. This can recover a large amount of cash, and then we can buy it back when land prices are low. However, planning the specific operational process during this period will take time. If many commoners buy the land we sell during this time, and then the repeal of the Corn Law causes grain prices to drop, a large number of commoners will go bankrupt and become unemployed. They will be forced to work in factories, which will also lead to a sharp decrease in workers' wages, which is detrimental to regional security. And the only benefit these people will get is the drop in grain prices. Count Altair, if I may be so bold, I truly cannot understand why His Majesty George III and the House of Lords would agree to this proposal. Of course you can't understand, because your king doesn't view people as human beings at all. I suspect he's already gone mad in his pursuit of becoming a god. Altair naturally wouldn't tell Old Clayton everything, only saying, I don't know the reason for this either, and my granduncle didn't tell me. Don't speak of this to others, you should know the gravity of this matter. Seeing Altair's serious gaze, Old Clayton replied, I understand, my Lord Count. Considering the great war that would break out later, Altair added, although the Corn Law will be repealed and the king's low-priced grain will enter the country and affect prices, it won't last long. Don't think about selling all the grain now. If I go hungry in the future, I'll be coming for you. Old Clayton was speechless inwardly at Altair's joke. Under what circumstances would a noble be unable to afford food? Was this a questioning of his ability, or did it have another meaning? Finally, they went to the underground vault of the manor, opened the door of ceiling, and Old Clayton introduced the collection work regarding special materials over the past 6 months. Although the Sheffield family didn't have many recorded potion formulas themselves, the materials themselves possessed spirituality. Due to the control of the churches of the 7 gods, they could only be collected in secret. Once purchased and sealed in the special vault, there would basically be no loss of spirituality. As for why they collected so many materials, it was because the value of beyonder materials themselves did not fluctuate on a large scale, making them excellent collectibles. After discussing official business, they moved on to private matters. Old Clayton expressed his heartfelt gratitude for sending Rex to the army. Chapter 11, Down the Assassin Potion in One Shot. After a full month of sorting things out, Altair had a fresh reckoning of just how much wealth she possessed. She knew she was rich, she just hadn't realized she was this rich. If she used gold pounds to hire Mr. World to deal with beyonders, she could honestly say, I'll foot the bill, go kill a god. With this much money, she might have been better off never becoming a beyonder. She was already regretting her deal with George III. The very next day after returning to Backlund, her occultism teacher arrived right on schedule. When warm sunlight slid across her face, the heat nudged her half awake. Instinctively she tried to pull the quilt over her head, but her fingers met something soft, flesh. The sensation jolted her awake, her neck creaked like a rusted gear. A woman was watching her. Altire's first impulse was to drag in a huge breath and scream, "Help! Murder! Assassin!" Unfortunately, when she tried to shout, no sound came. The stranger leaned over, pinning her down. "Hello, little heart. I'm your occultism teacher. When you've calmed down, nod and I'll lift the silence." Relief washed through Altire, she gave a slight nod. The girl snapped her fingers, and Altire began sucking in huge, ragged breaths. The sight made the teacher's cheeks flush, she smiled. "Call me Vivian Laurent. I'll guide you into becoming a Beyonder. Let's get along from now on." Once her breathing steadied, Altire realized the woman was still sitting on her, and offering a handshake. "Could you get up first?" "This is awkward," Altire said, embarrassed. The girl didn't budge. "Nope." Altire reluctantly stretched out her left hand, completing the handshake in an absurd position. She expected Vivian to rise, instead the woman lay back down. "Stay a little longer." "I need the washroom," Altire protested. "Fine. But come right back." Altire's heart pounded as the girl cuddled her. Released at last, she scrambled out of the warm bed. Inside the washroom she cursed under her breath. She'd imagined meeting a demoness in countless ways, but never like this, plus, who puts a lavatory inside the bedroom? She vented every complaint she could think of. Then she faced reality, flushed, washed, and stepped out. Closing the door, she saw Vivian smiling, lifting a corner of the quilt in invitation. "I'm the one getting the short end here," she thought. Altire shook her head. "I'm wide awake. Do we have to lie down?" Reading her expression, Vivian knew the cuddle plan was doomed. She stood, walked over, and sighed. "Boring, little heart. I'll have to teach you other things, like how to please a woman and why you never refuse a bedroom invitation." The girl stood in translucent gauze, and Altire's blood roared in her ears. "Follow me," Vivian said, turning toward the study. From behind, Altire got an eyeful of her stunning figure. Inside the study Vivian opened a parcel packed with bottles and jars. Seeing the ingredients, Altire realized a potion was about to be mixed and stepped closer. Sensing her, Vivian teased, "You wouldn't nap with me, yet you sneak peeks now. How quaint. Haven't had your first kiss yet." Altire was speechless. In her past life she'd been a newly graduated college kid without a girlfriend, and now she was stuck in the body of a 15-year-old, what experience could she have? She changed the subject. "You're brewing a potion." Vivian smiled. "Exactly, sequence 9 of the assassin pathway, assassin. Drinking a potion is the only way humans gain Beyonder powers. It needs a main ingredient plus auxiliary materials and pure water. The extras can vary a little, but the main component must be exact. For sequence 9 assassin, shadow poison root fibers and a black feather harpy plume. Auxiliaries, 100 ml strong vinegar, 3 shadow poison petals, 10 drops of buttercup oil, 1 live spider. Done, mixed. I gathered these materials just for you." Altire eyed the drab, unremarkable liquid that somehow made her throat itch. She remembered a key occult rule: another person's Beyonder characteristic can substitute for the main ingredient. "Listen before you drink," Vivian warned. "Swallow it, then meditate immediately to control the spiritual power. Picture something that doesn't exist and sketch it in your mind, you know the drill." Altire took the glass. Might as well, sooner or later the shot was inevitable. She tipped the potion back. It wasn't foul, almost tasteless, just thicker than water, like a lump of undissolved honey. As it slid down her throat her body tingled as if flooded with a potent tonic. Colored motes and vapors blossomed before her eyes. Start meditating, control the power. Imagine something impossible and draw it. At the reminder Altire sank into meditation, slipping into utter stillness as her mind calmed. Chapter 12 The Spirit World Library. When Altire opened his eyes again, everything around him was a vast white. As Altire stepped in, the surrounding space began to ripple. Countless architectural structures sprouted from the flat ground beneath him, assembling into an ancient castle that stood facing him. By the time Altire sensed something was wrong, his legs no longer felt like his own and started marching forward of their own accord. The moment he touched the castle gate, Altire's eyes turned blank, only after who knew how long did he come back to himself. From the information he just received, this high-dimensional descender had indeed been granted a rank because of his uniqueness, but not that of the high-dimensional overseer, since he already existed and could not be replaced. Yet his arrival had also given the original creator some new concepts, so a trace of pure origin had been instinctively bestowed upon him. That faint sliver of pure origin, fused with his being, had produced this structure. The building's purpose was to record everything he had ever seen and compile it into books. This fusion. It was basically the bargain bin version of the high-dimensional overseer plus the omnipotent God Almighty. It offered observation, but only if he looked. It offered omniscience, but only if he recorded. He couldn't create from imagination, couldn't move freely through dimensions, and at core he was still a normal person. The only difference was this tiny rank without power. Even a mortal could kill him just the same. Apart from this library, he hadn't gained nothing at all. There were other perks. I won't be affected by the orthodox gods of my path. Even if high sequences mess up their own path, it won't touch me, because our ranks are equal and they can't find me. But those outer deities could still influence him. From now on, besides my main path, assassin, I can pick 3 Beyonder characteristics as subsidiary paths, though they'll stay subsidiary. Think of it this way, I'm originally a block of iron, drinking the assassin potion forges me into a dagger, and that shape can't change. A subsidiary path just adds extra functions, like poisoning the dagger in real life. Altair's first thought was to grab Hunter for himself. Sadly, no go. Hunter symbolized Yang, assassin Yin. With a Yin main path he couldn't add Yang. Yin and Yang could be trained together, but not yet. His subsidiary paths could only be Yin or neutral. Still, not a bad deal, at least he'd gain 3 extra path abilities. Assassin was practically all-round, strong early, mid-game divination, anti-divination, black magic, and late-game insane survivability plus massive AoE damage. Sleepless, warrior, corpse collector, too risky, conflict. Pass. Bard, sailor, secret supplicant, ability clash. Pass. Prisoner, sin, clash, and I still want to stay human. Pass. Lawyer, arbiter, clash. Pass. Since he had a library, he definitely needed a creation-type path. Mystery prior, reader, no large-scale crafting. Pass. Door's powers were nice, but he could craft Beyonder items himself later. Seer, already had boiling. Pass. Marauder, can't afford the risk. Pass. Apprentice, only one desired ability, craftable later. Pass. Planter, love farming games, but the desolate matriarch's quirks. Pass. Apothecary, some conflict, acceptable. As for monster, forget it, born unlucky. Spectator, exactly what I need most. After deliberation, Altair settled on 3 subsidiary paths, spectator, apothecary, and savant. He'd gather the materials from the treasury in the next couple of days. As for formulas, sorry, human-shaped 3rd blasphemy slate. The only reason he hadn't become an assassin this month was he'd been waiting for someone. Being discovered as a Beyonder would be hard to explain. With his mind made up, Altair cut the link to the library and returned to reality. Seeing Altair's eyes open, Vivian relaxed. Feel any changes in your body? Altair did a few moves, hops, light jogs, then told her straight. I feel lighter, can jump higher, and I'm faster than before. Vivian nodded. Though assassin is the starting potion of its path, it has advantages others lack: eagle vision, dark vision, a lithe body, expert stealth in shadows, and the ability to focus power into a single lethal burst. Then congratulations, you're officially a sequence 9 Beyonder, she said, clapping softly. Altair answered with a compliment. I couldn't have become a Beyonder this fast without your help. Vivian hugged him at once. So don't I deserve a reward? Seeing her expression, Altair said, what would you like? I'll buy it for you. Ugh, still such a blockhead, she sighed. Altair, right now you should kiss me, or even push me down onto the bed. Hearing that, Altair turned away with an awkward silly grin. Becoming a Beyonder isn't good fortune, we face curses and misfortune every moment. After generations of research, the churches have worked out a better way to digest a potion, the acting method. Just as it sounds, act the name of your sequence, it speeds digestion and lowers the risk of losing control. Listening to Vivian explain the acting method, Altair concluded he must be valuable to the Demonist sect, otherwise they'd never have taught it to him. He recalled that because of Cheek, the Demonist acting method had an extra hidden rule, remember you're a man. But that had nothing to do with him, she couldn't affect him. From today on, I'm your occultism tutor. My luggage is packed, I just need to move in. Whenever I don't feel like going home, I'll stay here. A Beyonder must master not only personal abilities but also many languages, Hermes, Elvish, Giant, etc., plus ritual magic, material crafting, and other occult knowledge. Of course, besides the potion I brought you other gifts, including what you asked of George III. He'll make regular deposits into this anonymous account until the cooperation ends. Your other teachers will arrive in turn. Later, besides learning the occult from me, you'll study with them as well. This is the first order George III has issued. He wants you to infiltrate the social circles of those ladies and young mistresses as soon as possible. Don't worry, I've had noble education myself, albeit from the Intis Republic. Same principles apply, so I can guide you. Chapter 13, Completing the Auxiliary Pathways. After a round of pleasantries in Altair's room, Vivian left alone, having agreed to be picked up that afternoon. Altair went downstairs to eat breakfast. Because he had the extra task of consuming a potion this morning, it was nearly 9 o'clock by the time Altair went downstairs to eat. Han had already gone out to the Servants' Association to hire a housekeeper and some maids. The reason was Madame Anna. Ever since she became Altair's tutor, she would seek out Han whenever there was an issue. Thus, a loophole was discovered. There was no housekeeper, not enough maids, not even a dedicated personal maid, and the Count even had to dress himself. As an etiquette teacher, Madame Anna was inherently strict, and her daily life adhered to rules as the highest standard. This incident instantly caused her to break down, and she thoroughly scolded Han, leaving him utterly defenseless. Even old Clayton was included in the reprimand. Writing up to this point, I hope readers remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, accompanying your reading, super thoughtful. This made old Clayton completely lose face. He never expected that, nearing 70 years old, he would encounter the greatest Waterloo of his life, having his work negated by someone else, and an outsider at that. From that afternoon onward, Altair did not see his butler again. When they met 3 days later, the butler expressed that the situation was caused by his own work negligence. Altair, who was privy to the full situation, explained things to old Clayton and Madame Anna, taking all the blame upon himself. Poor Han. He was in his 40s yet was still beaten up by his own father. He had originally intended to hire a housekeeper and maids in Tingen City, but Altair refused, citing the need to find new staff again once they returned to Backlund. Therefore, the first thing he did after returning was go to the Servants' Association. He went to interview candidates early this morning, and only those who passed Han's screening would be presented to Altair for selection. The candidates didn't return until close to noon, stating that they needed to wait longer, as none of the people introduced by the Servants' Association that morning were suitable. After lunch, Han led the way into the Sheffield family vault. Altair naturally knew where the family vault was, but the one he was entering was the true vault. Old Sheffield had left in a hurry and hadn't had time to tell Altair, so Han had to lead the way. Altair looked at the layers of spiritual walls around them and asked, "Is this the Sheffield family's vault for Beyonder materials?" Han replied, "Not entirely. These are mostly low-sequence materials, with the highest known reaching sequence 6. Some unknown materials are distinguished by their level of spirituality. Those with low spirituality are kept here, and those with excessive spirituality are placed in the core vault. The innermost area is the Sheffield family's core vault, but I am not clear on what is kept inside. We just entered the first layer of doors, which can only be opened with a special key. The innermost door has a special array, and only you can open it. The method is simply for you to genuinely wish to open it." Following Han's guidance, Altair looked toward the door and casually asked, "Why is the crimson moon of the Evernight goddess carved on it?" Hearing Altair's words, Han smiled slightly and said, "Because the crimson moon offers greater advantages in sealing and suppression. Although previous family heads rarely worshipped the Evernight goddess, the church has no reason to help, but we can pay them. Although annual maintenance is required and we donate a lot of gold pounds to the Church of the Evernight goddess, it is well worth the cost." Hearing Han's reply, Altair thought to himself, could this be the Chinese gate? No, it shouldn't be. That door requires people's faith as energy for suppression. Since my family clearly doesn't worship her, there is no energy source for suppression. It must be something similar. Stopping his thoughts, Altair immediately asked, "Han, do you have an inventory list? I need to retrieve some materials." Han opened a nearby cabinet, took out a thick book, and handed it to Altair, saying, "This is the inventory I compiled 2 months ago. You can take a look, and if you find the materials you need, I can help you open the spiritual wall." After casually flipping through a couple of pages, Altair found some of the materials he needed and said, "No need. I just require a few simple materials to prepare for starting my occultism lessons." "Oh, right, Han, please arrange a carriage now. I need to go out this afternoon." Watching Han leave, Altair began searching for the materials he needed. There were no ready-made Beyonder characteristics for Spectator, Apothecary, or Savant, as these 3 pathways are relatively unique. Essentially, there are no wild Beyonders following these 3 pathways. Spectator. Main ingredients, a pair of eyes from an adult manhole fish, 35 milliliters of horned black fish blood. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters of pure water plus 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of oxtooth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flower. Apothecary. Main ingredients, the horn of an adult unicorn pegasus, 3 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystal. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of adult unicorn pegasus blood, 7 tentacles of the crown jellyfish, 10 grams of arsenic powder, the rhizome of black henbane. After finding the necessary materials using the ledger numbers, Altair used a silver dagger to open the spiritual wall. He took out the materials, packaged them, and returned to his bedroom to concoct his potions. Following the recipe strictly, after completing the potions, he looked at the 3 cups before him. They matched the descriptions in the recipes. He randomly picked one and drank it immediately. Delicious. The Spectator Pathway potion tasted like strawberry. The Savant Pathway potion tasted like sparkling water. Ugh. The Apothecary Pathway potion was bitter. The Spectator Pathway brought observation skills and the ability to analyze microexpressions. The Savant Pathway brought the ability to manufacture aqua regia and mechanical capabilities. The partial fusion of the 2 pathways granted Altair enhanced memory and learning capabilities. The Apothecary Pathway brought the ability to mix pharmaceuticals and a special health-related spirit vision. It seems I don't have to worry about taking so many classes in the future. With this memory ability, as Roselle famously said, even if I transmigrated back, relying on this ability would make me at least the top scholar of a province. I can now be considered well-rounded. I have observation skills, mechanical and potion-making abilities, and high offensive power. But I likely won't be able to advance in sequence anytime soon. Simply acting out the assassin potion requires at least 4 more months, especially since I'm an assassin who knows nothing. No one would actually become an assassin just because they finished drinking the potion, right? Da-da-da. Altair saw Han standing at the door after it opened and asked. What is it, Han? I just received many letters, all sent by your various professional tutors, such as those for painting, piano, dance, etiquette, fashion, jewelry, history, and so on. You need to review them and reply. Seeing the stack of letters in Han's hand, Altair gasped in surprise, lamenting how many tutors he had. Taking the letters, Altair immediately said, I'll read the contents first, then write the replies. Aren't you going out later? I still need to go to the Servants' Association for another round of interviews at 3 o'clock this afternoon. While Han was still speaking, Altair, out of curiosity, used spirit vision to observe the fading purple color around Han's head, and immediately said, Han, don't rush too much. Remember to get some good rest. Chapter 14, Fooling History. After reading the letters, Altair finally understood why they had all arrived at once. Most of them had already left Backlund when the royal summons came. As soon as they returned, they wrote to ask for lesson times. They had all included their own schedules in the letters. From memory, Altair grouped students with similar subjects and set shared classes. Monday, etiquette, dress, jewelry. Tuesday, dance, music, piano. Wednesday, painting, and so on through Friday, 3 or 4 tutors a day. Since he'd already drunk the memory-boosting potion, he might as well speedrun the whole curriculum. Saturday and Sunday were reserved for the army club, firearms and hand-to-hand, and for occult practice with Vivian. After handing the replies to Han to post, Altair kept the appointment and went to Vivian's house. He passed the 20-minute ride in meditation. There was simply nothing else to do. The carriage stopped at number 3 Wellington Street, Westboro. His first thought on seeing the villa was, are all demonesses this rich? A servant led him inside, and Vivian appeared. Little heart, I didn't expect you so soon, clearly I'm irresistible. Altair answered her teasing with, of course. You're the only one who can make me drop everything. Vivian covered a laugh. Then perhaps I should give you a warm welcome. Altair swept her into a Princess Carrie and sat them both on the sofa. You'll be the death of me. Looking down at Vivian in his arms, he said, weren't you offering me a warm embrace? Thank the memory potion, every cheesy trick from his past life resurfaced fast enough to keep Vivian smiling. As for flirting with a demoness, all I can say is, my predecessor was right. Even without the full experience, holding her feels indescribable. After the small talk, Vivian led him to a room and pointed at 5 huge trunks. These are the clothes you're taking home. Be good and deliver them safely, no mischief. Altair stared. This much. Of course. Only part of my autumn wardrobe. More pieces aren't finished yet. He had come prepared with 2 carriages, but 5 crates almost 2 meters long and a meter wide still looked excessive. While he wondered whether to hire more, Vivian simply said, Stop gawping, come with me. Puzzled, he followed her into the next room. Seeing similar trunks, he asked, more of your clothes? Vivian smiled. Clothes, yes, but not mine. These are your outfits for the season, garments and jewelry. Autumn pieces will be delivered later. Altair froze. He had known this was coming, just not so soon. Relax, Vivian soothed. Most of these are comparatively modest. Only comparatively, mind you. You'll have to face it sooner or later, may as well be gradual. Now, let's get you changed. Realizing escape was impossible, Altair picked the least revealing outfit. Quick, undress. You'll never manage these laces alone. He stripped to his shirt and, with her help, wriggled into the new ensemble. In the Lord of the Mysteries Victorian setting, corsets and crinolines were unavoidable, the latter could be skipped, the former could not. And damn Roselle for perfecting stockings and heels instead of pushing industrialization. Vivian surveyed her handiwork. There, your figure finally shows. Grow your hair, such a waste to crop these golden curls. For now we'll hide it under a bonnet. Altair felt like a dress-up doll. And he was the doll. Checking the mirror, he admitted, damn, I make a fine woman. Still dazed, he felt Vivian's hand on his waist. Even slimmer than mine. Certain he was being teased, he groped back. Vivian squealed. Following the principle that he couldn't lose, he kept flirting until, at 6, he left for Empress Borough without staying for dinner. 9 carriages now formed his convoy. All were passenger coaches, each could take at most 3 trunks. The most valuable chest rode with him, its jewels alone, Vivian claimed, outvalued all the clothes combined. Inside were diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, rubies. Hearing the tally, Altair thought, maybe synthetic gems beat arms dealing. The technique was ready, within a month he could flood the market, then invent a cash and diamond mine, practically fooling history. But firearms might help digest his potion, so guns first, gems later. Back home at dusk, he had Han detail servants to sort the crates. Clothes and jewels went to his refurbished wardrobes, 2 extra rooms added. Another room was kept clean for Vivian's future deliveries. Only after changing did he sit down to dinner. The corset let him swallow almost nothing. Whoever invented this thing deserved torture. Even after undressing, the ache lingered. Chapter 15, The Crimson Scripture. Since yesterday's experience with the corset, Altair wore her previous attire today. But not wanting to wear it was useless. The teachers had arrived for class. Due to Altair's own arrangements, the teachers arriving today were for etiquette, clothing, jewelry. This era had its own characteristics. Just as people's concepts of dressing up were the same, courses closely related to these characteristics were coincidentally scheduled by Altair for the same time. It could be said she was making herself suffer. Because there was a fundamental concept in this era, dress is a declaration of social status. The complexity of the clothing, the quality of fabrics like silk and velvet, the abundance of lace, ribbons, and fringe decorations, and the requirement for servants to assist in dressing, all nakedly declare the wearer's wealth and social status. The corset is the absolute core. It should be worn from girlhood to shape the ideal hourglass figure. The decorations are extremely intricate, lace, ribbons, bows, beadwork, and pleats, any decoration imaginable will be used. Regarding hairstyles, middle parts, hair tight against the sides of the scalp, and buns at the back of the head are popular. Hats are essential for outdoors, while gloves, parasols, and handkerchiefs are standard for a lady. Madame Anna, the etiquette teacher, was already strict. Teaching alongside teachers of other courses, she couldn't let them look down on her. Coincidentally, the other teachers thought the same way, turning it into a high-level competition. The clothes and other items brought back yesterday were all used in Altair's education. From when to wear what, to how to walk in such clothes. Essentially, it could be summarized in one sentence, for Altair, every extra movement was a mistake, and not moving was also a mistake. Since Altair's hair wasn't too long, she was safe for now. But regarding clothing, she probably wouldn't be able to escape the corset from now on. During a break, Altair asked Madame Anna, why were there no dress requirements last month, but now I must wear it? Madame Anna gave Altair an unassailable explanation. Baron Sheffield had just passed away. I could not demand that his daughter dress magnificently during his funeral period. After 5 days of adaptive learning, Altair had somewhat adjusted to her current attire. However, as long as she wasn't going out and had no classes, she wore casual clothes at home. Today was Saturday. According to the schedule, Altair was going to the army club to practice firearms and learn combat. So today was a bit more relaxed, at least she didn't have to wear a corset. Wearing a riding habit was enough. Because Han's son, Rex, had graduated from high school half a month ago and agreed to pursue a career in the military, going to the army club with her today was also a way to introduce him to people. Army Club was an abbreviation, the full name was Lone Kingdom Royal Army Club. Since it was located in Backlund Queen District, the people inside were basically army officers or those preparing to join the army. Uncle Master Leaf had already gone to secretly advance to demigod, so today she could only go to see her grandfather's junior, Owen Donovan. Altair's original memories of this person were vague, the only memory was that her father seemed to have a good relationship with him. This man was a legendary figure in the Lone Kingdom Army. Born into the ordinary Earl family, the Donovans, he was also the eldest legitimate son. He could have directly inherited the title. But he had great ambitions, rejected his father's kindness, and joined the army alone. Relying on his own efforts, he fought his way into the upper echelons of the Lone Kingdom Army and now held a position at the Royal Army Academy. According to Uncle Master Leaf's intelligence, Owen Donovan belonged to the apothecary pathway, though the specific sequence was unknown. It was also unclear which faction he belonged to, but known intelligence suggested he had certain connections with the Sanguine. After arriving at the Army Club in Empress Borough and stating her identity, she entered without hindrance. The receptionist led them to Owen Donovan's office. Tap, tap, tap. As the door opened, Altair saw Owen Donovan for the first time. She distractedly thought that it was no wonder the sequence couldn't be determined. Judging by his appearance, he looked about the same age as Rex. But the situation didn't allow for much thought, so she bowed and said, "Good morning, Earl Owen." "Good morning, Countess Altair." After a tedious, hand-kissing ceremony ended, the formal greetings were complete. Guided by Owen Donovan into the office to sit down, she introduced. "Earl Owen, this is Mr. Rex Clayton, a very outstanding and ambitious young man. He wishes to learn from you." In short, she first praised Owen's achievements and then explained that the purpose of the visit was for Rex to study under him. Because of Altair's flattery, Owen was all smiles. Whether it was sincere or not didn't matter much to Altair. At least her approach left no room for criticism. Miles. As the small talk ended, Owen rang a bell on the wall to call in his adjutant. "Miles, take Rex for a walk outside and introduce him to those young fellows." Hearing the arrangement for him, Rex glanced at Altair. Seeing her nod, he stood up and left. After the office door closed, Owen said, "I already know about Rex's situation. From our brief contact just now, he seems like a good young man. It seems you found a very good agent. Originally, I had some objections to Leaf's methods, but after seeing him, I'm relieved." Understanding the meaning behind Owen's words, Altair thought he had some objections to Uncle Master Leaf's methods, but seeing Rex today dispelled those objections. "It seems I still underestimated the relationship between the two families. My father and he must have been more than just friends." Since the other party provided an opening, Altair followed suit. "I'll have to trouble you this time, Uncle Owen." Hearing Altair change the form of address, Owen laughed. "You. I'm currently serving at the Royal Army Academy, teaching so many people, one more won't make a difference. According to the letter, you're also here to learn self-defense." With Owen stating her purpose, Altair smiled and said, "Yes, Uncle Owen. I want to learn some self-defense this time, mainly to exercise my body." Owen nodded slightly and said, "Since Emperor Roselle's Industrial Revolution, few people specifically study the art of martial arts anymore. Now the Intis Republic, relying on Roselle's legacy, has even built 6-barreled machine guns. This has caused the ancient profession of knight to directly exit the stage of history. Are you sure? Learning martial arts is very hard work and requires long-term persistence. Given your status, even if you learn it, there will be few opportunities to use it in the future." Hearing Owen's advice, Altair understood. Now is the era of firearms, traditional knights are a thing of the past. "But I've already become a beyonder, and an assassin at that. I must learn." She affirmed directly, "I'm sure, Uncle Owen. I'm not afraid of hardship or exhaustion." Owen nodded. "I'll arrange for a specialist to teach you. Take these. After training, dilute the potion in your bathtub, it can relieve some fatigue." Seeing the small green bottle Owen handed over, Altair took it and smelled a pleasant herbal scent, remarking casually, "Thank you, Uncle Owen. Is this a potion made from materials by an apothecary pathway beyonder?" Owen replied, "You could say that. These are just simple potions. As long as you have the formula, basically anyone can make them, there's just some difference in the effectiveness of the finished product. I know what you're planning. Learn the knowledge in this book first before making anything yourself. Until then, don't mix potions randomly, it's dangerous." Seeing Owen take a book from the cabinet, Altair took it with both hands and shook Owen's arm. "I knew Uncle Owen cared for me the most." After leaving Owen's office, Altair looked directly at the book in her arms. Crimson Secret Records, Secret Medicines. Crimson, it seems this Uncle Owen really does have a connection with the Sanguine, even possessing a book like the Crimson Scripture. As for whether she felt guilty about acting spoiled just now, she could only say that if there were more benefits like this, she could keep doing it. Chapter 16, Practical Combat Instructor. After leaving Owen's office, someone led Altair to the training room. Anastasia Rowland, Altair's combat and firearms instructor. Judging by her appearance alone, she looked like a woman who was not to be trifled with. Through introductions from others, he also learned her basic information. She had formerly served in the Lone Kingdom's southern continent, 16th Army Legion, and was now retired. Since returning to the northern continent after her retirement, she had settled down in Backlund. She had been here for 3 years, and the club had yet to hear any gossip about her. After a brief introduction, Anastasia also learned of Altair's purpose for coming. She then led Altair directly to the underground armory and began teaching him about firearms. It has been over 160 years since Emperor Roselle invented firearms. Common firearms today include the revolver, as well as military high-pressure steam rifles, high-pressure steam machine guns, 6-barrel machine guns, and so on. Due to the different calibers of revolver bullets, revolvers today come in various sizes. Small caliber firearms, or some medium calibers, are generally common for women. As for large caliber revolvers, don't even consider them. That caliber requires professional training and isn't very effective otherwise. The high-pressure steam rifle is a powerful thermal weapon. Its barrel structure is complex, thick, and long, usually consisting of 3 thin barrels on top, connected to a long pipe at the back that leads to a metal box. These rifles are powered by high-pressure steam and use extracted phlogiston. The bullets have extremely high velocity, and their destructive power is quite astonishing. High-pressure steam rifles are military-controlled items. Only a true iron-blooded warrior can bear the size and weight of its backpack. In addition, there are rapid-fire high-pressure steam machine guns. Their appearance is similar to the high-pressure steam rifle, and they can pour out a large volume of bullets with powerful firepower. In summary, revolvers vary in caliber, ranging from normal caliber revolvers to revolver hand cannons. High-pressure steam guns are similar to air guns, projecting bullets by burning phlogiston. The 6-barrel machine gun is like a hand-cranked Gatling. After finishing the introduction to firearms, Anastasia officially began teaching Altair how to shoot. However, while demonstrating, she said, "First, you need to check if there are any issues with the firearm, then insert the bullets. When gripping the gun, the web of your left hand must tightly lock it, and the protruding tail should be pressed firmly against the back of your hand. The 4 fingers of your left hand should wrap around your right hand. Your arms should be pushed out, not locked straight." After Anastasia finished her hands-on instruction on firearm precautions, she gave Altair a medium model revolver and 6 bullets, letting him practice shooting. Altair took the revolver, feeling excited that his former dream was now coming true. He immediately used the methods he had learned to unleash a barrage at the target. While Altair was still enjoying the throbbing pain in the web of his hand caused by the firearm's recoil, Anastasia looked at the target and said directly, "It seems your shooting talent needs improvement. You didn't hit it even once." Hearing the result, Altair lamented, "Why? I was clearly aiming when I shot." After 2 hours of continuous shooting, Altair could now at least hit the target with a medium model revolver and 6 bullets, though it was just barely hitting and had no accuracy. He comforted himself, thinking that he just needed to practice diligently from now on. After all, which excellent sniper wasn't built upon a mountain of bullets? As for the large caliber revolver, that was out of the question. It clearly didn't belong in the category of guns anymore. Practicing with a hand cannon was meaningless for him. After finishing the morning training, Altair originally wanted to have lunch with Anastasia to build some rapport, but she did not agree. Altair didn't go home and instead settled his lunch at the club. Although it wasn't particularly delicious, the portions were generous, with unlimited meat. After his morning training, Altair ate quite a lot and had ice cream for dessert. During the afternoon combat training, the first lesson Anastasia gave Altair was teaching him jiu-jitsu. According to Anastasia, men and women are different. No matter how much a girl trains, it's very difficult to beat a man. Regardless of the era, the body mass of men and women is completely unequal. The most common data is that adult males generally weigh at least 60 kilograms or more, while adult females are around 50 kilograms. The weight alone is unequal, not to mention that the strike resistance of men and women is completely different. Even with combat training, if you can land 10 punches in an instant, if you can't break through their defense, you just can't. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, if a person is chronically malnourished, their body weight and muscle mass won't be very high, but even in that worst-case scenario, a male still holds a gender advantage. Of course, if you train like me and discard the need for physical aesthetics, you still have a chance to stand on the same starting line as men. When fighting to the death, you also need to use various tools around you. If you are fighting a man, attack his most vulnerable spots directly. Anastasia truly lived up to her military background. Everything she taught was a variety of strangulation moves. There were no flashy techniques. If she could achieve a one-hit kill, she would. As for weapon practice, he shouldn't think too much about it. With his current abilities, using a weapon would be more like delivering a weapon to the opponent. Practice the basics of hands and feet first, then weapons. Anastasia recommended weapons like daggers and brass knuckles. She didn't even mention swords or sabers. This afternoon was spent under Anastasia's instruction. It mainly focused on training Altair's understanding and application of various locking techniques in jiu-jitsu. In the practical teaching, Altair was simply the one being locked. By the end of the training, Altair was drenched in sweat and his muscles were aching. When Anastasia was preparing to leave, Altair forced himself up and invited her to be his private coach during her free time. At first, Anastasia didn't agree, but when Altair quoted a price of £10 per lesson, she couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrant gold pounds and agreed. If Anastasia had held out for one more second, it might have been £20 per lesson. After she left, Altair collapsed directly onto the ground, lying there for over 10 minutes before recovering. He thought to himself, I've already become a beyonder, and in a pathway that boosts physical abilities early on, yet I'm still getting dominated. He muttered his daily complaint, that plagiarizing Roselle, instead of properly advancing the Industrial Revolution, he played around so much that he even copied yoga over. As for how he knew, Anastasia had recommended practicing it, saying it was a good training technique to improve body control and flexibility. I'm certain yoga wasn't meant to be used this way when it was copied. Chapter 17, A Demoness Tastes Pretty Good. The next dawn, Altair was literally woken by pain, his whole body aching. Only after dissolving Owen's potion in the bathtub and soaking himself did the soreness begin to ease. Bored, and remembering what Anastasia had said, he directly manifested the book Light of Yoga from the library and started studying its basics. As for how to manifest, it was simple. By meditating he entered the library, thought of the knowledge he needed, and the book moved itself to him. He only had to pick it up and return to reality. But energy is conserved, retrieving the book cost a dose of spirituality, and keeping it in the real world kept draining him. With his current spirituality he could take out just one book and sustain it for 3 hours, any longer risked utter exhaustion. While Altair was absorbed in reading, someone lifted the book away. Following the movement, he saw Vivian had slipped into the tub and was leafing through it. Taking in her appearance, Altair asked helplessly yet curiously, when did you come in? Even as a beyonder I didn't sense you. Vivian turned a page slowly. I arrived only a moment ago. Today I used the front door, waited in the parlor, but you never appeared so I let myself in. Don't tell me you forgot, I'm giving you an occultism lesson today. Where did you get this yoga book? It's fascinating, the whole volume is woven from spirituality. The knowledge is basic, yet no worse than the Demoness Sex collection. Watching her still engrossed, Altair said, on loan from a friend. It'll disperse in about an hour. Does the Demoness Church really keep yoga texts? Vivian answered offhandedly. Of course. Rumor says Emperor Roselle wrote it himself and gifted it to one of the church's saints. Through postures, meditation, and breath it strengthens flexibility, power, balance, and, most important, unites body, mind, and spirit. I was born in the Intis Republic, the birthplace of yoga, practically everyone there studies it, and a few do even here in Lone. Could you borrow this book again? Seeing how addicted she was, and deciding it cost him nothing, he promised, sure. In a couple of days I'll take it out again and have someone copy it for you. The moment she heard she could have the complete book, Vivian closed it, set it aside, and kissed him. Startled, Altair didn't respond at first, but when she slid her arms round his neck and sought his tongue he couldn't resist and slowly kissed back. Just as he pressed against her, she whispered, not here. With that, Altair lifted her out of the bathroom, the water on their skin was whisked away by her spider silk. The ensuing battle was fiercer than any before, though the enemy threw in everything, they still fell before the yellow dragon. After a morning of study, Vivian, lying beside him, said, I enjoyed this lesson. Looking at her now, Altair could only sigh. He thought, the Emperor didn't lie, a demoness tastes pretty good. Sunlight streamed through the window and onto the pillow, glaringly bright, rousing them slowly. Altair turned and saw Vivian sleeping, a perfect face still glistening with sweat, her chest rising and falling gently. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she opened her eyes. Their eyes met, no words were needed. As if by tacit consent they kissed again. Just as the fuse of a second war was about to ignite, Vivian stopped him. No, let me recover. Hearing that, Altair shelved his plans for another assault, though his hands weren't quite ready to abandon conquered territory. Seeing her state, he teased, and here I thought you were formidable, hardly more than this. Vivian could only protest with action, she rolled her eyes and said, didn't expect someone so small to perform so well. I'm satisfied. The phrase, only your mouth is hard, flashed through his mind, but he kept it to himself. To keep the air from cooling he asked. Vivian, what are your plans for the future? She looked at the men beside her. I don't long for much, just a quiet, steady life. For me now, that's already a luxury. Hearing this, Altair saw the distress on her face, as if she needed to unburden herself. If there's something you can't say, tell me. Let me help. Perhaps because of those words, she began slowly, my family were Intis nobles, but Roselle's reforms ruined us. After he was assassinated, every generation since my great-great-grandfather tried to restore our glory. A century of effort failed, until father found a demoness who owed the family a debt. Bound by her oath, she guided him into the demoness sect and became his wife, and so my siblings and I were born. Perhaps not wanting his tragedy repeated, father raised me to deny my gender, I drank the potion while still a child. When I was 6, father became my second mother, my first mother kept her distance because of the pact. The tale shook Altair deeply, a ruined noble striking a bargain with a demoness, then twisting his child's very gender to spare her future pain. At a loss for words, he patted her back. You still have me. I'm here, no one will disturb us. Feeling the warmth at her back, Vivian gave a small nod. Chapter 18, Gently, my lord. When everything finally calmed, the two of them lay wrapped in each other's arms. Vivian spoke slowly, Little heart, you must take the acting of your potion slowly. The Demoness sect is currently selecting a new saint, that's nothing good. Besides, I now hate the thought of you advancing to sequence 7. The words set Altire's blood racing. Vivian, what sequence are you at now? She sighed in resignation. I just advanced to sequence 6 a while ago, only after being with you did the potion begin to digest. At this morning's pace it'll take at least half a year. Little heart, you probably ought to know a few things about the Demoness sect, not much, but enough. Let me explain. The Demoness sect controls the full assassin pathway and part of the seer pathway. We have a few low, and maybe even high sequence formulas for other paths, yet we never train newcomers in anything but assassin. A handful of the lucky ones become seers, but they never join the sect, they can only enter the subordinate group, the Theosophy order. At the core of the Demoness sect there are only Demonesses. The archbishop at the heart of the sect is Judith, the Grey Demoness, child of the primordial Demoness, along with 13 high-sequence Demonesses. As for you, you're the antidote for my breakthrough to sequence 5. Watching Vivian smile while she joked, Altire knew her mood had steadied. By your rules, then, you're now my wife. I'm no antidote, I'm your husband. Meeting his serious gaze, Vivian answered with words she would regret, only if I agree. So. Do you yield now? Vivian replied with silence. When she felt him stir beside her again, she could only surrender. Only as dusk's light was fading did she give Altire the answer he wanted. From her performance that afternoon Altire sensed something odd. After recovering, he rose to find food. Seeing this, Vivian forced herself, despite her aches, to dress him. Watching her stubborn effort, Altire felt a sudden warmth, and remorse that he might have gone too far. Once he was clothed he made her stay in bed while he fetched their meal. Outside the bedroom he noticed the villa's gas lamps already lit. Down on the first floor he found Han. The steward regarded him with a peculiar look, words caught in his throat. At last Han sighed. Count Altire, do mind your health. What would you like for supper? Or is there anything Lady Vivian fancies? Certain the men knew everything. Altire rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Ordinary fare is fine, add a chicken soup. With dinner still a while off, he grabbed some pastries and, under Han's amused stare, carried them back upstairs. Vivian sat propped against the headboard, smiling the instant the door opened. From Altire's angle she had smiled the moment he entered. He stepped closer. Missed me that much? What a blockhead, she thought, he still needs training, though can my body take it? Noting her shifting expression, he lifted the pastries. Supper's still cooking, have these for now. When she said she hadn't the strength to lift a hand, he fed her piece by piece. Before many were gone the meal was ready. A full day's exertions had left her shaky. Altire helped her dress and carried her to the dining room. The other servants had been dismissed. Lone was outwardly conservative, what happened in private stayed private. Since the previous Sunday Vivian had officially moved in, sharing meals and bed. While Altire attended classes she watched, sometimes wiping his sweat or pouring his tea. In the evenings she taught occultism, yoga, flexibility. That Friday night, lying together, she finally confessed how she had once schemed against him. Heart, do you ever wonder why you were made a Demoness and a Countess in such short order? Do you know the reason? I still can't fathom what George the Third is after. She turned her head. No one else manipulated you. From your ennoblement to drinking the potion, I pulled every string. And your goal? He asked, eyes narrowing. His tone stung, she looked away. I marked you the moment you entered that banquet. Later, when you begged George the Third for a title with Leaf Strauss, it stirred old memories, my ancestors once did the same. I decided you were meant for the primordial one, and used George the Third to pull you in. But after these weeks I find I've probably fallen in love with you. I've been asking myself whether to confess, and I deeply regret my earlier choice. His last puzzle, why he had been made a countess, was answered. He rolled toward her. I don't resent you, you're my lover. Becoming a Beyonder was always in my plan, just not by coercion. So the George the Third I met that night was you. Relieved he hadn't scolded her, she brightened. Yes. How do you like that mirror? It was the first I ever made, blended with my blood and Beyonder ingredients, and I gave it to you. Seeing her mood lift, he growled playfully, ready for your punishment. The childish threat made her wince, she yielded, trembling. I'm at your mercy, my lord. Gently, my lord. Chapter 19, Smokeless Powder. Although Vivian and Altire had been living and eating together during this time, Han, the butler, still had a huge grievance against her, believing it was Vivian's fault for leading his count astray. During this period, he had frequently tried to persuade Altire to let Vivian leave, but was refused for various reasons. After reporting the income and expenditure of the assets for the past half-month today, Han opened the study door and was just about to leave when he saw the person he least wanted to see in this manner, Vivian Laurent. Seeing her greet him, he gritted his teeth out of politeness despite his dissatisfaction and said, "Good morning, Miss Vivian." Vivian, seeing Han Clayton's look of not wanting to chat and leaving directly, shook her head helplessly and turned to enter the study. Walking closer, she said, "What's wrong with Han lately? I feel like his grievance against me is getting bigger and bigger." Hearing Vivian's words, Altair also looked up and smiled. "Isn't that because someone's cries were too loud last night and got discovered?" Vivian's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. "You know very well why that was. You're like a bull every day, and those movements. I've never even heard of them in Intis. You even wanted me to use spider silk. I really don't know how you thought of it when you clearly didn't understand anything before." Seeing Vivian's current state, Altair stood up, walked to her side, and comforted her. All right. You know that my public identity now is an underage girl. I can only trouble you for a while." Altair's words left Vivian helpless. This was indeed a last resort, and it was a hole she had dug for herself, so she had to jump in. After a moment of intimacy, she stated her purpose for coming. "I need to leave Backlund for a while. The sect has issued a mission for me to handle some matters." Hearing this news, Altair was surprised. "Aren't you one of the people in charge of the Demonist sect in Backlund? Why would you suddenly receive a mission to leave?" Vivian showed a troubled expression. "I can't tell you about this. This matter involves a lot, and I'm afraid you'll get sucked in. Besides, your body should rest for a while." Vivian leaned down and whispered in Altair's ear, "I can feel that your body has been significantly weaker these past 2 days." Feeling the warm breath and hearing her words, Altair turned his head and rubbed his nose awkwardly. "Will there be any danger on your trip? I know you can't refuse this matter, but when going out on official business, safety should still be the priority." Hearing her little man's instructions, Vivian said slowly, "Don't worry, it's just a normal item handover mission. I'll come back as soon as I get the items. No accidents will happen. Besides, you've learned some beyonder knowledge now. If you miss me in the next few days, you can contact me through the magic mirror. After a night of madness, Altair saw Vivian off to her carriage the next morning. Standing at the villa's entrance, he watched Vivian's carriage leave, then turned back into the villa to handle the family's industrial documents. Sometimes having many family industries really isn't a good thing. Although Altair didn't have to personally handle most documents, major matters required his signature. And those nobles really have nothing better to do. There are several banquet invitations every day. If he could write back freely, he would definitely let them experience the greetings of people from the information age, cursing their entire family to the heavens. Is it not annoying to send invitations every day? If you're not annoyed, I am. What's with this Baron? This is the 11th time he's seen his name in the past half-month. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the sound at the door, Altair didn't even look up and said, "Enter." When he looked at Han entering, the butler was already carrying a large box. Seeing the large box, Altair knew what it was. He put down his fountain pen and stood up, saying, "Just put it on the table." Han slowly placed the box on the table, opened it, and said, "Count Altair, this firearm is definitely a milestone of the past century. It completely overturns the modern definition of firearms, combining the power of a high-pressure steam rifle with the firepower of a machine gun." Altair looked at the items in the box and said, "Actually, this gun isn't quite as good as you say. Compared to existing firearms, it only has an advantage in gunpowder technology." Through his practice with firearms during this time, Altair had understood why special firearms like high-pressure steam guns appeared among existing weapons. Because the gunpowder manufacturing technology of this era hadn't fully entered the smokeless powder stage, black powder affected the power, let alone the high-energy composite gunpowder that would come later. This matter also disrupted Altair's original plan. He had originally thought he could only sell some advanced weapons later on. But he never expected that even though Roselle had been gone for over 150 years, black powder hadn't been completely replaced. After learning about this, Altair used the abilities he had acquired to have Han find materials for him to create a new type of gunpowder himself. He didn't need to pay a price to get his hands on such materials, he could just take them directly from his own factories. During this time, he spent half the day in class and half the day researching gunpowder. Naturally, danger was a common occurrence. The garden area outside the laboratory window had been completely ruined by Altair. For the first prototype firearm, Altair drew a design based on the Winchester M1895 lever-action rifle as a model and had the factory manufacture 2 of them for testing. Han had frequently gone to the industrial zone to supervise during this time. The gunpowder for the ammunition used the new type of gunpowder he had provided. As for why he didn't produce better firearms, there was no need for it right now. These 2 prototypes were for his own amusement and wouldn't participate in military bidding. According to current technology, it would be easy to build bolt-action firearms with simple parts. Of course, even a bolt action is better than a lever action rifle. Why not produce the former, but instead pick the lesser of the two? To this question, Altair's answer was because it's cool, and he wasn't going to the battlefield anyway. Altair took out the two firearms from the box and weighed them in his hands, finding the weight acceptable. These two guns were cast entirely from blued steel with walnut stocks, and then complex patterns were engraved on the exterior. Now, the more Altair looked at this gun, the more he liked it. Considering safety issues, Altair asked curiously, "Han, has this gun been tested?" Seeing Altair's current movements, Han said with a smile, "Both firearms have completed testing. The bullets are made with the gunpowder you provided. The Winchester M1895, using 7.62 by 54 pointed rounds, can hit a distance of 800 meters and maintain stability. The Marlin M1895, using .45-70, can hit around 200 meters according to test results. The factory's suggestion is to abandon the round-nosed bullet version and directly mass-produce the pointed-nosed bullet version. In the first month, they might only produce 1,000 units, but after expanding production, that can be tripled." Seeing Han's excited look, Altair directly poured cold water on him. "There's no need to mass-produce these firearms. This kind of gun is fine for hunting right now, but on a real battlefield, all sorts of problems would arise. Lever-action rifles have major flaws, high manufacturing costs, many parts, difficult maintenance, and not all of them can use pointed bullets. They were made for his own amusement. If they're really going to the battlefield, let them use bolt-action rifles instead." Chapter 20, Rheinmetall. As soon as he got the guns, Altair took them to the Army Club for testing. The test results of the new rifle not only satisfied Altair but were also well liked by Anastasia, a veteran from the front lines. Regarding the two Winchester M1895 firearms, Anastasia also gave her own suggestion to produce the Winchester, as this rifle better met the Army's needs. When Altair stated that these two types of firearms would not be mass-produced and were only intended for daily hunting, Anastasia was shocked into silence. The appearance of a brand new firearm that was both lightweight and powerful at the club piqued the curiosity of the Army officers. Everyone wanted to borrow it for testing, which resulted in Altair being cornered at the shooting range. The farce didn't end until the news reached Owen Donovan's ears, and he personally came to conduct a round of testing. After everyone had left, Owen Donovan brought Altair to his office and asked, "Have you made any follow-up arrangements for this new rifle?" Hearing this, Altair stated directly that he had no intention of producing these firearms. Although the performance of these two firearms was far superior to those currently used by the Lone Kingdom Army, it was only because they had a significant advantage in gunpowder. Once other arsenals completed reverse engineering, his advantage would vanish. After hearing Altair's explanation, Owen Donovan felt relieved and said, "Since you don't want to produce them now, try not to bring them out. Although you are currently an Earl and don't need to fear threats on the surface, you still can't guard against them in the dark. Given your family's unique situation, we in the Army won't trouble you, but there's no guarantee for the Navy or the factory capitalists. After all, this is a form of epoch-making technology. Your current behavior is like a miner running down the street clutching a cornucopia. Everyone will want a bite." Listening to Owen Donovan's lecture, Altair regretted his actions today, thinking, "I was careless. I forgot the rules of this world." It seemed he would have to move up the schedule for the arms business. So he said to Owen Donovan, "Uncle Owen, although I don't plan to mass-produce these two firearms, I have other types of thermal weapons. Each of those weapons performs better than these two. They just haven't been produced yet. I already have the technical drawings ready. As soon as the order is given, the factory can start production." Upon hearing this, Owen let go of the pipe he was holding and stared at him in silence for a long time. Owen thought to himself, "I thought Altair had just happened to develop a new gunpowder and made two new rifles as a result. But who would have thought there are even better firearms? It seems I underestimated Altair." As expected, no member of the Sheffield family is simple. After some thought, Owen said to Altair, "You should recall your family's guard unit as soon as possible. Your family currently has no beyonder for protection. If any accident occurs, the loss would outweigh the gain." Hearing about his family's guard unit, Altair began to recall his past memories and remembered that his father indeed had a small team composed of beyonders. He asked in confusion, "Wasn't that team wiped out? I remember they were usually inseparable from my father, and since his passing, I haven't received any news from them. I thought they had all died." Hearing Altair's words, Owen nodded and said, "There are indeed survivors. After that battle, the survivors were mostly recovering from their injuries. I remember clearly that they sent you a telegram a month ago. They should still be resting in Byam. Perhaps your great-uncle forgot, he was the one who received the telegram after you left Backlund. Do you want me to help you send a telegram to recall them?" After thinking, Altair asked in confusion, "How did they survive? I remember the battle report stated that there were no survivors." Seeing Altair's face full of doubt, Owen explained, "According to their description, your father fought to the death to open a path for them. After escaping, they went into hiding to recover. They weren't found by the search and rescue team until half a month after the war ended. You can rest assured, it's impossible for them to lie. MI9 has already verified it, and it's exactly as they said. Once his doubts were cleared, Altair said to Owen, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Owen to help send a telegram. If I were to send it, it would take at least a month to go back and forth." Hearing this, Owen patted his chest and said, "No problem. I'll use the military line to send a telegram for you in a moment." Altair did not stay for lunch and left the club on his own. As soon as he got home, he had Han go to the company registration department. He registered 2 companies, Rheinmetall and Norinco. Of these 2 companies, Rheinmetall was intended for producing small items to exchange shares for high-sequence Beyonder characteristics. Norinco was meant to be his private reserve, with no shares sold externally. Once the companies were registered, he could put the weapons factory and some outdated technology into them to exchange for things others didn't need but he could use. What he needed least right now was gold pounds. In recent years, the Sheffield family had no large-scale expenditures, and the gold pounds in the Backlund Bank had accumulated to 1 million gold pounds. He decided to stay holed up at home for the next few days, having done something so high-profile today. By now, everyone in Empress Borough probably knew about it. He had really gotten carried away. He had originally planned to use this time to act as an assassin to digest the potion. Before evening, Han returned to Sheffield Manor and introduced the housekeeper and personal maid he had found to Altair. Freya Quinn, the daughter of a destitute noble. Her family has been in decline since her grandfather's time due to gambling. By her father's generation, the title had been reduced to baronet, and he lacked the ability to turn the tide. It wasn't until Freya appeared that he saw hope, so he gave her a complete noble education, training her to be a perfect noble girl for marriage with other nobles. Half a month ago, debt collectors came to the door to forcibly collect debts, leading to her father's unfortunate death. To make a living, she could only register with the Servants' Association, planning to survive on the knowledge she had learned. She requires room and board and a weekly salary of £5. Normally, she certainly wouldn't have gotten this position in his household. But the definitions of none and no suitable one were different. He could only pick one available for now and replace her later when a more suitable one was found. Vera and Eileen are the personal maids. One is responsible for clothing, grooming, and personal item storage, while the other is responsible for sewing clothes, jewelry classification, and travel. The 2 are twin sisters. Due to their elf bloodline, they were captured and trained in their early years and are now of slave origin. Han bought them back for £1,000 each. Currently, the various countries of the northern continent have abolished slave laws, but such transactions still occur in private. On the surface, they are free citizens, but privately they are still slaves. If Altair had to say, they all had one thing in common: they were very beautiful. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Han introduced them, he emphasized that they were very good at serving people. Chapter 21, Acting as an Assassin. Ever since Altair brought firearms to the club the day before yesterday, invitation letters have been arriving one after another, either inviting cooperation or making threats. It wasn't until today, after applying pressure to all parties in Owen Donovan's name, that things finally quieted down. During these 2 days, Altair hadn't been idle either. He had already had Han thoroughly investigate the gangs in every district of Backlund. "I don't consider myself a good person, but there's no need to kill ordinary people. Deliberate slaughter is just being a murderer and is completely out of tune with acting as an assassin. People's definitions of an assassin are nothing more than a few types: political assassination, personal revenge, or hire for money. Since he didn't need money, he could only choose to be a vigilante fighting against oppression." In the evening, after disguising himself at home, Altair left Empress Borough alone with the information Han had gathered. He arrived at the Backlund Docks district. This is an important part of Backlund, where one can travel to inland places like Sea County and Ahawa County via the River Tasock, or head directly to the sea. Because this river runs through most of Lone, many cargo ships dock or set sail every day, and most people earn a hard living by helping to load and unload goods. The population here is nearly 1 million, accounting for about 1/5 of Backlund's total population. This district is not only one of the poorest in Backlund but also a major disaster area for public security. Perhaps due to the massive population, or for other reasons, dozens of large gangs and nearly 100 small ones are entrenched here. Each gang occupies an area and monopolizes job opportunities through the docks they control. If workers want a job, they have to accept wages far below the market rate, and even pay protection fees after finishing work to ensure their safety. Since arriving in the docks district, Altair had discovered a world of difference between the 2 districts. In Empress Borough, you would never see children in rags. Their arms and legs were as thin as hemp stalks, nothing but skin and bones. It felt as if they would snap with just a gentle bend of the hand. Altair looked at the abandoned wooden building before him and compared it with the photo in the files. After confirming he hadn't made a mistake, he began to observe his surroundings to plan an escape route. Once the route was set, he entered the building and climbed to the top floor. He took the gun out of the case and attached the silencer. This silencer was crafted through a special secret method. The casing was forged from deep-sea dark iron, the interior filled with fibers soaked in silence charms, and it was further inlaid with a serenity charm. This was a special item manufactured urgently through special channels. It worked well, but the price was truly high. It cost nearly £85, while by Altair's calculations, the cost price was at most less than £30. There was no helping it, he was in a hurry to use it and lacked the technology to manufacture it himself. The target this time was the second-in-command of the Blood Snake Gang, Jesse Harrington. According to the investigation files, this man had stepped over the corpses of others to get where he was. Since joining the Blood Snake Gang, he had been ruthless toward his enemies and didn't even spare his own people. He instigated infighting among the gang's upper management to profit for himself, personally murdered entire families, committed rape and murder, and broke children's limbs to send them out to beg. Basically, he had done every evil deed imaginable. Now that he had crossed paths with Altair, who else should die if not him? After waiting for nearly an hour, Altair finally saw Jesse Harrington and his lackeys walk out of the gang headquarters, preparing to leave. Because of the assassin pathway's innate abilities, eagle vision, and dark vision, Altair didn't have to worry at all about being unable to see clearly at night like ordinary people. He picked up the rifle and aimed, taking a standard shooting stance to fire. There was no sound. After 5 flashes appeared at the muzzle, Altair began to disassemble the firearm's accessories. Once finished, he slowly jumped down along the window ledge of the building and walked straight into the darkness without looking back. The night was entirely the assassin's home ground. No matter how many people were searching behind him, they couldn't find Altair's tracks. As he neared the entrance of his home, he saw Han standing at the manor gate waiting for him. When Han saw Altair return, he hurried forward to greet him and asked, "Count Altair, did everything go smoothly? Are you injured?" Seeing Han's anxiousness out of concern, Altair patted his chest and said directly, "Han, I'm fine. Those people were just ordinary folk, not a single beyonder among them. How could they possibly catch me?" The next morning, after Altair woke up, Han reported the news from the docks district during breakfast. 5 people, led by Jesse Harrington, were shot dead at the gang's entrance last night. All 5 died on the spot. Because of the unique nature of that area, the incident was directly classified as gang infighting by the police department, without any further investigation. When Altair heard that the aftermath of the matter had ended so cursorily, he smiled helplessly. He was a gang member who had committed many evils. Such an end is the best possible outcome. He might have had value while alive, but after death, that value dissipated. If someone were to investigate using this incident as a reason, there would only be 2 possibilities: either they had a significant stake in the matter, or they were a purely foolish, righteous person. Over the next few days, Altair continued his previous operations, calling the names of certain gang members for disposal. During this time, no fewer than 20 heinous individuals died at his hands. This also aroused the vigilance of the gangs in the docks district. It was understandable for a high-ranking gang member to be killed, as there were always people fighting for power within gangs, but it was abnormal for gang members to meet with accidents one after another. Now, the docks district had been cordoned off by these gangs in a joint effort, and they were preparing to catch him. He had no need to fight them to the death. Altair had also been exhausted lately. Because he had to hide his identity, he didn't have anyone drive him, nor could he take a public carriage, so he returned very late every night. After returning, he still had to share his longing with Vivian, and in the morning, he would be forcibly started up for lessons by the maid. He simply decided to rest for a few days and give himself a break. His fusion of the Beyonder characteristic only required him to act as an assassin, no additional acting was needed. It's just that the time required for acting is 3 times that of others. If someone else had used his method, they would have been able to drink a new potion long ago, whereas he had only digested a little over half. He would only need a few more such activities to be ready for advancement. I remember that, according to the setting, assassinating Beyonders would be much faster than what I'm doing now. But where are there so many Beyonders in this world? I can only think about it. It's too dangerous. I am, after all, a successor of the steady way. Chapter 22, Banquet Month. June 3, 1346. Backlund also began to bustle with excitement. The banquet month for the Lone Kingdom's aristocracy had arrived. Now, almost every noble's manor held at least one party every day. Through a series of grand banquets, they showcased their family fortunes. These events consumed vast amounts of manpower and resources, with each banquet featuring a rich variety of exotic ingredients, delicacies, or precious foods to project the family's prosperity to the world. This resulted in her receiving a large basket of invitations every day. If she didn't attend, she had to write back to express her regrets. At first, Altair could manage, but eventually, even with her 2 maids and a typewriter, they couldn't keep up with the replies. She then handed the task over to Han, who hired several people specifically to handle the invitation responses. Even though Altair continued to decline, and the number of invitations eventually decreased, she still received invitations for banquet month continuously. This would continue until the arrival of autumn 3 months later, marking the end of banquet month. During this period, Altair also needed to host banquets periodically. This was to advertise to the outside world that Sheffield was still around, lest other nobles view the family as in decline and exclude them from the core social circles of the aristocracy. Altair knew absolutely nothing about such matters and simply let Han arrange the banquets. However, considering the nature of these events, she took over the selection of the guest list, deciding for herself whom to invite. June 5th, afternoon. Altair slightly lifted her skirt as she stepped down from the carriage, greeting the person before her with a bow. "Good day, esteemed Count Donovan. It is my honor to dine with you tonight." "Good day, Countess Sheffield. This lace gown complements your hair color perfectly, it truly is a wonderful choice." Today, Altair still couldn't avoid attending the banquet at Owen Donovan's home. After all, he had helped her so much that it was hard to refuse. In this era, the formal way to greet someone was title plus surname, while in informal settings, it could be given name plus title. After the greetings, Altair followed the servant's lead into the manor. This must be Altair Sheffield. Looking toward the voice, she saw a young girl in a light green dress, looking like an elf, but wasn't her skin a bit too pale? Seeing Altair Sheffield's confused expression, the girl spoke. "I am Heather Grant, you should have heard of me." Upon hearing the girl's answer, Altair remembered her identity and said, "Good day, Countess Donovan." To her surprise, the girl responded with a solemn bow, saying, "Good day, esteemed Countess Sheffield." This act immediately made her feel awkward, not knowing how to respond. "I gave you a respectful title because you're an elder. You doing this back to me, what is that supposed to mean?" Heather Grant, seeing Altair Sheffield's current flustered state, stepped forward and took her hand. "How is it? Do you feel strange now, not knowing what to say? Who told you to start it? Now you're the one who's embarrassed. You can just call me Heather or Madam Donovan from now on. I don't like it when juniors show too much respect because of age or seniority, it's not good for maintaining one's mindset." Looking at the girl holding her hand, Altair's thoughts were in a whirl. "Wait, lady. Based on age, you're at least 40. Looking like this, how do you seem to have a younger mindset than me?" Heather Grant pulled Altair along as she spoke. "I've known about you for a long time and have wanted to meet you. But your father just wouldn't let me visit your home. Well, it's fine now, it's not too late to meet. Come, come. You're the first to arrive today. Stay and have some afternoon tea and chat with me. There's still a long time before the banquet begins. When the others arrive, I'll introduce you all to each other." As the moon and sun rose and set, the guests for the banquet arrived one after another. The manor began to brim with song and dance. During this time, Altair met many people through Heather's introductions. Perhaps because of Heather's personality, most of the people introduced were young girls, many of whom were minors or had just come of age. Heather also introduced some older individuals, but only briefly, and the relationships weren't close. Since Altair had never attended such a banquet, no one knew her, and she knew no one. So, she spent her time chatting with Heather and others who weren't keen on dancing, waiting for the banquet to start. The conversation mostly revolved around things girls of that era cared about, such as where new delicious desserts were found, useful cosmetics, beautifully designed clothes, and so on. Before dinner began, those who knew Altair's identity started to inquire, intentionally or otherwise, about the future arrangements for those weapons and technologies. "Countess Sheffield, what are your thoughts on the weapons currently used by the military?" Altair looked at the person before her, whom she didn't know at all, and said, "Ever since Emperor Roselle pushed for the reform of gunpowder technology and its application in weaponry, it marked the end of the close-quarters charge of the cold weapon era. It has shifted toward long-range firepower confrontation. Armies can no longer achieve victory solely through numerical superiority. Once firearms became the standard equipment for all armies, it became a competition of weapon technology between nations. The side with the superior technology holds the advantage." The people around her nodded repeatedly at Altair's words. Indeed, since the appearance of Emperor Roselle, the mode of warfare has changed. Today's wars are a world of technology. I wonder, Altair, do you have plans to open a factory for that new gunpowder technology? If you do, let us uncles and elders participate a bit. As the dinner party ended, Altair boarded her carriage home. The purpose of attending this banquet had been fully achieved. Through the banquet, she spread the news that she was preparing to open a factory. When the time was right, she would host her own banquet and invite people, waiting for them to bring gifts. Keeping everything for herself wasn't a good idea, not to mention her own teeth weren't that strong. Even with help, she might not be able to handle it all. It was a wise choice to yield some interests in exchange for others. Besides, what reason would others have to help her unconditionally? They had the same idea, they wanted a seat at the table. Giving it away voluntarily was better than being forced, and besides, this was just a tiny breadcrumb in her future plans. Chapter 23, Criminal. June 8, 1346, evening. Nearly 3 days had passed since the last banquet, and Altair's factory plan was still in preparation. He had now arrived in Eastborough, preparing to complete another assassination. As before, based on the information gathered from his investigation, he lay in wait on the target's inevitable path, waiting for the target to appear so he could resolve it with a single shot. The dimly lit path before him was the very route the current target had to take. Altair lay bored on the roof, looking up at the crimson moon in the sky, which was shrouded in dark clouds due to the pollution from Backlund's factories. The night scenery of the city was even worse than the cities of his own era. Upon hearing a sound from around the corner of the intersection, he turned to look and saw 5 drunkards stumbling along, supporting each other. As time passed, they drew closer. Once Altair confirmed these individuals were the targets, he sat up halfway to ensure a better sniping position. A lever-action rifle was certainly stylish, but lying prone was inconvenient for reloading. As Altair finished the bullets in the rifle and packed his things to leave, he instinctively looked down at the corpses. 1, 2, 4, 4. One corpse was missing. He immediately jumped down from the building and walked forward to confirm. There were indeed only 4 corpses, one person had escaped. Looking at the blood trail before him, he thought, "You won't get away." Altair followed the blood trail closely. As he reached the corner of the path, a dagger suddenly lunged toward his eyes. Altair instinctively arched his body backward to dodge the attack, completing a high-difficulty backbend. Watching the dagger pass over where his head had just been, he twisted his body and used the momentum to kick the passing dagger away. As the dagger fell, Altair watched the person before him warily. He thought to himself, he was hit in the chest by a .45-70 round-nosed bullet and didn't die, and he still has the strength to flee and counterattack. Is he even human? Seeing that Altair didn't attack immediately, the enemy spoke anxiously, "Who sent you? Don't kill me. I'll give you money, I have lots and lots of money. I have a house in Backlund's West District, I have." Seeing that Altair had no intention of letting him go despite his offer to buy his life, he hurriedly said, "Do you know about Beyonders? I can give you a formula. You can use the formula to concoct a potion and become a Beyonder." Upon hearing the word Beyonder, Altair understood why the man wasn't dead despite his condition, he was a Beyonder. However, he was curious about which pathway could tank a shot like that, with a hole blown through his chest, and still survive. He asked curiously, "Which pathway's potion formula do you possess? What is its name?" Hearing the assassin ask about the potion formula, the man knew he still had a chance of survival. After all, who could refuse becoming a Beyonder? He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Criminal. Don't misunderstand, the name of the potion formula for this pathway is just Criminal. I am a Beyonder of this pathway myself, so I can guarantee the formula is correct. Besides, look at me, I can still move after being hit by your high-powered, high-pressure steam rifle. This shows this pathway is very strong, you will definitely be satisfied." Upon hearing this, Altair lost interest. Only someone with a broken brain would choose the Abyss pathway. Taking advantage of the man's relaxed guard, Altair quickly moved behind him, stomped on his knee joint, and caught his head with his hand and shoulder. With a crack, the target completely lost his life. When it was all over, Altair released the body, and the lifeless husk slumped to the ground. Looking around, he noticed that perhaps due to the commotion, someone had turned on a gas lamp in a house, but likely out of fear, no one appeared to stop him. Thinking of this, Altair shook his head with a self-mocking smile. Perhaps what was happening now was quite common in Eastborough, after all, the security here was only slightly better than in the Docks district. He didn't want to look for trouble, so he helplessly dragged the man's corpse into the depths of the alley. Seeing a dark red gelatinous substance flowing from the corpse's chest, Altair used a pre-prepared cigarette case to collect it, tucked it into his pocket, and stood up to leave this den of trouble. He didn't have a cheat like Sapphira Castle. He couldn't store a Beyonder characteristic in a cigarette case for long, this was just a desperate measure for now. He could only do this temporarily and use materials to create a spiritual wall to seal and preserve it properly once he returned to the manor. As for where the cigarette case came from, Altair could only offer his apologies, thinking, using your own cigarette case to hold your own Beyonder characteristic counts as treating you well. After leaving the scene, Altair took the back alleys home. To pass the time, he skipped and hopped, heading home with elegant dance steps. If anyone had passed by, they would have surely taken Altair for some poor soul driven mad by fear. After all, what normal person would run and jump so crazily with their clothes covered in blood? When he reached home, he entered through the door Han had left for him. Seeing Hans still sitting by the door, he walked up and found him asleep. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Han, wake up. I'm back. Don't sleep here, go to your room." As Hans slowly opened his eyes, he saw Altair with large bloodstains on his clothes. He pointed at the blood and asked anxiously, "Count Altair, you?" Seeing Hans' reaction, Altair looked at his clothes and realized it was indeed inappropriate. He said, "This isn't mine. I got it from an enemy while hunting today." Hearing Altair's words, Han lowered his finger in relief, shook his head slightly with a sigh, and asked helplessly, "Count Altair, it seems today's outing wasn't very smooth. Should we pause for a while?" Hearing Han's concerned words, Altair shook his head and said, "It's fine, Han. I just happened to run into a beyonder this time. Ordinary people are no match for me. Rest easy." He then took out the spoils of war and handed them to Han. "This is my trophy from this time, the beyonder characteristic of a criminal. Help me seal it with materials. I'm going to take a bath first. Now that you mention it, there really is an unpleasant smell all over my body." After explaining everything, Altair returned to his room, took off his blood-stained dirty clothes in the washroom, threw them aside to be dealt with tomorrow, and sat in the bathtub for a warm soak. He thought to himself, "It seems." Chapter 24, Church of Storms. "How is it? Have you found any useful clues?" Leo Vargas didn't even look up when he heard the question, speaking directly, "No useful clues." The deceased, Damian Flint, was a member of the Triad gang and was somewhat well known in this area. He was killed around 11 last night at the corner of the adjacent street, and his body was later dragged here and abandoned. As for the cause of death, he snapped his own neck. According to nearby residents, he had some interaction with the killer, but it's unclear what exactly was said. 2 streets away from here, the bodies of 4 of his companions were found. The cause of death was a single shot from a high-powered firearm. Hearing the commissioner's explanation, a clean-cut young man in a Lone Kingdom police uniform asked curiously, "Doesn't the wound on his chest look more fatal? Having such a large hole blasted into him, yet the primary cause of death was the killer snapping his neck, how much hatred must there be? Do you think he was a beyonder? Otherwise, how could he possibly have the strength to run away after being hit like that?" As the words fell, Leo Vargas looked up and sized up this unfamiliar young policeman with a curious gaze. The older policeman nearby explained, "Leo, this is a newcomer who just joined, Brandon Harlow. It's normal that you don't recognize him." "All right, Brandon, he definitely isn't one of those beyonders you're talking about. Go help out over there first, I'll call you if I need anything." With the veteran officer's dismissal, Brandon Harlow had no choice but to leave reluctantly and follow the other officers to investigate. Once he saw the boy leave, the veteran officer turned and explained, he was forced in by the higher-ups. The moment he arrived, he looked for ways to meet beyonders, but his family also sent word asking us not to let him come into contact with those things. I really don't know why these young masters want to become beyonders so badly. Isn't it better to just stay home quietly? You've seen the cause of death. For us, the method of death is indeed too strange. That's why I asked someone from the special department like you to come and take a look. Do you want to take over? I feel like he should be one of those beyonders, and he was also killed by a beyonder." As the veteran officer finished speaking, Leo Vargas nodded directly and said, "You're right. He was indeed a beyonder. Although 7 hours have passed since his death and his spirituality has dissipated, it's undeniable that this corpse is different from an ordinary person's. Once you finish organizing the materials for this case, you can just give them to me. I'll report it to the Church of Storms later. If there are any similar cases recently, transfer them together." Hearing Leo Vargas's words, the veteran officer stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and said, "I've heard that similar incidents have occurred in the Docks district recently. But as you know, my authority only allows me to investigate records for nearby streets. You'll need to go to the General Bureau to pull the files and check for yourself. As for here, I'll have someone write up a report for you." Leo Vargas nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, "I understand. I say, isn't your police station planning to change its management model? Every time I handle a case that isn't in the same district, I have to run through several offices. If you're not tired of it, I certainly am." Looking at the man's complaints, the veteran officer lowered his head and said, "There's no other way. Right now, one district is divided into dozens of sub-districts. One office might manage several adjacent sub-districts, or it might manage several that are very far apart. We find it troublesome too, but that's how it's arranged, and there's nothing we can do about it." Listening to the veteran officer's explanation, Leo Vargas cursed directly, "Those idiots with the IQ of a curly-haired baboon, haven't they thought of any optimization plans? If this continues, I'm afraid collecting all the data in the future will take a whole week. Based on the information you just provided, I now need to go not only to the Eastborough Police Station but also to the General Police Bureau, then to the Docks District Police Station. After collecting the data, I have to go to the firearms investigation department to see if any high-powered weapons have gone missing recently. It's a real headache. Sometimes I really wish they were standing in front of me so I could give them a good beating." The veteran officer smiled and nodded at Leo Vargas's obvious impatience, saying, "Then that wish of yours might be hard to achieve in this lifetime. You'd be better off praying to the god of storms for someone to design a new, more efficient management method to get rid of those useless officials, at least that has more hope. It's a bit unrealistic to want all the relevant officials to stand before you. I've been on the job for over 20 years, and there are some departmental superiors I still haven't met to this day." After saying this, the veteran officer patted Leo Vargas on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Since it's been confirmed that this was the work of a beyonder, we'll have to rely on you guys from here on out." Leo Vargas was about to turn and leave after hearing this, but the veteran officer grabbed him and said, "Investigating with you so early today, shouldn't you treat me to a meal as a gesture of thanks?" When his sleeve was grabbed, Leo Vargas instinctively tried to shake off the veteran officer's hand, but found the grip was firm. He said helplessly, "Dean, why are you doing this again? Every time I meet you, you want me to treat you to a meal. Your weekly salary plus various subsidies has already reached £3.10 solely, hasn't it? You're not short of money at all." Eastborough, inside a breakfast shop on Iron Cross Street. Ugh, a sip of hot soup like this in the morning is truly comfortable. Leo Vargas watched as the veteran officer finished his meal and wiped his mouth with a paper napkin, then said directly, "Dean, why are you being so frugal? Based on your income, even if you can't have a feast every day, having meat soup every day wouldn't be a problem." The veteran officer, Dean, didn't answer Leo Vargas's question but asked directly, "How will your Church of Storms handle this matter?" Hearing Dean's question, Leo Vargas lost interest and said, "How else? After reporting it to the church, a specialized squad will investigate and resolve the issue." "What, do you not want us to investigate this?" Seeing the obvious probing intent in the words, the veteran officer Dean shook his head and said, "If it weren't for the fact that a beyonder was involved this time, we would have closed the case long ago by labeling it as gang infighting. I've worked here in Eastborough for over 16 years and I know that someone dies here almost every day. But as a policeman, what I want to see most is that the people dying every day are preferably gang members." Sensing that Dean clearly had more to say, Leo Vargas smacked his lips and said, "We can't decide such things, perhaps only a god can. As for this case, you don't need to pay too much attention to it. The church isn't a charity. If the deceased were ordinary civilians, we'd usually take over directly. For gang members, it depends on whether there's a squad that's free and willing to take it on." Chapter 25, The Differences Between People. In Backlund, Empress Borough, at Manor No. 59, Altair Sheffield was still sleeping soundly in his warm bed, unaware that his actions in the East Borough had already attracted the attention of official beyonders. Everything happening outside seemed to have no connection to the manor. In the morning, Altair slept in as usual. After waking up, he went to the dining room, where servants had already laid out a prepared breakfast. Altair liked to sleep in and wake up late. This was common knowledge among the manor's servants. Even if the police came looking for clues, no one would associate Altair with a murderer. Altair was currently enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. This morning, he was having his favorite Dixie pie. While it was undeniable that Klein Moretti, this pauper god, was poor, his taste was still quite good. The pie crust was baked to just the right softness and hardness, and today's filling was a perfect blend of marinated beef and vegetables. The only drawback was the lack of chopsticks. It would have been even better with some pickled radish. When Altair finished the last sip of cream soup, he directly shook the small bell on the table, signaling the servants that breakfast time was over and they could come clean up. Just as he stood up, he saw Han Clayton personally leading people in and curiously asked, "Han, is there nothing to do today? Usually, you'd be out by now." Han Clayton showed no strong emotional reaction to this question, calmly replying as always, "There's no work requiring me to go out today. The factory has already informed me that there are dedicated people managing it." Hearing this, Altair said nothing, just nodded slightly to show understanding, and turned to leave. Han Clayton followed behind Altair. He knew there was something Altair wanted to discuss with him, so they headed directly to the study on the second floor. After Han Clayton closed the study door, he immediately said, "Earl Altair, is the outfit you wore yesterday still at home?" This morning, the East Borough Police Department specifically investigated the murder case that occurred last night, and the results have not yet been announced. And you mentioned that there was a beyonder among the people last night. I'm afraid the church might notice, so I wanted to dispose of all the clues first. Perhaps because the assassination of the beyonder yesterday was successful, Altair Sheffield forgot that all unofficial beyonders would be investigated, especially since he had openly killed someone on the street. After calming his mind, Altair directly said, "That outfit from last night is still in the washroom. No one else knows." After learning the location of the clothes, Han Clayton immediately left to deal with this dangerous item. He took the clothes from Altair's room, left the manor, and didn't return until noon. As for how Han Clayton disposed of the clothes, Altair Sheffield had no idea. Most of Altair's etiquette and similar courses for nobles were basically completed now, which gave him free time during the day. These past 2 days, he had mostly been taking books from the library to study, learning everything from mechanical design to biotechnology. As for firearm manufacturing, Altair planned to use the Kar 98K and MG42. Their bullets were universal, so there would be no need to design another bullet production line when manufacturing them. Both firearms were already excellent products and didn't require any modifications, they could be used as is. As for the new gunpowder, he planned to choose one that would simply work. He was afraid it might be used against him later, which would be disastrous. As for the other company, he planned to preemptively snatch the bicycle idea. Tap tap tap. Enter. Hearing the door close, Altair looked up and saw that it wasn't Han Clayton who entered, but the new housekeeper, Freya Quinn. Her immediate failure to state her purpose upon entering made him wonder if she wanted him to ask her. Since you won't speak, I won't ask. Altair lowered his head back to the book in his hands. To be honest, he never imagined he'd still be studying these things after transmigrating. He used to think he'd gain abilities and live freely after transmigrating. When he found his teacup empty and was about to pour another cup from the teapot, he saw Freya Quinn still standing in front of the desk. He asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" Freya Quinn seemed not to have heard him, as if she was deep in thought. Altair didn't wait for Freya Quinn to reply. He shook the teapot in his hand, found it empty of black tea, and directly stood up to leave. Only after the door closed did Freya Quinn react, looking around to find Altair had already left. Since coming to this world, Altair had never gone out normally during the day. Before, he had no time, always studying at home. Now that he had private time, he found it too boring and decided to go out and experience life in this other world. He went downstairs to find Han Clayton to arrange a carriage, explaining that he wanted to go out for a stroll. Altair returned to his room, changed into his underwear, then rang the bell for Vera and Aileen to help him change into suitable outdoor clothes. He kept taking one piece of clothing after another, complaining inwardly more than once about how troublesome the clothes of this era were to wear. After an hour of preparation, Altair finally finished changing. Looking in the mirror, he saw himself in a white long dress with puff sleeves, ruffles, and lace trim on the chest, wearing a gauze hat adorned with blue ribbons and silk flowers, and light sheer gloves on his hands. Once ready, he led the two young maids directly out of the manor. After getting into the carriage, he thought for a moment and then said to Han Clayton, "Freya Quinn might have something she can't handle herself. Go and ask her." With the instructions given, Altair immediately had the coachman drive off. After drawing the curtains, the two maids curiously asked, "Earl Altair, what happened to Governess Freya?" Altair looked at the two adorable maids in front of him, reached out and pinched their little cheeks, saying, "How would I know? She didn't say anything after coming in, and when I asked her, she still didn't speak. I could only let Han handle it." The two young maids looked worried upon hearing this. Altair saw this. Through their time living together, he had come to understand that Freya Quinn was a rather stubborn person. Since she came to him this time, it meant she truly had no other option. "But if you don't speak, I can't help you. I can only notify Han Clayton to help solve it. It's not like I can beg you to speak." Altair trusted Han Clayton's abilities, he basically handed all matters to him, and there was nothing he couldn't solve. Perhaps when he returned, the matter would already be resolved. When Altair turned to look at the two young maids again, he gave each of them a flick on the forehead and said, "I've already told Han to handle it. Don't be so glum. If you spoil my good mood today, see how I'll punish you when I get back." Hearing Altair's threatening words, the two young maids playfully stuck out their tongues and said, "Earl Altair wouldn't punish us for something like this." "Yes, Earl Altair is a good person." Chapter 26, Divination. Trafalgar Square, a famous square in Backlund's Empress Borough, consists of 7 large shopping malls. The first floor is mostly filled with various coffee shops, tea shops, restaurants, and houses of divination. Wait, house of divination? It seems divination is popular everywhere. After getting off the carriage, Vera pulled at him and said, "Count Altair, I heard there are many high-end perfumes from the Intis Republic here. Can we go take a look? Also, the Bonaparte restaurant has authentic Intis court cuisine, said to have been invented by Emperor Roselle, and there are unique fruits from the southern continent." Looking at his little maid's lively appearance, Altair felt his mood relax and said, "Did you bring any gold pounds? These things aren't cheap." Hearing this, Vera held Altair's hand and said, "Count Altair, you wouldn't want outsiders to know that your own maid buys things without paying, right?" This sentence directly fried Altair's brain. When he snapped out of it, he swatted Vera's hand away and asked, "Who taught you this? You're so young and already learning bad habits." Vera said with a face full of grievance, "You did, of course, Count Altair. Isn't that what you said back then? I remember you said, you wouldn't want. MMPH. Hearing Vera's words, Altair immediately covered her mouth, forcibly interrupting her, and said, only you would learn such things. Look at Irene, why doesn't she say these things to me? Let's go, Irene. We'll go shopping and eat delicious food, and let Vera just watch. If he let Vera keep talking, Altair felt like all his secrets might be exposed by her. Seeing the two walking away, Vera hurriedly followed after them in a panic. Perhaps because he was walking too fast and taking large strides, Altair almost tripped because his foot caught on the hem of his skirt. Fortunately, Irene saw and rushed forward to support him, saying, Count Altair, the design of this outfit restricts you to only taking small steps. After stabilizing himself, Altair patted Irene's hand that was supporting him and said, I know. Vera caught up at this moment and, seeing the two supporting each other, asked, what's wrong? The only response she got was a roll of the eyes from Altair. Nothing, let's go. Watching the two leave, Vera scratched her head, unable to figure out what she had done wrong again. Meanwhile, in private room number 5 of the Bonaparte restaurant. So delicious. As expected of a delicacy invented by Emperor Roselle. Altair looked at his little maid's sigh of admiration and shook his head helplessly. Through the waiter's introduction just now, he learned that this was a brand new method created by Roselle Gustave after waking up from a coma caused by a high fever. Altair thought to himself, Roselle is quite impressive. To dare to create a completely new cuisine just after arriving in such a world, I wouldn't dare. Although this wasn't a traditional fantasy world with soul possession settings, it had its own unique form of possession. The technologies I brought out might be ahead of their time, but they still have a traceable logic. Food, something completely unrelated to me, is something I wouldn't dare to copy randomly. Are you full? Hearing Altair's words, Vera nodded and said, I'm full, Count Altair. Looking at this bowl of otherworldly, jjajangmyeon, Altair stood up to leave. The more he thought, the more he missed home. No wonder Klein almost lost control on the spot when he heard this was Earth. The feeling of homesickness is indeed painful. Arriving downstairs, Altair directly entered the House of Divination, intending to try out a reading. When Altair entered the House of Divination, he took in the decor at a glance. It wasn't much different from an ordinary shop. There was a receptionist at the door, and inside were several round tables with various crystal balls, star charts, and other divination tools. The receptionist, seeing Altair and the two maids enter, clearly knew a big customer had arrived and hurriedly put down her work to come and receive them. My lady, do you require a divination? Altair observed the receptionist through spirit vision and saw she clearly didn't have the spirituality of a beyonder. He couldn't help but mock his own thoughts. If even a receptionist were a beyonder, would you even dare to enter this shop? Altair gave the receptionist a smile and said, I need a divination. Hearing Altair's words, the receptionist took a register from the front desk and began introducing which seer in their shop was the most capable. Mr. Ethan Gray is currently the most capable in the shop, while Mr. Zen Murphy is slightly less so. Personally, I recommend Mr. Ethan Gray, he happens to be in the shop today. Listening to the receptionist's introduction, Altair directly chose the most capable one, Ethan Gray. Please inform Mr. Ethan Gray that I would like him to perform a divination for me. Then, my lady, please follow me. Mr. Ethan Gray is currently in the Amethyst Divination Room. I will lead you directly inside. Once at the door of the divination room, the receptionist inquired, My lady, would you like anything to drink? We have Pulo coffee and South Mountain black tea. Hearing this, Altair said without thinking, black tea will do. If possible, a cup of sweet iced black tea. He could never get used to coffee in the past, and it was even less likely now. Mr. Ethan Gray, a lady requires a divination. As the receptionist finished speaking, a deep voice came from inside the room, enter. The receptionist immediately opened the door and guided Altair inside. You two wait at the door, there's no need to follow me in. After saying this, Altair entered the divination room and saw a middle-aged man wearing a black tailcoat with a kind-looking face. However, observing from a spectator's perspective, one would notice obvious dark circles under his eyes, and his mental state was clearly not good, as if he were anxious about something. Please, sit. Ethan Gray directly invited Altair to sit and asked, this lady, what content do you need me to divine for you? Altair looked at the men before him and felt like he had just realized something. He said directly, I want to divine the future. Ethan Gray didn't say much more and let Altair begin choosing the divination tools. I have crystal balls, star charts, mirrors, tarot cards. Tarot cards, then. Hearing Altair's choice, Ethan Gray did not hesitate. He took out the tarot cards, shuffled them, and placed them before him, saying, think of the question you need answered deep in your heart, and in an unconscious state, randomly pick 3 cards from these. Hearing Ethan Gray's instructions, Altair reached out and randomly selected 3 cards. The Fool, the Empress, Wheel of Fortune. Looking at the 3 cards Altair had chosen, Ethan Gray began his interpretation. The Fool is the starting card of the tarot, generally representing new beginnings, adventure. The Empress represents motherhood, fertility, nature. The Wheel of Fortune represents opportunity, karma, good luck. To be honest, this might mean your future is a new beginning, full of unknowns while also being long since predestined. After finishing his interpretation, Ethan Gray looked at the beautiful lady whose expression wasn't very good and added, but tarot cards also have reversed positions. Perhaps there are other meanings, such as impractical fantasies, excessive behavioral dependence, or things repeating in cycles. Altair had studied divination a while ago and knew the meanings of these cards. He could understand the upright positions, but if they were reversed, was this a warning to him? Mr. Ethan Gray, how much is your divination fee? Hearing Altair's question, Ethan Gray said directly, that will be 3 sol, lady. Altair pulled out a £1 note from his wallet, placed it on the table, and got up to leave. Chapter 27, Assassin Acting Complete. After leaving the House of Divination, Altair began to reflect on the answer he just received. Am I being too hesitant in my actions? Seeing Altair's strange behavior since leaving the House of Divination, Vera thought with her simple little head and leaned her head directly against Altair's shoulder. Sensing Vera's movement, Altair turned to look and found that Vera was like a kitten seeking comfort. Watching her, Altair asked curiously, who taught you this? You look like a poor little kitten right now. Hearing Altair's words, Vera returned to normal and said directly, the ants taught me before. They said if we want to have a good life in the future, we have to provide emotional value. The people who buy us like cute people the most, doing this allows us to better reflect our own value. And back then, they taught us that if we didn't study hard, they wouldn't give us food, and also. Listening to Vera's complaints, he could only helplessly pat her head. To Altair's surprise, when he patted her head, Vera's reaction really was like a cat's. He turned to look at Irene, curious if she would be the same. After all, the thought of an aloof, mature woman suddenly acting like this was quite exciting. Seeing Altair looking at her and then at Vera, Irene also sat down beside Altair. After returning home, Altair directly stated that he had already eaten dinner and there was no need to make any for him. Back in his room, he changed his clothes and went straight to the study, picking up a random novel to pass the time. By the time he was halfway through the book, he realized the story had clearly deviated from the original plot, turning from a detective novel into a romance novel, and he immediately lost interest. He thought helplessly, it seems that no matter the world, romance novels always have a market. Putting down the book, he turned to look out the window. Even after seeing the crimson moon for over 2 months, he still wasn't used to it. Sleep, sleep. Nothing is more important right now than my warm bed. Altair yawned as he walked into the bathroom. After a quick wash, he lay down in his soft bed. The next morning, after Altair finished his breakfast, Han came in to report on yesterday's events. Freya Quinn, your housekeeper, her father died, but the debt didn't die with him. Originally, after he passed, selling the villa should have settled the debt on the spot, but now someone has suddenly popped up demanding Freya Quinn repay the loan. Altair looked at the bizarre note in front of him and asked curiously. Han, I recall that the Kingdom of Loan seems to have a law stating that for private debts, if the heirs are unaware, they can refuse the inheritance. Besides, this is a £100 debt, why is the demand now for £500? And this IOU is just a piece of paper, not even a formal document. There's no seal on it. We don't even know if it's a forgery. Is such an IOU even valid? Hearing Altair's words, Han spoke helplessly, after you went out yesterday, I specifically sought out Freya to get the details. That is indeed the case. Freya's original intention was to ask for an advance, but she felt the amount was a bit large and didn't speak up to you. After hearing this, Altair remembered Freya Quinn's weekly salary. At £5 a week, she would need to advance nearly 2 years' worth of wages. Advancing that much would indeed be embarrassing for anyone to ask. But since he didn't lack this small amount of money, he said directly, Han, £500 isn't a lot of money. If Freya Quinn needs it, you can just advance it to her. However, I feel there's something wrong with this IOU. Go find a private detective later to investigate and see what's really going on. Taking the IOU from Altair's hand, Han also said helplessly, I also find this matter very strange. I've investigated her family's situation before, it's impossible for a bank to issue them a loan, and they've already borrowed everything they could from private sources. Furthermore, this IOU is from a famous gang in the East Borough, but the interest shouldn't be this high. Watching Han leave, Altair was also speechless about the matter. A scrap of paper with nothing on it could actually make someone believe they owed money. Flipping through the documents Han brought in, Altair saw a piece of news that piqued his interest. The Lone royal family is preparing to hold the Summer Hunt event at the end of this month. Of course, this news isn't public, it's a document specifically sent by the royal family to the nobility. It requires all nobles of the rank of Baron and above in Backlund to participate. The current document is to confirm the identities of the participants. A special ID will be needed to enter, otherwise, one will be treated as an assassin. If one wishes to bring guests, they must ensure the guest has a certain social status, provide a guarantee, and undergo vetting, among other strict conditions. It can be said that those who can participate are either nobles or well-known celebrities. A hunt around July, they aren't even afraid of the midsummer heat. It seems I'll have to specifically practice my horsemanship, I've never learned it before. June 17, 1346, evening. Altair watched as the life force of the person before him rapidly faded away. He felt as if his own shackles had been broken, and his body felt a relaxed comfort. During these 10 days, based on the information Han investigated, Altair carried out 2 more assassination missions, the first in the Docks district and the second just now. Each time, at least 5 people died at his hands. After completing this assassination, he clearly felt that his assassin potion had been completely digested. Altair's mood reached an unprecedented peak. After nearly 2 months of hard work, he had finally finished digesting the Sequence 9 potion. He thought, tomorrow I'll concoct the Sequence 8 potion and prepare to advance. I won't stay at this stage anymore, there's no point. Klein digested the Seer Pathway potion in 1 month, while I digested 4 pathways worth of potions in 2 months. Although only one type of acting is needed, the total quantity doesn't decrease. In that case, I'm quite a little genius too. In 3 years, maybe I'll already be a demigod. Then I can really have some fun. However, how to digest pleasure is truly a challenge for me. Although I won't be affected by cheek, does the concept of pleasure being so obviously related to emotions mean I have to become a pleasure seeker? Chapter 28, Instigator. After Altair returned home, he didn't immediately head to the treasure vault to retrieve materials and concoct a potion for his advancement. Instead, he went to his room to sleep as usual. It was mainly because it was too late now. Even though his mood was extremely high from digesting the potion, his physical exhaustion was something he couldn't change. There was no need to cause trouble for himself over such a short amount of time when he could just concoct the potion tomorrow. Waking up early the next morning and finishing breakfast, Altair bathed and burned incense, then went to the treasure vault to retrieve the materials and headed to his laboratory to concoct the potion for his advancement. The Instigator potion was made using a ready-made, Beyonder characteristic, paired with supplementary materials. The appearance of the Beyonder characteristic was a sculpture composed of 2 lips that were crystal clear, moist, pink, and beautiful. The resulting potion looked like a cup of highly glossy black water, pitch black and shimmering, with tiny bubbles rising, as if representing the hidden desires and malice in everyone's hearts. The telepathist didn't have a ready-made Beyonder characteristic to use, so it could only be made using collected materials, a complete pituitary gland of a mature 7-colored lizard dragon, 10 milliliters of Farsman rabbit spinal fluid, and 100 milliliters of pure water. The potion's appearance had a constantly shifting luster, looking like a liquid that could shine into the depths of everyone's hearts. The beast tamer had a ready-made Beyonder characteristic, which looked like a bamboo-shaped object emitting a dangerous red glow. The potion's appearance was rose-red, resembling wine, with a sour taste, and it attracted all the surrounding mosquitoes and insects as soon as it was made. For the archaeologist, materials were used, the jawbone of a burrowing worm and the finger bone crystals of an ancient corpse as main materials, with 50 milliliters of spring water from deep within the strata, 10 grams of dust of years, and faded ancient fabric fragments as supplementary materials. Altair chose the Instigator potion first and drank it in 1 gulp. His tongue immediately felt a needle-like pain, followed by a loss of sensation, and finally, his own desires began to spiral out of control as various emotions like greed and envy came flooding in. To prevent himself from losing control, Altair immediately entered a state of meditation and began to restrain his spirituality, reducing the potion's influence on himself. Only after the potion's influence had completely subsided did Altair slowly exit his meditation state. He held out his hands and looked at them, finding that there were no changes to his body, which allowed him to relax. That bottle of Instigator potion just now had its own influence when consumed, nearly causing him to lose control on the spot. Turning to look at the remaining 3 bottles of potion, he thought helplessly that he could only bite the bullet and drink them. After finishing all 4 potions, Altair felt the changes in himself and felt gratified for the suffering he had just endured. All the abilities he had at Sequence 9 were significantly strengthened. Now, because of the 4 Sequence 8 potions, not only was his speech more persuasive, but he could also figure out others' thoughts through observation and speculation. He had also received a lot of knowledge, such as the instinct to judge the year a building was completed by the debris falling from the walls, and how to better drive animals. These abilities were added to Altair-like instincts, requiring no specialized study. Based on his newly acquired abilities, Altair thought, it seems like my home needs some new members, an assassin cat, a divination black cat, a spectator dog, or perhaps I'll raise a pack of warrior dogs. Start with 1 person and end with a pack of dogs. When a fight breaks out, I'll just shut the door and release the dogs. As for the acting of an instigator, Altair had already thought of a way through the behavior of Triss in the original work. The essence of instigation is to provoke conflicts, stir up clashes, and create disasters through induction and persuasion. He could take advantage of this factory plan to instigate, induce, and persuade those elders through profit. He would have them join forces with him to reform or rebuild entirely new factories for their family's factories in Backlund. To make money, one must first spend money. They wouldn't fail to understand this principle. Using my standards as the benchmark, if you don't reform, I won't play with you. I believe that after seeing the bargaining chips in my hands, they will be very willing to cooperate with me. The new factories and the existing ones will be integrated and transformed to form a brand new industrial park. At that time, using confidentiality as an excuse, each family will provide people for semi-militarized management. This will not only be a huge blow to the existing industrial zones but also a massive disaster for those parasites. As for whether someone would use this as an excuse to cause unrest, that wasn't something Altair concerned himself with. They would handle it properly because they needed to obtain profits. Whether the people at the bottom would be affected, as long as they didn't listen to the instigations of others, they would be fine. For them, it was just a change of living environment and lifestyle. Perhaps some ordinary people would lose their jobs during the reform, thus cutting off their family income, and so on. All of these things could happen. What he could do was complete the reform as quickly as possible. For the workers in his own factories, he could give them appropriate monetary compensation, and they could return to work after things settled down. During this time, Altair had already had Han investigate the minimum survival requirements for their factory workers. Ordinary workers would only need a maximum of £3 of compensation per month, and management would need £5 at most. At the start of the reform, it would be explained to them that if they didn't want to change their place of work, compensation would be issued. This money would be enough for them to survive for 3 months and find a new job. As for other people's factories, he would try his best to persuade them. Now everything was ready except for the final touch. Once Uncle Master Leaf returned, he would immediately implement the plan. The telegram from 2 days ago indicated he was already on his way back, so there was no need to be anxious over these few days. At this moment, Altair didn't want to think about these matters anymore and just wanted to finish these trivialities quickly. Although he had the library and wouldn't be directly affected by Cheek, she was like someone who had bathed in potions, and the potions themselves had developed problems. What exactly did you experience back then to make this sequence so twisted? Now, different thoughts began to surface in Altair's mind, such as wanting to reform and also pocket the compensation money, thinking it was all his and why should he give them compensation. After leaving the laboratory, Altair went to the nearby training ground and began testing his body. His physical strength, speed, and so on had all increased by about 30%. But it was still within the range of an ordinary person. Compared to a normal person, he was now more like a specialized athlete who had undergone professional training, stronger than average in certain aspects. However, this was only normal. Regardless of the pathway, the qualitative change occurs at sequence 7. He only needed to wait for the plan to start, and then he wouldn't need to do anything but wait for the potion to digest on its own before completing the advancement to sequence 7. Chapter 29, Iron-Blooded Knight. June 21, 1346. The Sheffield family manor was exceptionally lively today, not only because the guards who had survived following Altair's original father, Hard Sheffield, had returned. The more important reason was that Leif Strauss, her own maternal great-uncle, had advanced to become a sequence 4 demigod of the Hunter pathway, an Iron-Blooded Knight. Given the relationship between the two families, this signified that as long as Altair Sheffield remained alive, no one would cause trouble for the Sheffield family. A demigod's lifespan starts at several hundred years. Unless killed, they are the ancestral pillars of a family. Simon Blanco, what are your plans for the future? Altair asked, looking at the tall middle-aged man in front of her, who wore a black trench coat and a round hat. Simon Blanco slowly shook his head. Most of this squad are residents of the Baron's territory, and a few are from the orphanage sponsored by Sheffield. Even if we disband, we have nowhere better to go. On the way back this time, we discussed it and hope that Count Altair can let bygones be bygones and continue to keep our squad. Listening to Simon Blanco's words, Altair could understand this choice. The surviving members of this squad were all Beyonders, making them inherently unsuitable for returning to an ordinary life. Although ready-made Beyonders don't worry about finding work, everyone needs them. Anything connected to the Beyonder world is life-threatening. To risk one's life for a meager salary. How much money could they possibly make in a month? They were originally from the Sheffield family. Since they were selling their lives anyway, it was better to choose a familiar old employer. Furthermore, having spent a long time in the military, they were out of touch with outside society. Altair looked at Simon Blanco and said, since no one wants to leave, then stay. During this time, you can ask Han for an advance on some gold pounds. These next few days, you can stay in Backlund or choose to go home to see your families and let them know you're safe. The Royal Summer Hunt begins in 5 days, just return before the event starts. Altair hadn't made specific arrangements for this squad yet, but she already had a clear goal for their destination. they would basically be packed off to the factory to oversee security. After all, the factory played a major role in her later plans. As for her own security, who could be more loyal than a pet? In the evening, Altair went to Uncle Grandfather Leaf's home. At this moment, perhaps because of his advancement to demigod, he felt younger to her, not a physical youthfulness, but a hard-to-describe sensation. Perhaps this was the charm of the Beyonder world. Because Leaf Strauss was the absolute protagonist of this banquet, he was constantly surrounded and had no time to greet her. So, after entering the manor and greeting the butler to announce her arrival, Altair found a few acquaintances and began chatting. Seeing the men walking over, Altair quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Good evening, Uncle Grandfather Leaf. You seem to be gaining more and more masculine charm now." After saying that, Altair thought of a funny phrase, "drink hunter potions, be a man among men." Leaf Strauss looked at Lucius Sheffield, Altair's original name, who was dressed as a young girl, and felt a bit of regret over his initial decision. He sighed and said, "Altair, I didn't expect that in just over 2 months of my absence, you would make such a big move, researching and creating new gunpowder yourself. It seems my grandniece might very well become the next child of the steam god, surpassing Emperor Roselle." Hearing these praises, Altair replied without blushing or a racing heart, it was mainly good luck, and the family happened to have some legacy materials in that area. I just integrated those things and completed the invention. Listening to Altair's humble excuse, Leaf Strauss thought to himself, others might not know what's in your house, but do I not know? If there were such things, that old fellow would have brought them out long ago. Leaf Strauss knew the situation of Altair's family well, but since his own relative said so, he wouldn't expose her. He said bluntly, that still required your organizational skills, otherwise, those materials would be nothing but waste paper. By the way, I brought back a gift for you from your cousin uncle in the southern continent. I've already arranged for someone to deliver it to your carriage. Remember to take good care of them when you get back, and stay safe, these are rare and precious gifts. Altair had already learned this morning that Leaf had returned from the southern continent. Simon Blanco and the others had returned with her maternal great-uncle via the military specialized transport units. Otherwise, if they had tried to return on their own, they would still be drifting at sea. Thinking of this cousin-uncle who only existed in her memories and whom she had rarely met, Altair was curious and asked, "How is cousin-uncle Charles doing in the southern continent? I heard it's starting to get restless there again. He hasn't been back in many years, will he be transferred back to the northern continent this year?" Altair's words made Leaf sink into thought. Once he snapped out of it, he said, "It's been 6 years already. Every time, I'm the one going to see him, he never takes the initiative to come back. He should be transferred back. When the time comes, I'll find him a wife to settle down with." It seemed the main reason Uncle Grandfather Leaf went to the southern continent for his advancement was to see this cousin-uncle. Indeed, every advancement for a Beyonder is a challenge, failure means becoming a monster. Not everyone has a cheat code. As for the latter part about coming back to get married, that had nothing to do with her. If he looked for her then, she wouldn't acknowledge it. "Right, that little fellow Owen said you've all been waiting for me." "Yes, Uncle Grandfather," Altair nodded directly. "Ever since the invention was completed and tested, it couldn't be kept under wraps. It's just that because you happen to be away, I've been waiting for your return to discuss the factory construction." "Ha, ha, ha." Hearing this, Leaf laughed outright. "I can already sense from your eyes that you have a plan, but because you lack direct support, you delayed its implementation." Having her schemes seen through, Altair didn't feel embarrassed. "Regarding those inventions, I do have a plan. Of course, this plan requires various forms of help from different families in the early stages. If I were to talk to them alone, I wouldn't have much confidence in persuading them to participate. Wasn't I thinking that after you returned, Uncle Grandfather, I'd have someone to back me up?" Leaf Strauss wasn't angry at the explanation, instead, he laughed. You did well in this matter. If you faced them directly, it would be hard to reach a consensus. Those old fellows, what they can do for their families now is fight for more benefits. This would inevitably affect your interests and plans. When the banquet is over, tell me your thoughts, and I'll give you some advice. Chapter 30, Black Panther. After the banquet, Altair stayed to discuss the implementation of the plan with Uncle Grandfather Leaf for a long time, finally leaving his house at 10 o'clock that night. The basic plan was set. The day after tomorrow Altair would invite them to take part through another banquet. The next morning, in one of the Sheffield family training rooms, Altair, who had just finished a bout of combat grappling, was straightening his clothes when he heard his combat tutor, Anastasia, speak from behind him. "It looks like you're about to surpass me in grappling." Looking at his teacher, Altair gave a slight smile. "I don't feel I've reached the standard you mentioned. The main reason you have that impression is that when we met I knew nothing, and now I've only begun to pick up some techniques. If you went all out, I doubt I'd last long." Altair's words didn't change Anastasia's expression, she was as impassive as ever. Among the nobles I've taught, you've lasted the longest and taken it most seriously. Altair felt no pride at the remark. I'm learning this not to prove anything, but because I need it myself. Other people's opinions are irrelevant, I only have to know my own requirements. Perhaps because of those words, the usually indifferent Anastasia gave him an extra glance, but only two. Then she folded her arms. Actually, there's no point in your learning this at all. It's no longer the old era. However well you master combat arts, they'll only ever be auxiliary, like cold weapons, they'll end up in museums and become history. It's the age of firearms now. And you're a noble, a female noble, so you need it even less. Listening to Anastasia, Altair looked at the walls of the training room, where every kind of weapon was displayed, long swords, great swords, lances, spears, and more. He neither denied nor accepted her view. Firearms being superior to cold weapons was common knowledge among ordinary people, but this world was far from ordinary. Altair walked to the wall and ran his fingers over the cold weapons. Teacher Anastasia, I believe you're also a Beyonder. Do you truly agree with what you just said? You must have seen high sequence, even demigod, fighters in action. Against existences like that, do you think current technology can cope? Undeniably, the advent of firearms allows them to crush low-sequence Beyonders. But against mid-sequence ones, if the target refuses to engage, there's no way to keep them, unless, of course, that mid-sequence fighter is brain-dead enough to take on an army head-on. As for high-sequence foes, you'd need war machines deployed on a massive scale. Demigods and angels, strictly speaking, are no longer human. And that's only against Beyonders without peculiar abilities. When you meet those with bizarre powers, the advantage of guns drops sharply, or disappears altogether. His speech didn't soften Anastasia's training regimen, she drilled him as ruthlessly as ever. By the end of the morning session his body looked as if it had been caught in a downpour, every inch soaked. After a bath and change of clothes he invited her to lunch and then saw her off. Watching the departing carriage, the thoroughly battered Altair breathed a sigh of relief. He had talked too big that morning, showing off had only brought extra suffering on himself. Now he could feel the ache all over, his hands had trembled even while eating. All he wanted was to go back to his room and soak in a medicinal bath to ease the pain. After seeing Anastasia off at noon, he returned to his room for a nap and didn't wake until 2 in the afternoon. Thanks to his improved recovery, less than 2 hours of rest had restored him to normal, at least his hands no longer shook. Coming downstairs, he saw the little maid Vera teasing the gift from cousin he had brought back yesterday. The gift was unusual, a color mutant leopard cub, Black Panther. True to her name, she was pitch black all over, like an oversized black cat. As to which species she belonged, Altair wasn't sure, under sunlight no markings showed, making identification hard. She might even be an entirely new species, after all, who knew how many centuries had passed since the era he once knew. Perhaps because the cub was newly born, or because of his beast-tamer aptitude, the moment Altair let her out of the cage she clung to him, demanding play. Only after a long struggle last night had she tired herself out and allowed him to rest. There was no question of professional training, a leopard cub the size of a house cat couldn't have had any. Maybe because the little maid spent so much time with him, the Black Panther now allowed only the 2 of them to pet her, anyone else risked being scratched or even bitten. Altair adored the panther. Still a cub, she looked like a little black bear that stole cassocks, utterly endearing. Being feline, she displayed typical cat behavior, while being massaged she purred a low HRR, and whenever free she sought him out for another rub. He hadn't yet decided on a name, simply calling her Black Panther, for now. As he descended the stairs Altair clapped his hands, hearing the sound, Black Panther ran over, hooked her claws into his clothes, and climbed into his arms. Carrying her, he said while walking, looks like I'll have to trim your claws regularly, look how you've shredded my coat. In his arms the panther tilted her head, playing innocent and purring HRR to escape blame. Seeing that, Altair knew she understood him, apparently he had perfectly inherited the beast-tamer potion's abilities. In a few months, when she was bigger, he could give her a potion as well, though the choice puzzled him. Of the omniscient and omnipotent 5, most were out, a spectator panther, sailor panther, or knowledge-type panther simply wouldn't fit. The sneaky 3, seer, door, marauder, were equally unsuitable. Hive, devil, order, fate paths didn't appeal either. Only the space-time unity and parts of the calamity pathway seemed worth considering. Chapter 31, Mrs. Marin's Confectionery. While Altair was still pondering which potion to give her, Vera set down the panther's treats and came over. Count Altair, you're awake. Following her voice, Altair found Vera staring with those large eyes at the Black Panther in his arms, her gaze almost devouring it. With no other choice, Altair handed the Black Panther to her and asked, "Where are Han and the others?" Cradling the Black Panther, Vera answered, "Butler Han and Irene took most of the staff to the country estate to prepare tomorrow's banquet. Housekeeper Freya went out to deliver the invitations. Butler Han left with loads of stuff, several carriages even, and wouldn't let any of us near. Only Captain Simon and a few others were allowed. I thought it might be something tasty and tried to sneak a look, but they absolutely refused. I consider that a direct challenge to the authority of your personal maid. We should discipline them for it. Watching Vera pout righteously, Altair tapped her forehead with a smile. Are you truly angry because my authority was slighted? Or is it that they didn't share their goodies and you're taking revenge? Vera instantly retorted, of course not. I'm your personal maid. Even with head butler Han's orders, they have no right to bar me from inspection. Naturally, if they were to apologize with a little cake from Mrs. Marin's, Vera would forgive their offense. Seeing her like this, Altair knew her anger was merely greed for cake. All you think about is food. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Look at your sister Irene, she's helping Han. If you grow plump and useless, I'll throw you out. Vera wasn't frightened, she smiled. Count Altair, you're bluffing, you'd never abandon me. Besides, I exercise every day just like my sister to keep my figure. And I'm so adorable. Butler Han even said that since we arrived you've been in much better spirits, and he's glad he bought us. But I still don't understand what Butler Han meant when he said he bought us to be your bed companions. Does that mean we sleep with you? Vera silly, I don't know what that means. I know about men and women, they taught us, but I don't know what being your bed companion entails. When I asked my sister, she wouldn't explain, she only blushed and said we're adults now and it's fine. So what does it mean? Watching her shake her head in confusion, Altair felt he truly needed her. She could be slow, yet that very trait made her endearing. Still, her life had been harsh, twins, pretty, orphaned, part elf, misfortune stacked high. Had she been born into an ordinary family, she might have had a happier fate. If you want the answer to that question, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Go tidy up, we're going out for a stroll. The first remark left Vera pondering, but the word stroll snapped her back. Count Altair, you're wonderful. I've nothing to pack, I'll help you change right now. Let me fetch your clothes. Uncle Neil, please drive to South Great George, the Royal Mile, Mrs. Marin's confectionery. Hearing Vera rattle off the address, Altair shook his head in resignation. A girl more homebound than he was, yet she knew every sweet shop, truly the power of a foodie. Vera turned happily. Lucky Butler Han didn't take every carriage today, or we'd have had to hire one. Listening to her chatter, Altair teased, you're just lazy. And why bring the panther? Aren't you afraid he'll hurt someone? She didn't deny it. Poor thing would be home alone. I'll keep an eye on him. Less than 20 minutes later the carriage stopped at the Longyern for Mrs. Marin's. Escorting Altair inside, Vera's eyes darted over every dessert. Seeing her eager look, Altair said casually, pick whatever you like. At those words Vera stepped forward, pointing into the display case. I'll have this lemon cake, the strawberry one, the chocolate, this black forest. Sipping black tea, Altair watched in amazement as Vera devoured slice after slice. Such a tiny stomach, yet she'd already downed 4 petite cakes. Though each was small, they were cloyingly sweet. Altair had managed only one bite. When she finally paused, he asked, full? She shook her head. The cakes are delicious, but I've had enough for now. I'll take the rest home to share and save some for tomorrow. Altair reminded her with a smile, tomorrow we're holding a banquet in the country, do you think desserts will be scarce? And it's summer, today's cakes won't keep till tomorrow. In the end Vera left the shop with a bulging bag of cakes, though none would be saved for the morrow. The treats were inexpensive, 25 cakes plus tea cost 5 shillings 6 pence, about 250 yuan. That averaged to under 3 pence apiece, in the capital no less, proof that uninflated currency still bought plenty. With her wish fulfilled, Vera hummed a cheerful tune. South Great George, there should be an Earth Mother church nearby, we could stop in on the way. At the thought, Altair leaned toward the carriage window and said, Neil, change course to the Harvest Church on Rose Street in Greater George South. The carriage slowed to a halt, and Neil's answer came, understood, Count Altair. Taiwan novels, no more boredom, Mongolian Tugrik Korean 1.0, super reliable. Vera blinked her wide eyes and asked curiously, Count Altair, do you worship the Earth Mother? His own answer was no. People like him, the vast majority of them, simply didn't have the concept of faith in a god. The creed he lived by was survival first, then personal philosophy. Roselle Gustave, Wang Tao, had been the same. Altair smiled at Vera. Not at all. I'm merely curious, and since we happen to be nearby, I thought I'd take a look. Vera, what about you and Aaron? Which deity do you believe in? Vera answered without hesitation, we don't believe in any god, past or present. Their existence means nothing to us. When the carriage stopped, Altair and Vera stepped out and saw a church that was, by the standards of Loan's 3 major churches, almost cramped. Its outer walls were carved with wheat, flowers, and springs surrounding a simple infant, the life sigil. The architectural style stood out sharply from the surrounding buildings. Once steady on her feet, Vera stared and exclaimed, "This is the Earth Mother's church. Why is it so small? I thought the Church of the Earth Mother was one of the 7 Orthodox churches. The building is nothing like I imagined." Altair made no move to hush her, she was simply stating the truth. Though the world had no explicit religious restrictions and freedom of faith existed on paper. That freedom came with limits, regional belief systems were entrenched, and foreign faith struggled to take root. Local churches might even eradicate heretical creeds, so the religious climate varied wildly from place to place. Most of the northern continent worshipped the 7 Orthodox gods, while the southern continent revered Death and the Chained God, and the eastern continent worshipped the true Creator. Freedom of faith was little more than diplomatic rhetoric. In Lone, most people followed only 3 of the 7 Orthodox churches. The Church of the Evernight Goddess, headquartered in Winter County, counted many nobles among its flock and wielded great social influence. The Church of the Lord of Storms had once been based in Backlund before, no one knew why, relocating to Paseo Island, yet its deep roots and influence remained. The Church of Steam and Machinery, formerly the Church of the Artificer God, had renamed itself when Roselle Gustav's Industrial Revolution drew the deity's direct attention. Riding the wave of industry, it gained countless adherents among Backlund's factory workers and technicians. Roselle Gustav, in the early days, could never have imagined he was sawing off the branch he sat on. Helping the Steam Queen fully digest her potion and ascend to a stable godhood, if they ever met again, he'd have to mock her to her face, just thinking about it amused him. Of course, not everyone worshipped only those 3, other gods had followers, but their churches faced restrictions. The Church of the Earth Mother, for example, had believers and churches in Lone, yet its proselytizing was tightly curtailed. After all, she was not indigenous to Lone. The Earth Mother's cathedral was in the Fasak Empire, and she was publicly known as the god of combat's mother. With the 2 nations at war, the royal family was hardly foolish enough to fund the enemy by letting its citizens worship her. Altair shrugged and said to Vera, "Come on, we're at the door, let's go inside." With that, he strolled toward the church. Perhaps because of the sparse congregation, the doors were not flung wide but stood half-closed. He pushed gently, and the heavy doors swung open. The decor, he thought, was fitting for a church named after the Earth Mother, less pomp and solemnity, more warmth and serenity. Motifs of fertility, life, and the earth dominated. Sunlight through stained glass dappled the murals like ripples across wheat fields. The sculptures were mostly plant reliefs, and along the edges terracotta pots held growing crops. The air carried the scent of soil and green things. Deep in his soul, base code began to surface. If this had been a peaceful world, he would have joined at once. Who wouldn't want to farm quietly and live at ease? While they admired the interior, a towering giant emerged from a side door. Up close, the men wore the brown vestments of an Earth Mother bishop. The cleric approached without interrupting, simply waiting. When Altair finally finished looking around, he turned to the newcomer. In truth, the moment the men appeared, Altair's spiritual senses had warned him, seeing no hostile intent, he'd simply gone back to admiring the decor. The bishop gave a slight nod of greeting. Altair returned the courtesy, then studied the men, well over 2 meters tall, giant blood. Around 60, stern-featured, pale blue eyes, brown bishop's robes. Though dressed as an Earth Mother cleric, the men couldn't hide a battle-hardened air. Altair guessed he had killed many. Only one person fit that description, Bishop Utravsky, the pirate-turned-priest mentioned in the original tale, sole bishop of the Harvest Church in Backlund. Vera, startled out of her reverie, yelped. Altair patted her back to steady her. Once she calmed, the bishop apologized. "I'm truly sorry, miss, I hadn't meant to frighten you." Hand still on her chest, Vera replied, "It's all right, bishop. I was just startled when I turned and found someone beside me. It's my own fault for being too absorbed." Chapter 33, Harvest Church. After everything calmed down, the priest introduced himself. "My name is Utravsky, and I am the only clergyman of the Harvest Church of the Earth Mother Church in Backlund. You can call me Father Utravsky or Bishop Utravsky, either is fine." Upon hearing this, the 2 also introduced themselves. "Good day, Bishop Utravsky, my name is Altair Sheffield." "Good day, Bishop Utravsky, my name is Vera, and I am Earl Altair's personal maid." When Utravsky heard Vera's introduction, he immediately turned his head and began to re-examine Altair. Through observation, Altair also noticed that when the priest looked at him, he clearly had some ideas about him. Does he want to develop me into a believer? When Utravsky realized that his behavior had been rude, he quickly withdrew his gaze and asked, "May I ask what brings you to the Harvest Church? Is there anything I can help you with?" "You are too kind, Bishop." Altair replied politely and explained his purpose. "I mainly heard that there is a Church of the Earth Mother Church nearby, and I came out of curiosity to take a look. It was rude of us to come out of curiosity. May the Mother God not blame us." After hearing the explanation, Utravsky calmly said, I don't think the Mother God will send down divine punishment because of this. The core doctrine of my church is, life is precious, harvest is joyful. Moreover, now is precisely the time for the church to receive believers. It's just that the Mother God's believers are few in the lone kingdom, which is why I temporarily left the church. As the sun was about to set, Altair and Vera left the Harvest Church and took a carriage home. Vera, who had a belly full of questions, curiously asked, Earl Altair, is the Earth Mother Church really as Bishop Utravsky said? Why do I feel a bit strange? If it's really as he said, why are there so few believers in the lone kingdom? Vera's words did not receive a reply from Altair. He himself was thinking about the information he had gained from his conversation with Utravsky. Utravsky initially had the idea of making him believe in the Earth Mother, but for some reason, he gave up. It should be because of my identity. If he used normal means, he might not be able to persuade me to become a believer, or it might even have the opposite effect. If he used beyonder means, he might be afraid of violating rules and being caught, which would cause the Earth Mother Church to completely lose its right to preach in Backlund. But for Vera, he was very attentive. After all, she was a person without faith, and he was a clergyman, so he kept advising Vera to become a believer of the Earth Mother. Through the conversation, he learned that Franklin had already left the Earth Mother Church and gone overseas. For Altair, he actually quite wanted to meet this Mushroom King. After all, this person's reputation was not low at all. He was known as an existence who could awaken within the Mother God, achieving an upset. He also wanted to try giving him knowledge related to botany, biology, genetics, and so on, to see what he could create. But unfortunately, he came too late, the person had already left, so he could only find an opportunity later. When Altair came back to his senses, he looked at Vera, who was still looking at him with her round eyes, and said helplessly, I'm not sure about the Earth Mother Church, after all, the headquarters of this church is not in the Lone Kingdom, so it's impossible to understand it more deeply. But if you want to believe in her, it's also a good choice. Upon hearing this, Vera immediately turned her head, facing Altair with her profile, and said, I won't believe in them. When the sun had completely set, the carriage also returned home. Upon entering the house, they found that Han, Freya, and Eileen had also returned. After a simple dinner, Vera immediately took out the small cakes purchased that afternoon. Altair only kept one lemon cake and then let her take the rest of the cakes to share with others. The soft butter cake base was drizzled with a layer of sweet and sour lemon glaze. The cake's sweetness and the lemon's refreshing fruit acid formed a perfect balance, with a light texture that melted in the mouth. After this period of eating, Altair also understood why so many girls in his previous life loved to eat all kinds of small cakes. When there's nothing to do, taking a bite like this can both pass the time and enjoy delicious food, killing two birds with one stone. But perhaps due to his taste, he felt that the cake was delicious, but after eating one, he didn't want to eat any more, eating too much still felt overly sweet. It might also be that too much sugar was added. After Altair completely finished dinner, he went to the study to listen to Han and Freya's work reports for the day. First, Han said, the requirements for the banquet at the suburban manor have been arranged properly. Some servants have been left there to follow the specialist's command to ensure the banquet can proceed normally tomorrow. I have also taken those special items to the manor and hidden them, and I've had Simon's team stay behind to guard them. Earl Altair, isn't this too rushed? Although those items have been tested, according to the factory's opinion, they can still be optimized. After optimization, they should be able to create higher profits. Han's words completely reassured Altair, as this concerned his future plans. He then said, although the timing is indeed very tight, causing unavoidable flaws in the goods, this is also one of its selling points. After all, an item that never breaks is not a good product. The hasty forging now just leaves room for future product updates, as long as its safety is guaranteed. At this moment, the conversation between the two left Freya feeling bewildered. Wasn't a banquet being organized tomorrow? How did it get involved with selling goods? Is there a necessary connection between these two things? Does Earl Altair want to promote goods through tomorrow's banquet? After Freya heard that there was no more conversation outside, she looked at the two of them, and finding that she could speak, she said, as you requested, this afternoon when I went to deliver invitations to other nobles, I personally watched them read the invitation letters. All of them gave the same reply, stating that they would definitely attend on time tomorrow. But I always feel that they were overly enthusiastic. From my arrival to after they read the letter, if I may be frank, I always felt that their emotional control was not in place. Listening to Freya's words, Han, who knew the truth about the banquet, of course knew why they were so enthusiastic. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble, if you're delivering money, and you're not enthusiastically received, then others will find an excuse to directly kick you out, because if too many people participate, you'll get less. Chapter 34, The Banquet of Interests. The next day, morning. Han had already left the manor and headed to the outskirts to arrange the banquet matters. According to him, although there were specialists managing it, this banquet was of great importance, and he feared some small errors in detail, so he went early to supervise them. Altair, on the other hand, was still slowly enjoying today's breakfast. After finishing the meal and standing up to return to the bedroom door to change, the voices of 3 people talking could be heard inside. This gown won't do, the size is no longer right. The size of this one is right, but the color doesn't match. This tea dress won't do, the color is too dull. This one won't do either, the color is too dark. You could try this one. That one won't do either, Earl Altair wore it to the last banquet. How about this one? Also no. Keep it as a backup. What about the jewelry? After pushing open the bedroom door, the scene was revealed. The room was in a mess, with coordinated clothes and jewelry scattered everywhere. The 3 heard the sound of the door opening and looked back to find that Altair had already entered the bedroom. The 2 sides looked at each other, and the scene was quite awkward. Looking at their actions, Altair asked, "What's the matter? Are the clothes for today's outing not ready yet?" Seeing the guilt of those around her, Irene lowered her head and took a step forward, saying, "Earl Altair, among the existing clothes in your wardrobe, very few are suitable for today's banquet. Perhaps it's also because of your recent physical development, I just discovered that some of the clothes are no longer a good fit. Additionally, today is an outdoor banquet, so we haven't selected a suitable gown yet." Altair, the person involved, felt helpless at Irene's words. Since his father passed away, attending the public memorial service, sending him back to the fee for burial, returning to Baklan to take the potion and starting to dress in disguise, 3 months had already passed. Perhaps because of the potion, the body had begun to grow rapidly, from 1.65 meters to 1.74 meters now, while all the clothes were still tailored according to the measurements from 3 months ago. Usually being at home, there were no requirements for dress, as long as it could be worn, it was fine. Because not many banquets had been attended during this period, it wasn't clear that some clothes had started to become ill-fitting, especially something like a formal gown. Everyone had forgotten about this issue. Altair himself didn't have many requirements for clothing, so he hadn't paid attention to it. Han, being a male butler, wouldn't ask about it either. Freya and Irene, one a female housekeeper and the other a personal maid, had both just joined this household and hadn't been working for long. Both thought the Earl had ample preparations for clothing. Regarding the current problem, Altair said calmly, "Find some clothes that are barely acceptable. There's no need to deliberately choose light colors, dark clothes are also fine. As for the gown for tonight, there's no need to prepare one specifically. After this banquet is over, just call a clothing designer to redo them." After saying that, Altair entered the washroom to put on undergarments alone. Having not yet reached sequence 7, letting them help would definitely reveal the secret, so during this time, Altair always put on undergarments personally. After walking out of the washroom, the 3 hurried forward to assist in putting on a deep blue garment. Through broad shoulders, a slender waist, and an expanded skirt, it presented an X shape, with voluminous leg of mutton sleeves and puff sleeves, paired with a corset and multiple layers of petticoats. After pairing it with some appropriately colored accessories and putting on a flat-topped hat, the ensemble was considered complete. After taking some spare clothes, the 3 followed Altair into a carriage and left the manor. The mood of the 3 along the way was not high. If this had happened in another household, the minimum punishment they would face would be immediate dismissal. Some narrow-minded nobles would even retaliate against them. This era was just like that. All nobles cared about appearances and had requirements for daily dress, let alone for participating in large-scale activities. As for the fact that it was essentially because of Altair that such an error occurred, others should not have to bear the responsibility. Wishful thinking, the nobles here were unreasonable. From the manor in Empress Borough to the manor in the outskirts, it was already close to noon. When the carriage stopped at the door and Altair stepped out, he found Han and Simon already waiting for him at the entrance. Altair walked up and asked, "Simon, is the shooting range ready over there?" Hearing the question, Simon nodded directly and said, "Earl Altair, please rest assured. The shooting range has been prepared, all weapons have been checked and will not have problems, and they have been placed properly. The performance stage has also been erected. After the noon banquet ends, the trial shooting performance can be held in the afternoon." After hearing Simon's words, Altair nodded in approval. Then he turned to look at Han, who also said, "All matters for the banquet have been properly arranged. The kitchen is currently preparing the food for the luncheon. After the luncheon is over, we can head to the shooting range to watch the performance. After the performance, it will be tea time. Earl Altair, you can use this time to discuss cooperation with other earls. As for the dinner, because the location for this banquet was chosen in the outskirts, it will be held earlier. It can proceed after the tea time ends. After the dinner, the ball can take place. The ball will end early at about 10 o'clock. Altair was pleased to hear Han's arrangements for the banquet. As expected of someone who had been a butler for over a decade, not a single flaw could be found in things like the banquet schedule. When the time approached nearly 12 noon, Altair, sitting on the sofa in the hall, saw carriages starting to enter through the manor gates via the window. He then stood up to wait for the guests in the living room. Seeing the arrivals, Altair bowed directly and said, "Good afternoon, Earl Donovan, Mrs. Donovan." The two also replied politely. "Good afternoon, Earl Altair." "Good afternoon, Sister Altair." Owen looked around and said directly, "It seems the two of us have arrived quite early, since we are the first guests to arrive." But Heather Grant directly undermined him. "Altair, don't listen to his nonsense. If it weren't for me, he would probably still be on the road right now." Watching their cheerful banter, Altair also envied the relationship of this couple, who were still so sweet after more than 10 years of marriage. But he always felt that he was currently being fed dog food by the two. Helplessly, he could only invite them to sit down and start tasting tea and desserts. The three hadn't chatted for long before the manor gates opened again. This time, Uncle Grandfather Leaf and Brigadier General Carell entered. Uncle Grandfather Leaf came alone as Cousin Charles was still in the southern continent for business. Carell came together with his fiancée, Tiffany O'Neill. Carell Duarte was the superior of Altair's original father. He was a colonel before returning from the southern continent, and after returning, he was promoted one level to brigadier general. After greeting each other, the two also joined the small talk. Uncle Grandfather Leaf gave Owen a cold face, but had mostly praise for Heather. Carell Duarte, on the other hand, had mostly praise for Owen, this legendary figure. This resulted in Uncle Grandfather Leaf's expression starting to turn sour toward him as well. Chapter 35, Firearms Demonstration. By 12:30, everyone had arrived. Since it was a small banquet, only 25 people came. Except for Uncle Grandfather Leaf, everyone else brought their younger generation or their sons and daughters-in-law. They were basically all in pairs. Fortunately, there were few people, otherwise the dining table really wouldn't have been able to accommodate them. Once everyone arrived, Altair signaled Han to begin the banquet. As Han lightly rang the bell to signal the start of the luncheon, Altair rose to accompany some important guests to their seats, while other guests sat with companions as they pleased. The seating arrangement for the luncheon was not as strict as that for a dinner banquet. Once everyone was seated, the servants began serving the meal, starting with cold plates and ham, then hot dishes like roast meat, roast chicken, and roast vegetables, followed by desserts like fruit tarts and pudding. Since there was a performance in the afternoon, the luncheon only provided some low-alcohol white wine or cider. During the luncheon, Altair and the guests enjoyed a meal filled with laughter for an hour and a half. Over the course of the meal, Altair made her rounds to greet everyone. The older group had generally begun to relinquish power and enter retirement. The middle-aged group, like Carell Duarte, had basically completed their power transitions and begun to establish a firm foothold. A few of the younger generation were about the same age as her and were mostly still in the learning phase as students, planning to make their moves after coming of age. After the luncheon ended and people had chatted for a while, Han came in and whispered in Altair's ear, "Simon has everything arranged on his end, the performance can begin." After hearing this private message, Altair looked at the people present and found that, except for some of the younger ones, almost everyone was looking at her. Altair smiled helplessly and shook her head, thinking, these people must have been waiting for Han to come in and announce it. She then stood up and said, "Everyone, thank you for coming to the Sheffield family banquet. To show our gratitude, we have prepared a fireworks display for you. After the performance, you can even participate personally. Please follow me to the backyard." Altair and Han directly made a gesture of please. Han led the way, while Altair accompanied Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others out of the living room. Those in the know wanted to see it and followed. As for the rest, seeing the majority of people leaving, they followed along as well. Following the path to the backyard, they sat in the bleachers that had already been set up. Looking out from the bleachers, one couldn't help but admire Simon's professional ability. From here, one could see everything happening on the firing range. Seeing that everyone was seated, Altair began her introduction. Since the year 1145, Emperor Rosel's inventions of the steam engine and improvements to rifled cannons completely ended the era of knights. This also allowed the Intis Republic to rise rapidly during that era, dominating all other nations for nearly 50 years. It wasn't until Rosel was assassinated in the White Maple Palace and Intis fell into internal strife that other countries took the opportunity to start their own industrial revolutions. Since then, the mode of warfare between nations has completely shifted to thermal weapons. An unavoidable issue for thermal weapons, firearms, is gunpowder. It is the foundation of this series of weapons. Whoever possesses better technology can gain the upper hand. Of course, that's not entirely true, as the army possesses large quantities of powerful weapons like steam rifles. But you all should be aware of the flaws of such weapons: high cost, complex maintenance, the need for phlogiston to operate, and the requirement for specially trained personnel to use them, among other issues. The solution to this series of problems is to update gunpowder technology. Whoever possesses a cheaper, more powerful, new gunpowder can master the change in the weapons landscape. Today, the performance we have prepared for you is a test firing of weapons using new gunpowder technology. Just as Altair finished speaking, Simon appeared at a corner of the range leading his entire squad. Upon receiving the signal to start, the 12-man squad began the demonstration. Because the distance exceeded 100 meters, the sound of the squad's Kar-98K rifles reached the bleachers not as sharp cracks, but as muffled thuds. Seeing the satisfied expressions on several people's faces, Altair gave a brief introduction. The Kar-98K is a bolt-action rifle, caliber 7mm Mauser, fed by a 5-round internal magazine, with an effective range of 800 meters, a length of 1,100 millimeters, and an unloaded weight of approximately 3.9 kilograms. The bolt operation is smooth and reliable, with excellent precision. With an optical sight added, it can be used as a sniper rifle. Its disadvantage is the slow rate of fire, making it unable to handle sudden close-quarters combat. But its superior performance is undeniable. Compared to the weapons currently in service with the Army, it has a lower cost and greater power. The ammunition uses entirely new smokeless powder. The current timeline was in the late Victorian era of the original world, where ordinary weapons had not yet fully transitioned to smokeless powder technology. Uncle Grandfather Leaf watched the performance at the range and asked casually, "What is the cost and production time for this kind of rifle?" Altair felt a secret joy. Uncle Grandfather Leaf was truly helpful. She had been waiting for someone to ask, otherwise how could she introduce the advantages? Because the Kar-98K is a new type of firearm, its current production time is between 12 to 14 man-hours. Once mass production begins, that time can be compressed to about 9 hours. This statement caused the big shots to nod repeatedly. The demonstration for the Kar-98K was essentially a full weapons test, covering range, accuracy, and muzzle velocity, as well as environmental simulations like water immersion, sand immersion, and low temperatures, followed by continuous firing. Once the Kar-98K testing was complete, Simon and his team switched to MG42 firearms to begin testing. The MG42 fired at an ultra-high rate of 1,200 rounds per minute, producing a continuous sound like tearing cloth, zee-law, zee-law. There were no distinct intervals between single shots. It sounded more like the sharp screech of a metal grinding while cutting through steel, which was extremely oppressive. Seeing the shocked expressions on people's faces, Altair could understand. After all, current heavy machine guns did not have this kind of effect. She introduced it directly, saying, MG42 general-purpose machine gun, meeting the combat requirements of both light and heavy machine guns. Caliber 7mm Mauser, belt-fed, with a theoretical rate of fire as high as 1,200 rounds per minute. Effective range is 800 meters in light machine gun mode, and 1,000 meters in heavy machine gun mode. Length is 1,219 millimeters, and unloaded weight is approximately 11.5 kilograms. The rate of fire is extremely fast, with a sound similar to the roar of a chainsaw, and its suppression capability is incredibly strong. It is manufactured using a stamping process, resulting in low cost, high yield, and excellent reliability, capable of adapting to harsh battlefield environments such as severe cold and mud. The disadvantage is that the high rate of fire leads to rapid ammunition consumption, which places higher demands on the shooter's recoil control and logistical supply. But I believe this level of ammunition consumption is not a disadvantage for an army, or even for an industrial power like ours. If the two types of firearms are paired, they can form the core firepower combination of an infantry squad. Kar-98K is responsible for precision shots and medium to long-range sniping, while MG42 handles firepower suppression and area denial tasks. If the Kar-98K brought surprise to these people, the MG42 brought pure shock, because the design of this machine gun completely outclassed all current firearms. After the demonstration, everyone participated in the trial session. Everyone wanted to try out a weapon that could influence the outcome of a war. When Altair announced the cost and production time, the way these high-ranking and powerful individuals looked at her was like they were sizing up a piece of gold. Chapter 36, The Treasury Key. After a series of events including weapon testing, detailed cooperation discussions, a dinner party, and a ball, the banquet Altair organized for today had finally come to an end. They had all agreed, or were forced to agree, to the conditions he proposed. Starting tomorrow, all factories would be integrated, and the acquisition of land near the industrial zone for the construction of new factories would begin. Once everything was successfully completed, the remaining 69% of the shares would be distributed equally based on their respective contributions. Altair himself took a fixed 31% stake, but it came with a price. He needed to ensure the research and development of future weaponry. Take, for example, the various weapon design blueprints he presented in the meeting room. If it weren't for those blueprints backing him up, he might not have been able to secure such a large share. After standing at the door to see off Owen Donovan and Heather Grant, Altair returned to the living room to find maternal great-uncle Lev still wanting to smoke a cigar. Seeing Altair enter, Lev directly stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray. "It seems you've completely grown up. The way you debated those old fogies in the meeting room just now was excellent. Now, I can rest easy." Hearing this, Altair recalled his high-spirited appearance in the meeting room and shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself that before transmigrating, he was just a college student who had just entered society and hit walls everywhere. Who would have thought he'd grow this much after being here for only 3 months? As expected, one must have confidence when doing things, and now he had taken the Sheffield family and Leaf Strauss as his source of confidence, even beginning to enjoy the feeling. Has my inner mindset already started to shift to cater to this society? While he was still deep in thought, Lev stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, walked over to Altair, and patted his shoulder to snap him back to reality. Once Altair's mind returned, Lev took a black metal plate out of his jacket pocket and handed it to him. Looking at the object being handed over, Altair instinctively took it. Upon touching the black iron plate, he felt a distinct sense of familiarity. He lowered his head, feeling its texture, and asked, "Maternal great-uncle Lev, what is this? Why do I feel a special bloodline connection from this iron plate? It feels like a relative, but this is clearly just a piece of metal of unknown material." Lev wasn't surprised by Altair's question and said plainly, "You should have entered your family's treasury by now, and you should know there's another treasury inside the treasury. This iron plate is the key to opening it. As for why you feel a sense of familiarity, it's because it is inherently a part of you. To ensure family inheritance, families like ours take blood from direct-line children at birth to create a key, giving it to a trusted person for safekeeping. Once the person grows up, the guardian hands the key over to him. If he reaches adulthood and fails to meet the guardian's expectations, the next generation's bloodline inheritance will be forcibly started to ensure the prosperity of the bloodline. Your performance today satisfied me, so I've decided to give you the treasury key ahead of schedule. As for the method to open the treasury, it's very simple. Hold the iron plate against the door, and it will automatically draw blood to verify your identity." The atmosphere was originally quite somber, but when Altair heard about using blood to open the door, he suddenly looked up. "This key, surely it doesn't need to suck blood every single time the door is opened?" Leaf Strauss replied helplessly to the question from his grandnephew, grandniece, "That is indeed the case." Altair inwardly condemned this backward bloodline lock design. Who the hell designed such a torturous thing? Seeing Altair's visibly sour expression, Lev recalled that he had been the same way in the past, reflecting that this feeling was truly satisfying. However, he also cursed inwardly, the designer of this lock really wasn't human. Meanwhile, inside a majestic and grand cathedral, sat rows of figures with human silhouettes whose faces could not be clearly seen. One of them sneezed twice in a row. The person next to him seemed to have anticipated it, knowing what would happen, and easily dodged the saliva spraying from his mouth, then fastidiously brushed off his non-existent clothes. The person sitting opposite him spoke directly to the being sitting in the head seat. "I strongly request a seat change. He does this every time. After all these years, I really can't stand it anymore." These words caused the solemn cathedral to instantly erupt as various humanoid figures either tried to persuade him to stay or rejected the proposal. After seeing off maternal great-uncle Lev, there were no outsiders left in the manor. Han came to the living room, walked up to Altair, and said, "Count Altair, everything in the manor has been settled. The carriage is waiting at the door. We can depart and return to the Empress Borough Manor." Hearing this, Altair nodded at Han and said, "I am very satisfied with your work today. To show the Sheffield family's preferential treatment of its servants, I allow Clayton to participate in this project. But remember not to take too much, as that will cause resentment among others." Without waiting for Han's reaction, Altair left the living room, headed for the door, and departed in the carriage. After getting into the carriage, he found Vera with a face full of smiles. He thought to himself that this girl must have eaten plenty in the kitchen today. Time moved forward steadily. 3 days had passed since Altair proposed the plan. They had already bought up all the land for the new industrial zone and begun gathering workers to build the new district using the blueprints provided by Altair. In just 3 days, this new industrial zone already covered an area of 15 kilometers and was still expanding. During these 3 days, because of Altair, some became overnight millionaires, some went bankrupt, and some even lost their lives. A series of fortunes and disasters crashed into the calm city of Backlund like a splash of various colors. The instigator potion within his body began to digest slowly. At the current rate, he would be able to complete the acting in just 1 more month. This series of actions naturally attracted the attention of others. From tabloid reporters to members of the House of Lords, everyone wanted to enter the manor, but Altair rejected them all on the grounds of being unwell. Among them, some had learned the positioning of this industrial park through special channels. They constantly sent gifts and wrote letters applying to join the fray. Altair simply handed these matters over to Han to bring to maternal great-uncle Lev and the others, letting them decide. Chapter 37, The Demoness is Back. Today was like any other, the sky over Backlund was still misty and grey. Altair was still fast asleep when he realized something was wrong. He had already been bound by Vivian's spider silk. Looking at the smiling woman by the bed, Altair was filled with helplessness, grumbling inwardly, was it really necessary to go this far the moment you got back? When Altair couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried, he could only beg for mercy. Vivian, can you let me go? Vivian, standing by the bed, flatly refused. That won't do. I didn't expect you to cause such a stir after I'd been gone for less than half a month. Besides, your body is much more honest than your mouth. As Vivian spoke, she used the spider silk to tease Altair. Don't touch there. This feeling of gauze-like friction was truly unbearable. Beg me. She chuckled softly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a magnetic rasp, with the end of her sentences trailing upward like a hook catching one's curiosity. It seems your body has grown quite a bit while I was away these past 2 weeks. What did you just feed me? Something you should be eating, of course. I can't take it anymore. Let's stop. No. Where exactly can't you take it? Vivian's finger traced across Altair's chest as she said, I've troubled you again this time to help me complete my acting. Hearing this, Altair simply rolled his eyes at her. Vivian stood up, controlling the spider silk, to get dressed as she spoke. I have some unfortunate news for you. The Demoness sect knows about your situation. However, they haven't issued any follow-up instructions regarding you yet. Vivian's dramatic pause made Altair's heart finally settle back into his chest. He sat up and said with a smile, what can they do to me now? If they had moved against me right after my father passed away, I might have been afraid. But now, unless the Demoness sect dispatches a demigod. Vivian turned to look at Altair and said with a smile, it seems my little heart has grown up. Indeed, as you said, they are currently troubled by this matter as well. You are now an Earl of the Kingdom of Loan, the grandniece of a demigod, and the largest shareholder of the Backlund New Industrial Park. If anything were to happen to you now, even George III wouldn't be able to clean up the mess for them. So, there's a high probability they will seek to cooperate with you later. After Altair got dressed simply, he hugged Vivian from behind and said, we'll talk about that later. After all, we can't decide what they choose to do. What about you? Why were you gone for half a month this time? Didn't you say it was a simple matter? Vivian turned around and said to Altair, I can't tell you that. After saying that, Vivian's expression turned somber as she asked, I don't recall giving you the potion formula for instigator. Altair felt quite awkward. He had thought he could hide it, but seeing Vivian's current state, he knew he had been over-optimistic. He said helplessly. After you left, I began acting as an assassin. By the time the potion was fully digested and you still hadn't returned, I happened to have the instigator potion formula at home, so I had no choice but to advance on my own. Vivian teased with a smile, given your recent actions, it seems your instigator potion is almost digested as well. However, I still suggest you slow down. I believe I told you that the Demoness sect has been looking for people who advance quickly lately. I don't feel like that's a good thing. And, are you ready to become a woman? It was close to noon when Altair and Vivian finally went downstairs for a meal. In this manner, only Han was familiar with Vivian. Freya, Vera, and Irene didn't know her at all. Seeing her emerge from Altair's room shocked the three of them. While eating, Vivian asked, are those 3 the maids Han found for you? Altair didn't choose to keep this a secret. Before she returned, he had already informed her via magic mirror communication about the addition of a female housekeeper and 2 personal maids. Besides, it was impossible to hide 3 living people. Yes, they are. I believe I've introduced them to you. The one with the outstanding temperament is Freya, the one with the cold personality is Irene, and the cute-looking one next to them is Vera. Vivian began to cut the steak on her plate fiercely with her knife, not stopping until the plate screeched. She said, it seems Han has quite a lot of opinions about me. Seeing Vivian's behavior, Altair immediately put down his utensils and watched her, fearing she might do something out of line or cause an accident. After a long while, Vivian finally sighed. Forget it, his approach wasn't wrong either. She then turned to look at Altair and said bluntly, keep eating. Seeing that Vivian had calmed down, Altair picked up his knife and continued his meal. He was genuinely afraid of her sudden emotional shift. Just because Vivian was nice to him didn't mean he could let his guard down. She was a genuine demoness. After seeing Vivian off, the frightened Freya and the others gathered around and asked, Count Altair, who was that person just now? Her attitude and expression toward us were terrifying. Listening to the 3 of them, Altair pondered for a moment before answering directly, she is Count Altair's wife. Her temperament isn't very good, so be careful when you encounter her in the future. Watching Altair walk away, Vera complained in a low voice, what? Count Altair is lying. She's clearly a girl just like us, yet he calls her his wife. He's making fun of us again. The other 2 didn't respond to Vera's complaint. Altair's words were well evidenced by the sounds coming from the room when they had tried to wake him this morning. After Freya and Irene finished their thoughts, they both looked at Vera and thought, just as Altair said, being an optimist is quite nice. Then the two of them glanced at each other, sparks practically flying between them. They rolled their eyes at one another and left the spot. When Vera saw the two of them leave, she realized they hadn't joined her in complaining about Altair's behavior as they usually did. After the two left, Vera could only follow them dejectedly. In the afternoon, when Altair stepped out of the study, he saw Vera playing with Black Panther alone. He immediately asked, "Vera, where are the others?" When Vera heard the voice behind her, she flinched and patted her chest. Turning around, she said, "Count Altair, my sister and Freya are doing who knows what. They actually won't play with me today." Vera's words didn't strike Altair as odd. Instead, he stared directly at the corner of her mouth and said, "Don't keep stealing Black Panther's snacks. Didn't I give you 10 pounds? You can buy some good ones for yourself." Hearing Altair's words, Vera immediately turned around to wipe the crumbs from her mouth and said, "The root cause is that the Backlund Pet Care Company made these little biscuits way too delicious." The little biscuits Vera mentioned were pet treats made from flour, vegetables, meat, and water. Altair hadn't tasted them himself, but they smelled delicious. For ordinary people in this era, even sour-tasting black bread was considered a treat, let alone high-quality pet food made with better ingredients. Chapter 38, The Hunting Banquet. Altair Sheffield walked along the path holding a parasol, cursing inwardly as she went. What was George III thinking? Does that man have bubbles for brains? Holding a hunt in the middle of summer, doesn't he know what the temperature is like right now? "Altair, over here." After entering the large tent, Altair heard someone calling her name. Looking toward the sound, she saw Heather Grant waving her over. When Altair reached the table, she saw that Heather Grant had already produced a deck of playing cards and said, "Come and play a few rounds of Fight the Evil with us." Looking at the playing cards in her hand, Altair felt a helpless urge to laugh. Back then, Roselle Gustave had plagiarized everything and claimed it as his own invention. If no one knew the truth, it would be fine, but if someone did, he'd become a total laughingstock. Fortunately, she had the foresight not to change the names when she borrowed things. Whoever designed it got the credit, avoiding any future exposure. At the same time, she was very curious to know if Klein, 2.5 years from now, would come looking for them when he saw those items in the designer's names. A9. A10. Since she had nothing better to do, Altair sat down and started playing Fight the Evil with Heather and the others. Looking at the cards in her hand, she casually played one and asked curiously, "What's the story with this hunting event? Why is it being held in the summer?" Tiffany O'Neill looked at the cards on the table, threw out a king, and said, "I heard it has something to do with the third prince, Edsac Augustus." Heather tapped the table to pass, indicating she couldn't beat the card, and said casually, "Actually, it's no big deal, it's just to build momentum for Edsac." Heather's words left Altair confused, and she immediately asked, "Is this to determine the successor to the throne in advance?" Heather looked at her and said with a smile, "Why do you assume it's about the succession? Couldn't it be something else? For example, supporting one prince to challenge the eldest prince's power." Hearing Heather's explanation, Altair sighed inwardly. This method of balancing court power was used everywhere, no matter the world. Now it just depended on who would enter the fray. Betting right meant the merit of supporting a dragon, betting wrong meant the execution of one's entire clan. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Heather tapping on the table interrupted Altair's thoughts. Seeing Altair's distracted state, Heather said slowly, "Why haven't you played a card yet? You need to focus." Looking at the cards on the table, Altair directly played a 7. A10. "I win. Pay up, pay up." Heather laughed happily. Altair's distraction had handed the two of them the victory. She casually pulled 2 one-pound notes from her wallet and handed them to Heather and Tiffany. After taking the money from Altair, Heather began to reshuffle the deck and said calmly, "The reason I called you over to play cards is for this very reason. Owen and Leaf both urged me to tell you to be careful and to keep an eye on you during this time. No matter what happens, do not get involved. Right now, you are just an ordinary noble. All right, don't overthink unimportant things. They will handle it, it won't affect our mood for playing cards. Just an ordinary noble, not allowed to participate. Have I been targeted?" Then again, what ordinary noble was as unique as she was? Her family members had been in the military for years, leaving behind solid connections. She was wealthy herself, and now she was leading the construction of the new industrial zone. Whether in terms of political or social influence, she possessed significant power. With only one person left in her family, she was a perfect booster resource. During that morning's game of Fight the Evil, Altair lost utterly. In front of Heather, she felt like a child whose every thought was being read. She lost 9 times out of 10. If it weren't for Tiffany being even worse, Altair would have thought her spectator abilities had failed. Using her telepathist ability, Altair could only perceive Tiffany's thoughts. It was completely ineffective against Heather, who seemed to carry her own anti-magic field. Heather patted Altair on the shoulder and said, still dazing. Let's go, the luncheon is about to start. If we're late, some people will say we're being impolite. Altair, you should try this. The taste of this dessert is quite good. Indeed, it's less sweet than the other desserts. The luncheon used an open dining style, self-service, with no servants waiting on them. This method was, of course, invented by Roselle and had spread from Intis. Supposedly, Roselle disliked traditional noble dining styles, finding them too restrictive. During a banquet, he had ordered the guests to serve themselves. Regarding this particular achievement, Altair had to give Roselle a thumbs up. If they followed traditional dining etiquette, seating and service would be ranked from highest status to lowest. When the food was served, it went to the king first, then the princes, dukes, earls, viscounts, and barons. The king would never wait for everyone to receive their food from the servants before starting to eat. Instead, as soon as his was served, he would eat. When he finished, the course was cleared, and the next was served. When there were many people, the nobles at the end of the line wouldn't get to eat at all. They could only sneak to the kitchen to find food after the banquet ended. As the afternoon sun dipped slightly, the young men could no longer restrain their restless hearts and began racing horses in the summer heat. Heather took Altair into a VIP box, overlooking the horses as they sprinted past. The summer heat had Altair fanning herself constantly, leaving her with no mind for anything else. Heather heard the strong wind whistling from Altair's fan and turned to look. She cast an appreciative glance at her behavior and said, "It seems having you along is quite nice, at least I don't have to fan myself." Altair said expressionlessly, "When is this banquet going to end? I'm feeling truly miserable right now." Her grumbling didn't receive a direct answer from Heather, who instead laughed and said, "You can't take it already. There's a part tonight that will make you even more uncomfortable." "Tonight? What else is there?" Altair immediately stopped her fanning and asked in confusion, but then thought about it and muttered quietly, "Is it about Edsac? But didn't maternal great-uncle and the others say they would handle it?" "Of course he's part of the reason, but it's not just him," Heather confirmed, then explained. "You are currently the target of every noble youth in Backlund. Look at those young men in the distance, dressed up so flamboyantly. A large part of the reason is that they've set their sights on you. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself tonight. During the ball, you will definitely be the center of attention." Chapter 39, Can the Tarot Club Still Hold Meetings? Ah. A startled cry rang out first, followed immediately by the scraping sound of high heels skidding on the floor. In the next second, there was a dull thud. Various exclamations and voices of concern also rose from the surroundings. At this moment, Altair was forced to sit directly on the ground because her high heel had snapped. Heather forcefully covered her mouth, trying hard not to let herself laugh. After suppressing her emotions with great effort, she immediately stepped forward to help Altair up and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you hurt? Do you need me to call a doctor for you?" Altair blinked hard, then squeezed her eyes shut tightly, forcing a warmth into her aching eyes to squeeze out tears. She said aggrievedly, "Sister Heather, I think I've sprained my ankle. It hurts so much right now." "How could you sprain your ankle?" "Poor Altair," Heather said loudly, looking around and saying urgently to the servants, "You few, come over here and help me take Countess Sheffield back to her room." The exaggerated acting of the two also shocked the people around them. Once the servants arrived, they supported Altair as she limped away from the box. After the doctor applied medicine to Altair's ankle and left, Heather, standing to the side, praised her, "Your little head is truly clever. In such a short time, you thought of such a way to skip tonight's ball." After returning to normal, Altair chuckled twice and said casually, "It was a last resort. If I didn't suffer a little now, who knows what I would encounter tonight. But as far as the result is concerned, it's quite good. At least I don't have to endure the scorching heat outside anymore." For dancing with other men, he found it difficult to accept for the time being, and now he could just use the excuse of avoiding schemes to escape dancing. Night fell, and the twilight flowed through the carvings of the Gothic window frames, darkening the gilded patterns of the crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall. The new electric lamps hanging from the dome suddenly lit up, and a waterfall of cold white light poured down, clearly illuminating the lace on the noblewomen's skirts and the embroidery on the gentlemen's ties. Altair still couldn't avoid the invitation to attend the ball. Today, it could be said that big shots were gathered here, with important people from all levels of the Kingdom of Loan present. Looking at such a scene, Altair's thought at this moment was, if a high-yield aerial bomb were detonated here, half of Loan's sky would probably collapse. Regarding having such thoughts now, Altair shook her head helplessly, feeling that she was becoming more and more abnormal. Since entering the banquet hall, Altair had been supported by a servant to the edge, where she sat on a bench eating dessert, waiting for the banquet to end. Elderly nobles and women with insufficient physical strength often came here to rest, or guests would sit down to talk or take snacks during the intervals between dance music. Altair was also very annoyed by these people who came to rest. Anyone who came by would ask him why he was sitting here all the time and why he didn't join the dance. It was normal for these people to think this way. After all, wasn't a ball meant for dancing and socializing? Moreover, during dance lessons, they were taught to be ready to accept invitations to dance at any time. My lady, are you feeling unwell? I've seen you sitting here since the ball began. Hearing this, Altair put down her cake fork as usual and looked up to find a young man with a slightly youthful appearance already sitting opposite her. Even after seeing Altair's face, he continued. I feel like you look a lot like a friend of mine. Although we've only met once, we had a pretty good conversation that time. Looking at the young man with an upturned mouth and a slight smile, Altair's heart was filled with mixed emotions, like the feeling of being caught in person after using an online photo deception. Seeing Altair's reaction, the person in front of her quickly said, I forgot to introduce myself, I know your name, Glelant, Altair interrupted before he could finish. Glelant was puzzled that the young lady in front of him knew his name, but he was more surprised. His excitement was beyond words as he asked curiously. My lady, may I know your honorable name? Regarding Glelant's question, he could only shake his head slightly and said helplessly, Altair Sheffield or Lucius Sheffield. Hearing Altair's answer, Glelant felt incredibly shocked. He pointed at Altair with a trembling finger and asked curiously, You said you were Lucius. How is that possible? When I met him, he was clearly dressed as a man. Regarding Glelant's words, Altair's heart remained calm, but she also felt that her previous actions were redundant. Altair shook his head at Glelant and said, This is my original appearance. As for wearing men's clothing at the memorial service last time, there were special matters to handle. Also, you should move your finger, such behavior is very impolite. Prompted by Altair, Glelant looked at his hand and realized it was indeed rude to keep pointing at her, so he immediately withdrew it. At the same time, he was thinking about the truth of Altair's words. Although this world itself was a special existence and had been guided by Roselle, it was indeed rare for women to wear men's clothing. After all, Roselle was just a drop of ink and could not dye an entire lake. Perhaps it was because Altair's appearance was beautiful and didn't look like a man's, or perhaps because of the special nature of that day. Glelant still accepted Altair's explanation and said sincerely. Sorry, Altair. I didn't know that day was the day your father's remains returned to the country. After I saw that list, I originally wanted to find you and apologize, but I couldn't find you again until the memorial service ended. Regarding the death of the original body's father, Altair no longer felt the instinctive sadness his body had when he first crossed over, perhaps because he had completely taken over this body. Altair said to Glelant in a flat tone, He who does not know is not guilty. You didn't know the reason for the matter at that time, so I don't feel you've offended me in any way. And didn't you say later that you were looking for me to apologize? I accept your apology. Hearing Altair's words, Glelant returned to his usual smile and said, Actually, I've written to you since then, but it's always been your servant replying. Perhaps I didn't have time to reply then. Since my father passed away, I've been very busy. Also, you should know that all nobles receive countless letters every day during these months. I had my servant specifically reply to banquet invitations. Maybe you happen to write me a banquet letter, Altair explained with his usual rhetoric. I can understand. Glelant was not surprised by her answer, as he would do the same. He looked around and said cautiously, According to the method you mentioned before, I really did gain some occultism knowledge. I'm no longer as ignorant as before. We've even reorganized the occultism gathering. Do you want to join? These words left Altair completely silent. He didn't expect that his casual words would have such an impact. If they were allowed to contact Beyonders in advance, then the later Tarot Club wouldn't end up with just two people holding a meeting for Klein, right? Chapter 40 Audrey. To confirm if the future plot would be affected, Altair asked with a look of curiosity, Glelant, what kind of occultism knowledge have you found? Have you collected any potion formulas? At this moment, Altair was truly afraid they had obtained potion formulas and were beginning to become Beyonders. This didn't affect her much, but it would affect the subsequent plot. Could a Klein who knew nothing handle two Beyonders? Would an Audrey who had already entered the Beyonder world for many years still become Justice and the financier of the Tarot Club? Hearing Altair's question, Glelant wasn't surprised but explained. Following your method, we no longer limit ourselves to the original channels and have begun exploring downwards. For example, we started gathering information from institutions like the police department. In just 1 month, we've collected as much as we did in the previous several years combined. For instance, a while ago, several murders occurred in the Docks District and East Borough. According to the information we obtained, it was a Beyonder attacking gangs. We initially wanted to find a formula through this Beyonder's channels, but unfortunately, she hasn't appeared again since. We learned from an auxiliary police officer in Iron Gate Street of the Bridge District that there's a place suspected to be a Beyonder gathering. We sent people in to explore. Although we haven't entered that gathering yet, we still gained some useful knowledge. Writing up to here, I hope readers remember our domain name. Taiwan Novel Network is super easy to use, enjoy at any time. For example, the apothecary pathway. Those who consume this potion are skilled in concocting various medicines. As you know, for nobles like us, health is always a priority. There are also abilities from various pathways like hunter, lawyer, arbiter, and so on. The names of these potions are truly strange. Oh, and most importantly, Audrey has also joined our gathering. She also longs to become a Beyonder. She's at the ball today, and I'll introduce you to each other in a moment. Regarding Glelant's words, Altair focused and listened as intently as if back in her student days. She felt temporarily relieved upon discovering they hadn't obtained any formulas yet. By the way, you haven't answered my question. Why have you been sitting here since the start of the ball? After Glelant finished introducing the knowledge they had acquired, he brought the topic back on track. As for this question, Altair had answered it so many times tonight she felt like vomiting. Who could have expected that she'd be forced to attend a ball even with a sprained ankle, and that these nobles would be so polite that every single one of them would come over to ask? Like a machine triggering its base logic, Altair said expressionlessly, I accidentally twisted my ankle while watching the horse racing this afternoon, so I can only wait here for the banquet to end. Then you are truly unfortunate, Glelant said with a look of regret. The banquets these few days are the rarest moments of the year. Glelant didn't intend to chat with Altair indefinitely. Before the next dance piece began, a young noble lady stepped forward to strike up a conversation, and he took the opportunity to invite her to dance. Just as he had said, these few days were the rarest in the Lone Kingdom. Most of those in power were here, and meeting even one more was the greatest harvest. Seeing more and more nobles coming over to rest, Altair felt the ball should be ending soon. Glelant brought a beautiful and moving young lady to Altair and introduced her. Altair, this is the daughter of Earl Hall, the most dazzling jewel of Backlund, Miss Audrey Hall. Audrey, this is the Lucius Sheffield I told you about before, though I only recently learned her real name is Altair Sheffield. Altair looked at the Audrey Hall before her. She had blonde hair and emerald eyes, wearing a light blue satin ball gown with a standing collar, high waist, and mutton leg sleeves. The skirt was supported by multiple layers of tulle and decorated with ribbon bows. The elegance of the light blue complemented her blonde hair and green eyes perfectly. Her long golden hair was coiled high, making her neck appear as slender and graceful as a swan's. Whether it was the influence of the information age in her past life or her current deep understanding of Vivian, who was enhanced by the Demonis potion, Altair couldn't help but praise Audrey Hall's beauty. Her beauty was a fusion of her appearance and her temperament. Altair had to admit it was the finest she had ever seen in her life. Good evening, Miss Audrey. After taking in her appearance, Altair greeted her with a smile and pointed to her foot, explaining. I'm truly sorry, but in my current state, I can't stand up to greet you. Audrey Hall looked at the seated Altair and gave a polite smile, saying, Good evening, Earl Altair. Glelant already told me about your misfortune today on the way over. I wish you a speedy recovery. Hearing Audrey's form of address for Altair, Glelant's face filled with disbelief. He forcefully interrupted their exchange and asked, Audrey, did you just call Altair Earl? To Glelant's question, Audrey asked back curiously, don't you know? Altair inherited the title of Earl Sheffield as early as 3 months ago. This. Hearing Audrey's answer, Glelant's face was also full of shock. After a few seconds of silence, he snapped out of it and said, I really didn't know that. I did look up your information after that memorial service, but the news I got was that you were a baron. I am truly sorry, Earl Altair. My previous behavior was disrespectful. At this moment, Glelant wanted to strangle the person who gave him the intelligence. Back then, thinking of apologizing to Altair, he had someone specifically check, and the result was just a baron, so he didn't apologize in person. Now being told that the person he offended was an earl, Glelant really wanted to slap himself twice, hoping to wake up from this dream. Altair could see right through his thoughts. After all, the telepathist potion's ineffectiveness only applied to the suppression of lower sequences by higher sequences. Reading the hearts of ordinary people was still very simple. There's no need to apologize to me again. As I said when we first met today, ignorance is not a crime, Altair said with a light laugh, then turned to look at Audrey and noticed her panic movements. At this time, Audrey was only a 14-year-old girl. Since her mind wasn't fully developed, she often liked to make small gestures, and even Audrey was no exception. Regarding the scene where the atmosphere had clearly changed after her identity was revealed, despite the conversation being relaxed before, Altair said in a light tone, there's no need to be so respectful to me because of this earl status. You've forgotten that I'm also just a 15-year-old girl. I don't really want this status. You can just call me Altair as usual. Chapter 41, Conspiracy. After the ball dispersed, Altair sat in a wheelchair and was pushed out of the venue by a servant. Noticing the surroundings were different from when he arrived, Altair looked at the servant with a cold expression and asked, Where are we going? This isn't the way back to my room. The servant offered no explanation, simply continuing to push the wheelchair forward. Altair felt quite helpless regarding the servant's behavior. The simplest solution would be to kill him directly, but he was ostensibly a royal servant. Even if he were dealt with now, it would cause a commotion. Moreover, only members of the royal family could mobilize the servants of the palace. After many twists and turns, Altair was pushed to a remote cottage. Only after the servant knocked and listened to the voice inside did he dare open the door and push him in. Once the door opened, Altair saw George III dressed in casual clothes, sitting in the living room reading a book. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, which has a large collection of books. Visit alpha.sigma for your reading pleasure. The servant pushed the wheelchair into the room, parked it, and left immediately. Watching him close the door behind him, Altair greeted with a smile, "Good evening, Your Majesty. I wonder what business you have with me so late." As soon as he spoke, George III seemed to lose interest in his book. He looked up at Altair and said, "It seems your etiquette studies during this time have been very successful." At those words, Altair really wanted to punch the old man, but he suppressed the thought. Maintaining a smiling facade, he replied politely, "It is all thanks to the excellent teacher you found for me. Madam Anna's teaching quality is superb." George III nodded slightly at Altair's words and said, "The reason I've called you here is that I need you to infiltrate the social circles of those ladies and young misses. You should be aware of the recent proposal in the House of Lords to repeal the Corn Laws. I need you to gather information through them." Hearing this, Altair began to look troubled as he considered the feasibility of the task. The main reason for this matter was likely the shortage of manpower for building the mausoleum and the excessive cost of providing food supplies for it. Is the mausoleum already being built secretly on such a large scale? After a moment of thought, Altair said to George III with a troubled expression, "Your Majesty, you must know that most members of the House of Lords are old aristocrats and conservatives. They will not agree to relinquish their own interests and pass this bill." "Of course I know." George III was not surprised by Altair's answer. As the ruler of a nation, he naturally understood that this bill would not be passed so easily. Those old money aristocrats only needed to rely on their accumulated land, earning a handsome income every year through renting land or selling crops. They didn't need to do anything extra, spending their days in a state of idle dissipation. And the backbone of all this was the Corn Laws. If this law were repealed, a large number of aristocrats and farmers would go bankrupt. After a moment's thought, George III said to Altair, "You are clever and know my purpose. At the same time, I know this task is difficult to accomplish. Therefore, I don't need you to do much, just pass on the information you hear to me." After the conversation ended, Altair was pushed out of the cottage by the servant once again. On the way back, Altair began to ponder George III's true objective. Gathering information shouldn't be the primary reason for using him. If the royal family, after so many years, didn't have its own intelligence department, they might as well find a rope and hang themselves. A sacrificial pawn? Probably not. The cost of consuming a piece like him was too high. "Count Altair, we have reached your room. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Snapping out of his thoughts at the servant's words, Altair said to him, "No, you may go." Altair opened the door directly. Seeing the door open, Vera came to the entrance to greet him and pushed him into the room. Once the door was closed, Vera puffed out her cheeks and said, unable to bear the loneliness, "Count Altair, it's really boring here. After you left, I couldn't even go out for a walk." Altair had no solution for Vera's complaints. The scale of this banquet was exceptionally high. Even after identifying themselves, the servants brought by the nobles had their freedom restricted and could not move around at will. He could only say helplessly to Vera, "Look at Irene and the others, they didn't dare complain. Only you would. Don't say such things outside of this room." Vera instinctively covered her mouth, looked around, and thinking of their current environment, whispered, "I understand, I won't dare to next time." Altair couldn't bear to watch her behavior and said flatly, "I know you're bored staying in the room. Tomorrow during the day, follow me out. We'll go watch them hunt together. As for now, help me up and change my clothes. This evening's ball gown is making me very uncomfortable." Hearing this, the three of them finally reacted and hurriedly helped Altair up to begin undressing him. Altair found the clothing designs of this era difficult to understand. He had originally thought daily wear was already anti-human, but who knew that something like a ball gown would be even more so. Not only did one have to wear a corset, but also a crinoline, with the skirt layered upon layer. Once the clothes were removed down to the undergarments, Altair stopped the three of them. He joked to himself that he hadn't completely changed yet. If the last piece of clothing was gone, he would surely be exposed. "Why are you still here?" Altair asked the three of them. He had already told them to leave once the undressing was finished. To Altair's question, Freya explained helplessly, "Many nobles have come for this hunt, so the supervisor managing this palace hasn't arranged sleeping quarters for the servants yet, so After saying this, Freya lowered her head and fiddled with the ribbon in her hand. Seeing the same expression on all three faces, Altair tapped his head and said helplessly, "So your idea now is to sleep in my room." Hearing this, Vera hurriedly stepped forward, took Altair's arm, and pressed it against her chest, swaying it as she said, "Count Altair, we are so pitiful. He hasn't notified us where to rest yet. It's already midnight, and Vera doesn't want to sleep in the hallway. Just take the three of us in. We can even sleep on the floor in the room." Altair was also helpless regarding their request. He couldn't afford to be exposed yet, but if he didn't let the three of them stay, they really might sleep in the hallway. Before Altair could react, Freya and Irene directly stripped off all their clothes and said, "Count Altair, in fact, both of us already know the secret you've been hiding. Although you've hidden it well, we are your personal maids, after all. We handle everything from your daily diet to your dressing, it's impossible for us not to notice anything. Taking this opportunity, we are willing to fully integrate into your family." At their actions, Altair's expression shifted from shock to confusion and then to realization. He turned to look at Vera, who was still standing. Seeing the scene around her, Vera also began to undress just like the other two. To the two clever ones, Altair asked coldly, "You probably want to say more than just that, especially you, Freya." Looking at the three through the telepathist perspective, he saw Vera's dazed expression, Irene's submissiveness, and Freya's calculation. Freya looked up at Altair and said through gritted teeth, "I need you, Count Altair, to help me become a powerful Beyonder. Ever since I entered this house, I have observed the extraordinariness of some people, and I want to possess powerful strength just like them. You should know about my situation. I was originally raised by my father to be a commodity for trade, it was only by luck that he died early. As long as you are willing, I can trade myself to you and become your personal property completely." Altair was still curious about Freya's behavior. Stroking his chin, he asked with a smile, "Freya, why do you want to become a Beyonder? And how can you guarantee that I will agree to your request?" Freya didn't even think about Altair's question and spoke directly. "Only after entering the Sheffield Count's manor did I feel for the first time what it means to be an aristocrat. When I was threatened by gangs for money, you only needed to have Hans say a word and someone would handle it. When I was sent to deliver letters to other nobles, they had to welcome me with smiles. I found myself slowly becoming obsessed with this feeling. At the same time, I know that I will lose all this sooner or later. I don't want to lose it, I want to always possess this power that prevents people from looking down on me. Since then, I have been working hard to stay in the Sheffield family. But Vivian's arrival made me see the truth. I don't just need power, I also need to become a Beyonder. Power alone is not enough, I also need ability. As for how to guarantee your agreement, I think I am the best guarantee." After hearing Freya's words, Altair turned to look at Irene, who said directly, "Irene is Count Altair's private property." As for Vera, Altair simply didn't even look at her. Chapter 42, You Didn't Ask Either. Warm steam drifted across the dome of the carved bathroom. The gilded copper bathtub was filled with warm water mixed with rose essential oil, a layer of fine white foam floating on the surface. Supported by the three girls, Altair stepped into the bathtub, the warm water instantly rising past his waist and abdomen. In truth, his sprain had long been healed by the potion Heather had given him. He had maintained the appearance of being unable to move on his own solely as a performance for outsiders. As Altair felt the three of them begin to scrub his shoulders, neck, and back with even pressure, he experienced an unprecedented level of comfort and closed his eyes to enjoy it. Altair was not surprised by Freya's desires. Any human would have desires, and her choice was not unusual. Ultimately, Altair agreed to the trade. It wasn't a major matter in itself, becoming a Beyonder was not difficult for him, requiring only a few trivial materials. Irene's behavior, on the other hand, struck Altair as baffling. She had no ulterior motive for doing this, her heart as calm as still water. Vera, that silly girl, really was just simple-minded. It was only after entering the bathroom that she realized Altair was different. Once he was washed clean, Irene woke Altair and took a pre-warmed linen bath towel. She gently dried the water droplets from his body by wrapping him in it, her movement so precise that not a single splash was made. Altair looked at Vera, who had come out with him, shook his head, and said, "What's this? Are you starting to distance yourself from me now that you've discovered my identity?" Vera lowered her head, not daring to meet Altair's eyes. Vera doesn't mean to distance herself from Altair. It's just, everything that happened tonight feels a bit unreal. This was indeed difficult for Vera. They were originally little sisters who ate and lived together, but now he had turned into a man. It was certainly hard to accept. Before the last two could emerge from the bathroom, Altair was already lying in bed to rest. He was in no hurry regarding matters between men and women. When Freya and Irene came out, they saw Vera standing to the side and Altair lying on the bed. Approaching, they realized Altair had already fallen asleep. Freya gave Vera a helpless roll of her eyes, then directly stripped off her nightgown and lay under the covers with her smooth skin exposed. After Irene turned off the room lights, she used the moonlight to find Vera, pulling her onto the bed to rest. The night was silent, save for the rustling of friction from the bed. The next morning, as the sky began to brighten with a hazy mist, dew still clung to the rose trellises. When the wind blew, fine droplets pitter-pattered down, wetting the neatly trimmed lawn. A gardener in a white apron was bent over pruning rose branches, the metal shears opening and closing with the chill of the morning mist. The glass roof of the greenhouse glowed under the rising sun. The tropical orchids inside bloomed vibrantly, their fragrance mixing with the freshness of the dew and drifting into the bedroom. The canary in the gilded birdcage began to chirp, one song after another. This palace, located on the outskirts of Backlund, began to gradually grow lively at its edges. For instance, the kitchen was already bustling with activity, responsible for the breakfast of nearly 300 nobles attending the banquet. Where are the eggs? Who took the eggs? Oh no, 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 this plating is wrong. You should do it like this. Once the crimson moon had completely set and the sun rose, the wake-up bell began to ring in the hallway. Hearing the bell, Altair slowly opened his eyes and looked around, finding that the three girls were already awake. Altair got up and went straight to the bathroom. He couldn't sleep in these 2 days. If others found out, it would be a joke, and he might even be accused of disrespecting the royal family. When he came out of the bathroom, he found they had also gotten up. As Altair approached, the three of them took turns helping him wash and dress. During this time, they not only had to dress Altair but also attend to their own attire. Fortunately, the servants' clothing had uniform requirements during the banquet, otherwise, just choosing clothes would have wasted a long time. While Altair was still hesitating over what to choose for breakfast, a greeting sounded from behind. Good morning, Count Altair. Has your ankle sprain healed? Turning around, Altair saw the young lady before him and smiled. Good morning, Audrey. It's mostly better. At least normal walking isn't affected. You seem to be in a good mood today. Audrey said to Altair with a face full of smiles, thanks to you, Father was very happy when he returned last night. I took the opportunity to ask him for a few things I needed. Curious, Altair asked, is that so? What good thing did Count Hall encounter last night that could be related to me? Audrey didn't keep it a secret and said directly, I'm not too sure about that. When I left last night, he was preparing to negotiate with Count Strauss. Strauss, he must have gained something from Uncle Grandfather Leaf. After choosing their food, the two left the serving area together. Audrey didn't intend to return to her parents' side, instead, she chose a nearby table with Altair to begin their meal. Watching Audrey's elegant way of eating, Altair also began to chew slowly. After leaving the dining room, Altair returned to his room for the time being and saw Vera, Freya, and Irene, who had already returned. He asked casually, how was breakfast? After a delicious breakfast and Irene's guidance, Vera had already returned to normal. She said happily, Count Altair, this morning's breakfast was very unique. Although it didn't look that great, the taste was excellent. Altair sometimes really envied an optimist like Vera. After changing into a traveling dress suitable for going out, Altair led the three out of the room to the hunting grounds. However, he didn't join the hunt but went to the viewing platform. Finding Heather, he sat down beside her. Heather looked at Altair with a grin and asked, how was the ball last night? Altair was in no mood to answer that. He asked directly, how did you escape the order to attend the ball yesterday? I'm certain you weren't there at all. Heather put on a profound and troubled look, whispering, you know, as a woman, there are always a few days every month when one feels unwell. Altair didn't believe a word of it and countered, then why didn't you remind me that I could use that excuse? Heather turned and shook her head, saying casually, mainly because you didn't ask yesterday. Hearing Heather's words, Altair's anger flared. Just because he hadn't asked, he had been put on display like a curly-haired baboon for 2 hours last night. Good morning, Count Altair. Good morning, Mrs. Donovan. Audrey, who had agreed to watch the hunt with Altair, entered the viewing platform and greeted the two. Heather turned around and was completely captivated by Audrey. She immediately pulled her by the hand to sit down and began their girls' chatter. Through a telescope with a carved ivory handle, Altair could clearly see George III below, leading the nobles in scarlet hunting attire as they rode slowly. Their hunting rifles were polished bright, the stocks inlaid with carved ivory, and the barrels reflecting a cold light. Most were double-barreled hunting rifles custom-made by top workshops in Backlund, costing up to 100 gold pounds, far beyond the crude firearms of ordinary country squires. George III rode at the front, followed closely by a kennel master leading over 10 purebred hounds. Only after he, as the king, fired the first shot did the other nobles begin to officially join the hunt. Chapter 43, Edsac. The prey that was struck down was not wasted, a dedicated team was constantly collecting it. There was a whole series of procedures, from the prey being taken down, to nobles stepping forward to identify it, taking commemorative photos, transportation by specialists, and finally processing it into food. This was the prey Altair and the others were eating for lunch today. The start of today's hunt also marked the official climax of the banquet. At 12 p.m., people began to gather in the banquet's lunch dining hall, waiting for the meal to begin. The central figure of this banquet, the third prince, Edsac Augustus, made his official appearance before the luncheon even started. He was not wearing the distinctive attire of a royal family member. Instead, he wore a deep blue naval uniform, complete with the rank of major. His choice of clothing acted like a pause button for the lively banquet, causing the atmosphere to gradually quiet down. After all, when everyone else was in formal or casual wear, someone suddenly appearing in a military uniform stood out like a crane among chickens. Read anytime on the Taiwan novel chasing artifact kan.com. The high-ranking officials seated at the head table, especially Duke Negan, began to look troubled. He was a representative of the Navy, and now that Edsac was wearing a naval uniform, it signaled that his enlistment had become a reality. While it wasn't uncommon for a prince to serve in the military, they usually entered a military academy for studies and were appointed as captains or, at most, major generals upon graduation. But Prince Edsac Augustus had never even stepped foot in a military academy. Now, without going through the proper procedures, he had been appointed as a major. Altair could understand Duke Negan's expression. After all, a drama of the struggle for succession among the sons was set to play out in the future. Edsac wearing a naval uniform was a blatant statement: I have joined the Navy, and you must support me from now on. Mingling in the crowd, Altair watched the spectacle. Truth be told, Edsac Augustus bore a striking resemblance to King Henry Augustus I on the 5-pound note. He was the 5th king of the Kingdom of Loan and a direct ancestor of George III, with a rounded face and narrow eyes. Thinking off track, Altair quickly cut off her stray thoughts. This point of focus had nothing to do with her future. As for seeking cooperation with him, forget it. Given that the future remained unchanged, this prince was destined to become a scapegoat. As for why he would become a discarded pawn, that had nothing to do with Altair. She was certainly curious, but not to the point of investigating. After all, these were royal secrets. Excessive curiosity could kill the cat. The protagonist, Edsac Augustus, gradually stepped onto the stage. When his father, King George III, began to introduce him and appoint him as a naval major, everyone was forced to applaud. This third prince was also shrewd. He had brought a large group of reporters with him. Now, these reporters were crouching and rapidly clicking their cameras to take photos of the people on stage. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was filled with the blinding flashes of cameras. George III and Edsac Augustus were impressive as well. Despite the intense flashes, neither of them blinked, maintaining their smiles throughout. This truly earned Altair's admiration. Cameras in this era relied on flashes for lighting, and a sudden burst of light could be quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the expressions of Duke Negan and the others nearby were not pleasant. They kept a stiff face the entire time. In contrast, the expressions of Uncle Grandfather Leaf and his group didn't change, but they were likely overjoyed inside. Since the dawn of the great era of navigation, the Navy's status had been rising indefinitely due to its unique nature, and the annual military budget granted by the Empire had been steadily increasing. Naturally, the status and funding of the army would decrease accordingly. After all, the country only had so much money, it couldn't conjure extra funds out of thin air. Although the leaders of both branches had more or less been related in the past, their relationship began to shift after the Navy split off during the era of navigation, becoming increasingly strained. Now, seeing the Navy suffer a setback, the representative figures of the army were naturally happy. It was only logical. This interlude lasted for over half an hour before the luncheon officially began. Due to the hunt, the lunch consisted mostly of roasted meats and the like, which had a unique flavor thanks to various marinades and spices. After lunch, the big shots began to leave in groups to discuss matters. The remaining people gradually departed on their own. Some went back to their rooms for a nap, while others formed small groups for their own activities. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Edsac Augustus, was chatting and laughing with some young nobles, attracting many to join in. At night, Altair dressed up as usual and attended the ball. To those who came to invite her to dance, she used the same excuse as yesterday: she had sprained her ankle and couldn't dance. She found a random corner to sit and wait for the ball to end. Not far away, after speaking with her father, Audrey happily approached Altair. Seeing her happy expression, Altair couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Why didn't you go dance with the others? Why come sit with an injured person like me?" Audrey smiled and said, "I told my father I wanted to come look after you, and he agreed. So I don't need to dance with anyone else. Dancing at a ball is something you only need to do once or twice a month. I couldn't stand doing it every day." Altair had no intention of refuting Audrey's words. At her age, she was in her most active years, so repeating the same thing every day would surely grow tiresome. While they were chatting, Edsac Augustus walked straight over and invited Audrey to dance. Seeing the pitiful look in Audrey's eyes, Altair said to Edsac Augustus, I'm truly sorry, Prince Edsac, but Miss Audrey has been temporarily requisitioned by me. It's also my misfortune to have sprained my ankle, making it impossible for me to participate in the ball. As a gentleman, I'm sure you wouldn't want to see an injured young lady sitting alone in a corner, would you? It was only after Altair finished speaking that she caught Edsac Augustus's attention. As for Edsac Augustus, he didn't know Altair. Before coming over, he had merely regarded her as a close friend of Audrey's. To maintain his image, Edsac Augustus asked politely, and who might this young lady be? Audrey also began to introduce them. Prince Edsac, this is Earl Altair Sheffield. Earl Altair, this is the third prince, Edsac Augustus. For most people, they still didn't really know Altair, as she hadn't yet been formally enfeoffed by the king in person, only a few insiders were aware. As it happened, Edsac knew. He gave her a deep look and said helplessly, I'm terribly sorry, Earl Altair. I wasn't clear on your situation when I came over. He then turned and said, then, Miss Audrey, I'll have to trouble you to look after Earl Altair. After Edsac left, Audrey returned to normal. Taking Altair's hand, she said, thank you so much, Earl Altair. If it weren't for you, I would have been dragged off to dance, and that would have been really boring. Looking at her, Altair asked curiously, that's not the only reason, is it? I get the feeling you don't really like being around him. Having her thoughts exposed, Audrey seemed to deflate like a punctured ball. Her shoulders slumped slightly as she cautiously checked her surroundings. Seeing no one, she whispered to Altair. I really don't like those princes much. I feel like they're like restless male peacocks performing in front of me. You should be able to understand that feeling. She could understand this. The phrase, the most dazzling jewel, explained it simply enough, a jewel is always priceless, no matter the time. Chapter 44, Secret Gathering. July 15, 1346. A week has passed since the summer hunting banquet ended. Since returning to the manor after the banquet, Altair has been using special channels to attend the banquets of the conservative old nobles to gather information. After each banquet, he only sends some relatively unimportant intelligence to George III. Through Altair's introduction, Freya and the other two also learned about the pros and cons of the 22 pathways. The pathway Vera chose was easy to explain, the monster pathway. The reason was simple, it could bring enough luck. A very straightforward reason. However, the pathway chosen by Freya and Irene left Altair feeling helpless, both wanted to join the assassin pathway. Even though he explained that choosing this pathway was very special, the two were unwilling to change. The reason was simply that the assassin pathway was indeed a bit excessively well-rounded. In his helplessness, Altair could only begin teaching the three of them some simple knowledge. As for Panther, she was also forced to attend the lessons, she would be ready to consume her potion in a month. Once they were prepared, Altair entered the treasury to search for the required materials. After finding enough materials, Altair led the three of them into the laboratory and began concocting the potions. He had found the potion formula for the monster pathway in the library. Fortunately, he had taken a look at it when he was idle back then, otherwise, he really wouldn't have had the formula for this pathway. After all, he was born with bad luck, so he didn't have much interest in this pathway. If Vera hadn't chosen this pathway, the formula would likely have stayed, gathering dust, in a corner of the library. He truly hadn't expected there would be a day he'd use it. While concocting the potion, Altair said casually. Sequence 9, Monster. Main ingredients, the tail of a colored carp, 1 silver 4-leaf clover. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of turbid river water, 3 ordinary 4-leaf clovers, 10 drops of Mamulus pure dew, and 1 lucky charm. Once all the ingredients were added, this monster pathway potion formed a cup of filthy-looking substance that defied description. Looking at the semi-finished potion before her, Vera asked with a mix of disgust, apprehension, and curiosity, Count Altair, is this potion finished? Altair looked at her and said with a mischievous grin, Vera, stretch out your hand. Vera naturally stretched out her hand, not even asking what Altair intended to do. Looking at the fair and tender little hand, Altair used a silver needle to prick her index finger. He then held the pricked finger and squeezed out 9 drops of blood into the semi-finished potion. Upon contact with the blood, the potion in the cup underwent a radical transformation. It changed from an indescribable liquid into a transparent one that seemed to contain a rainbow aurora. Seeing that the potion's appearance matched the description in the book, Altair felt relieved and turned to look at Vera. She was currently blowing on her pricked index finger, looking truly pitiful. Altair patted her lowered head and said, your potion is ready. You can consume it now. Remember what I said, after taking the potion, start meditating as soon as possible to control your spirituality and power. Vera raised her head, looked at Altair, and nodded, her eyes conveying, I understand, don't worry. She walked to the table, picked up the potion, and drank it in one gulp. Setting down the cup, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. Only after seeing Vera's spirituality gradually transition from initial turbulence to stability did Altair feel at ease. The concoction of the assassin potion was very simple. Altair had personally seen Vivian make it, and with the formula, the preparation was completed easily. Handing the 2 cups of potion to Freya and Irene, he gave them the same instructions: after taking the potion, start meditating to control their spirituality. Once their spirituality calmed down, Altair found a place to sit and waited for the 3 of them to finish their meditation. Because she had taken the potion first, Vera emerged from her meditative state shortly after Altair sat down. After waking up, she looked around and saw that her sister and Freya were still meditating, so she didn't do anything dramatic. She simply walked over to Altair's side and began to wait in silence. After Freya and Irene emerged from their meditation, Altair began to explain the acting method. Since he himself was of the assassin pathway, he directly taught his own methods to Freya and Irene, telling them to act according to these methods. He didn't have much of a clue regarding the acting for the monster pathway, so he could only temporarily give her the paper crane provided by the little snake and let her figure it out on her own. Since the 3 of them had taken the potions, Altair had an extra daily task, teaching them occultism. His daily life became waking up, eating, handling his properties, lunch, teaching occultism, dinner, and sleeping. Every few days, he also had to attend a banquet to report to George III. Of course, Vivian would also come to stay for a few days whenever she was free. This level of intensity in his daily life reminded Altair of the time he was taking various noble lessons. Fortunately, the 3 of them learned quickly. When there was nothing left to teach, Altair directly arranged a combat instructor for them. He brought in his former combat instructor, Anastasia, to train the 3 of them. Since the end of June, Anastasia had refused to come and teach Altair, using the excuse that she had nothing left to teach him. When Altair wrote to her this time asking her to come and teach, she initially refused flatly. It wasn't until he explained they were new students that she agreed to come. July 20th, 1346. Whenever Altair had free time during this period, he would hide his identity and attend secret gatherings. These gatherings varied in scale, he even encountered someone selling a sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic. However, Altair didn't have much money on him at the time, so he didn't buy it. As for anything above sequence 7, it was unclear. After all, most Beyonder gatherings in Backlund are organized by various groups. If you can't buy something at an Orthodox church gathering, you can try your luck at others. For example, the secret gathering organized by Mr. A that he was about to attend. According to Han's introduction, sequence 7 Beyonder characteristics often appeared at this secret trade fair. A small portion of the items in the family treasury had been acquired here. Discounts were available for bulk purchases, and the quality was guaranteed. After knocking on the wooden door with a pattern of 3 long and 2 short taps, the front door slowly creaked open. Once Altair entered, the gatekeeper closed the door behind him. Upon entering, he saw quite a few people sitting scattered around. Some used various methods to conceal their appearance, while others were not afraid of being exposed. After a quick glance, Altair looked at the blackboard used for trading. A pair of adult manhole fish eyes, 200 pounds. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula, 450 pounds. Emperor Roselle's Diary, 3 pages, 20 pounds. Some items were already crossed out, while others had notes expressing a hope to reserve materials for the next trade. Altair was quite disappointed with this gathering as well. None of the items for trade were things he needed. Whether it was materials or Beyonder items, the levels were all too low, buying them would be useless. Chapter 45, The Transaction. While Altair was still shaking his head at the level of Beyonder materials at this gathering, a door deep within a room opened with a creak, and a hooded man walked out. With a superior air, he casually began to size up the people who had come to attend the gathering. When he saw Altair, the corners of his mouth curled up noticeably. He beckoned a nearby attendant, handed him a slip of paper, and pointed toward Altair. Altair, who was still looking at the blackboard, was interrupted by the approaching attendant. After taking the slip of paper, he heard the attendant say, "This is from Mr. A." Hearing the attendant's words, Altair unfolded the slip of paper and glanced at it. It read, "The goods are ready. Enter the inner room for the transaction." Altair turned to look deep into the hall and saw that Mr. A was already standing at the door waiting. Under the attendant's guidance, Altair reached the door without hindrance. Upon opening the door, he saw Mr. A sitting alone on a single sofa, with several sealed boxes on the coffee table. Altair entered and closed the door behind him, walking straight to sit opposite Mr. A. Mr. A said in a low voice, "The items you ordered last time are all in these boxes. Do you need to take a look?" Mr. A's words immediately turned Altair's attention to the boxes. He picked up 2 of them and said, "We have always recognized Mr. A's abilities. However, I apologize, but I still need to check them to ensure the items are correct." Mr. A did not show a hint of dissatisfaction at Altair's behavior, but instead watched him perform the inspection. After using a silver dagger to break the seal and opening the 2 boxes, Altair looked inside each of them. One box contained a heart stained with light blue and turned translucent. This heart pulsed with dreamlike colors, like a diamond reflecting light. The other box contained a fist-sized, entirely crimson sphere that resembled a heart, slightly expanding and contracting. Its surface was semi-transparent, with liquid faintly flowing inside. After confirming the items, he closed the boxes. Altair smiled and said to Mr. A. "It seems your efficiency is quite impressive, Mr. A. It has been less than 6 days since we notified you to acquire these materials, and you have already gathered them all." Mr. A did not react to Altair's compliment, but said flatly, "The vampire Beyonder characteristic costs £1,700. We sacrificed some members to get this characteristic, and its uniqueness is worth the premium. The Sequence 7 Spectator Beyonder characteristic is £1,200. The Sequence 7 Witch Beyonder characteristic is £1,200. The Sequence 7 Appraiser Beyonder characteristic is £1,100. The Sequence 7 Pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic is £1,200. 5 Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristics, totaling £7,000. Mr. A's words made Altair click his tongue inwardly, not because of the price, but because a Sequence 5 was actually so desperate for money. He had no choice but to open his wallet, take out a stack of notes, and hand them over to pay the balance. He shook his head at this, thinking, no wonder the Aurora Order transformed from an orthodox god organization in the 4th epoch into an evil god organization in the 5th epoch. It turns out their current reputation was carved out through killing. After taking the balance, Mr. A also began to check it in person. Watching him check the money, Altair sighed helplessly, thinking to himself. In today's society, as long as it's an organization, it can't escape the concept of operating funds. Especially a secret organization like the Aurora Order. On the surface, it's an evil god organization, so it can't accept donations through a large number of believers like the Orthodox god churches. The pathways they master don't have any special money-making abilities either. Investing is slow to show results, and there's no guarantee of profit. So the organization's operating funds can only rely on some high-sequence people taking orders for activities like assassination to earn money to support the organization. When Altair first saw this channel provided by Uncle Grandfather Leaf, he couldn't remain calm for a long time. It turns out that on-demand killing business was already being done by many organizations. After counting the notes, Mr. A held the extra money and asked, "What else do you need?" Because he found counting money too troublesome, Altair had directly given him £10,000. After deducting the current balance, £5,000 remained. Looking at the remaining money, Altair said directly to Mr. A, "I need 3 more Witch Beyonder characteristics, and I'll also need the higher sequences later. I'll be acquiring characteristics and materials for the Hunter pathway from low to high continuously. For the Apothecary pathway, I only want characteristics of sequence 6 and above. For the Spectator pathway, I also only need characteristics of sequence 6 and above. I urgently need the Beyonder characteristics of a Traveler or Secret Sorcerer. Knowledge for crafting Beyonder items is also an urgent requirement. This extra money is a deposit. When I no longer need materials for a certain pathway, I will notify you to stop the acquisition." Mr. A looked at the still-speaking Altair and said in a raspy voice, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now and run away with the money?" Altair didn't believe he would do such a thing. Although most members of the Aurora Order were lunatics, it depended on the situation. People who went crazy for no reason were psychopaths, which was a different concept from mad fanatics like them. Altair looked at him and said with a smile, "I don't believe you dare to do that casually. You should know through what channel I contacted you. If anything happens to me, I believe the Aurora Order will face the full weight of the lone army. You would become a sinner of the Aurora Order. When others learn that this was caused simply because you got greedy over £5,000, I think they would skin you alive." Altair's threat did not make the atmosphere in the room awkward. Mr. A also smiled and said, "You're right. Your performance makes me want to guide you into our Aurora Order. You're even madder than I am." The simplest way to deal with a lunatic was to be even more mad than him, to make him feel fear. Altair stood up, picked up the boxes containing the Beyonder characteristics, and said, "There is no conflict of interest between us. Cooperation is the best way, isn't it? You need money, and we have money. We need Beyonder characteristics, and you have them. Direct trading serves the interests of both parties. I'm leaving. I hope the next time we meet, you can bring me more Beyonder characteristics." Altair did not wait for Mr. A's farewell, but walked out of this unremarkable detached house alone. Only after getting into the carriage waiting at the corner did he feel at ease. Once the carriage had traveled a certain distance, the fully armed people lying in ambush near the house began to withdraw one after another. How could Altair not have some insurance when attending Mr. A's gathering? He wasn't a fool who would jump into a pit knowing it was there. Before going in, Altair had instructed Simon and the others to storm the gathering if he didn't appear within a certain amount of time. Chapter 46, Persuasion. July 23, 1346, morning. Vivian, her face flushed from just finishing her morning exercise, leaned against Altair and looked at the bound Freya, saying in confusion, "So you were persuaded by your own servant just like that, letting her become a beyonder?" At Vivian's question, Altair nodded helplessly and said, "Let her go." Hearing this, Vivian didn't release Freya immediately. Instead, she said reproachfully to Altair, "She's a liability now. The Demoness sect is very hostile toward special demonesses like her. To minimize trouble, we should kill her as soon as possible." As soon as she finished speaking, Vivian reached out and began manipulating her spirituality, gradually tightening the spider silk. The bound Freya began to make coughing sounds and looked toward Altair, pleading for help. Just as Vivian was enjoying the sight of Freya, bound and being strangled by spider silk, showing an expression of pain and despair, she sensed the dissatisfaction of the person beside her. Helplessly, she could only let her go. As the control of the spider silk dissipated, Freya fell directly onto the floor like a puddle of mud, making a loud thud. Having escaped death, Freya began to gasp for air, her usual ladylike grace completely gone. Feeling helpless, Vivian said seriously to Altair, "Try not to let her advance in the future. I'm afraid she'll bring you trouble." Altair could only nod to show her understanding. Afterward, Vivian began to educate him on why the Demoness sect disliked female demonesses. Essentially, she was saying that the current leaders of the Demoness sect were all male demonesses who were jealous of female demonesses, and their doctrine leaned toward the primordial one. Thus, they all believed that female demonesses shouldn't exist. After this morning interlude and having breakfast, Vivian took Altair to the shopping street in the West District to start shopping. There were not only clothing stores that ladies love but also jewelry, cosmetics, and many other shops. The money used for shopping was the funds provided by George III. The funds Altair had squeezed out of him back then had remained unused. Combined with recent inflated bills, the accumulated amount had reached nearly £3,000. This amount was a fortune for an ordinary or middle-class family, but for Altair, who needed to attend banquets frequently, it was quite a small sum. Now, every time she attended a banquet, she needed to change into a gown that matched her status. The most basic gown cost between £80 and £150, and if it was inlaid with gems or the like, it would cost over £300. It could only be said that to maintain a noble status, every noble spent money incessantly every day. Time spent shopping always passed quickly. At noon, Altair found a restaurant nearby that served Intis cuisine for lunch. After entering the restaurant, Altair and the others were led by a waiter into a magnificently decorated hall. The surrounding decorations exuded wealth, famous paintings and lifelike sculptures only served to add splendor to the hall. Choosing a corner at random, Altair and Vivian took their seats and began to select their meal from the menu provided by the waiter. As for Vera and the others, they left on their own after Altair and Vivian were seated, finding their own places to eat. Vivian was an Intis native herself, so only by letting her choose the dishes could they eat local specialties. She looked at the menu and said, "Bœuf bourguignon, beet soup, creamy pan-fried cod, warmer wine, cream soufflé." "Do you require any other types of food?" the waiter asked with a smile. Vivian replied directly, "No, that's all." After hearing Vivian's words, the waiter said while writing down the bill, "You are the person I've seen who knows how to pair Intis dishes best since I came to work in Loan." Watching the waiter leave, Altair asked curiously, "How did you discover that Freya had become a beyonder of the assassin pathway?" Seeing Altair's inquisitive gaze, Vivian gave her a roll of her eyes and said flatly, "It's simple, because of the beyonder characteristic. High sequences have an instinctive resonance with low sequences. Also, she was unlucky, she had just advanced to sequence 9 and hadn't stabilized yet when I discovered her. It just so happens that I am 2 sequences higher than her, so observing her is very simple. If I look at you now, I can't determine your sequence. It can only be said she was unlucky." Listening to Vivian's explanation, Altair awkwardly steered the conversation away and began to chat. After the lunch was served by the waiter, Altair and Vivian began to taste these specialty dishes accompanied by music. Bœuf bourguignon, a classic Intis dish where the beef becomes tender and flavorful after being stewed in red wine. Ormer wine, a legendary ancient wine said to be favored by the Giant King, named after its place of origin, with a complex aroma. Of course, this lunch did not go very smoothly mainly due to Vivian's uniqueness. People frequently came to disturb them, unable to resist the temptation. After leaving the restaurant and getting into the carriage home, Vivian smiled and said to Altair, "What, are you angry?" Altair didn't feel uncomfortable at this teasing remark. Instead, she gripped Vivian's waist and said, "Not at all. In fact, I'm quite happy. After all, their goddess is mine to use whenever I want." Vivian leaned close to Altair's ear and said, "Is that so? I'll wait for you to take your revenge on them." These words made Altair flush red, and she shot a glare at the demoness before her. She asked casually, "Has the demoness sect assigned you any tasks lately? You haven't been coming home very often during this time." Vivian thought for a moment and said to Altair, "Lately, we've been preparing to train consumables. The core of the demoness sect is in the Intis Republic, which has led to a scarcity of members here in Lone. In this time of need, we can only start training consumables. I might need your help later on." After saying that, Vivian stretched out her small foot, clad in long black silk stockings, and slid it along Altair's ankle and under the hem of her skirt. Feeling Vivian's little movement, Altair's expression instantly became strange, and her face gradually turned red. Vivian wasn't satisfied with the current situation and said in a seductive voice, "Is that okay? I'll be at your disposal then." Feeling her body grow hotter and hotter, Altair had no choice but to agree to give her some basic assistance. Having obtained the answer she wanted, Vivian moved closer to Altair and said, "Remember to eat more later. I don't want to leave the room for the next 2 days." After the carriage arrived home, Vivian went straight to her room with Altair following close behind, leaving the remaining few people to look at each other in bewilderment. Just as Altair opened the door, she was pulled inside by Vivian. As the sun set, Vivian was sweating profusely. A high-pitched cry escaped her swan-like neck. She fell limply into Altair's arms. "I've become obsessed with you now. I think of you every moment. It seems I completely cannot leave you." Enduring the strange sensations in her body, Vivian held Altair's head and pressed it against her chest, saying, "I finally understand the meaning of the phrase, extreme emptiness follows extreme pleasure." After the two of them recovered, they became entangled again. Perhaps because the number of times their bodies merged increased. Every meeting would continuously unlock brand new ways of playing. Chapter 47, The Person Without Destiny. July 26, 1346, Sunday. After eating breakfast in the morning, Altair left the Sheffield family home with Vera. They took a carriage to Buckingham's suite room on Downton Street in the North District of Backlund. After entering, they found a secluded corner and began waiting for the inviter. Watching Vera eat chocolate cake, Altair couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you sure it's here?" "I'm sure it's here." After Vera realized her words were muffled, she put down her cake fork, swallowed the cake in her mouth, and said with a firm expression, "Count Altair, I am absolutely certain it is here." After hearing Vera's words, Altair did not choose to reply, but instead picked up a spoon and boredly stirred the black tea in front of him. It was mainly because they had been here for too long since coming out this morning, which made Altair a bit impatient from waiting. If it weren't for the fact that the person coming today was somewhat special, he would have left long ago. He checked his pocket watch and found that the appointed time had arrived. It was about to be overdue. Time continued to flow, and the pot of black tea had been finished and refilled. At this moment, the shop door was finally pushed open, accompanied by the distinct sound of a bell. For the first time, Altair thought this sound was like heavenly music. Looking up, he saw a young boy with limited mobility walking over. When the boy reached Altair's table, he also sat down directly. Looking at the person before him, Altair did not feel surprised. He casually summoned a waiter and gestured for a dessert menu. Altair's behavior made the boy beam with joy. "I want chocolate ice cream, strawberry cream ice cream, lemon frost ice cream, that's all for now." Hearing the boy's words, Vera seemed to be inspired and also asked the waiter for a dessert menu, saying, "I want a rose lychee ice cream." Looking at the two, Altair couldn't help but complain, "Aren't you afraid of getting diarrhea from eating so much ice cream?" The child did not take Altair's advice to heart and said with a beaming smile, "It wasn't easy for me to come out once, so of course I have to eat my fill. Besides, it's midsummer now and the weather is so hot, it'll be fine." Vera also nodded in agreement with this statement. Subsequently, the atmosphere at the dining table became awkward. The two looked at each other, one smiling and one silent. Meanwhile, Vera began to nod her head as if she were falling asleep. After the waiter finished serving the ice cream, Altair, who could not stand the atmosphere, refilled a cup of tea for himself, took a sip, and said flatly, "You're late, Mr. Serpent of Destiny. It's already been an hour and a half since the appointed time. If it weren't for my curiosity, we would have left by now." Will had a difficult expression on his face, but he still said calmly, "This was a last resort, it was originally all arranged. It's just that an unexpected accident occurred. Someone I don't want to see suddenly came to Backlund. Ma'am, this also has a certain connection to you. At the same time, I suggest you minimize outdoor activities as much as possible during this time and stay at home. Related to me, someone he doesn't want to see, that big snake." Altair nodded, deciding to accept the little snake's suggestion to rarely leave the house in the near future. But he still asked curiously, "Did that big snake come to Backlund recently?" Regarding Altair's question, Will simply blinked his large eyes and said in a crisp voice, "It seems you know a lot. To think he could guess my identity and his identity immediately without even thinking." "That's right, he just arrived." Regarding the big snake matter, Altair did not want to inquire too much, turning instead to say, I thought we would never meet. I wonder, Mr. Serpent of Destiny, is there something you're looking for me for today? Will said calmly, actually, I hadn't planned on meeting you. After all, the matters regarding your family were already settled after that bill was sent. But some time ago, this little girl suddenly became a monster. Because I couldn't help my curiosity, I took a look at her destiny and thus discovered you. You are very special, oh. Glancing at the already sleeping Vera beside him, Altair said directly, Mr. Serpent of Destiny, what do you mean by this? Will, who was sitting on the sofa eating ice cream, replied with a smile, just as it sounds, your destiny is very special. Special? Altair asked in confusion, what kind of special? Will looked up and thought for a moment, saying with a difficult expression, well, how should I put it? Everyone in this world, regardless of being high or low, rich or poor, has some predetermined destiny. But you are different. After my observation for nearly half a month, you essentially have no destiny. It's as if you are a person who appeared out of thin air, and the world has made no arrangements for you. Ah. This sentence directly silenced Altair. A person who essentially has no destiny, does that mean he's an outsider, a transmigrator? Looking at Altair's appearance, Will chuckled twice and said, actually, this is a good thing. At the very least, you don't have to fear being manipulated by others. At the same time, you can use this specialty to slightly influence the destinies of others. I've asked you here this time to ask if you need a child. Hearing this, Altair asked with a dark face, what do you mean? It's exactly what it sounds like, Will scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Even though I really like my current family, this body can't hold on for much longer. In 3 years at most, I'll have to change bodies. If I use your body to complete the gestation, I think. Before Will could finish speaking, Altair directly interrupted him and said, I don't have the kind of thoughts you're talking about. And my family's upbringing is very strict, you would certainly find it hard to accept. When I was young, if I didn't study well, my father would beat me. At that time, I made up my mind that when I had a child, I would definitely end this kind of stick-and-rod education. After Will finished listening, he asked curiously, and now? Altair said with a serious face, Father, your fists back then weren't fast enough, and certainly weren't ruthless enough. This sentence directly left Will speechless, thinking to himself, so perfunctory, couldn't you find a normal reason? In helplessness, Will said directly, fine. Actually, I didn't hold much hope to begin with. I have no other purpose. Meeting you today was mainly just out of curiosity. Altair asked curiously, will Ouroboros discover my specialty, Chapter 48, Investment and Price. After listening to Will's words, Altair began to ponder what fate was. In his original world, some people also had understandings of fate, such as fatalism. In some religious doctrines, they believe fate is a preordained, unchangeable trajectory. Activism advocates that fate is jointly shaped by individual choices, efforts, and the environment. Humans possess subjective agency and can change the course of their lives through action. Compromise theory believes fate possesses both a fixed framework and variable space. For example, birth and talent are innate basic conditions, but within this framework, personal decisions and struggles can still expand the possibilities of life. But in the Lord of Mysteries world, fate is expressed as a torrent interwoven with countless possibilities, rather than a constant trajectory. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. It's super smooth and you can read anytime. Beyonders can use sequence abilities or divination rituals to peek at or slightly interfere with the direction of fate, but attempting to reverse high-level fate lines will invite unbearable backlash of fate. Having finished his ice cream, Will looked at the still contemplating Altair and said, actually, you don't need to think that much. A predetermined fate is bound to happen. It's just the way it happens, that is people's choice. Just like my previous prophecy that your family would inevitably rise. But when it rises and through what means, that requires your own efforts. Hearing that prophecy, Altair asked curiously, regarding that prophecy about my family, it says we will rise completely through a pathway other than a hunter. But the family once had many people choose other pathways, only for them to die mysteriously shortly after. Will nodded, then shook his head, saying, that's right, it basically matches. But one point is wrong. Those people's deaths weren't exactly mysterious. The main reason was that your family wanted the prophecy to happen ahead of time, which led to their deaths. All gifts of fate come with a price. Those people couldn't bear the cost of fate arriving early, so death became the best release. After listening to Will's explanation, Altair tapped his fingers on the table continuously, then suddenly stopped as if he had thought of something and asked, what do I need to do for you? Will smiled and said, I thought you wouldn't notice. Actually, it's nothing major, I just need you to provide some help within your power in the future. Although you are very special, you still can't shield yourself from others' probes. When the Church of Storms was investigating you, I happened to find out and resolved it for you. Thinking back, I feel fortunate for that decision. Of course, I also know that matter wasn't a big deal for you and could have been easily solved. I can give you another compensation. Will looked up and thought for a moment before saying to Altair, you will rise completely because of a certain transaction. As for what kind of transaction, I don't know. Is this a prophecy? Altair blinked and asked curiously. Will nodded. What kind of prophecy is that? Altair grumbled in his heart. Altair asked, not giving up, are there any other hints? Will didn't speak but shook his head. Before Altair could ask more, Will had already stood up and said, I've already taught her the acting method, just let her act normally from now on. If there's anything, you can contact me through the paper crane. Try to meet less in reality. I have to go back, or my mother will worry about me. Goodbye. Not long after Will left, Vera woke up and said to Altair with a panicked look, Count Altair, I just dreamed of a giant snake in my sleep. He explained a lot of knowledge about acting to me. Could this be dangerous? Hearing this, Altair turned to look at Vera, this lucky maid, feeling an indescribable envy. The little snake teaching the acting method personally, what kind of treatment was this? Seeing Altair's strange gaze, Vera lowered her head silently, her eyes turning red as if she were about to cry. This was mainly because Altair was afraid Vera would be affected by the monster pathway's high spirituality and see things she shouldn't, so he had often filled her head with curiosity killed the cat type stories. Seeing Vera's state, Altair lost interest in teasing her and said, It's fine, Vera. That giant snake was just normally teaching you how to act, there was no malice. Really? Vera, who was silently sad, looked up at Altair and asked, Is it true, Count Altair? Seeing her like that, Altair said with concern, It's true, don't worry. When Vera's mood returned to normal, she immediately noticed that the ice cream she ordered had completely melted. She then looked at Altair, her pitiful eyes pleading that she needed to order another ice cream to soothe her wounded soul with sweets. The result was that Altair had the waiter bring her another ice cream. So, Vera happily ate the ice cream in her bowl again. By the time Vera finished eating, it was very close to noon. Altair chose to settle the bill and leave. A total of 8 ice creams, 3 small cakes, and 2 pots of sweet iced tea, it wasn't much, costing only 9 sol and 8 pence. The biggest expense on the bill was the ice cream, which often cost around 1 sol per serving. However, considering the appearance of those ice creams, Altair felt the price was appropriate, they had complex decorations and were paired with snacks and toppings. When the carriage arrived home, Altair got out and entered the hall, where a servant reported that Vivian was waiting for him in the dining room to start the meal. When Altair took off his overcoat and top hat and entered the dining room, he found Vivian in her pajamas, staring blankly with her head propped up by her hand out of boredom. So he said as he walked, When did you wake up? If you're hungry, you don't have to wait for me, you can eat on your own. Vivian snapped out of it, straightened up, and smiled. I haven't been up for long. Besides, when you went out this morning, you said you'd be back for lunch, so I waited for you a bit longer. I had the kitchen make your favorite Fayport noodles. Once Altair approached, the two shared a deep kiss. It wasn't until the servants brought lunch into the dining room that they were forced to break apart and begin their meal, chatting as they ate. Vivian stirred the Fayport noodles with her fork and asked, Was the person you went to see today very special? Your mood was quite complex when you left. Altair nodded and said frankly, Very special. It's mainly due to ancestral connections, and we haven't been in contact for so long that the sudden invitation surprised me. Chapter 49, Dawn Paladin. Due to Will's suggestion, Altair hadn't left Sheffield Manor for nearly a week, staying home the entire time. During this period, Mr. A had sent out trade invitations as scheduled, but Altair took into account the reason, the giant snake, Ouroboros had come to Backlund. Therefore, using the excuse of being inconvenienced by personal matters, he let Simon lead the rest of the team to the trade. Altair was truly afraid of facing this angel. After all, he was an ancient angel who had lived for an unknown number of years and was somewhat mentally unstable. The point wasn't the mental instability, but the fact that he had survived for so many epochs. If he truly wanted to do something to Altair, no one could guarantee his safety. Even Will only dared to play hide and seek with him. What did Altair have to face him with? It was only when Simon returned from the trade and described what had happened that Altair could confirm that Ouroboros' arrival in Backlund might indeed be related to him. According to Simon's description, the person trading with him this time wasn't Mr. A, but a tall, thin man with long silver hair, a beautiful face, a somewhat indifferent expression, and wearing a simple linen robe. After Simon completed the trade, he saw the men give a portion of the items to Mr. A before walking straight out of the trading location. Mr. A held those items and said that if they wanted to buy more beyond their characteristics, they could come back to trade again. With such a special person participating in the trade, the quality of the purchased beyond their characteristics was quite high. Among them, 3 sequence 7 which beyond their characteristics were obtained for £3,600. 2 Sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure, Beyonder Characteristics for £12,000. 1 Sequence 6 Potions Professor, Beyonder Characteristic for £6,800. 2 Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, Beyonder Characteristics for £10,000. 1 Sequence 6 Hypnotist, Beyonder Characteristic for £6,000. Of course, these Beyonder characteristics were only a small portion of what he had brought out. More Beyonder characteristics were not purchased because Altair hadn't instructed Simon, and Simon wasn't clear on the requirements. This made Altair very frustrated. Why hadn't he gone to the trade himself? If he had gone, he might have been able to buy even more useful things. But regret was useless now. It was indeed inconvenient for him to meet Ouroboros at the moment. Although Will had said that his uniqueness wouldn't be discovered, he had also reminded him to try not to go out during this time. He was already a successor of the way of cowardice by nature, so he instinctively wanted to avoid a meeting even more. If something was discovered, it would be disastrous. The Beyonder characteristics purchased for £38,200 were already enough for him to advance safely to Sequence 6, there was no need to take risks. The only pity was that no Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics were purchased. It seemed that Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics were scarce resources no matter where one went. However, the price was also a bit higher than Altair had expected. But it was normal when he thought about it. After all, items in the Tarot Club could be bought at a friendship price, but he had no friendship with the Aurora Order, and they had no reason to give him a low price. When Altair looked up, he noticed Simon was still staring at the Beyonder characteristics on the table. Following his gaze, he saw it was the Dawn Paladin characteristic. Altair smiled, placed his hand directly on the box containing the Dawn Paladin characteristic, and asked, "You're already ready to advance to Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin?" Simon withdrew his gaze when he saw the hand on the box. Hearing Altair's question, he looked troubled and replied, "Yes, Count Altair. I have completely finished acting out the Weapon Master potion. Could you save one Dawn Paladin characteristic for me? I will raise the money to buy it as soon as possible." Altair could sense from his behavior that he desperately needed this characteristic. After becoming a Beyonder, most people's greatest desire was to advance again, much like cultivators longing to break through realms to become immortals or ancestors. But unlike cultivation, advancing sequences in the mystery world only required one to digest the potion, find the correct potion formula and materials, and then brew and consume the potion. Altair thought for a moment and asked Simon, "Do you have the potion formula for Dawn Paladin?" The question plunged Simon into silence. As if making a decision, he looked up and said, "I once obtained a fragmented formula on the battlefield. It listed some main and auxiliary materials. I want to take a risk and try. With this complete Beyonder characteristic and most of the auxiliary materials, I think I should be able to withstand the mental impact." After hearing Simon's words, Altair thought it over and gave him the box containing the Dawn Paladin characteristic, saying, "Don't advance yet. I will help you find the correct formula during this time, and you can advance then." Altair's actions moved the old soldier to tears, and he declared his eternal loyalty to the Sheffield family. After sending him away, Altair felt the world had finally gone quiet. The loud talking from such a close distance had made his ears ring. To Simon and his group, this could be considered an immense grace. Although they originally belonged to Altair's father's guard, it was a fact that the old Baron's death was caused by their failure to protect him on the battlefield a while ago. This was already a major taboo. Even if Altair had abandoned them, it would have been considered normal behavior. The fact that he held no grudges had already moved Simon deeply, let alone now providing the formula and materials to help him advance. Furthermore, a formula for the Warrior Pathway Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin would require at least a £2,000 premium to purchase in Backlund. There were many reasons for the premium, the main one being that the Warrior Pathway was generally controlled by the militaries of various countries and was rarely available for purchase outside. As for letting Simon and the others buy it through their old connections, that was impossible. After all, they had already left the army and had no way to buy through their previous channels. In Backlund, they could only buy at a premium. Of course, the most important reason was lack of money. Now that they were out of the army, they relied on their salaries as guards for the Sheffield family. Although the Sheffield family didn't mistreat them or underpay them, providing room and board, a weekly salary of £10, and bonuses on holidays, a person would only earn £650 in a year. The price of the formula plus the Beyonder characteristic totaled £7,000, which would require at least 10 years of hard work. With one sentence, Altair had given him 10 years' worth of salary for free. Naturally, he had to show his loyalty. Of course, for Altair, he didn't really need to spend £7,000 on him, he only needed a Beyonder characteristic worth £5,000. As for the formula, he had one on hand. After all, the Sheffield family represented the military, and it was normal for their family treasury to have such a collection. He just had to instruct Han to transcribe a copy for him. On the day he received the formula, Simon prepared the potion and advanced, meeting Altair again to show his loyalty. The matter was resolved that simply. Altair didn't have to pay much of a price to gain the loyalty of a Sequence 6. Chapter 50, Survival is the primary concern. When the afterglow of the setting sun completely sank below the city's horizon, the corresponding red moon had just risen, signifying that another day was about to pass. Altair finished dinner early and was soaking leisurely in a hot bath. When the bathroom door opened, Vivian, who had been busy all day, calmly entered Altair's tub, as if it had been prearranged. Seeing Vivian's visibly poor mood, Altair asked with concern, "You seem unhappy today. Did something bother you?" Frowning, Vivian nodded slightly, gave a soft and sighed helplessly. The Demonist sect issued another mission, and they are also urging the task of cultivating new recruits. I'm really just looking for trouble when I don't need it. Altair asked curiously, didn't they consider transferring people from Intis to do the mission? And for it to make you feel tired, it must be a large-scale training of new recruits. Aren't they afraid those people will betray them? Regarding Altair's sarcasm, Vivian rolled her eyes helplessly and slowly said, "Of course I know that, and they know it too. But the Demonist sect isn't united, there are different factions. The ones in my faction who don't want to come, plus those who can't, make up a large portion of the overall faction. If it weren't for the Beyonder characteristic needed for future advancement, I wouldn't want to be involved in this. Also, you wouldn't think that all the new recruits are like you, without any means of control left on them, right? You were just lucky to run into me, so I didn't use any means on you. If you had met someone else, you would have been in big trouble. Don't forget the name of Sequence 7. Altair took the opportunity to crawl closer to Vivian and said solicitously, "That's why I'm lucky, running into our kind Lady Vivian. Otherwise, I might have been eaten until not even bone fragments were left." Vivian patted Altair and said, "It's good that you know." Do you know what has been happening in the industrial district recently?" For Altair, who rarely left the house, this question was clearly beyond his scope, so he asked confusedly, "What happened there?" Vivian turned slightly, leaned back, and whispered in Altair's ear, "Things have been going crazy there recently, with lots of killings. It looks like your instigator potion will be fully digested soon. Why did you stop? Keep massaging me, I was just starting to feel it." That feels great. Does it concern me?" Altair asked in confusion. Vivian, still immersed in the comfort brought by the massage, did not immediately reply to Altair. Instead, she enjoyed the moment and pleasantly said, "Of course. Although you guys united many people for this industrial reform, some people didn't participate. They started spreading rumors that the reform will lead to factory closures and worker unemployment for profit. The incited workers have already started smashing factory robots and are also planning to storm municipal government institutions in a couple of days." Altair stopped moving and asked in shock, "Our factories?" An irritated Vivian gripped him harder and said, "No. Your factories had compensation, so most workers didn't participate, only a tiny fraction was misled into joining for profit. The vast majority of the factories involved belonged to nobles without real power, famous entrepreneurs, or triad members, and their workers participated." After hearing the explanation, Altair became even more confused and asked, "What does this have to do with them? Why are they causing trouble when our factories are undergoing reform and expansion?" Vivian found Altair's expression amusing and chuckled, "You don't think most people are clear-headed, do you? Don't be too surprised, this kind of thing is very common. The lower populace lacks the means and ability to discern information, making them easily incited and exploited. Survival is their primary concern. Those who are misled will stop you for the sake of survival, and those who are clear-headed will stand against you due to the temptation of small benefits. They aren't supporting the factory owners, they just dare not gamble with their own and their family's survival." Vivian looked at Altair, whose expression kept changing, and continued, "Don't worry, your plan is still proceeding as scheduled. They don't have the ability to stop you guys." Vivian paused, looked up, touched her lips with a finger, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "I think these 2 days, oh, no. 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 Let's say in 2 days. Yes, in 2 days. These next few days, only the lower populace will die, but in 2 days, there will be mass deaths among the organizers. What's wrong? Are you sad? The age of steam I personally ignited has become a breeding ground for the descent of an evil god. This is not the civilization I wanted." At this moment, Altair recalled Roselle's words and was unable to snap out of it. Vivian shook Altair and asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Altair, shaken awake, gave a self-deprecating smile and asked, "I remember we are only involved in the steel and weapons industries. Why is there such a huge reaction?" Vivian patted Altair, signaling him to continue his previous movements. Only after he complied did she slowly say, The main reason is your fully automated production, they are jealous. And don't think that weapon manufacturing earns little money, wars are constantly happening in various countries, and military expenditure remains high. Furthermore, others aren't fools. You registered so many companies at once. Although you've only revealed weapons technology for now, it doesn't stop them from guarding against you entering other fields. I think these people originally just wanted to cause trouble and test whether you would compromise. But they lost control of the situation, and others took advantage, so they became the prey. After all, your agreement with all parties at the time only required protecting your own workers. Workers from other companies are not the same concept as your own. Now, they are just recovering some losses in advance. After all, enjoying an appetizer doesn't affect eating the main course later. Altair sighed, human life can be very cheap sometimes. Ha ha ha, Vivian laughed, sometimes I really feel you're so naive, like a child who won't grow up. Are you angry? Feeling that Altair's current strength was distinctly different from before, Vivian asked helplessly. Altair argued, no, I'm not. Is that so? Vivian counter-questioned upon hearing this, then can you explain why the water surface is rippling so much, and why you're using so much force? Altair replied directly, isn't this good? I see you looking quite pleased. Vivian gave a soft humph, didn't reply, but instead asked, has Simon advanced? How did you know? Altair countered, then explained, he advanced around noon today. Last night, I asked him to attend a gathering where there happened to be a Dawn Paladin Beyonder characteristic, so I bought it back. We also happened to have the formula at home, so I gave it to him. Our Pearl. Altair is truly gifted to be able to multitask and still speak so fluently, Vivian said with difficulty. What, don't you like it? Altair countered, I thought you liked it quite a bit. If you don't like it, I won't massage you anymore. Don't stop, Vivian said anxiously, I like it a lot, all right. Hurry up, hurry up. I've been depressed enough today, and now that you've finally massaged me into comfort, I don't want to lose it. Vivian sighed softly, mainly, I saw him when I returned. I really don't know if the warrior pathway cheated or the sun pathway strayed. Why would a warrior need light-attributed abilities? It's easy to mock that a Dawn Paladin belongs to the River of Eternal Darkness, one of the 3 darkness families. Its neighboring pathways are either darkness or death, yet this oddball has a bit of light. Could these 3 families represent different times of the night, dusk, evening, night, dawn? Even if you include Red Priest and Demoness to become an attendant of mysteries, it still doesn't seem to fit, as those 2 pathways involve war and calamity, respectively. Chapter 51, Lady Vivian. While Altair and Vivian were enjoying their lively conversation, the bathroom door rattled at the worst possible moment. Tap tap tap. Before Altair could react, Vivian snapped, come in. The door opened and Irene walked in with lowered head. My apologies, Count Altair, Lady Vivian. A messenger from Count Leaf's residence just delivered a letter. Steward Hahn felt it required your immediate attention and reply. Still looking down, Irene finished speaking and produced the letter she had been holding to her chest. Altair patted Vivian's back to calm her, then took the letter, broke the wax seal, and began to read. My dearest Altair. I hope this finds you well. Perhaps you've already heard the outside gossip and are worried day and night. Your uncle-grandfather is both pained and helpless. You are a girl of gold and jade, such sordid affairs, these schemes and intrigues, should never touch you. Your uncle-grandfather and the elders will settle everything properly, we will never let the slightest disturbance reach you. Stay quietly in the manor, read, tend the flowers, or meet a few close friends, do whatever you like. Let us shield you from the wind and rain outside. Do not trouble yourself with inquiries or excessive worry, simply guard your own peaceful days, this is the greatest comfort you can give us. Do not dwell on worldly matters, take care of your health. Your uncle-grandfather, Leaf Strauss. 4th of August. After finishing Uncle-Grandfather Leaf's letter, Altair picked up the enclosure. It was clearly a high-level aristocratic banquet invitation. Invitations of noble rank use heavy embossed card stock, gilt edging, and a pressed family crest. The envelopes are lined with velvet, made of thick colored paper, and sealed with bespoke wax bearing the family emblem. Opening the ornate envelope, Altair read. To the esteemed Earl Altair Sheffield. It is midsummer, the roses in the gardens of Hall Manor, Empress Borough, Backlund, are in full bloom, and the evening breeze carries their fragrance, perfect for an elegant gathering. On Sunday, the 10th of August, at 7 in the evening, the highest summer fete will be held in the main hall and gardens of Hall Manor. There will be royal burgundy, cold-smoked venison loin, candied fruits, and the Royal Symphony Orchestra. At nightfall a bespoke fireworks display will light the lake with drifting color. Since the hunting banquet you and my daughter Audrey have got on famously, she speaks of you daily and hopes you will stroll the gardens, taste tarts, and view her new watercolor album with her. If you consent, please send a reply within 3 days. A gilded carriage will call at your residence at 5 that afternoon, you may bring attendants. Sincerely, Count Hall. 4th of August. After reading the letters Altair frowned. Vivian asked, what's wrong? Handing her the letter, Altair explained, "It's what you mentioned tonight, the trouble in the industrial district is blowing up, but it should be settled in a day or two." Vivian glanced at the letter. "Isn't that good? Fewer people will die and you won't feel so wretched." Altair took back the letter. "Honestly, those people's lives have nothing to do with me. I'm not in the mood to play savior. I'm human, not a god. I like something Count Hall said, charity is, extra compassion, never a duty. Besides, their misery isn't my doing. I've given them plenty of jobs, they just can't tell friend from foe and listen to rumors." With that, Altair rose from the tub. Irene hurriedly fetched a towel and began drying him. Vivian sighed at the change. "It seems our little Earl has grown up. Try to stay this way, otherwise I'll worry about your escape route." When Altair left the bathroom, Vivian turned a cold gaze on Irene. Tonight there had been reasons, but the maid had breached a taboo. Though a personal maid, she still had to respect boundaries. Privacy was inviolate. Interrupting while her master was intimate meant she had seen everything. Altair might overlook it, but Vivian would not. Knowing Irene's nature, Vivian asked, "Irene, how long have you been here?" 2 months, Lady Vivian." Irene kept her head down. Vivian smiled thinly. "Then you should know about boundaries, and that I dislike being disturbed. Besides, Han didn't order you to bring that letter in at once, someone put you up to it." "Who?" "Although the nations of the northern continent have abolished slavery and preach human rights, don't forget, you aren't legally a person, so the protections don't cover you. For others the worst I can do is dock wages, reassign them, publicly shame them, or give a poor reference. But your private property. Tell me and I'll lighten your punishment. And what did you hope to gain?" After a silence, Irene named the instigator, housekeeper Freya. She promised that if she succeeded, she'd make me someone useful to Count Altair. Vivian laughed softly. "Such a simple reason. I thought Altair liked you sisters. Go and tell Han to wait in the drawing room, I'll be there shortly." When Vivian, now dressed, entered the drawing room, Han was already standing by. She took the main sofa and spoke curtly, "I want authority to deal with Freya." Han, unafraid, replied calmly, "Freya became Count Altair's personal property half a month ago, her disposition is not mine to give." Vivian's voice hardened. "I am the Countess of Sheffield, Altair himself has said so, and you know I have that authority." Han nodded. "True, which is why you are Lady Vivian now. But you forget, by law a marriage not approved by elders only becomes valid once the man reaches 21. Until then Altair cannot sanction a marriage on his own. So, Lady Vivian, you are not yet Countess Sheffield. I can assist in many ways, but I cannot hand over the Earl's private property. And you overlook the one essential duty of a countess, a duty your particular situation makes impossible to fulfill." Vivian eyed him. "Whose decision is this, Altair's?" Han shook his head. "The Earl loves you, this is not his wish. Indeed, he doesn't even know. You remain here only because of his affection for you. The commission was relayed through Count Strauss, the originator is not for you to know." Vivian lowered her gaze. "So Vera, Irene, even Freya, were all placed here." "Freya was not," Han clarified. "She was pure chance. Please keep this confidential, the Earl is still young, no need to burden him with worries." As Vivian offered no further reply, Han turned to leave. Behind him she said, "I still want authority over Freya, and the title Countess of Sheffield. I can compromise on that other matter." "How does that sound, Steward Han?" "I'll cooperate in carrying out the task." Chapter 52, The Clever Ones. After hearing those words, Han turned around and looked at Vivian in surprise. "Isn't this the outcome you wanted?" Vivian regarded him with open disdain. "I've long wondered why you held such a strong grudge against me. If it were only that trivial matter, you shouldn't have taken it so seriously. Among nobles, it's perfectly normal. As for Eileen and the other two arriving, I didn't think much of it at the time, I simply assumed they were pawns you'd brought in to balance me. It wasn't until tonight that I finally understood, you'd known my identity all along. You installed them in the Sheffield family not merely to counter me, but to replace me when necessary. Just now Eileen said she received the letter from you. Even if she ran into Freya and was incited, she shouldn't have interrupted us so rashly. What's more, I know what an instigator can do, it can only stir up the evil desires already lurking in a person's heart. Eileen's behavior didn't look like the eruption of incited malice. If you hadn't been so impatient this time, I might really have fallen into your trap. Still, I have to admit your plan was excellent." Han smiled. "But my plan succeeded, didn't it?" Vivian asked curiously. "Back then, Leaf didn't alter your memory?" Han nodded, then shook his head. "Count Leaf didn't erase my memories, he only inserted some details of the original plan, such as young Master Lucius becoming Count Altair, the demoness temptation, and so on. Maybe the insertion was rushed, or maybe it was because young Master Lucius hit me with that vase. My memories were a mess, and it took nearly a month of rest before I could sort them out. Vivian frowned at him. According to what you say, I've been schemed against from the moment I entered this estate. Exactly. Han answered without concealment. The day you arrived we began assessing you. If you'd seemed more dangerous, we would have eliminated you first. The reason you're still alive is that you weren't threatening enough and you could tutor Count Altair, so we kept you. We just didn't expect the two of you to fall in love so quickly, it disrupted many arrangements. So Leaf Strauss wasn't affected by me at all. From the start he sensed my presence and set a series of traps based on my plan. Vivian shook her head with a bitter smile. How did you manipulate them? As I recall, you're only a lawyer. Han didn't reply, he simply unhooked the golden pocket watch from his chest, flicked the lid open, then snapped it shut. To an ordinary person the gesture would have looked unremarkable, but from Vivian's perspective every snap released a surge of spirituality. A few seconds later she felt she ought to be doing something, yet couldn't remember what, her mood sinking. When all anomalies faded, Vivian asked in astonishment, I thought he could only slightly alter memories. Han pocketed the watch and explained. It can change memories, but not only that. Before the sealing was complete, using its other powers cost too much, so we avoided them. Fortunately, Count Leaf finished the sealing recently, otherwise I wouldn't dare use it. Vivian rubbed her temples. So you relied on the sealed artifact to hypnotize them into helping you. Correct reasoning, but not entirely accurate. Han said, Freya did want to rise in rank, I merely used the artifact to ignite her thoughts. In your witch terms, I incited her. As for Eileen, you know her background. For people like them there's only one law of survival, be valuable or be discarded. Let's return to the main point. Your bond with Count Altair may be strong, but the Sheffield bloodline must not end, this is non-negotiable. Vivian inclined her head. Then why not let me have a child with him? Han stared blankly, then looked at her as if she were a fool. Mid-sequencers have a chance of passing down a few traits naturally, you know that. Only at high sequence can you fully control such inheritance. But reaching high sequence is unlikely. Feeling insulted, Vivian retorted, how do you know Altair wants children right now? Maybe it's only your wishful thinking. And what's wrong with the assassin pathway? Her words left Han disinclined to answer. He turned to leave, then paused and explained. When the next heir is born is Count Altair's choice, now or later. But you know Count Leaf won't let Altair remain as he is. Lucius is his true name, and eventually he'll revert, which means he must expel the assassin pathway traits. If you agree, you may take Freya away. If not, please refrain from anything extreme. When you punish her, remember the dignity of the Sheffield family. As for why you punish Freya, you'll need to explain that to Count Altair yourself. Inform me of your decision in advance, I'll decide whether we need to hire a new housekeeper. Most importantly, do not tell Count Altair about our deal. With that, Han strode out of the drawing room, his task was finished, and the rest was Altair's private affair. Both had achieved their aims through the bargain. Meanwhile, Altair was writing letters, she needed to reply to Count Hall and to find someone to accompany her. To a small private tea or dinner she could go alone, but for a grand formal ball she was still too young and required a chaperone. Only after her social coming of age could she attend such events unescorted. The usual choices were mother, female companion, or governess. Unfortunately, Altair had none of these. She could only write several letters to her former tutors and see if any could fill the role. Chapter 53, Count Hall. Before the Industrial Revolution, the aristocratic economy relied entirely on land rents and feudal privileges. By controlling manors, collecting rent from tenant farmers, and monopolizing local judicial and administrative powers, they were at the absolute top of the economy. After the Industrial Revolution, traditional land rent income was impacted by industrial capital. Some conservative nobles gradually declined due to their insistence on holding onto land, while enlightened nobles turned to investing in railways, mines, and factories, gradually transforming their original land advantages into capital advantages to maintain their wealthy status. For example, nobles relied on resources such as cotton, iron ore, and coal, which were in high demand during the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, to grow incredibly wealthy. However, as time passed, the Industrial Revolution initiated by Roselle had already lasted for over 100 years. The advantages of the old nobility were becoming fewer and fewer. Correspondingly, more and more ordinary people became capitalists through generations of wealth accumulation and the tide of the era. Once this new class became wealthy, they began to seek higher social status, such as purchasing a noble title for their family or entering the political field to grasp power. Naturally, these old money nobles could not stand by and watch the children of former serfs infringe upon their fundamental legislative power. Thus, they pressured the House of Lords to stipulate that a noble must possess land corresponding to his rank, which greatly slowed the rate of erosion. The birth of this bill also welded shut the door of the House of Lords to the greatest extent possible. However, there were still some who became nobles, such as the lowest-ranking knights and baronets. A baronet title could be purchased by donating to a political party. The price was clearly marked at £300,000 for a baronetcy, without a seat in the House of Lords. Although they could not enter the House of Lords, they could enter the House of Commons through elections. Through the House of Commons, they could also obtain certain special powers, so new people continued to purchase them. At the same time, the nobles in the House of Lords were not all members of the Conservative Party, of old money nobles like Duke Pallasnegan. In recent years, nobles have also been continuously transforming, becoming the new party representing capitalists. But no matter how much is said about this situation, it is nothing more than the result of uneven distribution of interests. Night fell, and as the lights began to glow, Altair also arrived at Count Hall's home for the banquet as scheduled in her own carriage. Although the invitation stated that one could take their carriage, you couldn't actually do so. After all, he was just being polite. By arriving in their carriage, were you trying to suggest that your own family was bankrupt? Seeing the many carriages at the entrance of Count Hall's home, Altair couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of people. Fortunately, Count Hall had an excellent wife who arranged everything perfectly, otherwise, it would have been in chaos by now. The crests on the carriages indicated that big shots were gathered here today, perhaps throwing a random brick could hit a baron. When the carriage reached the main entrance, one could see a butler dressed in a black formal suit, holding a guest list, loudly announcing names and titles at the main entrance. After Altair had removed her cloak and gloves, she was led to the reception hall. Upon entering the reception hall, she saw Count Hall and the Countess standing at the entrance to welcome guests. After they exchanged bows, the Countess, Caitlin Hall, was also surprised to see Altair's companion, Madame Anna. I really didn't expect that you would be the one accompanying Count Altair to the banquet today. The Hall family welcomes you. Altair's accompanying teacher, Madame Anna, said directly, I am Count Altair's etiquette teacher. I was invited by her to attend the banquet this time. I hope I'm not intruding. After a round of pleasantries, a maid took their handbags and pets. Led by the Countess Caitlin, they entered the hall and were introduced to everyone. Since not everyone had arrived yet and the banquet hadn't officially started, Altair and Audrey left the banquet hall, planning to return just before it began. After finding a place to sit in the garden, Audrey held the Black Panther and said, Where did you buy this pet? It's really cute, I want to buy one too. Since the Black Panther was still a cub, at most 3 months old, and its size was only that of a medium-sized domestic dog, it wasn't too difficult for the seated Audrey to hold it. Altair smiled and said, I'm not sure where it can be bought. Count Strauss brought it back from the southern continent. If you want one, you'll have to ask your father to look for it for you. Oh, I forgot, your second brother, Alfred Hall, is also in the southern continent. You can send him a telegram and ask him to find one. Audrey nodded, agreeing with Altair's suggestion, and said, I'll have my father send a telegram to my second brother tomorrow to ask him to find one for me. He's really cute, like a cat. A big kitty with a cat's habits and a dog's size. Audrey was like she had found a new toy, stroking its back, touching its belly, and fiddling with its paws. Watching her actions, Altair warned, be careful of the Black Panther's claws and teeth. He has already grown sharp milk teeth, don't get scratched. Audrey stroked the fur, which still had the fluffy texture of a cub, and laughed, I know, I won't touch his dangerous parts. You have no idea what kind of life I've been living lately. Every day I have to undergo intensive etiquette training, including the standard depth of a curtsy, the propriety of talking to the opposite sex, and dance techniques. Mother even personally teaches knowledge regarding marriage alliances, such as how to observe the other party's family background and character. It's boring to death. Did you go through all this back then too? At this time, Audrey had not yet undergone rigorous etiquette training. Her youthful nature was still present, so it was normal for her to complain about such things. Altair smiled and said helplessly, No, at most I only had etiquette classes with Madame Anna and the others. I didn't study so many complex courses like you did. Perhaps the play just now had relaxed Audrey's mind and body, making her forget about Altair's family background. When she realized it, she quickly apologized. Audrey lowered her head and said softly, I'm so sorry, Altair. I just forgot about your family situation. Altair explained to her, It's okay, Audrey. This happened a long time ago, and I've already started to forget. It's fine, you don't need to blame yourself. Before long, a servant came to the garden to find the two of them. Upon seeing them, the servant explained that the banquet was about to start and they could prepare to enter. Because they had been playing with the Black Panther in the garden, they needed a maid's help to tidy their formal dresses. Once they were finished, the two slowly walked back to the hall. Chapter 54, Disgusting. Once the servants finished tidying their attire, the two returned to the banquet hall together. Just as they entered the hall, Altair saw Madame Anna gesturing for him to come over. After bidding farewell to Audrey, Altair headed straight toward his teacher's position. Seeing Altair moving toward her, Madame Anna turned around and began searching for a place where they could talk. Once they found a secluded corner, Madame Anna asked curiously, "Is your family collaborating with Count Hall's family recently?" Altair thought for a moment and saw no reason to hide it, stating frankly, "There is a collaboration. 2 months ago, I invested in a project of Count Leaf's, and a month ago, Count Hall joined in through an exchange of interests. You should have heard of it. It's the matter in the industrial zone that caused the biggest stir recently. Is there something wrong?" Madame Anna patted Altair's hand to reassure him, then said, "I thought so. How else would someone as low profile as you be noticed? Just after you left, Caitlin, that is, the Countess Hall and Audrey's mother, was inquiring about your marital status. You've likely been targeted by their family. Altair, you are the most obedient and studious student I have ever seen, so I am willing to say some things I probably shouldn't. I'll give you some personal advice. I don't recommend choosing the Hall family for a marriage alliance. Although the current Count Hall earned a very high social status and wealth through his early investments in industry and infrastructure. His eldest son, Lord Hibbert, is a typical aristocratic playboy. The second son, Alfred, has a steady personality, but as the second son, he cannot inherit the Hall family estate. He can only hope Hibbert gives him more wealth when the family branches out later. So no one in his family is worth a marriage alliance for you. I will try my best to help you deflect them in a while. You should also be careful." After listening to Madame Anna's advice, Altair smiled and said, "I understand. Teacher, you told me their purpose so directly, aren't you afraid of offending their family?" This question didn't affect Madame Anna's mood. She just glared at Altair and said flatly, "You don't need to worry about my affairs. I'm not afraid of them. As for you, inheriting your own family's properties was already enough, and now you've invested in such a large project. Once you finish your social coming-of-age ceremony, you'll have plenty to keep you busy." The host of the banquet, Count Hall, walked up to the second floor of his home. Standing at a prominent central position and holding a glass of deep ruby-colored red Ormer wine, he addressed the guests below. "Distinguished guests, thank you all for taking the time to visit my humble abode. Tonight's lights shine brighter because of your arrival, and this hall is more glorious for your presence. On behalf of my entire family, I extend our most sincere welcome to you all. May tonight's gathering allow us to share joy and strengthen our friendships, and may you all forget your toil in this warm atmosphere and enjoy the music, food, and fine time. Let us drink the first glass of wine, to friendship, to health, and to the wonderful time tonight." As Count Hall finished his speech, Altair took a small sip of the drink he had picked up earlier. It tasted sweet at first, but the aftertaste wasn't great, feeling somewhat like a high-proof spirit. Seeing Altair's flushed face, Madame Anna explained, "Sonia blood wine, brewed from the sweetwood sap specialty of the area around the Golden Spring. It is golden red in color and has a slightly viscous feel when swirled, like thin honey mixed with blood. It tastes sweet but makes one drunk very easily. If you drink this whole glass, you'll likely pass out. It seems you need to hire a sommelier to give you lessons. After all, drinking unknown beverages at parties in the future will cause a lot of trouble." Altair looked down at the glass in his hand and asked directly, "Indeed. Madame Anna, do you have any recommended teachers?" Before Madame Anna could reply, Caitlin had already approached Altair's side. She bowed elegantly and then gestured for the young man beside her to step forward, saying, "Count Altair, allow me to introduce my eldest son, Lord Hibbert Hall. He has already entered the cabinet and the National Atmospheric Pollution Committee. He is a very outstanding and ambitious young man." After introducing Hibbert, she began again, "This is Count Altair, the heir to the Sheffield family." After Caitlin introduced the two to each other, she left quietly. As for Hibbert, he did not choose to follow his mother. Instead, he stayed to begin a conversation with Altair. When the music began to play and Count and Countess Hall started the first dance, Hibbert wanted to invite Altair to dance together. When Altair turned to look at Madame Anna, she only nodded slightly to indicate it was okay. Helpless, he could only accompany him through one dance. When the music ended and the two bowed to each other, Altair used lack of physical strength as an excuse to decline the next dance. He left the dance floor and found Madame Anna nearby. As Altair approached, Madame Anna said, "Your body was too stiff just now, which made the dance performance not very good. I suggest you invite your dance teacher back to continue learning." Altair, the party involved, was grumbling inwardly, "I already did well enough by enduring the awkwardness and finishing that uncomfortable dance. To expect me to perform better? Impossible." But on the surface, he said, "I understand, Madame Anna. Didn't you say you would try to help me block the Hall family? Why did you agree to let me dance with Hibbert?" Madame Anna didn't choose to answer Altair directly. Instead, she took a sip of the champagne in her hand and asked back, "Have you forgotten the lessons from your etiquette and dance classes?" After the important figures open the dance, the host's son acts as the representative of the host. Dancing with him is an expression of respect and decency. It is also an important part of banquet socializing. It seems you've forgotten most of the knowledge you learned back then. I feel it's necessary for you to study again. To Madame Anna's words, Altair could only smile awkwardly, trying to brush it off. Although he had learned it, it was normal to slowly forget things that weren't used often. With the end of the second piece of music, Lord Hibbert, as Madame Anna expected, came forward as scheduled to invite Altair to continue dancing. But this time, he was directly intercepted and rejected by Madame Anna. As Altair's guardian, Madame Anna had this right. Even if the matter blew up and others found out, only Hibbert would be reprimanded. The reason was simple: Altair did not yet have the status to attend banquets independently. Everything he did required the consent of his guardian. Simply put, the original owner was a minor. Chapter 55 Mudblood. Midway through the banquet, Uncle Grandfather Leaf came over and said casually, "Long time no see, Anna." "It has indeed been a long time, Count Leaf." After saying this, Madame Anna turned to Altair and said, "It seems you have private matters to attend to. I'll go sit elsewhere for a while." After she walked away with elegant steps, Uncle Grandfather Leaf stepped forward and said, "How are you feeling today? Han told me you've been in a bad mood these past few days." Ever since Altair learned about the unrest in the factory district a week ago, he had begun to blame himself deep down. For someone educated for over 20 years in a peaceful era, who wouldn't even speak loudly in public unless someone was pressuring them or threatening their safety, how could he not feel guilty about indirectly causing the deaths of hundreds of civilians? As for the gang members who had died at his hands before, he hadn't felt anything unusual. Perhaps he was just such a person with double standards. Altair smiled at Lev and said, "Today has been quite good." Uncle Grandfather Leaf breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Your performance these past 2 days hasn't been very good. It's not good for your physical and mental health. Try to relax a bit. The consequences of this matter weren't caused by you." When his maternal great-uncle's counseling ended, Altair changed the subject and asked, "Is this banquet for handling the arsenal matters? I've already met many people involved today." Lev smiled and nodded, explaining, "That's indeed the case. As you know, Count Hall is also involved, so he took the lead in hosting this banquet. I just saw you dancing with his eldest son." "That's right." Altair suppressed a feeling of disgust, sighed, and shook his head. Madame Anna said I might have been targeted by their family. She personally suggested not having too much contact with them. After hearing Altair's explanation, Uncle Grandfather Leaf stroked the mustache on his upper lip and said, "Madame Anna's suggestion is very sincere. You can fully accept it. As long as you don't do anything out of line on the surface, you'll be fine. Count Hall is indeed shrewd and capable, but his sons only inherited his looks, not his abilities. The eldest son is a typically mediocre person who can only rely on his father's influence now. The second son has no special characteristics either, just average. Their family indeed lacks investment potential for us. Count Hall's participation this time was only a result of trading a large amount of interests. His second son, Alfred Hall, is currently serving in the army in the southern continent. His direct superior is someone you know, Carell. Although on the surface he is cooperating with us to build a new type of factory, his main goal is secretly supporting that second son." While the two were still talking, a servant in a black swallowtail coat approached and whispered something to Uncle Grandfather Leaf. After listening, Lev turned to Altair and said, "Let's go. They've made the arrangements. We're going over to sign the contract now." Altair nodded and said, "I need to wait a moment. I have to tell Madame Anna so she doesn't worry." Seeing Uncle Grandfather Leaf nod, Altair walked towards where Madame Anna was standing. After explaining the reason for his early departure, the two followed the servant's lead and left the banquet hall. On the way to the private study, Altair asked curiously, "I see many people at this banquet know Madame Anna and respect her. Is there anything special about her?" Lev paused for a moment, then smiled at Altair as he walked, saying, "Not really. She's just an ordinary etiquette teacher. If there's anything special, it's just that she's exceptionally capable and frequently teaches members of the royal family. As for the reason for respecting Anna, it's because of her character. Anna comes from a family of court etiquette specialists, a family of teachers who give etiquette lessons to the royal family. She can be considered to be of noble birth. 7 years ago, she fell in love with and married her current husband, who had nothing at the time, but he was considered a talented young man. With a little support from Anna's family, it took less than 2 years to develop the original Servants' Academy into the Servants' Association that is now spread across the country. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after, her husband became bedridden with a serious illness, requiring expensive medicine every day to stay alive. He is still bedridden now, and Anna has stayed by his side, caring for him for 5 whole years. To keep him alive, she has sold off many branches of the Servants' Association. In fact, she could have abandoned her husband and enjoyed a new life with that money, but she didn't. A tragic love story. Altair asked curiously, since Madame Anna comes from such a family, she should know about Beyonders, right? Hasn't she tried to find a beyonder of the apothecary pathway through the church or other means? An ordinary person's illness should be very simple for an apothecary, right? It's not that simple, Lev explained. She found an apothecary through special channels to see him. But after examining him, that apothecary clearly stated he couldn't solve it. At the very least, a sequence 5 potion would be required. People of the apothecary pathway are already scarce, let alone a sequence 5. Her husband is currently just barely surviving on the medicine from that previous apothecary. Are apothecaries that scarce? Altair asked Uncle Grandfather Leaf in confusion. Isn't Uncle Owen a sequence 5, Scarlet Scholar? Don't think that just because you're surrounded by beyonders, there are many of them in this world. According to the data recorded by various churches, there are only about 400,000 beyonders. Including wild ones and those from secret sects, there are estimated to be around 600,000. These people only account for a small fraction of the world's total population. And beyonder pathways have many classifications. It's already lucky to find an apothecary when needed. High sequence ones are generally hard to come by. Besides, why would Owen help Anna treat her husband? They don't know each other, and there's no conflict of interest. Alright, stop thinking about these useless things. If you really want to help, you can ask Owen and his wife to help you make a potion. But you need to think clearly about why you're helping them. To Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others, Madame Anna's tragic and exasperating love story was like a novel still being updated, a source of amusement. Beyonders hold contempt for ordinary people, as written in the original work when Audrey and Salted Fish first met. To beyonders, are ordinary people equivalent to mudbloods. Chapter 56, A Tragic Love Story. After the last two people entered Earl Hall's private study, everyone signed the contract without any resistance. After all, they had already discussed it beforehand. Jumping out to protest now would only make everyone unhappy. The contract clearly stipulated that all shareholders of Rheinmetall were not allowed to sell their shares privately. If they wished to sell, they had to notify the others in advance, and other shareholders enjoyed absolute right of first refusal. Altair Sheffield invested with technology and a steel factory for a 31% stake. Uncle Grandfather Leaf Strauss invested with 3 factories and 100 acres of industrial land for a 15% stake. Carel Duarte invested with 3 factories for a 10% stake. Owen Donovan held 10%. Heather Grant, representing the Sanguine, held 10%. Hall held 7%, held 10%, held 5%. Han Clayton held 2%. Since Han did not arrive today, Altair would take his copy of the document back to him. Once he finished signing, it could just be sent directly to the official records. Earl Hall directly summoned the servants at the door to bring in the corresponding amount of champagne. They shared a glass, chatted for a few words, and then left one after another. After all, the banquet was still going on outside. As the host, Earl Hall could not stay in his private study forever. Without him, it wasn't appropriate for the others to linger too long, so they simply left. After leaving the study, Altair did not choose to return to the hall with Uncle Grandfather Leaf. Instead, he waited a while for the Donovan couple. Altair still wanted to help Madame Anna. When the two came out, he went up to meet them, told them about Madame Anna's situation, and expressed his desire to help. Heather, who was holding Owen's arm, flatly refused. She smiled and said, why are you still acting like a child? What does she have to do with you? At most, she only taught you etiquette for a month. You want us to help her just because of such a tiny connection. Sometimes I really feel you're foolishly cute. I heard about her situation long ago. In fact, that apothecary she found was sent by me. Otherwise, anyone who caught that kind of disease wouldn't have lived this long. Looking at Heather's playful face, Altair asked curiously, does his illness really require a potion made by a sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar to be cured? Indeed, I didn't lie to her about that, Heather said bluntly. His illness is not ordinary, it's an occult disease created by a sequence 4 demoness. Although it's a weakened version that has spread through several generations, it's still not something an ordinary person can resist. The reason he's still alive is that I want to watch a tragic love story. Think about it, the male lead falls ill, and the female lead exhausts her family fortune to treat him, ending up penniless. She persists for 10 years until finally, the male lead wakes up. Just thinking about it is particularly interesting. As she spoke, Heather even clapped her hands for the good script she had arranged. Owen also touched her hair with a doting look. Heather threatened Altair, you mustn't mess things up for me, or I won't have a serialized drama to watch. But I haven't thought of what to do after he wakes up. Owen, help me think of a script too, this kind of thing is the most fun. Heather acted spoiled, shaking Owen's arm. Alright, I'll think about it when we get back. After comforting Heather, Owen said directly to Altair. Although Heather usually loves to play and her words aren't very steady, this matter is indeed as she says. The price for removing a disease left behind by a sequence 4 demoness of despair is indeed very high. Even if you insist on helping and find an apothecary who can treat him, her family can't afford the price now. In the end, you would have to pay. In that case, it's impossible to predict how much you'll have to give, and what you would gain. Heather made a face at Altair and said, if you want us to help, then you have to find me an even more interesting story. The two left directly after lecturing Altair. Their meaning was simple, they completely rejected his hot-headed decision. No kinship, no friendship, no benefit, not worth helping. As Altair was about to enter the hall, he saw Uncle Grandfather Leaf still waiting at the door. When Altair approached, he asked directly, "What, were you lectured by the Donovans?" "Uncle Grandfather, how did you know?" Altair asked in confusion. "Did Owen and the other say something to you when they passed by?" Leaf shook his head. "No. This was a very simple prediction. The moment you decided to stay behind, I already knew the outcome. Actually, if you really want to help her, you should think about what value she can bring to you that makes it worth investing funds to help her, rather than blindly following your desire to help. All right, I'm going home first. Remember to come over for dinner the day after tomorrow. Your cousin Charles Strauss will be returning to the northern continent temporarily in the next few days." Altair nodded and asked, "Will cousin Charles stay for good after returning to the northern continent this time?" "I'm not sure yet," Han sighed helplessly. "We'll see then. I want him to stay, but given his personality, it might be difficult. I'm off. You should head back early too." Watching Uncle Grandfather Leaf walk to the door and leave in a carriage, Altair returned to the banquet hall. He found Madame Anna and explained his intention to leave. The two then found Earl Hall to say their goodbyes and left directly in a carriage. In the carriage, Madame Anna looked at Altair, who had been deep in thought, and asked, "What is it? Have you encountered some difficult decision?" Altair nodded heavily and said, "I have a friend who anticipated a problem she cannot solve herself, and I could help her solve it through others. But my elders all asked me why I'm helping her, since we have no relation and no shared interests. And the advice Uncle Grandfather Leaf gave me was to think about what value she can bring before deciding whether to help. And right now, I really can't think of what value she has that's worth my help." Madame Anna asked curiously, "Then it depends on what kind of help your friend needs. If it's political, you need to look at their ability. If it's financial, you need to look at their ability to repay. If it's a Scarlet Scholar potion." While Madame Anna was still speaking, Altair interrupted and said, "But the price to get this potion is not low. I'm finding it hard to choose." The look in Madame Anna's eyes gradually became burning, but after a few seconds, she lowered her head. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I think this friend of yours must have very professional teaching abilities, some wealth, and can also provide some things within her power for you." In the carriage, Altair did not give a result. Madame Anna could only watch his back as he left the manor from the carriage, hoping that his friend indeed had investment value. After Altair walked into the hall, he found Hans still waiting at the door. Stepping forward slowly, he handed the document in his hand to him and said, "After you sign this today, remember to send it to the judicial authorities tomorrow." "Has Freya not returned yet?" Han respectfully took the document and smiled. "Not yet. She said there were matters at home to handle, but didn't say how many days of leave she would take. I think it should be soon." "Oh, I'm going to rest." After saying that casually, Altair turned and went upstairs. Chapter 57, Adam. Altair returned to the second floor. Upon entering the room, he saw Irene giving Vivian a massage. Seeing him enter, Vivian said in a cheerful tone, "You're back. How did the banquet go today?" As Altair approached, he said, "Not bad. Is there nothing to do today? Usually, you wouldn't be back at this time." Vivian chuckled softly and said, "This is all thanks to you. Now that the industrial zone is in chaos, no one will investigate a few deaths. I let those little ones go hunting on their own, there's no need for me to handle the aftermath for them." Altair asked in surprise, "So the ones benefiting from the Demonist sect this time are all assassins?" While helping Altair undress, Vivian said, "It's the Theosophy Order. Because members within the Demonist sect couldn't reach a consensus, they used a subordinate organization to participate this time. On the surface, the Demonist sect doesn't acknowledge this plan." After removing the corset and pannier, Altair felt his body freed from restraint, relaxing both physically and mentally. He said, "Although the Theosophy Order is related to the Demonist sect, they aren't subordinates. It's just a training ground established through cooperation between you and others. I really can't figure out which faction you belong to, the Demonist sect or the Theosophy Order." Vivian patted his chest and laughed, "Actually, I haven't joined any faction, not even my own lineage of Demonesses. The reason I work so hard is simply for high sequence, beyond her characteristics." After saying this, Vivian couldn't help but shake her head, then explained, "The subsequent materials for the assassin pathway are basically monopolized by the Demonist sect. This means that if one wants to advance, they can only rely on completing missions to exchange for materials. Altair asked curiously, have you already finished your acting and are preparing to advance to sequence 5, Demoness of Afflictions? If only it were that simple, Vivian countered. Even with you helping me digest the potion every day, it's impossible to advance so quickly. At my current pace, I'll need to continue acting for at least another 3 months. Besides, I haven't prepared the materials yet. It's hard to say when I'll be able to advance. Altair was quite curious and asked, are there no high-sequence materials circulating outside? Can't they be obtained through trade or purchase? Vivian thought for a moment and said with a smile, there are some, but they are very difficult to obtain through trade. For one, it's to ensure the materials don't flow back to the Demoness sect, and secondly, high-sequence materials themselves are extremely valuable, so they generally aren't used for trade. This was indeed a fact. Although money can buy things, it also depends on whether others are willing to sell. If someone doesn't want to sell, no amount of money will help. Fortunately, when Altair was negotiating cooperation, he had set additional conditions, hoping to trade beyonder characteristics. In a couple of days, he could go and conduct a beyonder characteristic trade with Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others. These families have been passed down for at least several hundred years. Over so many years, they should have some high-sequence characteristics. Even if they can't use them themselves, they should have them in their collections. He could see then if a trade was possible. This period of unrest had allowed Altair to completely digest the instigator potion, he just hadn't chosen to advance yet. Vivian was happy to see this and did not entice him to take the witch potion. After a moment of pleasure, Vivian leaned against Altair's chest and asked breathlessly, should we take advantage of the fact that you haven't advanced yet and have a child? Altair stroked Vivian's hair, thought for a moment, and said, let's not. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, we are both at the center of the storm. Having a child would undoubtedly increase the risk. Vivian nodded and sighed, how wonderful it would be if we were both ordinary people. Altair did not respond to this. If they were both ordinary people, they likely would never have met, let alone fallen in love. The next day, everyone was busy with their own affairs, leaving Altair alone in the study reading a book. It wasn't until near noon that Altair finished his studies for the day. He casually dismissed the spirit book and prepared to get up and leave. Looking up, he saw a priest wearing a simple white robe, with a thick pale gold beard covering the lower half of his face and golden eyes as clear and pure as a baby's. The priest smiled and nodded slightly to him, his tone gentle and devoid of any hostility or cause for alarm. Good morning, Lady Altair, or Mr. Lucius. Quite an impressive ability. Were you just reading Fundamentals of Mechanical Design? Seeing him, Altair thought in panic, holy crap, I ran into the boss right at the start. After calming himself, he asked with a smile, how should I address you, father? I don't recall any of the sects having such a style of dress. You can just call me Adam, the blonde priest introduced himself with a smile, but then added, I think I don't actually need to introduce myself. After all, I can tell from your reaction that you should know me. Altair's expression instantly collapsed, showing he was not amused. He pursed his lips and said, I know a little bit. I wonder what business you have with me, Mr. Adam. Also, when did you start observing me? To Altair's questions, Adam maintained his unchanging smile and said in a calm and gentle tone, after you created those new weapons. Originally, I didn't suspect you, after all, according to the development of the era, people like you would appear in this period. But the factory you built and the institutional system you established afterwards confirmed your identity for me. Hearing Adam's words, Altair smiled bitterly, so, I still exposed how different I am from this era. Adam smiled and nodded, although you tried your best to hide it, you ultimately do not belong here. No matter how you hide it, you cannot change the facts. Altair lowered his head in thought. Indeed, no matter how he hid it, he couldn't change the fact that he was not a person of this era. While Altair was still thinking, Adam explained, I have already helped you with some concealment. It makes them feel like you are just a naive child. You don't need to worry about future identity issues, only those from the same period will notice. Looking at the expressionless Adam, Altair asked, what price do I need to pay, and what is your purpose for coming to find me this time? It seems you have already adapted to the rules of how this world operates. Adam thought for a moment and still smiled, I need you to do one thing for me when I need it. Rest assured, this matter will not go against your will. As for the purpose, it's just to meet in advance. Chapter 58, Psychotherapy. Adam watched Altair gently, his clear and deep golden eyes seeming to see through the human soul, you are still resisting this world. Although you are well aware that the original world is a thing of the past and that you should adapt to the new one, deep down, you refuse to conform. This is a very contradictory psychological issue. Is it because I know too much? Because you know too much, you have lost your self-confidence, acting with trepidation at every step, fearing that unexpected problems might arise. This also fits the character of people from your great food nation. Because he was ignorant, he treated everything in this world as a game, and only after being fully immersed did he begin to consider it a living world. Whereas you, born with knowledge, have always lived with extreme caution. I am curious where you obtained this knowledge. Is it because of that ancient castle? Adam's words made Altair look troubled. Although he knew the spectator's abilities were perverse, he never expected them to be this perverse. His secrets were being dug up after only a few sentences. After a moment of silent cursing, he spoke directly to Adam. Although I know you Russians speak very directly, I didn't expect you to expose my secret so bluntly. Adam smiled directly and said, cultural differences lead to different ways of communication. This is normal, just as you were criticizing me in your heart before you spoke. Altair looked at Adam in shock, never expecting his mind to be read. But he didn't seem angry, saying bluntly, to be honest, I really thought you were like the rumors, overflowing with divinity and lacking in humanity. Adam chuckled at Altair and then said, I don't quite agree with their definition of me. I also possess my own humanity, it's just not necessary to show it. Also, if my behavior is inappropriate, you can say it directly, there's no need to complain in your heart. My nationality is different from yours, we like to be straightforward and don't like talking behind people's backs. This was indeed a fact. The ancient sun god who once shielded humanity had fallen, now he was just Adam, with no need to show humanity for irrelevant people. But the way Adam was acting now could be considered a total explosion of humanity, even explaining the differences in national cultures to him. Altair then said bluntly. It is indeed as you said, my knowledge does come from that ancient castle. It is not the castle you know. You should know what I mean. Adam nodded with a light smile. I know. Although I haven't had formal contact with it, I can clearly sense the difference between the two. Although I have seen many special items over the years, this is the first time I've seen something like this. If I hadn't personally conducted long-term observation, I wouldn't have discovered his existence. Your beyonder characteristic should also be influenced by him. Altair looked at him in silence, not wanting to speak, and could only nod. Adam shook his head and said, I do not intend to seize him, my pathway has long been decided. He has no value to me and would even become a burden. Moreover, you two are already tightly linked and inseparable. Would you like to join the Beyonder organization I founded? I don't think I need to introduce the details of this organization too much, you should already know. Don't worry, this doesn't require you to pay anything. Altair thought for a moment and accepted readily, deciding to join. After all, this organization was the most mysterious and influential secret organization currently in existence. With the goal of driving historical nodes, it signified that it possessed a large number of high-level members, which meant a wealth of resources. Adam smiled helplessly, it's not as exaggerated as you think. We don't have a way to completely decide the direction of reality yet, but the resources for your advancement can certainly be traded. Regarding his behavior, Altair expressed helplessness, saying, can you stop reading my mind all the time? It makes me very embarrassed. Adam's expression remained the same as usual, not changing because of these words. Instead, he explained, I didn't use an ability, I just deduced the result through observation and guessing. You have also taken the spectator potion, you should know that this has become a sort of instinct. Within the Twilight Hermit Order, there are still some members of the Augustus family. If you don't want to expose your identity, I suggest you don't use your real name to participate. Altair nodded to show he understood, but still asked curiously, didn't you say today was just a simple meeting? Why are you inviting me to join the Twilight Hermit Order again? Adam nodded and said, when you were pushing the development of weapons, someone proposed inviting you to join. It was only because of the names of the weapons that I temporarily suppressed it. So inviting you to join was not my decision, but theirs. Altair asked in return, why are you willing to talk to me about these things? Adam thought for a moment and smiled, consider it providing whatever help I can to a contemporary. Altair clicked his tongue helplessly at this explanation. After thinking, he said, then as a senior, shouldn't you give some benefits? For example, let me see the blasphemy slate, or give me the Empress card. To Altair's suggestion, Adam shook his head directly and said, what you want to obtain should be the High Priestess card. The card of blasphemy corresponding to the Demoness pathway is the High Priestess, not the Empress. Roselle created the cards of blasphemy based on the triple setting of pathway essence plus tarot symbolism plus corruption narrative. Furthermore, even if you wanted it, I couldn't give it to you, it's not with me. As for the blasphemy slate, if you wish, I can bring it for you to see during the gathering. Altair thought for a moment and then shook his head directly, refusing, I was just saying. If I really need to see it, I'll ask you for it. Aren't you curious about my origins? After all, the people of that era have all been captured, and now everyone is still hanging there like dried meat. Adam smiled and shook his head, saying, I am not curious. If you truly wish to speak of it, I am more than willing to listen. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter, I don't want to ask too much. And even if I asked you now, I wouldn't get the correct answer, and it would only make things difficult for you, such a result is meaningless. Fine then. Altair nodded. Regarding the matter of his origins, he still didn't want to talk about it. Instead, he said, "Then thank you for not asking." As he chatted with Adam, Altair felt his heart gradually begin to relax and his true nature start to be liberated. Seeing his change, Adam also said with a smile, "In the future, if you have any unpleasant feelings, you can vent them directly. After all, in the eyes of others, you are just a child, but please integrate into this world as soon as possible, it will benefit your physical and mental health. At 8 o'clock tonight, remember to go to sleep early." "I know." As he spoke, Altair looked up, and the space in front of him was already empty. If not for the existence of this memory, he would have thought he had just had a dream. This king of angels really comes and goes as he pleases. But was his purpose really just to meet? Why do I feel like I just underwent a session of psychotherapy from him? Chapter 59, Hermes. At 7:50 p.m. Backlund time, Altair used the excuse of needing rest to enter the room originally prepared for Vivian alone. He used meditation to quickly fall into a deep sleep. Not long after he lay down on the bed, his eyelashes trembled. Drowsiness surged like a tide, leaving him without even the strength to blink. Altair's physical instincts directly caused him to fall asleep. Strangely, after falling asleep, his consciousness remained clear. However, as if pulled by some unknown force, he began to constantly fall, drifting toward an unknown place. Is this the method the Twilight Hermit Order uses to pull people into meetings? It's similar to the Tarot Club, both pull out a person's consciousness and then gather for a meeting. But where exactly was he going? A dream world created by a spectator, or Adam's divine kingdom. Just as the thought arose, the sensation of falling suddenly vanished. He found himself standing in the midst of a boundless gray haze. The ground beneath his feet was a semi-transparent gelatinous substance that rippled when stepped on, reflecting countless fragments, someone running on a street, someone crying, someone laughing. Looking at these fragments, Altair's consciousness instinctively began to merge into them, becoming trapped in the images and unable to extricate himself. At some point, a cold sensation spread from his head throughout his body, gradually clearing his mind. Once he was fully awake, he found that he had broken free from the images and arrived inside a magnificent, colossal cathedral. Looking at the cathedral before him, built from special materials, Altair did not feel it was eerie. Instead, it was filled with a sense of holiness. Every pitch-black pillar, every arch, and every section of the dome was embedded with the white bones of different races. These bones were packed together densely and in extreme chaos. On the walls, windows, and doors, there were transparent, distorted faces. It seemed as if countless souls were sealed within. Those white bones and sealed souls seemed to be telling some sacred story, giving off a sense of solemnity and gravity. The most eye-catching feature was a 100-meter-high cross surrounded in the center of the cathedral. In front of the cross were rows of high-backed chairs. Each chair held a figure, men and women, old and young. Their only commonality was a special temperament. This temperament made Altair feel as if he were facing Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others directly. But regarding their appearances, Altair was surprised to find that no matter how hard he tried to remember their faces, he would forget them the moment his gaze shifted away. It seems that no matter the organization, no one is stupid enough to go online with their real names. Except for the 3 idiots of the celestial bodies. Beneath the tall cross, Adam, dressed simply and always wearing a smile, sat quietly at the head of a long table. Like an outsider, he quietly observed everyone. Perhaps he felt Altair's gaze, or perhaps he sensed someone talking behind his back. Adam stepped out of his observation as a spectator and turned his eyes toward him. This action directly frightened Altair, making his heart leap. He thought, unlucky again, he found me out. Adam's voice was the same as usual, both peaceful and quiet. In Altair's ear, or more accurately, in his mind, he said, "Come and sit here." As soon as Adam finished speaking, a brand new empty seat appeared out of thin air to his left, not far away. This caused many people in that row to move over one position. Adam's movement also successfully drew everyone's gaze, allowing a nobody like Altair to enjoy the collective attention of the crowd. At this moment, most people's eyes were on Altair, mostly sizing him up with curiosity, inquiry, and scrutiny. This put immense pressure on him, but there was no turning back now. He could only endure their gazes, cross most of the cathedral, and sit in the vacated seat. After taking his seat, Altair glanced at the people near him. Perhaps because the seats were near the front, the people around him were at least middle-aged, with many elderly people. It turned out that the person who had been sitting in this seat did not hold a grudge against Altair because of Adam's action. When he looked at the person who had been forced to move, the latter also looked over, smiled and nodded to acknowledge him, and then resumed chatting with others. What drew Altair's attention the most was an old man on his right, wearing a gray-white robe. He looked ordinary, with hair that was entirely white but still thick. He gave Altair a feeling of great affinity, just like Adam. While he was sizing up the old man was also sizing up Altair. Realizing this, Altair showed an apologetic expression. The old man smiled and said to Altair, "There is nothing to apologize for. After all, everyone has curiosity. Actually, I am also quite curious. What is your specialty that allows you to sit here immediately upon joining? People who joined a while before you are still sitting at the end of this row." Altair looked to his left in surprise, wanting to see the person at the end. However, due to the seating and the people blocking his view, Altair couldn't see very far. He could only see the next 6 members and could not see any further. Helpless, Altair asked the old man to his left, "Have you been recruiting new members in recent years?" The old man chuckled and said, "It is indeed as you say, but the minimum requirement is sequence 6, or having the strength of sequence 6. In all these years, the only person stronger than you who joined at an even lower sequence was that one person from over 100 years ago." The old man seemed to recall some pleasant memory and sighed. "When he first came in, his seat was also next to mine, but not where you are, it was on my right. I quite liked that little fellow, he was very energetic. Lower, that would be sequence 9. At that time, only Roselle would have received such treatment. A member of the Twilight Hermit Order calling Roselle a little fellow, and appearing to have a good relationship, an old man. Adding these key factors together, it could only be the Hermes mentioned in his diary. As Altair's thoughts settled and he finished his deduction, the old man beside him asked at the appropriate time, "You not only know of my existence but are also very clear about the relationship between the two of us. Are you his successor, or did you obtain his legacy?" Altair asked back in confusion, "Why don't you think I am his descendant?" Hearing this question, the old man laughed heartily. "I have reasons for not thinking you are his descendant. His eldest daughter left early due to a disagreement in ideals. His eldest son died soon after of illness due to the fear and anxiety following Roselle's assassination. As for his second son, a poor soul, he can only exist like a tool now. So, can you satisfy my curiosity now? Which one are you?" Altair said helplessly, "I am neither. I just know that he once had contact with you." It was all a guess. Chapter 60, Empress. The longer Altair and Hermes chatted, the better they knew each other. In manner the latter was a kindly old man. At first Altair balked at the spectator gift, who wouldn't be sickened by an opponent who could foresee every move. Yet the awkwardness vanished as the talk went on. If Adam hadn't been watching, Altair would have sworn he'd been hypnotized. After an unmeasured while, Adam, seated beneath the great cross, finally spoke. The gathering had begun. Adam's voice sounded again in Altair's mind. "As the newcomer you must introduce yourself, a codename is allowed." "My suggestion, Empress." Altair, the person in question, gave the idea a moment's thought and did not refuse. When Hermes finished his greeting, Altair rose, drew the skirt to both sides, bent the knees slightly, bowed her head with a smile, and dropped a perfect curtsy. A second later she straightened and said, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, please call me Empress." After the introduction no one stirred at the audacious codename. Altair nodded to the company and sat. In this Western culture world, as long as the title wasn't flaunted in public, no one would bother to meddle. Listening to the rest, Altair noticed most used codenames. Of the few real names offered, truth was impossible to gauge. Watching the greetings drag on, Altair thought, so many people, at this rate will be here all night. Hermes murmured beside him, "They're only doing this because you're new, next meeting we'll skip the roll call." Altair turned and stared as though the old man were a ghost. Hermes chuckled at the look. "I'm not reading your mind, every newcomer wonders the same. I merely answered early." Altair could not bring himself to believe it fully. He forced his thoughts to quiet. After Adam's warning, caution was wise. And this was, after all, the spectator's stronghold, pathway of the spectator everywhere. In short, I loathe spectators, especially the long-lived ones. When the introductions ended the real session began. A stern middle-aged man in southern continent dress opposite Altair said. This morning the Faesac Empire's colonial corps in the southern continent launched a major assault on Lone's colonies. The fighting had not stopped when I arrived. Does anyone here know why Faesac attacked and when it might end? At once a man replied, the Faesac court decided suddenly. Agents in Backlund reported Lone's army is re-equipping with a powerful new weapon for southern continent deployment. Faesac hopes to wipe out Lone's strength there first and limit later losses. The questioner sighed, so it's the weapon again. Couldn't Faesac solve it at the source, kill the maker, wreck the plant, steal the recipe? Altair inwardly cursed, solve it at the source, what good would killing me do? If you're weak, train harder, cheap tricks won't help. The first half of the meeting circled round that war. The man wanted it over because it upset his plans, and he kept urging Faesac to dispose of Altair. Altair, sitting right there, grew furious. He itched to leap up and slap the man. The fellow urged Faesac to murder him and still demanded the technology, pressing an artisan to crack it fast. Such brazen provocation made Altair swear, let me learn your real identity and I'll put a fat price on your head. Yet for the sake of anonymity he swallowed the rage and listened. Fortunately, the artisan admitted he had made no headway with the new gunpowder. Reverse engineering it was fiendishly complex. Altair mentally saluted the craftsman and thanked Roselle for never spreading chemistry. Because advanced powders rest on chemical synthesis, without a sound grasp of chemistry you cannot recreate the new gunpowder, let alone reverse engineer it. Even with artisan analysis you would need purpose-built machinery and precise proportions. World War-era basic formulas are easy enough to guess, but matching factory performance and mass-producing challenges industrial nations, let alone a handicraft age. Still, the men gave useful news. Rose's school of thought's indulgers are hunting the temperance faction. Sequence 2 reign at Nicole has not appeared to stop it. Altair ran the timeline. In the original history Seer A became a true abomination toward the end of 1340, letting indulgers dominate and launch the purge. Which meant the coconut tree queen might already have fallen, and Sharon and Merrick could have fled the southern continent for Backlund by ship. Should I swoop in for bargains? High sequence beyonder characteristics are impossible, but formulas, lore, and copied secret books of the temperance faction would be priceless. When the southern continent topics ended, northern continent members spoke. The Phaenopotter Kingdom, an agricultural giant with backward industry, has lost colonial wars, worshipping the Earth Mother. Its people now loathe conflict. Yet border friction with Intis continues. Phaenopotter is always the one crushed, its army nearly worn away. The news was fresh but useless to Altair. Excluded from the talk, he began to drowse. Chapter 61, The Deal. After the petty kingdoms of the northern continent finished speaking, Altair heard what concerned Lone and, clearing the drowsiness from his mind, listened as they said. Our influence over the kingdom of Lone is still far too weak. The plan to weaken Lone by repealing the Corn Law simply can't be implemented. Ever since the bill was introduced, it's been blocked by those conservative nobles, mainly because it would cost them a great deal of profit. The chief opponents include Duke Negan, his younger brother Lord Argus Negan, Baron Kieran Sawyer. The list is a long one. When Altair heard the names the speaker listed, he began to suspect the men might belong to Lone's royal house, the Augustus family. The list was all too familiar. It was exactly the role of refusers he himself had obtained not long ago. When the suspected Augustus scion finished, a hot-tempered man took over. As you say, the loss of personal interest is too great, they'll never agree. I propose we force their hand. Before he could continue, someone cut in. Impossible. Those nobles aren't fools. Move against any one of them and the consequences will be unpredictable. My advice is the same as before, keep simmering the frog gently. Don't be impatient, the motion has only just been raised, take it slowly. Since we can't use coercion, let's leak the news to the public and let commoners apply pressure. Then the crown will have to choose, a handful of nobles or the masses. If the Lone court refuses, it will alienate its own people, still a weakening of the state. I'm sure they can work out the consequences. The suggestion almost made the suspected Augustus representative lose his composure. We agreed at the start, ordinary people must not be dragged into this. The debate also drew dissatisfaction from the middle-aged men in southern continent attire. The moment the motion was tabled it involved ordinary folk. Cheaper grain means the first to go bankrupt are the commoners. Nobles can sell land to cushion the blow. What can peasants do? In the end they decided the information could be released, but without deliberately steering events. Altair couldn't help thinking it was a chain within a chain. The Twilight Hermit Order wanted to sap Lone's strength this way, yet never imagined George III would turn the very same point to his own advantage in becoming a god. Or perhaps it wasn't being used, the order itself had members involved in the scheme. After all, his apotheosis plan required seizing large numbers of slaves in the southern continent and shipping them to the northern. Without people to cover the tracks, discovery would be easy. So had the middle-aged men in front of him taken part? In Altair's observation, very few here wore southern continent dress. Once the Lone strategy was basically fixed, they moved on to schemes against other great powers, reviving Intis nobility, reforming the Fussac army. Listening, Altair could only sigh. Politicians truly weren't good people, some couldn't even be called human. When discussion of national bills ended, the group turned to trading beyonder materials. Altair seized the moment to state his needs. I require a book on forging beyonder materials, etching inscriptions, and structural design for making sealed artifacts, as well as a large quantity of high-grade materials, a heart of a demoness of afflictions, crystallized psychic imprints, or corresponding beyonder characteristics, a dreamwalker's core crystal, a spirit world dream dragon's reverse scale, blood of an adult mind dragon, or corresponding beyonder characteristics. I'm a long-term buyer, anyone willing to sell can expect a fair price. In addition, I need a potion that can remove the occult illness of a Sequence 4 demoness of despair, preferably brewed by a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar. The book was to learn how to craft sealed artifacts. The materials were, of course, the main ingredients for the potions of demoness of afflictions, Dreamwalker, Scarlet Scholar. The potion was for Madame Anna. That afternoon Altair had decided she was worth the investment. His lavish order left everyone speechless. None had seen anyone acquire Sequence 5 materials in such bulk. After a silence the artisan spoke. I have several volumes you need, Basic Occultism and Beyonder Materials Compendium, covering material properties, fusion methods, and characteristic stabilization. They're fundamental for sealed artifact creation. There are also 2 advanced works, Craft Canon, dealing with forging Beyonder materials, inscription etching, and structural design for carrier fabrication and characteristic stability. The first 2 are £2,000, Craft Canon will be £3,000. Altair was delighted but kept his tone calm. I'll take all 3. How do I pay you? The artisan smiled. 2 ways. 1. Post the money to an address I specify. 2. We both hand our items to the chairman and let him complete the exchange. Altair laughed. I'll prepare the money as soon as I return to the real world, about 2 hours. Please be patient. The artisan nodded agreement. After the round of requests, Altair had obtained only the 3 crafting manuals and 1 suitable potion. As for materials, the others would merely keep an eye out, for an extra fee. Altair had never been stingy over spending small sums for big gains. Anyone who can procure the materials will be paid a finder's fee, he declared. With his own business done, Altair watched the rest trade. The artisan produced self-made Beyonder weapons, the apothecary displayed brewed potions, the planter exhibited special plants. As the dealings closed, Altair sighed, having a skill really does make one welcome anywhere. Chapter 62, Evolution. Once the gathering ended and Altair's consciousness returned to his body, he sat up abruptly. Checking his pocket watch, he discovered that although the gathering had felt quite long, only 2 minutes had passed in the real world. After a moment of thought, Altair smiled and shook his head. It seems Adam's Twilight Hermit gathering also involves consciousness-based communication, which led to a temporal illusion. After resting for 2 minutes, Altair got out of bed and opened the door to Vivian's room, only to see Vera still standing guard at the door. Hearing the door open, Vera turned and saw Altair. She smiled and patted her modest chest, saying to Altair, Count Altair, you can rest easy. Vera will keep watch at the door and guard it strictly to ensure no one disturbs you. Altair could only nod awkwardly and instructed Vera, go downstairs and call Han up. I'll be waiting for him in the study. After saying this, Altair didn't wait for Vera's reaction and left immediately for the study. Vera rubbed her forehead and muttered to herself as she went downstairs, didn't he just say he didn't want to be disturbed while resting? Now he's not resting anymore and wants me to call Butler Han to the study. How strange. Tap, tap, tap. Han knocked on the study door to signal his arrival. After waiting 2 seconds, he opened the door and entered. Altair, who was still contemplating his plans, looked up and saw Han, asking directly. Han, among the family's channels for acquiring Beyonder materials, is there one located in Backlund, East Borough, 13 Irongate Street, at the Bravehearts Bar? After a few seconds of recollection, Han replied, No, Count Altair. The gathering you mentioned is a low-end Beyonder gathering held by an old gentleman codenamed Eye of Wisdom. The level of materials appearing there is limited, so we did not arrange for anyone to join. Altair paused before saying, later, ask Simon for a clever person and have them start attending this gathering from now on. The primary goal is to observe if there are any unusual situations. If anything seems wrong, report to me at any time. Also, how much cash does the house have right now? I need 20,000 gold pounds in cash within 2 hours. Han nodded and said, understood. He paused for a moment, thought it over, and spoke again. After the last purchase of Beyonder characteristics, I didn't deposit the surplus cash into the bank. There are currently about 18,000 gold pounds in cash at home. It's still short of 20,000, so if it's urgent, we can only use the gold coins from the treasury. I see. Altair nodded and said to Han, go now and bring me 20,000 gold pounds worth of money, I'll need to use it shortly. As for the Bravehearts Bar matter, you can arrange that tomorrow. That's all. There's nothing else. Watching Han's retreating back, Altair clicked his tongue. Nobles of this era rarely kept 10,000 pounds in cash at home. After all, it went against current financial habits, security logic, and social norms. The reason his own home had so much cash was that those Beyonder gatherings only accepted cash, and Altair had recently purchased a large number of Beyonder characteristics. This had led Han to keep a significant amount of cash on hand, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to produce 20,000 gold pounds tonight. After all, for large-scale expenses in daily life, one could directly use bank checks. For small-scale purchases, it didn't cost much. It was better to put the money in the bank and let it grow. At the same time, he felt fortunate that the gold pound used a gold standard exchange system, otherwise, at this point in time, there would be no way to make up the shortfall. Not long after, Han returned with 2 servants, carrying a heavy chest into the study. Once the servants had set down the chest and left, Han took out the banknotes, placed them on the desk, and explained. There are only 17,850 gold pounds in banknotes at home right now. I've taken another 1,002-pound gold coins and 151-pound gold coins from the treasury. These total 20,000 gold pounds. After speaking, Han opened the chest the servants had brought in. Seeing the chest filled with shimmering yellow coins, Altair's mouth began to water uncontrollably. After all, these gold coins were truly made of genuine gold. A 1-pound gold coin had a pure gold weight of approximately 7.32 grams. Who wouldn't love gold? It emitted a charming yellow glow, felt heavy when dropped on the table, and made a dull, rich sound. That wasn't a feeling banknotes could provide. Once Han had left, Altair suppressed his reluctance to part with the gold coins and spoke to the air, "Adam. I am here." As the voice fell, a blond priest in a white robe appeared where there had been nothing a moment ago. Altair smiled at him. "Good evening, Mr. Adam. Sorry to trouble you this time." He maintained his usual warm smile and produced a parcel, saying, "Good evening, Miss Altair. You are too polite. These are the items from your trade with the artisan and the apothecary." Looking at the parcel Adam handed over, Altair stepped forward, took it with both hands, and asked with a curious smile, "Actually, I'm quite curious. How do you arrive here the instant I call for you?" Adam nodded with an unchanged expression and explained, "Omniscient perception plus dream traverse. The former triggers a psychic radar the moment you call, instantly locating your coordinates and intent. The latter allows me to etherealize my body and dive into dreams, jumping from one dream to another to achieve physical teleportation with zero distance delay. I believe once your sequence reaches my height in the future, you will be able to do the same." Altair. Sensing his confusion, Adam explained to Altair in a gentle tone, "According to my observations, the 4 different pathways of Beyonder characteristics in your body have been constantly devouring one another to fuse and evolve. Perhaps this will manifest the next time you consume a potion. After all, as you know, a sequence 7 potion can be considered a minor evolution. My suggestion is that you consume your potion inside the ancient castle during your next advancement." After hearing Adam's words, Altair looked down and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Adam silently departed with the gold pounds. By the time Altair looked up to ask for more information, he could only shake his head helplessly at the empty room. He thought that according to what Adam meant, the 4 Beyonder characteristics within him were not stable but were in an active state, constantly devouring each other and self-optimizing. Chapter 63, Demoness of Afflictions. Vivian. So the feeling of losing control when I took the potion during the last advancement wasn't the potion's effect on me, but rather that I almost drank myself to death. But thinking about it, throughout history, the existences who occupied multiple non-adjacent pathways were only those crazed ancient gods of the second epoch who dared to eat like that. Using a normal person's body to replicate their behavior, it was already a stroke of luck that I didn't split apart on the spot, thanks to my cheat. It seems I need to find a way to resolve this drawback as soon as possible. If all else fails, I'll ask Adam. After all, he spent a lot of time studying Beyonder characteristics back then. If that doesn't work, I can only use the unshadowed crucifix to suck the Beyonder characteristic out. But that's not right either. The main reason I dared to do this was the information from my cheat, and didn't Adam give me a hint? For the next advancement, enter the ancient castle to take the potion. The next morning, after having breakfast, Altair went to the study and began writing a letter to Madame Anna. Dear Madame Anna, I hope this letter finds you well. Regarding the investment you proposed the day before yesterday, after returning home and reflecting on it, I feel that this matter is feasible. Therefore, I am solemnly replying to you, I am willing to do my utmost to assist with your husband's treatment. I am now providing a bottle of the Silver Moon cleansing mixture that you urgently need to address your immediate crisis. The method of administration is, take it on an empty stomach under moonlight, then lie still for 1 hour. Once a day, 10 milliliters each time, for 3 consecutive days. I only hope for your husband's early recovery and that you may find peace of mind. Sincerely, your student, Altair. August 12th. After writing and folding the letter, Altair took out an alcohol lamp, melted some beeswax, dripped it onto the seal, and pressed the family crest onto it. When the servant entered, he handed over the letter and the potion, instructing them to be sent out as soon as possible. After being educated by Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others, Altair was no longer someone who would help out purely out of hot-blooded passion. He had his own goals in helping Madame Anna now. If it weren't for Adam's sudden appearance yesterday morning, Altair would have almost forgotten a setting regarding gods. Although such things aren't necessary for a demigod, they are indispensable after becoming an angel. As a normal person, he wasn't qualified to proselytize and have a large scale of believers. Therefore, he could only cultivate a group of Beyonders who would never betray him to serve as anchors, letting them replace ordinary people when the time came. On the first night after receiving Altair's potion, Madame Anna gave it to her husband. After 3 days of persistence, he had basically returned to normal. After all, his body had endured 7 years of torment, so it certainly couldn't return to its original state. They could only see if the deficiencies could be supplemented later. On the morning of the fourth day, Madame Anna came in person to express her gratitude. Altair directly stated his requirement: I need you, Madame Anna, to personally help me train a group of slaves. For Altair, training normal people to become Beyonders wouldn't necessarily achieve his goal of making them loyal believers. After experiencing the Irene incident, he was now more inclined to train these purchased people. Madame Anna had no objections to this and immediately agreed to Altair's request. Of course, the day after Altair sent the potion to Madame Anna, Heather Grant found out. She kept sending letters, sternly criticizing Altair's behavior and demanding he compensate her with some entertainment. Helplessly, Altair went to apologize in person, and only then did she stop her mischievous behavior and agree to stop sending letters. Regarding Heather Grant's behavior, Altair sometimes really felt that she was just like a young girl. This even made Altair wonder if she had taken a potion called Child. During this time, Altair had also consulted Owen about the reason, and his reply was, Heather Grant is a sanguine. If converted to human age, she is indeed still in the young girl stage. After hearing this, Altair wanted to kneel before the couple on the spot. What did he mean by converting according to age? Did the intellect have to be converted according to age as well? With that matter settled, Altair's life returned to tranquility. He spent his days in leisure, having sex and flirting with the maids. Until the morning of October 3rd, after finishing their morning exercise, the two lay naked on the bed, their bodies exposed without any attempt to cover up. Panting, Vivian leaned happily against Altair as if sensing something good, and whispered in his ear. My potion's acting has just been completed. Altair then looked at the radiant Vivian in surprise and asked, how could it be so fast? Didn't you say 2 days ago that it would still take a long time? Vivian, the person involved, shook her head and said, I'm not sure why either, but I'm certain that just now, I clearly felt that sensation of the acting being completed. Stroking her beautiful back, Altair asked leisurely, when do you plan to advance to Demoness of Afflictions? And do you know the materials, formula, and ritual? Of course, everything is ready. Vivian lifted her head, resting her chin on Altair's chest, and said happily, I have to thank you for your help, otherwise I wouldn't have known when I'd finish so many newcomer training tasks. I plan to complete the advancement after breakfast. I prepared the main materials for the potion half a month ago, and I'm familiar with the formula and ritual. Altair advised with concern. Why not wait a couple more days to stabilize your state? After all, the ritual for advancing to Demoness of Afflictions isn't exactly pleasant. Vivian shook her head in refusal and comforted him, don't worry, since I dare to say I'll advance today, I'm definitely confident. After all, I have you now, and I'm loath to leave this world. Altair and Vivian lingered in bed for another half hour before getting up for breakfast. Their relationship was now like that of a couple in the honeymoon phase, feeding each other during meals without regard for others. An hour later, in the basement laboratory, Altair watched as Vivian took out, a beautiful eye, 2 bottles of blood of different colors, something that looked like the tip of a snake's tail, and added 10 drops of essential oil. She concocted a potion of dark red, nearly black blood that quickly turned pitch black, with disgusting green bubbles occasionally surfacing. He murmured, is this enough? Vivian nodded and said, yes. Ideally, it's best to use Beyonder materials to make potions for all sequences. Because those who can advance to this stage will have more or less mental pollution on their Beyonder characteristics. But unfortunately, time waits for no one. The Demoness sect doesn't have ready-made Beyonder materials right now, and I don't want to wait, so I applied for the characteristic directly. The potion is ready. Altair, remember, after I've been burned for 15 minutes, get me down immediately and give me the potion, or feed it to me directly. Now, help me undress and put me on the stake. After undressing Vivian and tying her to the stake, Altair held up a burning torch and looked at her. Once Vivian nodded, Altair threw the torch onto the pile of firewood. As time passed, the flames grew larger, and Vivian's painful cries rang out. Altair looked anxiously at the pocket watch in his hand, finding that what was usually a short time now felt like years. Hearing Vivian's tragic cries, Altair prompted, 3 minutes left, just hold on a bit longer. Perhaps hearing Altair's prompt, Vivian's wails of pain turned into laughter, the sound breaking within the tongues of fire, carrying a hint of frenzied pleasure. Once the 15 minutes were up, Altair rushed into the sea of fire and carried Vivian out. He pulled out the dark green potion from his robe and poured the liquid, which carried a sweet and decayed scent, into her mouth. After taking the potion, Vivian's body, which had been broken and battered by the burning, began to shed debris and grow new flesh. But perhaps because the potency was insufficient, the speed of regeneration was very slow. After laying Vivian down steadily, Altair picked up the recovery potions already prepared on the table and began feeding them to her one by one. Not until Vivian's body had completely recovered to its original state did Altair stop the feeding. Chapter 64, He Becomes Her. A few minutes later, Vivian slowly opened her captivating eyes and, with a gaze full of grievance, looked at Altair and reproached him, "You were far too flustered just now. You actually forced a recovery potion into me while I was meditating after drinking the potion. If I hadn't endured the agony of recovery and completed my meditation to suppress my spirituality, I'd probably have lost control by now. As she spoke, as though angry, she kept gently patting Altair while scolding him. Tell me, were you trying to murder me so you could find someone new? Feeling Vivian's complaints, Altair could only rub the back of his head awkwardly and stammer in his own defense, I panicked because I cared too much. I was mainly worried about you, your body was recovering far too slowly. I feared you couldn't bear it. Read great books from Taiwan. Before Altair could finish explaining, Vivian simply kissed him, sealing his lips with hers. After several soft kisses, Vivian smiled at Altair and said, Of course I know you only panicked out of concern. I'm not blaming you, I was just joking. With that, Vivian kept smiling behind her hand. When the kiss ended, Altair stared unblinkingly at Vivian. At that moment she looked utterly alluring, and Altair instinctively swallowed, a muffled escaping his throat. Sensing Altair's burning gaze, Vivian deliberately parted her legs in a seductive pose and said in a languid voice, You can have me whenever you want. This time, by advancing to demoness of afflictions, Vivian hadn't merely gained disease-related powers. Her charm ability had strengthened further. If she continuously bewitched a specific person, she could make them truly fall in love with her. Even total strangers couldn't resist this allure, let alone Altair, restless with adolescent desire. When the two of them finished their battle and, supporting each other, left the underground laboratory, lunchtime had long passed and the clock had struck 1 in the afternoon. At dinner, silver cutlery clinked softly, and to celebrate Vivian's promotion to Sequence 5, Altair had Butler Han bring out a gift he had prepared days earlier. It was a small sapphire tiara in Gothic design, brimming with romantic spirit. The frame was of white gold, the whole piece set with diamonds that glittered like scattered stars. Delicate filigree traced exquisite scrolls and floral outlines, the crown's peaks rose in staggered spires, as if frozen moonlight. 7 square-cut royal blue sapphires formed the main stones, poised at the center of the band. Their rich azure hue danced with the diamond's fire, deep as the night sky and regally imposing. Around the larger sapphires, smaller round ones cascaded in layers, creating sumptuous depth. Every line was elegant yet stately, every detail carved with utmost finesse, displaying all the opulence and craftsmanship of fine jewelry. When Vivian saw the gift Altair produced, her pupils widened and a faint blush rose on her cheeks. She instinctively raised a hand to cover her lips, fingertips trembling, her gaze fixed on the tiara, panic and joy mingled in her eyes, forming a sparkling lake. She threw herself onto Altair, unable to hide her surprise, her voice lilting, This is for me. Altair smiled and nodded. It was prepared for you. After his clear confirmation, Vivian, barely suppressing her delight, asked Altair to place it on her himself. In this era, when a nobleman gives a woman a tiara, it symbolizes that she has officially become the mistress of his house. It is the most emblematic gift of status. With Altair's help, Vivian set the tiara on her head. From the moment she received it, she moved with extreme care, afraid it might fall. Even while eating she was cautious. After dinner she still wouldn't take it off, only letting Altair remove it when they were about to rest. The next morning, after a final bout of pleasure with Vivian, Altair stepped into the laboratory alone beneath her reluctant gaze, took out the materials he had long since prepared, and began to mix the potion for his advancement. Main ingredient 4 witch, all the blood of an abyssal devilfish, and the egg of an onyx peacock. Auxiliary ingredients, 80 ml pure water, 5 drops of golden datura juice, 3 scales of a shadow lizard, 10 drops of daffodil juice. Main ingredient 4 vampire, the blood source essence of a sequence 7 sanguine. Auxiliary ingredients, 100 ml pure water, 5g batwing powder, 8 drops of night vanilla juice, 3 drops of black widow venom. Main ingredient 4 psychiatrist, the brain of a psychiatrist, the core fluid of a glowing jellyfish. Auxiliary ingredients, 30 ml of the psychiatrist's blood, 70 ml pure water, 5g hyacinth pollen, 5 drops of black datura juice. Main ingredient 4 savant, brain tissue of an old sage, a pair of astral world silverfish eyes. Auxiliary ingredients, 70 ml pure water, 1g each of 7 powdered gems, 8 drops of silverleaf grass juice, 3g ancient metal shavings. Of the 4 potions, Altair had gathered the main ingredients for all except vampire, so he would not need to advance using someone else's beyonder characteristic. While a beyonder characteristic can serve as a main ingredient, such convenience comes at a price. For instance, a witch's beyonder characteristic, if not split beforehand, still contains the lower sequences assassin and instigator. The drinker would then have to perform both low-level acting again, wasting time. That is the mildest cost. The most terrifying is mental contamination. Few beyonders die natural deaths, most are killed or lose control. Different manners of death leave different marks on their beyonder characteristics. The most famous example is our salty fish, Miss Furswall. Though the original story never confirmed whether she used an Abraham family characteristic to become a Beyonder, it is certain that ever since she used a sealed artifact made from one, Mr. Door drags her off every month to listen to his rap. But I digress. As for the vampire main ingredient, Altair had no choice but to use another's Beyonder characteristic, for a vampire's essence is simply the whole of a vampire itself. Following the recipes, Altair added the main and auxiliary ingredients in order to 4 cups. 1 dreamy rose-red liquid, 1 scarlet, 1 pale gold like a shifting giant eye, 1 iridescent that changed color with whatever it observed. Gazing at the potions, Altair felt the banter of his past life echoing in his ears. Want to be a beauty? Skip the gym and skincare, drink the assassin potion. Sequence 7 throws in stunning looks plus black flame and frost skills. Pure profit. The taste of a demoness really is something. All you're giving up is a couple of ounces of flesh. Life is short, why not give it a shot? Shaking off the thoughts, Altair took the potion and stepped into the spirit world's library. Looking at the rose-red liquid, Altair hesitated no longer. He raised the glass and drank it down. As the potion entered his mouth, he tasted neither the expected burn nor bitterness, but a cool, moon-smooth sensation sliding down his throat, then bursting into thousands of silken threads of spirituality that drilled into every limb and bone. In the depths of his mind a torrent of whispers erupted, soft women's sighs mingled with the crack of ice and the roar of black flames. His vision blurred beneath a haze of pink mist, every light and shadow turned bewitching and strange. Then came bodily change. First a tingle in his bones, each joint was gently remolded, his frame growing slender and tall. Next a scorching itch across his skin, as if countless petals brushed beneath the surface, turning roughness into jade-like smoothness, every scar and line erased. His hair sprouted wildly, sweeping past his shoulders, the once gold strands now shimmered with moonlit silver, every filament alive with light, grazing his neck with cool, ticklish threads. Chapter 65, Witch. Altair had no time to worry about the changes in her body right now, they were trivial matters. At this moment, in her eyes, no, deep in her consciousness, countless mirrors began to surface. Through them, Altair saw 2 completely different feminine versions of herself. One resembled her past self, ordinary, cowardly. In some mirrors she was barefoot, cowering in a corner, burying her head between her knees, thinking she could escape whatever horror she faced. In others she stood before Altair like a child who'd done wrong, head lowered, too timid to look up. The other version seemed her demonized self, stark naked, wrapped in thick black-purple mist, staring from the mirrors with provocation, seduction, or fury. Their pupils were venomous scarlet, eerie, lips curved in indifferent, bewitching smiles. As time passed, every mirrored self began to step out of the mirror world and rush toward Altair, merging into her. They overlapped, then split apart. Her past self kept emitting the sounds of bones creaking and flesh reshaping, while her demonized self amplified negative emotions, fear, rage, greed. When the fusion ended and silence returned, it marked Altair's full assimilation of the witch potion. She had become a true witch. Consciousness returned to her body, and Altair instantly felt the change. The first thing she noticed was that they were just the right size. After briefly adapting to her new form, she turned to the 3 remaining potions, lifted them one by one, and drank them all. When the last drop was swallowed and she sank into meditation again, her body began optimizing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her figure grew slimmer and taller, her chest expanded from budding to a generous curve, her face became more delicate, her nose dainty, her lips vividly red yet refined, her eyes radiant. Before the completion potion, Altair's beauty had been seductive but not striking. Afterward, her looks finally matched that allure, combining into a bewitching glamour. Once the transformation finished, her exquisite body felt like it was in a scorching sauna, temperature rising, sweat streaming, sliding down and evaporating. Gradually, her body expelled not just sweat but also colorful, nameless fluids. These vivid liquids were clearly different from perspiration, the heat couldn't evaporate them. They slid to her feet and pooled together. When meditation ended and she sorted the new knowledge in her mind, Altair felt absurdly powerful. She was now a monster with both mechanics and stats. At range she could command black flames that burned souls and frost that froze bodies, or launch curses through blood and other media. In melee she wielded corroding claws and abyssal chains for control, and dash in with wings of darkness for brief flight. For survival she had invisibility, wand substitutes, mirror substitutes. If she got hurt, as long as it wasn't instant death she could burn her own blood to heal at high speed. To ambush someone, she could deploy emotion manipulation or psychological suggestion mid-conversation. Of course, she also gained precise appraisal of Beyonder items. Altair looked down at the Beyonder characteristics expelled from her body, and finally understood what Adam had meant when they met twice. He hadn't lied. To anyone else this castle was meaningless, seizing it would be useless, even a burden. For it had already fused perfectly with Altair, becoming her exclusive uniqueness. Even a sequence 0 true god who stole it could never assimilate it. What puzzled her was whether she could still be called human. The knowledge she now possessed made her feel like a living uniqueness. As for devouring and evolving, it was exactly as Adam had said, Altair was walking a unique assassin pathway. After the completion potion, her main pathway would keep absorbing the strengths of auxiliary pathways, then expel the redundant beyonder characteristics. She hadn't been able to do so before solely because her sequence was too low. Even given the relevant knowledge, she couldn't use the function. Only now, as a sequence 7, did she gain this ability. She had foreseen this transformation ever since she first crossed over and drank the assassin potion. When the moment arrived, she actually felt relieved. Taking a deep breath, Altair left the spirit world castle, donned the simple clothes she had prepared, and pushed open the door of the laboratory. Outside, she found Vivian standing motionless, staring at her. Altair stepped forward and asked in puzzlement. "What's wrong? It's been less than an hour, don't you recognize me?" Vivian knew the witch potion would alter Altair's appearance, but she hadn't expected such a drastic change. Now only a tenth of the original features remained. If Vivian hadn't been guarding the door and known Altair was alone inside, she would have blasted this stranger with black flame. With a sigh, Vivian took Altair's hand, led her back to their private room, and stood her before a half-length mirror. "The change after you drank the witch potion is enormous," she explained. "If I hadn't waited at the lab, I'd swear you'd been swapped." Altair's eyes had turned amber, warm, lustrous, wild, as if they could capture sunlight itself. Chapter 66, 2 ounces for 8. Looking at herself in the mirror, Altair's heart was a mess of emotions. If she and Vivian hadn't known each other inside and out, she'd have sworn Vivian was mocking her on purpose. From man to woman, as if driving the blade deeper into her heart just to watch her squirm. Altair turned to Vivian beside her and smiled. "From the moment I was born, my fate was sealed. Live an ordinary life, or pay the price to become a beyonder, and the price is the face you see now. You and I both know it was inevitable." After saying that, Altair added, "What, don't you like how I look?" "Of course not." Vivian frowned. "As you said, I know the cost of drinking the witch potion. After all, you're my past. Whether I like your appearance. Just know I like you for who you are. And don't forget, I already changed my name last night. I'm Vivian Sheffield now. I'm only curious why you're prettier than me. Did you take some beauty tonic? Tell me where to buy it, I want some too." The first half of Vivian's words touched Altair, the second half left her speechless. While she was still silent, Vivian crept closer and grinned wickedly. "I'm dying to know how you'll handle me from now on. Don't forget, extraordinary items exist. I only need to find one with the right power." Altair had already thought of a solution: get a beyonder characteristic from Faceless or Rose Bishop and craft it into an item. While it couldn't turn her back into a man, it could reshape her flesh. She changed the subject. "Vivian, when you drank the witch potion and advanced, did you hear countless whispers?" "Absolutely." Vivian nodded casually. "No need to worry, hearing whispers is normal. After my own advancement I asked Mother. She said it's a test set by the primordial demoness. What the test is, I don't know, Mother didn't say, and I didn't dig. My advice, drop it. Don't investigate anything involving a true god. For people like us, knowing too much can be worse than knowing nothing." Altair agreed. In this world, knowledge wasn't always poisonous, but once it touched the transcendent, high beings, or outer gods, it certainly was. After all, this place was modeled on the Cthulhu mythos, too much knowledge was lethal. What she should focus on now was how to play the role of witch. But the Western stereotype of a witch made her head ache. A scrawny crone, hunched and wrinkled, with a hooked nose, beady eyes, wiry gray hair, pointed black hat, tattered robe, riding a broomstick of dead branches. Skilled in curses and poisons, bringing disease, disaster, even death. Luckily, she had a former witch beside her, she could simply ask Vivian for tips. "How did you act the part of witch?" Altair asked. Vivian smirked. "Simple. The sect long ago popularized the acting method for this sequence. Witch puts woman first, so you must fully embody femininity. Dress, speak, behave, even your aesthetic, live as a woman in every way, or you'll lose control. In short, the closer the better. As for the witch part, just act a little mysterious, show off some uncanny powers in daily life. But remember, witch also means calamity, so keep spreading disaster." After that, Vivian added, "My advice, when you go to Bridge District, pick a few thugs no one will miss, take their blood, and work long-term curses. You'll train your new powers and fulfill your role, kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Hearing the method, Altair nodded. Inside, she thought, the demoness sect is ruthless even to its own, spreading a gutted acting method, demanding total femininity without warning that it's only a role and your true self remains male. It was a setup: let some demonesses sink so deep into the female identity they lose themselves, until their psyche collapses and the beyonder characteristic devours them. No wonder, in the future, Madame Sharon would be driven by sealed artifact 008, the quill of Alzahad, to risk death by draining Counselor Maynard to digest her potion. Yet Altair also understood the law of conservation. Within adjacent pathways, the total amount of beyonder characteristics is fixed, more high sequences means fewer low ones, and vice versa. Each pathway has a strict rank cap. If they didn't cull people and all reached high sequences, low sequences would vanish and the characteristics would eventually be exhausted. It seemed not just the Orthodox churches but the heretic cults worked to limit beyonder numbers and sequences. One side hides the acting method, the other spreads a broken version. Both want only true geniuses, not expendables. Chapter 67, Faith. October 10, 1346. In the early morning, after being woken up by her personal maid, Irene, Altair was led into the washroom by the maids in a daze to freshen up. Since becoming a witch 5 days ago, Altair had one less form of entertainment at night, so her schedule had gradually become more regular over the past few days. By the time Altair was fully awake, the maids were already wiping her cheeks with warm towels soaked in rose hydrosol. After freshening up, Altair, wearing a loose linen nightgown, went to the small dining room with Vivian to eat. While Altair was using a silver butter knife to spread homemade strawberry jam onto a piece of crispy toasted white bread, Irene brought in Leaf's invitation letter. After receiving the letter, Altair scanned it briefly and understood its main point. Uncle Grandfather Leaf was inviting her to have lunch today. Actually, Altair sometimes felt that the old man was quite pitiful. Since his biological son joined the army, he rarely came home. Now, like her, he was all alone at home. No, unlike her, she had company, while the old man did not. Near noon, Altair had Irene assist her in dressing up. She wore a high-waisted cotton gown with a short wool jacket and low-heeled goatskin shoes. Her hair was partially pinned up, and she wore a gauze hat adorned with blue ribbons and silk flowers. With light-colored short lace gloves on her hands, she left the Sheffield estate in a carriage. The carriage hadn't been moving for long before Altair, sitting quietly, clearly felt the change in Backlund's temperature. Winter was coming. Looking through the carriage window at the red maple leaves falling on the street outside, she remembered, the Lone Kingdom is located in the southeastern part of the northern continent, and winter usually officially begins in late November. Hopefully, this year will be a peaceful one. When the carriage drove into the Strauss estate, Altair saw Uncle Grandfather Leaf already standing at the door, waiting for her. After getting out of the carriage, Altair smiled and said to him, "Good afternoon, Uncle Grandfather Leaf. Actually, you don't need to wait for me at the door personally. You can let the butler handle these things." "Good afternoon, Altair. You know that I'm currently idle at home with nothing important to do all day. So, waiting for you at the door is a way to pass the time, and I can enjoy the scenery while I'm at it. It kills several birds with one stone," Leaf explained, looking at Altair nearby. Regarding his explanation, Altair smiled and said, "Yes, autumn is here. I saw the maple leaves turning red on the way. The maple viewing season is about to begin." Leaf nodded and smiled at Altair, saying, "Let's go. Today I had the chefs make your favorite fipote noodles." Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Altair asked while twirling it with a fork, "How is the situation with Uncle Charles? I heard that a full-scale war has broken out in the southern continent." "It's all right. Fusak's attack this time was so sudden that no one expected it," Leaf replied while cutting meat. Before Altair could respond, he added, "You don't need to worry about his safety. Maybe in a while, Charles will send a telegram back to thank you." After hearing Uncle Grandfather Leaf's words, Altair stopped eating and looked at him in confusion. "Don't be surprised." Leaf put down his dinner knife, wiped his hands with a napkin, and explained, "Actually, since the mass production of the new weapons you designed, George III has been wanting to provoke a war, but he just couldn't find a reason. Now that Fusak has made the first move, George III won't let this opportunity pass. You probably haven't been paying attention to the situation at the weapons factory lately. The factory has already entered its most efficient operation, producing nearly 1,098K rifles a day. Once these firearms are produced, the royal family will immediately send them to the southern continent through special means." Listening to Uncle Grandfather Leaf's explanation, Altair also felt that Fusak would end up shooting themselves in the foot. As for the special means, he was probably referring to a traveler. "Don't worry about these things that have nothing to do with you." Leaf interrupted Altair's thoughts and followed up, "You probably haven't decided on a faith yet, have you?" Sitting opposite Leaf, Altair nodded and said, "I haven't made a choice yet." Being in Backlund, it was basically destined that she could only choose one from among the Church of the Night, Church of Storms, and Church of Steam and Machinery. Leaf explained to her, "I think you should understand that for a noble, having a faith is the result of 3 factors, a status requirement, political security, and social rules. You don't necessarily need to believe in them, you just need to go through the motions. And among the 3 mainstream faiths in Lone, I think you know the differences between the believers of the different churches. The Evernight Goddess's believers have the widest coverage, from nobles and the middle class to the countryside, spanning all walks of life. The Lord of Storms believers are generally the royal family, the navy, fishermen, and so on. The God of Steam and Machinery's believers are generally engineers, factory owners, technical workers, and so on. So, have you thought about which orthodox God you want to choose as your faith? Altair feigned deep thought for a moment, but she already had an answer. Do I even need to choose between these orthodox gods? I'll definitely choose the Evernight goddess without hesitation. If I'm going to cling to someone's thigh, of course I have to pick the one with the thickest, longest, and most thighs. After finishing her thoughts, Altair replied concisely, I choose the Church of the Night. Then Altair added, although the mainstream faith of the lone upper class is the Church of Storms, the reason most people choose to believe in him is mainly due to the influence of the royal Augustus family. For example, you and my father, in order to advance better in the military and not seem particularly out of place, were forced to choose to believe in him. But I'm different. I probably won't enter the military system in the future, so there's no need to play a meaningless card. As a factory owner managing a large factory, logically, I should choose the God of Steam and Machinery. But my essence is that of a noble, so believing in him doesn't have much value for me. So I can only choose the Evernight goddess. At least the Church of the Night has been developing very well in recent years. Most of the new generation of lone nobles have chosen to believe in her. For example, Count Hall. After hearing Altair's explanation, Leif nodded and praised, an excellent choice. Even if you wanted to believe in the God of Storms, I would have discouraged you. The doctrines of the Church of Storms are not exactly good for women. You should go to St. Samuel Cathedral sometime in the next few days, it's the main cathedral of the Church of the Night in Backlund. Chapter 68, St. Samuel Cathedral. Evening, October 10, 1346. After dinner, Altair bade Uncle Grandfather Leif farewell and left the Strauss estate by carriage. She could have departed right after lunch, yet perhaps because Altair sensed how terribly lonely the old man was, she stayed on and did not leave until dinner was over. Upon returning to the manor, Altair summoned Han, who had been running the weapons plant of late, into the study to ask about its operations. Han had barely opened the door and stepped inside when Altair asked offhandedly, Han, at noon today Uncle Grandfather Leif said the plant has been running at full capacity and the weapons are selling well. Instead of answering at once, Han walked to the desk, stood opposite her, and replied cheerfully, Yes, Count Altair. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, super handy, TC whatever you choose. After the plant was completed you ordered that, barring major problems, there was no need for daily reports, monthly ones would suffice. So I did not bring the matter to your attention. Hearing this, Altair gave a slight nod. The fault for this oversight lay with her, she simply could not bear to look at more documents. The Sheffield family had too many enterprises. Even with professional agents, Altair still had to spend half of each day reviewing their paperwork. Thus, a month and a half ago she had decreed that, unless a weighty decision was required, weekly or monthly summaries would be enough. After a moment's thought Altair said, according to our earlier calculations the plant should already be running over capacity. See that the workers get adequate rest. And pay strict attention to safety, this is a weapons plant, any accident would be a major disaster. Understood. Han nodded firmly, then asked, Count Altair, winter is coming. Shall we return to the ancestral lands this year? She had not considered the question, so she answered lightly, I'll think about it. Backlund, like Victorian-era foggy London, was damp, cold, and smog-ridden in winter, hardly healthy for nobles. Most of them therefore left the city for their ancestral seats. A few stayed, usually high-ranking officials who had to administer the realm or newly ennobled families who needed the social season to build connections. In the past Lucius could not go back every year because his father was alive, but he managed it every other year. Now that old Sheffield was gone, the choice fell to Altair. Recalling those memories, the present Altair still felt a pang of loss. She could not tell whether she had taken his body or merged with him. Rubbing her temples to clear her mind, she ordered Han, engage a cleric from the Church of the Night, I need systematic instruction in its rites and doctrines. Startled, Han asked, Count Altair, are you settling your faith? Yes. Then, as if recalling something, she added, Rex hasn't chosen a faith yet, remind him to pick the God of Storms. If there's nothing else, you may go. I wish to rest. 14 October 1346. In the early morning, after a simple breakfast, Altair had Erin arrange her hair in a modest low chignon, fastened with a white lace ribbon. She put on a pale long-sleeved gown, a gauze shawl, and plain pearl earrings. She left the estate in an unadorned black carriage and headed for St. Samuel Cathedral on Pesfield Street in North Backlund. Religious services were solemn affairs, anything gaudy clashed with their gravity, a matter of common etiquette here. Altair chose this day to confirm her faith and formally join the Church of the Night because the church was holding its Sunday Mass, and most of Backlund's faithful would attend, making it easy for her to declare her belief in the Evernight goddess. When the carriage reached the cathedral's front drive, she stepped down and saw a church built entirely of black stone, its twin bell towers rising in perfect symmetry. Spotting the verger waiting at the gate, she approached with Aaron. Normally a young noble would be led inside by an elder when first professing faith. Unfortunately, Altair was the last of her line. Asking Uncle Grandfather Leaf would have been unthinkable, almost heretical. "Good morning, Mr. Verger," she greeted as she drew near. "Good morning, Count Sheffield. Please follow me to the great nave." He gestured politely and turned toward the church. Altair followed him inside. The interior was simple and elegant, stone pillars lining the aisle that bore the building's weight. Along the quiet corridor, ancient murals and stained glass told stories from the Evernight Bible and portrayed the saints. Soon they entered the great nave. Glancing around, Altair saw early worshippers already seated in scattered corners. Faint candlelight glimmered, scenting the air with a mild fragrance and filling the hall with solemn peace. When the verger indicated they might sit, she walked to the person she had arranged to meet and, once close, took a seat beside her with Aaron. As she settled, the girl beside her whispered, "You came." Altair smiled and nodded softly. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." She then inclined her head politely to the girl's family. Unlike Audrey, Altair's birth was problematic. Old Sheffield had never forced her to choose. Audrey's whole family worshipped the Evernight goddess, and she had formally professed faith at 14 the previous June. Glancing around to see that Mass had not yet begun, Audrey said, "Good morning, Miss Altair. You've changed so much lately. If you hadn't greeted me I'd have doubted my eyes." "A girl changes fast while growing up. You'll see the same when you're older," Altair replied casually. They had not met for 2 months. The reason was not that Altair avoided her, on the contrary, they corresponded regularly. Audrey's eldest brother had simply kept them from seeing each other. When the choir entered through a side door, the two girls ended their chat and waited for the service to begin. Chapter 69, Archbishop Anthony. When the clergy finished their lead singing, the mass choir began chanting hymns following a dual-track arrangement of children's voices plus adult voices. Listening to the ethereal singing of the choir on stage, Altair couldn't help but feel it was a pity that there were few elves in the choir of the Church of the Night. When it came to which choir had the most prestige, it would have to be the Storm Old Pigeons. The singing of elves was ethereal, melodious, and beautiful, possessing innate magic that could directly strike the spirit body and influence emotions and mind. It was a pity, she probably wouldn't be able to hear it in the future. As she thought about it, a voice seemed to ring in Altair's ears. "Break, break, break. On thy cold grey stones, O sea. Break, break, break. O sea." Regarding this singing, Altair could only say, his singing is quite magical, the kind of magic that affects people. After the hymn, the priest ascended the pulpit to read from the Bible, specifically the Book of Wisdom, and Epistles of the Saints from the Revelation of Night. Once the explanation was finished, most people began to stand up one by one and step forward to drop varying amounts of gold pounds into the offering box. When it reached the row where Altair was seated, Audrey's father, Earl Hall, stood up first to set an example for her. Altair took 50 10-gold-pound notes from her maid Irene and followed Earl Hall's movements to complete her donation. As time passed and the donation period neared its end, the clergy brought out the Eucharist. Everyone, regardless of status, lined up in order to receive the meal before the altar. After receiving the Eucharist, Altair returned to her seat with it. Looking at the Eucharistic wine in her hand, she could clearly sense a faint spirituality emanating from it. She raised the laced wine to her nose and sniffed it. Altair determined that a trace of evening primrose juice had been added, which would help with sleep and soothe one's spirituality after consumption. While drinking the wine, she thought to herself, "This feels like a good Eucharist. It seems I'll be able to get a good night's sleep tonight." The conclusion of the Eucharist marked the end of the Mass. People in nearby seats began to greet each other and prepared to leave together. Altair chose not to leave the prayer hall with the others, instead choosing to stay where she was. After the crowd dispersed, an elderly man walked toward Altair from the side door of the prayer hall. He had deep-set eyes, a clean-shaven face, and wore an archbishop's robe with a black background and red patterns. 5 dark sacred emblems were pinned to his chest. His aura was peaceful yet held a hidden deterrent. Seeing the newcomer, Altair stood up immediately and tapped 4 times clockwise on her chest, drawing the symbol of the crimson moon as she spoke. "Praise the goddess. Good afternoon, Archbishop St. Anthony." The old man also tapped 4 times on his chest and replied calmly, "Praise the goddess. Good afternoon, Countess Sheffield. Please follow me." Altair nodded and glanced sideways at Irene, signaling her to wait there. She then followed Archbishop Anthony away from the hall and into the depths of St. Samuel Cathedral. After several twists and turns, they arrived at an unnamed but very quiet study deep within St. Samuel Cathedral. Archbishop Anthony gestured for Altair to take a seat wherever she liked. He then walked to the bookshelf behind the desk against the wall and pulled out a thick book. Opening it casually, Anthony looked at Altair and asked, Countess Sheffield, are you certain you wish to believe in the Evernight goddess? It is not too late to regret it now. Once I register you, you will have to bear the consequences of any future conversion yourself. Altair nodded and looked at him with a firm gaze. I am certain, Archbishop Anthony. Seeing her expression, Archbishop Anthony nodded silently. He sat down, turned to a blank page, and picked up a fountain pen prepared on the desk. He began to register Altair's name, family, date of faith, and other information, officially entering her into the parish's register of believers. After writing everything down, Archbishop Anthony presented Altair with a silver star and moon ornament and a copy of the Revelation of Night. Based on Anthony's introduction, Altair understood the function of this amulet. It had a faint effect of soothing spirituality, helping her resist minor nightmares or spiritual disturbances at night. Then, Archbishop Anthony asked as a matter of routine, do you plan to leave Backlund anytime soon? How is your home security? Do you need the church to arrange security personnel? Altair smiled and explained to Archbishop Anthony, I will be returning to my ancestral lands for the winter soon. I will return to Backlund around next spring. As for security, you needn't worry. There are still some guards left in the family guard my father left behind, which is enough to ensure my safety. Anthony thought for a moment, then nodded and said to Altair, if you encounter any beyonder matters you cannot resolve in the future, you can contact the church directly. The church can provide you with appropriate assistance. I remember your family's ancestral land is in Moorestown, Tingen City, Ahawa County. If you go back for the winter, you can attend services at the nearby St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City. I will write a letter soon to the Bishop of St. Selena Cathedral, asking him to provide you with whatever help he can. After Archbishop Anthony finished speaking, Altair smiled and thanked him. Then I am truly grateful to you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two bid each other farewell and left the study. Altair understood perfectly why a single polite refusal led Archbishop Anthony not to assign her security personnel. After all, even though Backlund was a core parish of the Church of the Night in the Kingdom of Lone, the estimated number of beyonders was only around 100. These people were a limited resource. If someone were assigned to protect Altair long-term, it would mean one beyonder would be on long-term external duty and unable to perform church missions. When Altair returned to the prayer hall, she led Irene toward the main doors, preparing to leave the cathedral. Just as she stepped out of the doors, she saw Audrey's family. When they saw Altair come out, Earl Hall himself stepped forward to invite her. Good day, Countess Altair. I wonder if you have any free time this afternoon. My beloved daughter would like to invite you to join us for lunch. Hearing Earl Hall's words, Altair turned slightly to look at Audrey behind him and noticed her aggrieved emotions. Turning back to Earl Hall with a smile, she said, in that case, I shall gladly accept. I apologize for the intrusion this afternoon, Earl Hall. You are too kind, Earl Hall said with a beaming smile. Then I shall head off first. We shall see you at the manor shortly. See you shortly, Altair replied with a smile. Chapter 70, Audrey's Collection. After Earl Hall turned and left, taking Hibbert with him in the lead carriage, Lady Hall and Audrey rose to invite Altair into another carriage that had been prepared in advance. Altair gave Irene a look, signaling her to take their own carriage, before boarding the approaching carriage with the two ladies. The carriage wheels rolled over the damp cobblestone road. The scent of tea in the cabin mingled with the faint fragrance of gardenias. The three ladies sat on the padded seats on both sides, their whispers and light laughter intertwining from time to time as the street scenery outside the window slowly receded. Lady Hall took a sip of the sea-bay black tea in her hand, scanned Altair once more, and smiled gently. A girl truly changes as she grows. Count Altair, it has only been 2 months since we last met. I didn't expect you to become even more beautiful than before. If you were wearing a moon-white dress right now, you would look like a fairy walking straight out of a painting. Hearing this, Altair smiled and said, Lady Hall, you flatter me. You are Audrey's mother, and I am her friend. You can just call me by my name, Altair, there's no need for the title of Count. After saying this, Altair added, Lady Hall, although we've only officially known each other for 2 months, you are just as elegant as when we first met. And looking at your features, you seem even more radiant than 2 months ago. Time seems to have been exceptionally kind to you. She then turned to look at the smiling Audrey and said, when I last saw you, there was still a bit of childishness in your face. Now that the baby fat has faded, your nose has become more defined, and with your red lips and white teeth, you look like a true beauty. In another year, I'm afraid you'll become the center of attention in Backlund's social circles. Audrey's cheeks flushed red at Altair's praise, and she lowered her head, gently twisting the ribbon at her waist. Sister Altair, you overpraise me. I'm not that good. On the contrary, your skin has become even more fair and translucent. Hearing the young girl's words, Altair and Lady Hall exchanged a smile. Lady Hall then gently patted Audrey's back to soothe her. As the three conversed, time slipped away. When the carriage entered Hall Manor and came to a steady stop, everyone stepped out in turn and entered the villa. Since lunch wasn't fully ready yet, Audrey took Altair to her room for a chat. "Sister Altair, do you really not like my eldest brother, Hibbert? Though I feel his personality and mindset are sometimes quite gloomy and overcomplicated, I don't think that stops him from having good qualities like being rational, pragmatic, and responsible. I believe he has the ability to be a good husband and a good family member. So, Sister Altair, are you really not going to consider him?" After hearing Audrey's words, Altair thought to herself, as expected, no one is a fool, especially the nobles. She helplessly reached out, tapped the young girl's nose, and said, "I understand what you mean. Actually, Lord Hibbert is indeed a good candidate for a political marriage in some respects. The negative traits you mentioned, gloomy and overcomplicated, are essentially because he is the eldest son of the Hall family and the next master of the family. Your father is like a shining pearl before him, having built such a massive estate through his own efforts. If he doesn't perform well enough, it will indirectly lead all the nobles to look down on the Hall family, thinking the family will decline under Hibbert's leadership. Then there's your second brother. Although he's currently in the southern continent and hasn't achieved anything special yet, it's undeniable that he is a source of pressure for your eldest brother. For example, the eldest son being inferior to the second son. This causes negative emotions to accumulate. Since he has no way to vent, it starts affecting his personality, making him paranoid, gloomy, and irritable. I suggest you indirectly remind your father, or take the initiative to counsel Hibbert and help him relax. This situation essentially stems from his strong sense of honor. I admire that about him. But unfortunately, admiration is one thing. If I had to live with someone like that, I couldn't stand it. He and I are simply not a good match. First, I have no intention of entering a political marriage. Second, our personalities clash. Even for a marriage of convenience, his personality doesn't meet my requirements. Third. So, stop trying to set us up. If you can, help me talk to your family. I think you should find a bright and cheerful girl for Hibbert. At the very least, she could influence him to some extent and help change his personality." After listening to Altair's explanation, Audrey lowered her head slightly and fell into silence. After a moment of thought, she uttered an "om." Seeing her lost in thought, Altair leaned slightly, picked up the black tea nearby, took a sip, and reminded her, "Didn't you say you had some occultism things for me to see? If we don't look now, it'll be time for lunch." Altair's words seemed to snap Audrey out of it. Her mind immediately returned to the present, and she said with a serious expression, "Those things are in my study. Let's go see them now." After saying that, Audrey took Altair's hand and led her toward her study. After entering the study, she began pointing at various items and introducing them. "This armlet is from the Transmigrated dynasty era. I haven't figured out its use yet. This crystal ornament. This brooch feels warm when worn. This one, I feel, helps with sleep. This." Audrey introduced her collection to Altair, category by category. Listening to her introductions, Altair couldn't help but evaluate these mystical items: ordinary pottery, an ordinary antique pearl necklace about 30 years old, a golden ring with faint spirituality engraved with the blessing of the eternal blazing sun that can dispel the cold, an amulet from the Church of the Night with the effect of warding off misfortune. Looking at Audrey's collection, Altair couldn't help but click her tongue repeatedly. Although there wasn't a single beyonder item, only some amulets with faint spirituality. The proportion of genuine antiques was simply too high. The current value of these collectibles was not low. If sold, they could raise at least £10,000. Chapter 71, Lunch at the Hall Family. From this, it was clear that Audrey's father, Count Holst, truly doted on his only daughter, giving her so many valuable items just for a hobby. After Audrey finished her introduction, she turned and asked, "Sister Altair, do you have any of these special mystical items at home? Can I come see them?" Altair smiled and nodded, saying, "I do have some mystical items, but if you want to see them, it will probably be next year. I'm preparing to leave Backlund soon to return to my ancestral land for the winter." Audrey listened to Altair's words and sighed with disappointment. "You're also leaving Backlund to return to your ancestral land for the winter?" "Also?" Altair asked curiously, "Isn't your family planning to leave Backlund soon?" Audrey nodded slightly and explained, "Father holds an important position and it's hard for him to get away. Our family hasn't returned to our ancestral land for winter in 3 years. We spend every winter in Backlund. However, our family has a manor in the northwest suburbs where the clouds are thin and the sun is bright. Every winter when the temperature in Backlund is too low, we move there, and we also spend the new year at the manor. At the same time, the northwest suburbs of Backlund are also a very famous grape-growing region on the northern continent. I'll be able to sit by the fireplace and eat freshly picked grapes then." Fresh grapes in winter, Audrey almost forgot about it. Large manors usually build special greenhouses to grow citrus, grapes, figs, and other fruits for consumption. But even without a greenhouse, Mother's Pathway, Sequence 7, Harvest Priest, could catalyze growth. Given the Hall family's financial resources, they could afford it even if Audrey ate grapes for every meal. Tap, tap, tap. As a knock sounded, Audrey turned to look at the study door and asked curiously, "What is it, Annie?" Following Audrey's gaze, Altair also turned to look at the door and saw a neatly dressed and capable young girl in a white and black dress. Seeing both of them looking at her, the girl explained, "Miss Audrey, Count Holst just sent word that lunch is ready. He now invites Countess Altair to join him for lunch." After hearing the maid's words, Audrey turned and said, "Sister Altair, let's head to the dining room for lunch." When the two arrived at the dining room, they took their seats directly to the left of Count Holst. After they were seated, servants brought in platters of food: French onion soup, pan-seared salmon with asparagus, medium-rare steak with truffle mashed potatoes, a fresh fruit platter, and Ormer wine. After cutting a small piece of steak and putting it in her mouth, Altair instinctively praised the Hall family's chef. The steak was indeed delicious. As lunch progressed, everyone began to chat while eating. Count Holst was the first to ask, "Altair, have you heard about the repeal of the corn laws recently?" Altair, who was fully focused on cutting her steak, paused her knife slightly when she heard Count Holst mention it, then resumed normally and said, "I've heard a little. After all, this matter has caused quite a stir. I hear it has moved from a proposal to being taken up by the House of Commons." Count Holst softly hummed in response, explaining, "Originally, someone proposed implementing it early this year, but no one took it seriously at the time, and it just faded away. But in September, something happened, and the public learned about it, believing it to be beneficial for the country and its people. In October, small-scale protests began, and now they can no longer be suppressed. The cabinet can only let the House of Commons take over first to see if it can be implemented. What do you think will be the pros and cons of repealing the corn laws?" Altair put down her knife and fork and explained to Count Holst, "My family has never participated in these political matters, and I am not yet officially an adult, so I haven't formally joined the House of Lords. But calculating from the time the bill is proposed to the vote, I will most likely be an adult and have joined the House of Lords by then. At that time, I will most likely cast an abstention vote." Hearing Altair's words, Audrey asked curiously, "Isn't this a good thing? Commoners can buy grain at low prices, and the cost of living will decrease." Hibbert put down his knife and smiled at Audrey, explaining, "The corn laws stipulate that imports are not allowed when grain prices are low, only when they reach a certain high level can imports be used to alleviate grain prices. If this law is repealed, at the most superficial level, it will indeed be as you say, the populace will have cheaper grain and won't have to worry about food anymore. But it also means that farmers' incomes will decrease. Although most of the land is owned by nobles, it is not the nobles who cultivate the crops. Once this law is repealed, it means that nobles will lose a large amount of rent, and farmers will also lose the right to sell grain at high prices." Hibbert saw Audrey's dejected expression and quickly said, "Audrey, you don't have to worry. Our family's main income doesn't rely on these things, so this matter won't have a large-scale impact on us." The atmosphere at the dining table changed because of Audrey. Count Holst gave Hibbert a sharp look, then turned to Altair and said, "So, do you think this bill will be implemented?" Altair picked up her knife again, lowered her head to cut the steak, and murmured, "The new factory district has officially started operating, but I believe it can still be expanded. What do you think, Count Holst?" "I agree with you." After speaking, Count Holst picked up his wine glass, began to drink red wine, and asked, "When do you think would be a good time for expansion?" Altair casually replied while enjoying her meal, "I think the new factory must be expanded within 2 years at the latest. After all, times are always developing rapidly and will not stop for personal reasons." Count Holst caressed his wine glass and asked, "What kind of factories do you think should be built in these 2 years?" "Steel." Altair blurted out without thinking, "Steel will always be in massive demand, and I hear the Navy has a big project coming up soon. If I could, I'd even trade land for an iron mine." After Altair finished her steak, she felt her mouth becoming dry and her sense of smell gradually sharpening. She could faintly detect the scent of blood from deeper within the villa. Chapter 72, Thirst. Before the luncheon had even ended, Altair found the abnormality in her body becoming unbearable. Therefore, as soon as the luncheon concluded, she chose not to stay for the afternoon tea invitation and directly took her leave. Standing at the entrance of the villa, Altair bid farewell to the Hall family, then immediately boarded the carriage behind her and left the Hall family manor. Watching the carriage depart, Earl Hall turned with a smile to look at Audrey and said, "My little princess, how about we father and daughter have a private chat?" Seeing her father's current demeanor, Audrey said with a sly look, "A chat is fine, but I feel like my study is still missing some useful, mystical items." Earl Hall's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I think so too. It just so happens that the butler recently received a special headband from the 4th epoch. It's said to bring good luck to the wearer. I think you should need it right now." Upon hearing about such a good item, Audrey happily followed Earl Hall away from the spot. Hibbert looked at the two departing figures, his heart filled with a mixture of emotions, gratification, reflection, worry, and longing. Seeing her eldest son's current state, Caitlin Hall stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If Altair doesn't work out, we can find someone else. If we keep looking, we might find someone more suitable. Hearing his mother's advice, Hibbert nodded but chose not to reply. Then, the two of them left the villa entrance together. Meanwhile, in the study, Audrey Hall and Earl Hall had already finished their exchange. Audrey repeated Altair's marriage considerations to her father. After hearing these words, Earl Hall fell into deep thought. Audrey, however, thought of the second half of the conversation that she hadn't mentioned yet. Her expression became troubled as she considered whether or not to tell her father. Because these evaluations and suggestions were really not pleasant words, even if the underlying motivation was concern. But Altair's words clearly implied that Hibbert likely suffered from a certain mental illness, and one caused by family reasons at that. If this matter wasn't handled well, the best outcome would be the two families never speaking again. Becoming blood rivals would be normal. For a moment, the previously lively study fell into a deathly silence. After finishing his thoughts, Earl Hall looked up and saw Audrey's conflicted face, so he asked, "Is there something else?" Hearing the question, Audrey seemed to have made up her mind. She closed her eyes and directly told Earl Hall the second half of the evaluation, adding, "Father, Sister Altair only said it because she's worried about Hibbert's health. Please don't blame her." Hearing Altair's evaluation of Hibbert, Earl Hall suddenly stood up, nearly dying of anger on the spot. But after a few seconds, he sat back down, patted his frustrated chest, and said to Audrey, "Do not speak of this to anyone. Act as if it never happened. Go back to your room first. I'll have the butler bring the item to you in a moment." Audrey nodded, but she still said to Earl Hall hesitantly, "Should we arrange for a doctor to check on Hibbert? After all, if it's true, it's better to treat it early." Earl Hall, however, had no time to worry about that and simply let out a long nasal sound. Seeing her father's current state, Audrey slightly regretted saying those words, but now she could only helplessly turn around, leave the study, and return to her room. Not long after, Caitlin Hall entered the study. Seeing her husband's current state, she offered comfort. "If it didn't succeed, we'll just find another. Altair isn't the only noble girl of age in Backlund right now. What do you think of that girl from the Lockhart family? I see their ages are suitable, their personalities could complement each other, and their status is similar. I think it's quite a good match. We could give it a try." After Earl Hall returned to normal, he recounted Altair's evaluation to Caitlin. After hearing her husband's words, she directly abandoned the noble upbringing she had maintained for years and cursed at Altair. "What does she, Altair, mean by this? It's just, even if the deal is off, the friendship should remain. What right does she have to curse my son?" After finishing her rant, she reached out and grabbed Earl Hall's arm, saying anxiously, "This isn't true, is it? Should we call a doctor for Hibbert right now?" While Caitlin Hall was raging, Altair, far away in her carriage, felt her body becoming increasingly uncomfortable. She hunched over slightly, lowering her head to endure it. However, her spirit was gradually becoming irritable. Every sound from the vehicle's movement and the horse's neighing triggered a desire to lash out, to destroy and kill every person or thing making noise. Toward Irene beside her, she felt an instinctive predatory urge. As time passed, this desire grew stronger and stronger, and her ears even began to ring with a constant buzzing. Altair's changes naturally caught the attention of her personal maid, Irene. Thus, she repeatedly asked, "Countess Altair, what's wrong? Do you feel particularly unwell? Should we divert to the hospital right now?" Altair didn't respond to any of her inquiries until Irene prepared to notify the coachman to divert. Altair suddenly reached out and grabbed her, slowly lifting her head and saying, "No need for a hospital. Tell the coachman to speed up and go directly back to the manor." At this moment, from Irene's perspective, looking at Altair revealed that her pupils had turned red, and the two canines on her upper jaw had protruded, becoming longer and sharper, just like a legendary vampire. When Irene first saw Altair's transformation, she was startled, but she returned to normal within seconds. She immediately tapped on the carriage wall and ordered the coachman to speed up the return to the manor. Hearing Irene's words, Altair released her tight grip and lowered her head to endure once more. Upon hearing the order, the coachman whipped the horses to accelerate. The carriage had just driven into the manor and reached the villa entrance. Before it had even come to a full stop, Altair threw open the door, jumped out, and hurried into the villa. Irene followed closely behind her. Upon entering the villa, Altair went straight to the second floor and into a special wine room. After rummaging around, she grabbed a bottle of wine with a special mark and drank it in large gulps, regardless of her image. Observing closely, one would see that the liquid flowing from the corners of Altair's mouth was of an extremely strange color. It was much deeper and redder than wine. Irene, who had followed her into the room, looked at the scene with a strange expression. She chose not to say anything but silently turned around, left the room, closed the door, and waited outside. Chapter 73, Cost and Revenue Do Not Align. As the liquid in the bottle decreased, the thirst in Altair's mouth gradually subsided, her pupils returned to their normal amber color, and her mind slowly cleared. After drinking the entire bottle, Altair instinctively closed her eyes and licked her lips, her expression looking like she was savoring a delicious meal she had just eaten. When she opened her eyes, she looked at the wine bottle in her hand with a thoughtful expression. Her instincts told her she could have another bottle. However, she restrained the desire, took the bottle, and entered the Spirit World Library. Walking slowly toward the area dedicated to empty bottles, she set the bottle down and checked the remaining number of full wine bottles. After confirming that the remaining wine was enough for a week's usage, she chose to return directly to the real world. Ever since Altair advanced to Sequence 7 and completed her potion, she had been forced to consume blood due to the nature of the Moon Pathway's Sequence 7 vampire. Moreover, this craving was extremely intense and difficult to control, requiring frequent blood consumption to maintain her state. According to normal logic, Altair should have chosen to use the power of the ancient castle, the complete library, to expel it. But after some thought and weighing the pros and cons, Altair did not choose to expel it. Because once she expelled this side effect, more than half of the abilities granted by her moon pathway would be rendered useless. Doing so held little meaning for her, which led to the current situation. As for where the blood came from, one could only say that Beyonders are also human and need to eat. Under great rewards, there will always be brave souls. 100 cubic centimeters could be exchanged for 10 pounds, along with a blood-replenishing agent made by an apothecary. For anyone, this was essentially free money to some extent. Simon's team could completely cover Altair's daily consumption, so she would collect some from them every once in a while. Publicly, she claimed it was for research. Of course, the main reason Simon and his team dared to sell to Altair was because they knew her. If it were a stranger, they wouldn't dare. After all, occultism was full of things like curses. Different blood had different tastes. Ordinary people's blood held no nutritional value for her and could only be used to quench her thirst. As for Beyonders, perhaps because different Beyonders possessed different spiritualities, the taste Altair experienced when drinking was also different. When drinking from a Dawn Paladin, like Simon, Altair felt as if she were drinking a carbonated beverage, with a tingling, bubbly sensation. A Harvest Priest was like drinking from a sweet flower. When Altair opened her door, she saw Irene standing at the entrance. The two looked at each other, one chose not to explain, and the other chose not to ask, acting as if nothing had happened. They continued their normal lives as usual. October 21, 1346. After attending Mass, Altair took a carriage from St. Samuel Cathedral in North District back to the manor. Just as she reached the main gate, she saw everyone already waiting. Once the carriage came to a steady stop and she stepped out, Altair asked Vivian once more, "Are you really not going to leave Backland with us to spend the winter in the ancestral land?" Vivian's only response to Altair was a smile and a shake of her head. Fine then, after saying that, Altair added, "Finish up your business in Backland as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you to come home for the new year in the ancestral land. If you encounter anything you can't handle, you can go find Uncle Grandfather Leaf. He chose not to leave Backland this year. You know where his house is. The most important thing is to stay safe." Then, she turned to look at Han and asked, "Is everything prepared? If it's ready, let's set off now." Han replied directly, "Countess Altair, everything is ready. We can depart now." "Then Vivian, you should head inside. No need to see us off at the station. Backland has already cooled down, it's cold outside," Altair said. Vivian did not choose to go back inside, but instead explained, "I'll just stand here. I'll go back in after I watch you leave." Once everything was ready, Altair and the others left the manor by carriage. As the carriage moved further away, Vivian waited until she could no longer see its shadow before returning to the villa. In fact, on the night of October 14th, Altair had suggested that Vivian leave Backland with her to spend the winter in the ancestral land. However, because of her mission for the Demonist sect, Vivian was not her own master and could not leave Backland with her. But they had agreed that she would try her best to complete the mission before the end of the year and then head to the ancestral land to spend the new year with Altair. In the carriage, Vera asked excitedly, "Countess Altair, is the temperature in the ancestral land better than in Backland? Are there pastures there? Are there dessert shops that make delicious treats?" Vera asked non-stop throughout the journey, but her concerns were mostly about whether there was good food or fun things to do. Altair wanted to answer these questions, but since she had actually spent very little time living in the ancestral land, she could only signal for her to ask Butler Han later. Upon arriving at the Backland steam locomotive station, Altair entered a private carriage. Just as she opened the door, she found someone already waiting for her. Walking to sit across from him, Altair asked curiously, "What wind blew a busy person like you here today?" The person sitting opposite Altair did not choose to reply immediately. Instead, he took out a wine bottle, opened it, and poured 2 glasses. Handing one to Altair, he took a sip and said, although it has been restored quite well, it is still difficult to capture the feeling of the past. Altair said irritably, that's still better than you're envisioning. At least it exists. Adam nodded and said with a smile, thank you. Altair did not choose to reply to Adam's words, but instead asked, is there something today? Don't tell me you came over just for a drink. While tasting the wine in his hand, Adam said, just now, the war in the southern continent has ended. The Lone Kingdom has achieved an unprecedented victory this time. After an oh, Altair added nonchalantly, Lone's victory has absolutely nothing to do with me. Just tell me what you want. Hearing Altair's words, Adam went straight to the point, saying, I will be starting another gathering tonight. I want you to sell some arms at the meeting. Hearing Adam's words, Altair asked curiously, it should be very simple for you to create and sell them, right? After all, they're just little toys to you. Also, why ask me to make them? It is indeed as you say, but the cost and revenue do not align. After saying this, Adam added, the Calamity Pathway is very suitable for you. Chapter 74, Sealed Artifact. Altair pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. You know I can't risk selling the weapons I've already reproduced at the Twilight Hermit Order. So to do you this favor, I'd have to build a new factory. But you also know the industrial standards for firearms. More importantly, I can't construct a brand new plant right under the Augustus family's nose, hire workers, manufacture arms, and then sell them to hostile nations. So I'm truly sorry. If you only need a small number of weapons, I can try to smuggle some out of the factory and give them to you for free. But setting up a new plant and selling to enemy forces to provoke a war, I can't help you with that. After explaining her difficulties, Altair asked with curiosity, why don't you sponsor a special artisan and let him craft these weapons? Adam slowly explained, staring at the glass in his hand, as I said before, the cost outweighs the gain. From beginning to end, my only demand is to pursue higher level beyond our power. Developing technology is too slow. There's also the tech lockdown. Overdeveloping technology will change social structure and the collective subconscious. All of them believe the current era is just right and doesn't need further progress for the time being. Altair nodded in agreement. I understand. Adam set down his glass and produced 2 items from nowhere, an ornate box and an egg-sized, semi-transparent crystal. He then said, if you accept this commission, I can give you these 2 sealed artifacts as payment. Ever since Adam placed the 2 sealed artifacts on the table, Altair had been staring at them. But when she heard they could be hers as payment, her mind instantly cleared. At that moment, she longed for the sealed artifacts yet didn't want to get involved. After a quarter hour of silence, the greedy Altair still reached for the 2 sealed artifacts and said, all right. But I don't think such a small price entitles me to these 2 artifacts. If you have any other requirements, say them now. Adam was silent for a few seconds, then said. Not for the moment. Same as last time, when you've fully grown, do me a trivial favor. Altair's face darkened, half sighing, half mocking, she said, in other words, you think my sequence rank is too low for the high-stakes game. Adam smiled at Altair and offered no reply, the silence itself was the best answer. Altair felt awful and said to Adam, anything else? If not, I need to rest. No, but after saying that, Adam added, be careful not to keep climbing the tech tree. With those words, Adam's figure before Altair began to fade. Once Adam left, Altair looked joyfully at her sealed artifacts. A jewelry box about 20 centimeters long, 15 wide, 10 high, in the lone aristocratic style with a gold base. Its surface was covered with delicate, intricate openwork patterns, inlaid with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and tiny diamonds. Yet deep within the patterns one could glimpse star orb and doorway lines that slowly shifted under the light. By contrast, the other sealed artifact looked ordinary, an egg-sized, mostly transparent crystal tinged with faint yellow. Its peculiarity was the countless tiny gear phantoms floating inside. What stirred Altair's greed was that her appraiser ability couldn't fully identify the artifacts, she could only sense that one was space-related and the other related to herself. Only sealed artifacts above sequence 6 could elude her current appraisal. After setting the 2 sealed artifacts down, Altair stood up, closed the carriage door, and entered the spirit world to borrow the library's power to identify them. Jewelry box. Ability 1, contains an independent space that can be used alone or swapped with reality. Ability 2, can twist and hide a spatial zone. Exit is possible only through a specific door or by dispelling the concealment. Side effect 1, bearer suffers the Abraham family curse, hearing whispers at the full moon, leading to gradual mental collapse. Side effect 2, prolonged coverage of an area causes spatial disorder and spatial shards that attack the bearer. Altair wasn't worried about the first side effect, the Abraham curse was probably just Mr. Door wrapping. The second side effect made her twitch, she wondered how miserably the previous owner had died, it actually attacked the bearer instead of just causing spatial collapse. Still, she was satisfied with this artifact. She could leave it in the library instead of covering real-world areas. Faint yellow transparent crystal. Ability 1, can control mechanical constructs, e.g., automata, machine tools, presses. Ability 2, inject spirituality to summon steam element warriors. Ability 3, temporarily boosts mechanical output, letting ordinary steam engines exceed power limits. Side effect 1, long-term use causes gear phantoms to appear on the skin and makes thinking rigid. Side effect 2, disregard for life and emotion, even performing bodily modifications like replacing flesh with mechanical parts. Its side effects were acceptable, using it less than 3 hours a day posed little danger. She wasn't sure whether a higher level could extend the safe duration. She could test that later. After leaving the 2 sealed artifacts in the library, Altair returned to the real world. Having such a special vault saved her from finding a dedicated containment room for sealing. Back in reality, she collapsed onto a chair and rubbed her temples with her thumb. The earlier attempt to appraise 2 artifacts beyond her level had drained her spirituality almost completely. At that moment she recalled the last time she'd felt this way, right after becoming a Beyonder. So much time had passed since then. Chapter 75, The Second Gathering of the Old Clayton. As the steam train entered its deceleration phase, it indicated that it was about to pull into the Tingen City train station. Thus, the personal maid, Irene, entered Altair's carriage and woke her from her deep sleep. After she rose, Irene began her duties as a maid, helping Altair tidy her appearance. Once everything was in order, the 2 left the carriage and stepped off the now stationary steam train. Looking at the station before her, Altair really hadn't expected that after only 5 months, she would once again return to Tingen City, the place where the story began. Watching the person walking toward them from not far away, Altair was quite shocked. The person coming to receive them this time wasn't Han's younger brother, Amos Clayton, but his father, Old Clayton. Upon seeing the group getting off the train, Old Clayton hurriedly walked over, bowed, and said, "Good day, Countess Altair. On behalf of the residents of your territory, I welcome you back to your ancestral land once again." Altair nodded slightly in response, then asked with a smile, "Good day, Old Clayton. How has your health been recovering lately?" Hearing his countess's concern, Old Clayton replied with a face full of smiles, "Thank you very much for your concern, Countess Altair. Thanks to your blessing, my health has been gradually improving ever since I started drinking those potions." Hearing his answer, Altair nodded with satisfaction. Once the luggage was loaded onto the carriages, the convoy of 8 carriages left the Tingen City train station with great fanfare. Most of what these carriages carried were things Altair would need for the winter, such as daily casual wear, winter formal gowns, jewelry, tea leaves, high-quality wine, and so on. Only a small portion belonged to Han and the others. By the time the carriages returned to Mole's Town and entered Sheffield Castle, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Old Clayton did not choose to stay. Instead, he left in a hurried rush to supervise the servants in preparing tonight's dinner. Because Han had sent a telegram 3 days ago to inform Old Clayton that Countess Altair plans to return to her ancestral land for the winter this year, tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish: roast beef, roast lamb, venison steaks, roast goose, strawberry cream tarts, fruit jelly. After dinner, Altair returned to her already cleaned room to pass the time through meditation. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, Altair's consciousness once again arrived at Adam's Corpse Cathedral through the peculiar method and sat in her own seat. The empty seats around her were constantly being filled by the figures of different people appearing out of thin air. Once everyone had arrived, the middle-aged man dressed in Southern Continent-style clothing looked at the artisan with a serious expression and asked, "How is your research progress? Can they be mass-produced now? I am in urgent need of those weapons." After asking these questions, he turned his head to look at the surrounding crowd and cursed. "What on earth is going on with your Northern Continent nations of Lone and Fusak? You've truly treated the Southern Continent as the main battlefield. If you want a full-scale war to break out, go back to your Northern Continent to fight. The Southern Continent does not welcome you." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the person suspected of being a high-ranking official from Fusak murmured, "The current warfare in the Southern Continent has completely escaped Fusak's control. Furthermore, based on existing intelligence, they speculate that George III is still thinking about expanding the war." Altair observed him curiously. The purpose of this person's words was obvious. He was reminding the big figures of other countries that if Fusak was completely defeated, Lone would certainly launch a war against them. It seemed the Twilight Hermit Order wasn't of one mind either. In essence, it was a loose alliance where everyone had their own schemes. When most people had joined the argument, the artisan, who had been keeping his head down in silence, finally spoke up, "I have already thoroughly researched those new weapons. Their working principle is very simple, and I can mass-produce them at any time. But the most critical gunpowder technology is still difficult to replicate. I still need half a year. After half a year, I will definitely be able to replicate it." If you want me to replicate the gunpowder faster, I need someone to help me enter the factory to specifically learn about it. The artisan's words caused the people who were arguing to gradually quiet down. It was as if they had all gone deaf. No one chose to reply to him. Altair wanted to laugh seeing this scene. If they had the ability to arrange for someone to enter the factory and learn, why would they need you to replicate it? They would have sent someone to steal the knowledge long ago. Furthermore, Altair had specifically thought about how to solve the problem of people stealing her knowledge back then. Her solution was to break down the gunpowder production into many steps. Even if you successfully entered the factory, you could only participate in one step of the process. Of course, if you had special means to go through all the steps. Well then, congratulations on successfully advancing to the second stage, figuring out the correct manufacturing sequence and removing the inert substances Altair added in specific steps. Otherwise, the consequence would be either blowing up the workshop or producing substandard gunpowder. Watching the monkey show before her, Altair's heart gradually relaxed. Then, Hermes beside her said in an aged voice, "It seems you aren't worried about the impact of this matter." Altair turned her head to look at the seat beside her and found that Hermes, wearing a smile, was currently observing her with a curious gaze. Altair nodded with a smile but chose not to reply. She then looked toward Adam. When their eyes met, a voice rang out deep in Altair's mind, "When?" Sensing Adam's words, Altair thought in the depths of her consciousness, "I need to use your alt account. You may." As soon as he finished speaking, Altair's consciousness arrived within a male figure sitting at the very end. After confirming she could fully control this figure, she stood up and said loudly, "I can manufacture the weapons you need and guarantee their power, but what can I gain from this?" The Altair's out-of-character behavior drew the eyes of everyone present. This included herself sitting not far from Adam, who also looked over. But after Altair finished speaking, things became awkward because no one chose to pick up the conversation. They were all looking at her with skeptical eyes. After a moment of silence, the person suspected of being a Fusak high-ranking official asked curiously, "Can you really make them?" Under the watch of many gazes, Altair nodded and said, "I believe the leader can guarantee this." Everyone then turned their gazes toward Adam, who had been observing from the sidelines, only to find him nodding slightly in response. Chapter 76, The Trade. Although Adam did not speak at this moment, his actions were enough to prove that what she said was not false. Subsequently, everyone looked at Altair again, but their gazes gradually shifted to observation, scrutiny, curiosity, inquiry, and calculation. Seeing the reactions of the people before her, Altair sighed inwardly. This scene was exactly what she had pre-envisioned. Only that artisan looked at Altair with eyes full of worship and admiration, just like a tech bro from her previous life. After a period of silence, the middle-aged man from the southern continent was the first to speak, asking, "How many firearms can your factory produce daily now? How powerful are they? Can you accept custom bullet orders?" Altair sat down and explained, "The specific production quantity cannot be estimated, raw materials are a major constraint. As for weapon performance, it is no worse than what the Lone Kingdom uses in the southern continent. We can accept custom bullet calibers, but customization requires a high price. Military single-shot rifles are priced at £9 each, military light machine guns are £60 each, military heavy machine guns are over £200 each, standard mass-produced bullets are £28 per 500 rounds. Of course, these weapons are limited to what my factory can produce. If you need weapons that require customization, contact me separately, and I will provide a quote as soon as possible. Firearm and bullet technology are not for sale." Someone asked as soon as she finished speaking. Altair did not reply to this. Instead, she raised her fingers and looked at them, curious about how Adam had managed to transfer her consciousness instantly while leaving a lifelike self in her original place. Moreover, she knew well that a forced deal is hard to make, and fishing requires patience, especially for her, who possessed unique bait. Those who needed weapons were now exchanging looks, as if they were electing a representative. After a few seconds of election, a high-level representative of Fusak spoke, "Your quote is far too high. You should also be aware that a military rifle currently sells for only about £7, and a 6-barreled machine gun is only £80. If you are sincere about cooperating, I think we can discuss the price of the technology." After hearing this, Altair seemed to think of something instantly. She looked up at the person talking to her and said, "What you say is indeed true. In that case, my current quote is £10 for a rifle and £100 for a light machine gun. As for the heavy machine gun, that will depend on my mood." After speaking, she rubbed her chin as if thinking. Once she figured it out, she gave a mischievous smile. If you're not in a hurry, I feel like I can wait another half year. Of course, the consequence of all this is that you'll have to beg loan like dogs to fight a bit slower." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Altair was like a lunatic, showing no fear of these high-status figures and instead treating them as a source of amusement. While she was still clutching her stomach and laughing, a dissatisfied female voice rang out, "Enough. Once Altair calmed down, the female voice explained calmly, "We are seeking cooperation with great sincerity. Please do not play with us." Hearing this, Altair curled her lip and retorted, directly aiming for the technology counts as sincerity. "I think you all know that in this world right now, there are only 2 places that can manufacture this new gunpowder on a large scale. You can't break into the factories of those lone kingdom nobles. As for my factory, you have no idea where it is, and you don't even know my identity. The artisan just said he still needs half a year. That means I can enjoy the dividends of this exclusive technology for another half year. Why should I share it with you?" After speaking, Altair looked at them as if they were fools. The woman was silent for a few seconds before asking her, "What exactly do you want?" Altair smiled at the woman and said, "Actually, I don't care much for these gold pounds. Whether it's more or less money doesn't matter to me. I am currently in urgent need of a batch of high sequence, beyonder characteristics and beyonder materials. If your offer satisfies me, I can appropriately reduce the weapon pricing. Alternatively, you can request a kickback." The group looked at each other, and the woman asked again, "Which pathway and what sequence beyonder characteristics and materials do you need?" Seeing her goal achieved, Altair chuckled softly, "I need Fool, Door, Sun, Visionary, Darkness, Twilight Giant, Moon, Arbiter, Red Priest, Demoness. Beyonder characteristics of these pathways. And I don't want low sequences, the lowest sequence I need is sequence 7. I can purchase them at normal market prices." Before she could finish, someone interrupted, "We refuse this trade. Your asking price is far too fantastical." "Fine then." After saying this, Altair leaned back in her chair, putting on a fearless front. The matter was dropped, and no one mentioned it again until the meeting ended. When Adam announced the end of the meeting, the figures on both sides of the long table faded one by one until they vanished. It was only after everyone had left that Altair's appearance returned to normal. Only 2 people remained in the empty hall. At this moment, Altair looked at Adam in the distance and asked curiously, "Is there anything else?" Adam gave her a gentle smile and said, "Just now, many people placed orders with you. They hope to receive sample firearms first and will decide whether to purchase after testing." Altair curled her lip and said speechlessly, "I thought no one would buy. It's already been exposed that it can be replicated. What's the point of buying secretly? It'll still be discovered when it's used." Adam explained with a smile, "Hiding one's light under a bushel is a form of wisdom." Altair nodded and asked curiously, "May I know the specific identities of the people trading with me?" Adam shook his head slightly and did not speak. "Fine." After saying that, Altair asked again, "How did you swap my consciousness here instantly and create a fake me at the same time? This is a world I created. Moving your position only requires a thought. As for how to create another fake you, please do not forget the abilities of a spectator. As Adam spoke, he created another fake Altair. Seeing the person beside her, Altair curiously reached out and touched her, praising, "Your envisioning ability is truly strong, it can completely pass for the real thing. How do you know she is the fake one?" Hearing this, Altair's eyes widened instantly as she looked at Adam and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Sensing her confusion, Adam simply said calmly, "Envision." "So you replicated a version of me," Altair murmured casually. Adam nodded and then shook his head, explaining, "Theoretically, yes. Based on my previous observations of you, I constructed a fictional version of you." Altair said with a serious face, "If it's not necessary, please do not envision me." She then added, "Also, I need you to help me purchase some raw materials." Chapter 77, Weapon Manufacturing. The next morning, after Altair was woken up by Irene, the first thing she saw was a bag and a letter on the bedside table not far from the head of the bed. In complete contrast to her, the servants busy with their chores around her seemed to be deliberately avoiding looking at the bedside table. They never glanced at that spot, so until she finished washing up, no one noticed there was anything on the table. Once the servants left, Altair walked to the bedside table, picked up the unusual letter, and opened it to read. "As agreed last night, I have delivered the items you required. Seeing you were already sound asleep, I did not wish to disturb you and left the items in the bag on the bedside table. The way to open the bag is the Hermes word for open. There are many items, I suggest entering the independent space of the jewelry box to open it. I hope they meet your satisfaction. If anything is missing or needs replacement, simply let me know, and I will see to it as quickly as possible. May you have slept peacefully last night. Adam." From this, it was evident that Adam's personality was quite considerate toward his subordinates. After returning from the Twilight Hermit Order last night, Altair had gone straight to sleep because she truly hadn't expected the task of collecting raw materials and machinery entrusted to Adam to be completed so quickly. However, whether the materials were truly collected that fast or if everything was arranged by a script. After Altair finished reading the letter Adam left, she directly used Black Flame to ignite it. Once she was certain the letter was burned to ash without leaving any hidden risks. She then picked up the bag beside her and examined it closely. In terms of material, it had an indescribable leathery feel, and its appearance was ordinary and unremarkable. If not for the faint radiation of spirituality, Altair would have thought Adam was playing a joke on her. After examining it, she couldn't help but marvel once again. Whether it was beyond her characteristics or ability-based creations, the door pathway was truly practical. She wondered when she might encounter one. If she could find one, she would use her abilities as a savant to guarantee that she would squeeze out every bit of its value, wasting not a single drop. As for that salted fish in Backlund, she was out of the question, just a small fry with a low sequence. Even if she were squeezed repeatedly, nothing good could be produced. After her lament, Altair immediately used meditation to connect her consciousness to the ancient castle deep within, allowing her true body to enter the library in the spirit world. After locating the jewelry box, she used her spirituality to communicate and entered its built-in subspace. Completely different from the independent world she had imagined, there were no mountains or water here. It was merely a quiet, enclosed space with a few incredibly faint light sources. The feeling this faint light brought to Altair was not the warmth of the sun, but rather an utter coldness. If she hadn't known beforehand why she was here, she would have fled this space long ago. Holding the bag in her hand, Altair spoke calmly to the opening in Hermes, "Open." Before the word had even faded, silver-white ripples appeared at the bag's opening, and a palm-sized translucent light door manifested out of thin air. Following Altair's thoughts, the items within the bag floated out one by one, neatly stacking themselves exactly where she wanted them. Looking at the items around her, which included everything from machinery to raw materials, Altair couldn't help but think, aren't they supposed to say evil gods are poor? Why is Adam so rich? Once the machinery was organized, Altair left the space of the jewelry box. After eating breakfast in the dining room, she took the items she had old Clayton prepare and returned to this special space. Perhaps to satisfy a mischievous whim, Altair deliberately chose the Mosin-Nagant rifle, intending to let this world repeat the Great War between German-equipped divisions and Soviet-equipped divisions. She then took out another sealed artifact, the machinery hive mind, the pale yellow transparent crystal Adam had given her, which Altair had named machinery hive mind. Holding it in her hand, Altair activated its second ability, inject spirituality to summon steam elemental warriors. Once the summoning was complete, Altair operated them with her mind, beginning to set up and calibrate the machinery. She planned to produce through efficient division of labor and an assembly line method. With all preparations finished, Altair used her spirituality to activate Ability 1 and paired it with Ability 2. She controlled multiple machine tools simultaneously to perform tasks like drilling barrels, rifling, milling, and drilling receivers, making firing mechanisms and stocks, and so on. Meanwhile, she had the steam elemental warriors place semi-finished products onto the machine tools. The first Mosin-Nagant took Altair a full 30 minutes to complete. After inspecting the rifle and confirming there were no issues, she used the sealed artifact to let the machine tools run at full power, pushing the machine's output to the limit. Subsequent firearms came off the line like dumplings into a pot, with one qualified rifle produced every 5 minutes. When 3 hours had passed, Altair saw gear patterns faintly appearing on her skin and was forced to stop the manufacturing work. She thought to herself, it seems that even with a high level, I cannot negate the side effects of this sealed artifact itself. Returning to the real world, Altair began to contemplate, how exactly can I maximize production within a fixed time frame? It certainly wouldn't work to displace this space into the real world to recruit workers. Although she could use a sealed artifact to create a closed factory, no one would choose to work in such a place. If she lifted the restrictions, the workers would surely spread rumors everywhere. If that caught the attention of MI9 spies, the losses would outweigh the gains. Although she did not approve of George III and felt no sense of belonging to this country, it didn't change the fact that this was essentially colluding with the enemy in treason. Once discovered, she would certainly face a siege. Furthermore, manual labor wasn't necessarily faster than her using machinery. Machinery. Right, I can design a special production line, like fully automated production. No sooner said than done. After leaving the jewelry box, Altair began searching the library for optimization plans she could use. The fully automated weapon production plan, the evolution of gun making, the popularization of specialized machine tools, deep hole drilling machines, specifically for drilling barrels, dozens of times faster than manual labor, rifling machines, pulling multiple rifling grooves at once, and this, optimization design of artillery automatic weapons, which can reduce the number of parts and precision requirements. Forget that one. After all, her selling point was high precision, high power weapons. If she couldn't meet those requirements, she was afraid no one would pay. However, she could wait until they expanded the war further and then guide them to propose simplified plans. After all, her weapons weren't cheap. At that moment, Altair thought, I'm really too good to them, even thinking of finding optimization plans for them. I am a good person. Chapter 78, Benson Moretti. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the warm sunlight slipped through the gaps in the curtains and fell onto the quilt, feeling warm and cozy. Altair slowly opened her eyes in the soft bedding, the residual warmth of her nap still lingering in her mind. Her whole body felt as if it had been gently padded, leaving her so comfortable that she didn't want to move. This morning, after finishing the weapon manufacturing, she had not rested and instead leafed through many mechanical manufacturing books. This led to Altair's lethargy at noon. She barely ate lunch before taking a nap. She woke up now because her stomach was protesting, otherwise, with this warm sunlight, Altair could certainly have slept until evening. After all, she had always liked sleeping under the warm sunlight on her quilt during the autumn and winter seasons. It was a very comfortable feeling. After getting up, Altair tugged a few times on the thin rope by the bed. When Irene came in, she stated her request, "I'm hungry, prepare afternoon tea." When Irene entered again, she was followed by 2 maids who brought a pot of Sri Lankan black tea and a snack platter for Altair. The platter had 3 layers. The bottom layer consisted of finger sandwiches with fillings of cucumber, egg, and ham, the middle layer featured traditional scones served with jam and cream, and the top layer held sweets like cakes and fruit tarts. While Altair was still enjoying her afternoon tea, old Clayton stood at the door, knocked gently, and said, "Countess Altair, I am very sorry to disturb your tea time. There is a small matter that requires your decision and handling." Altair put down her teacup and nodded slightly. "Come in." After old Clayton pushed open the door, he walked in slowly with several documents. Placing the documents on the desk in front of Altair, he explained, "Countess Altair, it is time for this year's winter relief package distribution. The people in these documents are in need of special relief." And then, after nodding, Altair picked up the documents by the table to review them. The nobility of this era were inherently the natural leaders of their localities, possessing absolute influence and power in their territories, but they were also the protectors of the region. Furthermore, because this society emphasized charitable responsibility, nobles in various places would distribute relief packages every year to the lower-class citizens who were unable to work normally due to various special circumstances. These relief packages usually contained survival items such as flour, potatoes, meat, thick coats, wool socks, gloves, boots, coal, and so on. This was considered a social obligation for the upper class, as well as a matter of dignity. The Sheffield family, being a military family, often had more empathy for the plight of orphans, widows, and veterans. Moreover, whether soldiers were retired or killed in action, they often only received a meager pension or compensation, and sometimes subsidies were not even distributed. Therefore, to ensure their survival, after every conflict ended, each generation of Sheffields would preside over the relocation issues of personnel to Morristown. The Sheffields would solve these people's most basic survival problems by renting out land at low prices. But even so, there were some who could not guarantee basic survival. Such as those with missing limbs, orphans and widows, those constantly needing medicine, and so on. Most of the names on the relief list provided by old Clayton were of this type. As Altair flipped through page by page, she couldn't help but praise old Clayton. "It seems my father's bold decision back then to let you independently manage Morristown was a wise choice. You have handled these matters very well." Before old Clayton could respond, Altair pointed with her finger and asked curiously, "What's the deal with someone like Marianne? No surname, is the information incomplete?" "No, Countess Altair, it's because that is simply their name." After saying this, old Clayton quickly explained further. "As for the Marianne you just mentioned, she was originally an orphan. The orphanage only gave her a Christian name and did not add a surname. Her husband, Jack, is the same, so the information can only be registered this way." Altair nodded slightly. The world was indeed like this. For example, old Kohler had no full name at all, and after his death, his ash locker only had a number. If Klein hadn't carved Kohler and an epitaph for him, who would have remembered him? After searching for a bit, Altair finally found the family she expected. So she pointed to the information of this family and asked, "What is the situation with this Moretti family? According to the regulations, they should have been guided to relocate to Morristown long ago." Upon hearing the name, the corners of old Clayton's mouth curled up slightly as he replied, "The Moretti family's previous head of household died 10 years ago in a colonial conflict in the southern continent. He was a sergeant in the Royal Army when he sacrificed himself. After his sacrifice, we invited the remaining members of his family to relocate to Morristown to live. But it was rejected. The reason was that the only adult in the family, the mother who gave birth to the children, wanted them to continue changing their fate through schooling. So in the end, we could only provide her with whatever help we could at the time. I remember the result was helping her find a suitable job. But unfortunately, this lady's fate was not very good. She died of typhus last year due to long-term malnutrition. Now only Benson Moretti is working in that family. As for Klein Moretti and Melissa Moretti, they cannot work because they are still students." Looking at old Clayton's expression, Altair smiled and shook her head, asking further, you admire him very much. Yes, Countess Altair. After saying that, old Clayton explained, I haven't had much interaction with him, I only see him once a year when giving out subsidies. But I believe that doesn't affect my understanding and appreciation of him. He knows the rules well, is good at communication, and has decent eloquence. But unfortunately, his education is a major flaw. He dropped out of school early to help his mother share the family responsibilities and went to work. I've had people advise him to improve his education, but unfortunately, he hasn't studied due to various reasons. So what is your purpose? This record shows he is already working at a company you manage. If you just wanted to promote him, it should be simple enough without going through me, Altair asked with a smile, full of curiosity. Old Clayton explained calmly, Altair, you must be joking. I have no relation or friendship with him, it is purely out of appreciation. If I must state a purpose, he is a flawed talent I've scouted. Altair nodded slightly because old Clayton was telling the truth. Stewards of this era did indeed have this core responsibility, but they generally wouldn't choose a flawed talent like Benson Moretti. Altair tapped her finger on the table, thought for a moment, and said, go send a telegram. Have him come to Morristown tomorrow. Chapter 79, The Moretti Family, Part 1. After old Clayton left Altair's room, he went straight to the castle's telegraph room. Not long after, Amos Clayton, who lived far away in Tingen City, received a telegram from his father. Go to the Import and Export Company, find Benson Moretti, and tell him to come to Morristown tomorrow. Count Altair wishes to see him. After reading it, an expression of disbelief appeared on Amos's face. He put down the paper, rubbed his eyes, and picked it up again to reread the telegram's contents. After confirming he wasn't hallucinating, he could only shake his head helplessly, get up to change in the dressing room, and then take a carriage to the Import and Export Trading Company. Amos knew very well who Benson Moretti was, but he and his father had different philosophies regarding the matter of grooming him. Old Clayton believed that although Benson Moretti came from a humble background and didn't have much of an education, he was hardworking, simple, kind, and polite. Furthermore, as a descendant of a soldier, he deserved to be given a chance. Amos Clayton, on the other hand, believed that Benson Moretti had long since become a talent of the past and had lost the value of being groomed. Even if the grooming were successful, there was no guarantee of recouping the investment. Moreover, Benson's own efficiency in self-improvement was simply too low. If it were just his father requesting a meeting, Amos's carriage would currently be on the road back to Morristown, rather than on the way to some import and export company. But the telegram had specified that it was a summons from Count Altair, so he had no choice now but to go to the company to inform Benson Moretti. When the carriage arrived at the company gates, Amos took his cane and walked straight into the chairman's office, then ordered someone to call Benson Moretti to the office. Not long after, Benson Moretti knocked on the office door. Hearing the sound, Amos looked up and said, "Come in." When the door opened, following Amos's gaze, one would see a man entering. He was dressed simply but neatly and decently, with black hair and brown eyes, and regular features. However, perhaps due to a receding hairline, he looked older than he was, appearing to be nearly 30. Amos casually pointed to a seat beside him and said, "Have a seat. Coffee or black tea?" Benson was slightly stunned and subconsciously replied, "Black tea is fine, thank you, sir. No sugar." After pouring the tea and handing it to Benson, Amos sat down and asked, "Benson, you've been with the company for over a year now, haven't you?" "Yes, sir." After saying that, Benson thought for a moment and added, "It's been 1 year and 9 months. Looking at the men before him, Amos chuckled. "Benson, don't be nervous. I called you here today primarily for a private matter. You are aware of my status. Besides our own family property, we also manage some assets for the House of Sheffield. You might not be aware, but since Baron Sheffield passed away at the beginning of this year, his youngest daughter, Altair Sheffield, has inherited the noble title and has further become a count. Count Altair has returned to Morristown to spend the winter this year. Just now, she saw your family's records. She asked me to inform you that she wants to meet you tomorrow." After speaking, Amos took out his wallet and pulled out a 10 gold pound note, but after looking at Benson, he thought for a moment and pulled out 2 more 10 gold pound notes. Amos then pushed the 30 gold pounds toward Benson and said, "Your work for today ends here. Take this clothing allowance, and go buy a decent set of clothes and a small gift. Tomorrow, go directly to Morristown to meet Count Altair." After leaving the chairman's office, Benson returned to his workstation, did a brief handover with his colleagues, and after explaining the work that had to be completed today, he left the company. After walking out of the company gates, he didn't choose to take a public carriage but walked while thinking, as if contemplating something. When he looked up again, he saw Crawford's gentleman's apparel. He mocked himself internally, "I never expected the reason I'd get my first set of high-end formal wear would be just to meet someone younger than me." He shook his head and, without stopping, walked straight into the clothing store. As soon as Benson entered the store, a male clerk wearing a white shirt and a red vest approached him and asked politely, "Sir, is there anything you'd like to purchase?" Benson looked around and saw that there were not only complete formal suits but also individual shirts, trousers, vests, ties, and other items. Even the glass cabinets were filled with pairs of high-end leather shoes and boots. Confirming that it met his requirements, Benson responded to the clerk's inquiry, saying, "I need to purchase a decent formal suit." Hearing Benson's answer, the clerk in the red vest gestured politely and led him further into the store to begin selecting clothes. A shirt, trousers, vest, and a formal tailcoat set cost 6 gold pounds, leather boots were 8 sol, a top hat made of silk was worth 6 sol, a bow tie was 3 sol, and a silver inlaid cane was 8 sol. The clothes, which originally cost nearly 8 gold pounds, were bargained down to just 7 gold pounds and 5 sol by Benson's impressive haggling skills. As for other gentlemanly accessories like watch chains, pocket watches, and wallets, he didn't choose to buy them, nor did the clerk offer them. Then, based on his memory, Benson chose to buy another set of male formal wear and a female dress. After leaving the store, Benson gripped the bags of clothes in his hand. This time, he had bought a total of 2 sets of male formal wear and 1 female dress, spending 21 gold pounds. Spending so many gold pounds at once gave him the sudden sensation that he was still in a dream. But he knew clearly that this was reality. Of course, if it were truly a dream, as long as he could be with his family and live such a good life, he would be willing to never wake up. Carrying the newly purchased clothes, Benson waited by the roadside for a while until a public carriage arrived. He then took the carriage back to Iron Cross Street. Before passing by Slin's Bakery, he stopped and smiled at the owner, Wendy Slin. "Mrs. Slin, 8 pounds of black bread, and 3 portions of Tingeon biscuits and lemon cakes." While picking out Benson's purchases, Mrs. Slin asked with a smile, "Benson, why are you off work so early today? Usually, I don't see you unless it's a day off. But you've come at just the right time, I have some bread that's just come out of the oven." Benson replied with a smile, "The company isn't very busy today, and my boss arranged other work for me, which is why I'm off so early." After Mrs. Slin prepared the weighed 16 loaves of rye bread and 3 desserts, she looked at Benson and said, "Don't tell me you forgot to bring a bag again." Hearing this, Benson touched his forehead and sighed helplessly, "I forgot again." "Fine, I'll find a bag for you." "Honestly, your memory is worse than mine, Mrs. Slin scolded him humorously. Listening to her playful complaining, Benson could only scratch his large forehead awkwardly. Before long, Mrs. Slin handed the packed bread and desserts to Benson and said, "That'll be 22 pence in total." After paying, Benson bid farewell to Mrs. Slin and, carrying the paper bag of bread, headed for the lettuce and meat market a street away. At the market, he spent 10 pence on a pound of good lamb, and bought some tender peas, onions, potatoes, and other items, totaling 20 pence. He spent 3 pence at a vendor for 3 cups of ginger beer, then walked toward his rented house. After greeting his landlord, Mr. Frankie, he entered the kitchen to prepare dinner before Melissa and Klein returned. Chapter 80, The Moretti Family, Part 2. In the evening, before the sun had completely set, Klein and Melissa, who had been in class all day, appeared at the door of their rented house almost simultaneously. Smelling the scent of food wafting from inside, they asked each other in unison, "Is this your cooking?" "I just got home." "Times 2. Benson." "Times 2. The two quickly opened the door and immediately saw Benson sitting at the dining table waiting for them, with steaming food on the table. When Benson noticed them return, he quickly said, "Come quickly, today we're having lamb stew with peas. I specifically bought the finest tender lamb today. Using the method you taught me, I stir-fried the onions and carrots together, then added the pre-soaked peas and simmered it over low heat for several hours. It just came out of the pot." Hearing Benson's words, Klein and Melissa looked at each other and then simultaneously made a strange expression. But perhaps because they hadn't eaten meat for a long time, the two still endured the discomfort and ate the dinner. After eating, Melissa still offered her suggestion, saying, "Benson, you're so busy every day, it's tiring enough. After work, you can just rest at home. Leave small things like cooking to Klein and me." Looking at the two, Benson felt gratified deep inside and explained, "It's mainly because I got off work really early today and had nothing to do, so I made dinner. By the way, I also brought gifts for both of you." After saying that, Benson pulled 2 bags out from the room he shared with Klein and said, "I also roughly estimated your sizes based on my memory when I bought them. Take them and try them on first, if they don't fit, I can go exchange them." Looking at the bags in Benson's hands, Melissa asked suspiciously, "These aren't clothes, are they?" Hearing Melissa's words, Benson nodded and handed the bags forward, signaling her to take them. When Melissa took the bag, Benson reminded her, "Melissa, go try it on. I'm mainly afraid the clothes I bought for you won't fit." Then he turned to Klein and said, "Klein, take your clothes and try them on too. Although we're similar in build, just in case they don't fit." After taking the bags, the two returned shortly after. Melissa asked suspiciously, Benson, our family shouldn't have the money to buy clothes like these. Where did these come from? Benson looked at Klein and Melissa and found them both looking nervous. He then sighed, patted their shoulders, and explained, I have to go to Morristown tomorrow. These clothes were bought using the clothing allowance given by Amos. Don't worry, it's fine. After hearing his explanation, Klein and Melissa relaxed their tense expressions slightly and asked curiously, aren't the winter relief packages usually delivered by someone? Why go to Morristown this year? Benson was silent for a few seconds, as if weighing his words. I'm not sure about that either, but going to Morristown tomorrow isn't to collect a winter relief package. It's because Earl Altyre wants to meet me. Standing to the side, Klein asked curiously, shouldn't the noble in charge of Morristown be Baron Sheffield? Has the territory changed hands? Benson shook his head and explained to them, the land of Morristown hasn't changed owners. Earl Altyre is Baron Sheffield's daughter. She inherited the family's legacy and title after her father passed away. But as for how the original rank of Baron was promoted to Earl, I'm not sure. As you know, such matters are generally not disclosed to commoners. Then Benson added, but don't we have a university student studying history in our family? Klein, has anything like this happened in history? What would usually cause it? Klein thought for a moment and explained to them, there are many such cases, usually due to holding important official positions, noble marriages, territorial expansion, and so on. But you just said Altyre is Baron Sheffield's daughter. Based on age, she should only be a bit older than Melissa. So marriage and holding important positions can be completely ruled out, it's impossible to be for those reasons. Considering the uniqueness of the Sheffield family, I guess it's because of military merit. If a noble performs exceptionally well in war, the king usually rewards them by raising their title. As the three gossiped and chatted, time flew by. The nightlife of commoners in this world was just so monotonous and tedious. After dinner, they either spent time chatting or went to sleep. After all, gas lamps weren't cheap, every bit saved counted. Of course, if you were a noble, that was another matter, nobles didn't need to consider the cost of a night. Once Melissa yawned, she said to the two, I can't go on, I need to go to sleep. Benson and Klein both nodded and said, then let's wash up and sleep. Tonight's chat ends here. Melissa, you go to the washroom first. Melissa stretched and nodded gently, saying, I'll be as quick as possible. Then, as if remembering something, she reminded Benson, you haven't prepared a gift for Earl Altyre yet, have you? Have you thought about what to bring tomorrow? Do you want us to help give some suggestions? Hearing Melissa's reminder, Benson shook his head and explained, don't worry, I've already thought of what gift to prepare. Looking at Benson's expression and thinking of his personality, Melissa gave an and left for the washroom. The next morning, after seeing Klein and Melissa off, Benson left the rented house with a gift box. It cost 7 sol to find a carriage driver willing to go to Morristown. After a half-hour journey, the carriage finally arrived at Morristown. After getting off, Benson inquired as he walked toward the Sheffield family castle. Upon arriving at the castle gates and explaining his purpose, someone received him and led him to the drawing room. Old Clayton entered the drawing room just after Benson sat down, fulfilling his duties as a butler to attend to the guest. Chapter 81, Arms Deal Completed. After Old Clayton sat down beside Benson, he looked at him with a beaming smile and said, Mr. Benson Moretti, we meet once again. Good morning, Butler Clayton. After the greeting, Benson added, yes, Mr. Butler, I remember our last meeting was a year and a half ago. I am very grateful for your generosity back then, which allowed me to bury my mother's remains in Raphael Cemetery. Upon hearing this, Old Clayton shook his head silently and said, you're welcome. Looking after the orphans of servicemen like you was a task left to me by the Sheffield family. Benson, your mother supported your family with her own hard-working hands. Even with the heavy burden of life on her shoulders, she never backed down. Such character is worthy of praise from the world. But it's a pity that she didn't live to see you all start your own families and fully grow up. Also, the burial plot next to your father has already been occupied by someone else, making it impossible for them to be buried together. However, based on my understanding of the two of them, I believe they will surely meet again in the goddess's divine kingdom. After speaking, Old Clayton looked at Benson and sensed his low spirits, so he explained, it's rare for a descendant of an old friend to visit this castle, so I can't help but feel sentimental. I am no longer young, and the end of my life could come at any time. Benson replied with a touch of humor, Butler Clayton, are you saying this to make us young people feel ashamed? You are more energetic now than many others. Ha 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 cough cough. Hearing Benson's words, Old Clayton burst into laughter. But after all, age had caught up with him, and his body wasn't what it used to be, he started coughing after just a few laughs. After patting his chest to catch his breath, he said to Benson, the main reason I called you here is that I gave a brief introduction of you to Count Altyre. While I personally believe you are a person of potential who only needs a negligible investment to bring the Sheffield family a rich return, please do not get ahead of yourself, because the final decision on whether to invest in you still rests with Count Altair. If the Count does not agree, then this meeting will be meaningless, perhaps even a disaster. After explaining, old Clayton began to impart his experience to Benson. When you have your audience in a moment, try your best to keep your heart calm. Answer whatever the Count asks, keep your speech brief and concise. Also, during the conversation, you should demonstrate your uniqueness, such as your character, your sense of responsibility to your family, and so on. These excellent qualities are rare bonus points. And the most important point is to cater to Count Altair's words. After saying this, old Clayton patted Benson on the shoulder and said with a serious expression, "I think you should be clear about what this meeting means. Because of your diploma, your current career has stalled, and you are stuck in a rut. At most, your weekly salary is only 1 gold pound and 10 sol. If you were living alone, that would be acceptable. But you have to rely on this money to support your younger brother and sister. As a result, you can only live in a shared rental on Iron 10th Street, where even the most basic bathroom must be shared with others. It's extremely inconvenient for men, let alone for your sister, Melissa. And I believe your family has no savings at all to prepare for emergencies. If anyone in your family falls seriously ill, there's no guarantee they could afford proper medical care." Hearing old Clayton's words, Benson nodded heavily, thinking to himself, this is an undeniable reality. Mother's passing was due to these reasons, long-term malnutrition and typhus. To put it bluntly, it's a poor person's disease. If only we had enough gold pounds back then, Mother wouldn't have died. Seeing that he fully understood the significance of the meeting, old Clayton smiled and said to Benson, "Don't be nervous. Did you have breakfast before coming this morning?" "Some delicacies just came out of the kitchen when I arrived." After regaining his composure, Benson said to old Clayton, "You're too kind. I already had breakfast when I set out this morning." "Oh, right. This is a small gift our family prepared for Count Altair, mashed potatoes prepared by the 3 of us siblings. Actually, I think the best gift would have been homegrown flowers, but as you know, my home isn't suitable for gardening, so I could only bring the Count some handmade mashed potatoes." Old Clayton took the gift and said to Benson, "I will explain it to Count Altair." He then added, "Though I don't think I'll need to, the Count will surely understand the sentiment behind your family's gift." As they chatted, the teacups on the table were emptied and refilled repeatedly. After finishing the 3rd pot of black tea, Benson looked at his pocket watch and asked curiously, "Butler Clayton, I wonder if the Count is busy with important matters. When will we be able to meet?" Old Clayton took the fresh tea and pastries brought by a servant, refilled Benson's cup, and said, "Before you arrived, Count Altair suddenly remembered some urgent business that needed handling first, so I was asked to entertain you in the meantime. This cake is a new product just made by the kitchen. Have a taste." Looking at the cake old Clayton handed over, Benson was amazed. It was almost winter, yet they could still use so many summer fruits as decoration. Meanwhile, Altair, who was supposed to meet Benson, was currently tucked under her covers. But she wasn't sleeping, or rather, Altair's consciousness wasn't sleeping, she was conducting an arms deal within Adam's Corpse Cathedral. Using Adam's secondary account, Altair said to the person in front of her, "A rifle is at least 8 gold pounds, it's impossible to go lower. At the same time, to prevent you from copying the firearms privately, I must also limit the number of bullets. Each rifle comes with 500 rounds. Of course, if you are willing to pay a 100,000 gold pound replication fee, I can lift the bullet restriction." The person sitting opposite her said, "That's impossible, your asking price is still too high. According to our engineers' estimates, the combined labor and material costs for you to manufacture one firearm are at most 7 gold pounds. This way, you make 1 gold pound per gun. We can, however, pay the weapon replication fee." Altair looked at him with disdain and explained, "I am currently doing a business that costs lives. Once you use these weapons on the battlefield, Lone will definitely try to find and deal with me immediately. However, I can give you a suggestion. You certainly don't lack basic resources like steel and timber. You can sell these resources to me, I am more than happy to accept a portion of them. Also, I won't care where these resources come from. In other words, as long as you facilitate the arms deal, you can keep this hidden transaction entirely for yourself. How about it?" Hearing Altair's suggestion, the person opposite thought for a moment and said, "I need to discuss this with others." Altair nodded without choosing to reply, and then the figure in front of her gradually vanished. But soon, a new person appeared. The newcomer immediately said to Altair, "They have agreed to your transaction terms. First, they are willing to spend 100,000 gold pounds to purchase the weapon replication technology, but they require that you prioritize selling bullets to them and are willing to buy the weapons produced by your factory at 8 gold pounds per rifle. Of course, regarding your primary goal of purchasing beyonder characteristics, they are also willing to trade. All of this can be signed in a notarized agreement. I think we should now talk about the deal for the acquisition of steel resources. Altair smiled at the person opposite and said, of course. Steel can be at market price. When all the arms deals were concluded, Altair asked curiously, why did you suddenly have me sell the weapon blueprints to them? Aren't you afraid of a sudden technological explosion on their part? Adam's expression remained calm as he explained, no need to worry. The fundamental principle of these weapons is still gunpowder gas pushing a projectile forward. As long as we lock down certain key technologies, it's impossible for them to enter an era of technological explosion. Furthermore, I am keeping an eye on those researchers at all times. Altair nodded and said to Adam, then I'll leave the hard work to you. Now you not only have to watch them constantly but also help me transport the weapons. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. There are matters in the real world I need to attend to. Adam didn't reply, but instead bid farewell to Altair with a smile. Chapter 82, You fulfilled everyone else, but what about you? Returning to the real world, Altair rubbed her throbbing temples with her fingers to relieve the mental fatigue. Yesterday afternoon, after finishing her conversation with old Clayton, Altair had conducted weapon testing on the first batch of Mosin Nagants produced that morning. Once the testing was passed, she handed them over to Adam, letting him go and handle the trade. Whether it was because Adam had applied mental suggestions or because they truly were in dire need of these new weapons, everyone happened to complete their weapon tests by this morning. They then sought out Adam, requesting to proceed with the trade and negotiations immediately. Therefore, after having breakfast, Altair had no time to entertain Benson and went directly into Adam's corpse cathedral. Naturally, for the sake of secrecy, Adam still controlled the corpse cathedral, allowing Altair to conduct one-on-one trade negotiations with them. Although these people held high positions, they couldn't entirely decide on large-scale weapon procurement for their organizations or countries on their own. Basically, after hearing Altair's conditions, they would go offline to consult with their decision-makers before coming back online to state the results. This back and forth resulted in Altair undergoing at least dozens of negotiations. Once her spirit had eased, Altair went straight to the drawing room. Just as she reached the door of the drawing room, the servant, being very observant, opened the doors. After Altair entered the drawing room, old Clayton led Benson in standing up and said to her, "Good morning, Countess Altair." After Altair gave a slight nod, she found a random seat and sat down, then looked at the two men who were still standing. Old Clayton took the opportunity to introduce him, "Countess Altair, this is the man I have been wanting to introduce to you, Mr. Benson Moretti. Benson, this is the new owner of Morristown, the daughter of Baron Sheffield, and the current Countess Altair Sheffield, personally titled by His Majesty King George III. After old Clayton finished the introduction, Altair had no intention of standing up. The disparity in their status was simply too great, even if her impolite behavior were known by other nobles, no one would call her discourteous. After old Clayton's introduction, Benson bowed to her and said, "Good morning, Countess Altair. I would like to offer greetings on behalf of my entire family." Looking at the old-faced young man before her, Altair chuckled lightly, nodded, and gestured for the two of them to sit. She then said, "Benson Moretti, my old butler Clayton has been praising you, saying you are a rare talent. But unfortunately, I didn't sense anything special about you during this meeting." Benson did not panic, nor did he offer a hurried explanation. Instead, he said calmly, "Countess Altair, I believe the value of a talent does not necessarily lie in verbal communication, but in whether they can solve problems, whether they act steadily, whether they put people at ease, and various other aspects. I think Butler Clayton may have seen some details in my work and believes I possess qualities that others do not, which is why he introduced me to you. But I also understand that before you, these are still far from enough." He paused and added, "If you are willing to give me a chance, I will prove myself with results. At the same time, I am aware of my own shortcomings, but I believe I will improve myself as quickly as possible until I am worthy of your evaluation." Looking at the men before her and the way Benson was trying to please her, Altair couldn't help but recall her past life. No. Her past life was even worse than his. At least he supported his younger brother and sister through his own hard work. Looking at him, Altair smiled and said, "Not bad. At the very least, you are calmer than the person I imagined." Then she asked curiously, "I heard you currently have a brother who is a student studying history at university. I'm curious why he chose history. After all, for children of poor families, history often represents higher risk, slower returns, and a narrower path. In contrast, I have a better impression of your sister Melissa, because she chose a more realistic path. As long as she studies well in school, she won't have to worry about finding a job." Benson was slightly taken aback. He obviously hadn't expected the topic to suddenly shift to Klein and Melissa, but he quickly regained his composure. Benson replied in a flat tone, "Countess Altair, Klein has loved reading since he was a child, especially books about past history. He often says that past history is like a mirror that allows people to see the present clearly and think about the future. Melissa herself loves mechanical design and has been working hard with the goal of becoming a mechanical designer. Altair really hadn't expected this to be the reason. Just because of interest, and Benson, as the older brother, was willing to support him. When she read the book before, she had thought it was because other majors were full or it was the result of a forced transfer. Interest, Altair repeated the reason softly. Then she said, history is a discipline that requires patience and time. For ordinary people, it isn't always an easy road. If he is willing to change his major, I can personally write a letter to have his university change it for him. I think his university would be very willing to do me this small favor. Benson nodded but did not answer Altair's question directly. Instead, he said, Countess Altair, our family is indeed not wealthy, and I have worried about his choice before. But I believe Klein should persist in doing what he truly loves. After saying this, Benson displayed a spirit that was neither humble nor arrogant regarding the matter of Klein changing his major. Altair reminded him, excessive idealism cannot change reality. Sooner or later, he will have to enter society and face problems like earning money to support a family and putting food on the table. You can't support him for a lifetime. And if you fulfill his dreams, what about you? My butler told me that you didn't have to work this hard, you could have used your free time to improve yourself. But for the sake of earning just a little more weekly salary, you chose to sacrifice your own leisure time. Look at yourself now, anyone who doesn't know your age would think you're already in your 30s. As she spoke, Altair's expression grew more and more indignant. You fulfilled everyone else, but what about you? Have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? Saying this, Altair looked at the silent Benson and shouted directly. Get out. Sensing the change in Altair's mood, old Clayton hurried forward to escort Benson to the door of the drawing room, saying, Benson, go take a walk in the garden or nearby to clear your head. I'll come find you in a bit. After sending Benson away, old Clayton walked back. Waiting until Altair's mood had calmed, he stepped forward with a face full of smiles and asked, Countess Altair, I wonder what your decision is regarding Mr. Benson's handling. Looking at the grinning man before her, Altair said fiercely, aren't you afraid I'll kill him right now or let him become a piece of trash forever? Old Clayton said expressionlessly, thunder and rain are both gifts from above. Moreover, I believe the reason you are angry, Countess, is not because he contradicted you, but because of his sense of responsibility toward his family. You even admire his sense of responsibility, but you cannot agree with the result of him abandoning himself. Let him go back. After saying that, Altair added, arrange a simple job for him where the weekly salary isn't too high but is enough to move house. As for his subsequent studies, that will depend on himself. You may leave. Old Clayton said to Altair with a grin, understood. He then picked up a small gift box beside him and said to her, this is a gift the Moretti family prepared for you. After Altair took it, old Clayton left the drawing room directly. After opening the gift box, Altair took a bite and said, it tastes terrible. Chapter 83, Beyonder Gathering. November 12, 1346. Evening, Tianjin City. When the approaching carriage stopped, Amos stepped forward, opened the door, and said to Altair, Countess Altair, please go first. Altair nodded slightly, then boarded the carriage. Not long after she was seated, Amos, who was responsible for opening and closing the door, followed closely and sat down. He then knocked on the window, signaling the coachman to start moving. Afterward, Amos began to introduce the destination of their trip. Countess Altair, the Beyonder gathering we are attending this time was created and hosted by a divine envoy of the Aurora Order, Mr. Z. We have no way of knowing Mr. Z's real name. Divine envoys of the Aurora Order generally use letters instead of names, such as Mr. A from Backlund. Before Amos finished his introduction, Altair interrupted, I know about these things. Continue with something useful. Amos nodded, not annoyed, and continued his introduction. Since Mr. Z created this gathering, he himself has rarely attended in person. Under normal circumstances, his subordinates preside. However, there are special cases, such as when a Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic is being sold during the gathering, or when plans are made to develop Aurora Order cultists, only then will he appear voluntarily. Based on our understanding of the Aurora Order organization, we know that the Divine Envoy member ranked first is usually the Sequence 5 Shepherd, and following the alphabetical order, we speculate that this Mr. Z is highly likely to be the Sequence 6 Rose Bishop of the Hangman Pathway. Upon hearing the name Rose Bishop, Altair did not forget the item she urgently needed. She thought to herself, if I can meet him this time, that would be great. Since she is returning to the ancestral land for the winter, she brought Simon and his squad members back with her. Hunting down a Rose Bishop to obtain a Beyonder characteristic would be no trouble at all. Back in Backlund, she had even considered targeting Mr. A. After all, if she could turn the Beyonder characteristic of the Shepherd into a sealed artifact, any of its abilities, whether pasturing or flesh control, could satisfy her needs. However, regarding Mr. A, Altair now only dared to think about it. After all, this fully equipped Sequence 5 Shepherd was not some stray dog on the roadside. Without absolute strength, she dared not provoke this mad dog. Although the Rose Bishop is not as good as the Shepherd, he offers better cost-effectiveness. Altair asked, Amos, have you ever seen Mr. Z's true face? If we meet him again, can you recognize him immediately? Amos paused, then nodded and said, I have seen Mr. Z once at a gathering. His features are very delicate. If I see him again, I will definitely recognize him. Altair nodded and told Amos, when you enter the gathering later, start looking for Mr. Z and see if he is participating in this event. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of an ordinary private residence. After the two put on their hoods and masks, they got out of the carriage. Amos stepped forward first and knocked on the door. His movements were practiced, clearly indicating he had attended many times. Led by an attendant, Altair and Amos wound their way through several turns before finally entering the gathering hall. Altair glanced around and immediately noticed more than a dozen people, all hidden by hoods, already seated casually. People were continuously opening and closing doors in different parts of the room, waiting for the gathering to begin. Watching the people gradually appear, Altair asked curiously, are there this many Beyonders in Tingen City? Why are so many people participating in this gathering? Not everyone participating in this gathering is a Beyonder. Because this gathering has been running for a long time and has a good reputation, some special ordinary people have learned about it, such as naive young nobles or ordinary people whose families have Beyonders, Amos explained while looking at the people present. Altair smiled silently, thinking, it seems that no matter which world or region, people have the same idea about power that surpasses the ordinary, to become them, or even surpass them. A few minutes later, someone wearing a black hood announced. The gathering begins. Hearing this, Altair couldn't help but look at Amos. But when she saw Amos's actions, she still felt deeply disappointed. Because Mr. Z was not present at this gathering. The operation of this gathering was simple. People would write down their needs and hand them to the attendants, who would then write them on the blackboard in the center. If someone had a trading requirement, the attendant would proactively step forward and lead the two to a separate room to conduct the transaction. Altair was surprised by this method of transaction, as it was her first time encountering it. When she attended gatherings in Backlund, people would directly shout out their needs, only writing down a message on the blackboard if they couldn't purchase what they needed that time. The requests written on the blackboard at this moment verified Amos's words. Urgently need the formula for sequence 9, apothecary. Clues can also be traded. Formula, £250, clue, £10. Need the formula for sequence 9, spectator. Formula, £250, clue, £10. Need sailor formula. Mummy powder, 10 grams, £5. Enhancement potion, 1 portion. Detoxification potion. Vigor potion. Effect, it can make men last longer in bed. This potion was bought up quickly after the attendant wrote it down, and even Amos, who accompanied Altair, bought quite a few. Altair didn't interfere with his actions. After all, she had been a man once, so she was not surprised by such things. What piqued her curiosity, however, was the entry on the blackboard, Sequence 9, Secret Supplicant, Magic Potion Formula, price to be discussed in person. This magic potion formula had not been claimed by anyone for trading. It seems the participants in this Beyonder gathering were not fools. The Aurora Order's method of using magic potion formulas as bait wasn't very effective. Do you have any needs? Amos asked after returning to his seat, having just completed a transaction. Upon hearing this, Altair simply shook her head and said, the Beyonder materials provided by this gathering are of no use to me. The levels are too low, most of the trades are for sequence 9 items. Chapter 84, Roselle's Diary. When Altair's gaze returned to the blackboard, she saw the information the waiter had just written, which made her feel that her trip was not in vain. Roselle's mysterious notes, 2 pages, 20 gold pound. Altair looked at Amos, signaling him to buy Roselle's diary. Upon learning of her request, Amos did not try to dissuade her with the common belief that Roselle's created script cannot be deciphered. Instead, he immediately stood up, found the waiter, and proceeded with the transaction. Before long, Altair received the diary pages, but the crooked, messy writing made her frown. She thought, this transcriber is truly irresponsible. How can anyone decipher text copied like this? March 6th, damn it, the food here is making me constipated. March 17th, are the ladies of Intis also open-minded? Did I sleep with her, or did she sleep with me? It feels a bit strange. March 22nd, it's time to choose a faith. On one side is the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, on the other is the Artisan Church. My choice is unequivocal. Praise be to you, God of Machines. One day, I will change the Artisan Church to the Church of Machinery. After laboriously deciphering a completely worthless passage, Altair was speechless at her own wisdom. The most useful part of the entire text was just one sentence, did she sleep with me, or did I sleep with her? This sentence is quite good, I can use it to tease him in the future. But why do I feel like I've seen this passage somewhere before? It should have appeared in the original text. May 21st, the Church of the God of Artisans gave me 2 choices, the beginning of 2 sequence pathways. One is Savant, which belongs to their own complete sequence chain, and the other is Mystery Prior, obtained from the Moses ascetic order, lacking higher sequences. May 22nd, my choice is simple, Savant. The Savant with a complete sequence. Although mastering more occultism knowledge would help me find a way home, the problem is that without sufficient personal strength, crossing over would inevitably require external forces. Whether these external forces are good or bad, benevolent or malicious, is uncontrollable and very dangerous. Given this, it's better to make myself powerful and return on my own strength. Therefore, a complete sequence is my primary consideration. May 23rd, I became a savant. Relying on the power of the potion, I was actually able to fully recall the knowledge I had learned before, physics, chemistry, etc., etc. Another worthless diary entry. These 2 pages must have been written by Roselle not long after he transmigrated, and Altair basically knew all the content. But that was fine. Altair bought Roselle's notebook primarily to pass the time. If she found useful knowledge, all the better, if not, it was just for amusement. As Altair finished deciphering, Amos leaned over and whispered, "Altair, you don't need to be annoyed. From what I know, even the Church of Steam and Machinery hasn't deciphered the script created by Emperor Roselle to this day. You've also purchased these pages before." Seeing Amos's familiarity, Altair couldn't help but ask in return. Amos nodded and said, "Of course, after all, I idolized Emperor Roselle in my youth." "An idol in your youth, and now?" Altair pressed. "Now." Amos shook his head and said, "As you know, wealthy people like us would never use the distorted textbooks from the church, so I still fundamentally admire him. But sometimes, I also feel that some of his past actions were foolish, not absolute enough. I believe that once you become a mortal enemy, you should go all the way, preferably directly nipping all threats in the bud." After hearing Amos's words, Altair instinctively nodded. Although she knew very well that Roselle's death was part of his own plan, using those people's assassinations to complete his advancement with the Black Emperor's characteristics and attempt to refresh his state, escaping the mother goddess of depravity's corruption. However, she still didn't understand why, after Roselle overthrew the Intis monarchy, he didn't thoroughly purge the Sauron royal family and nobles. Was it intentional, or was this pitfall something he himself supported? When the black-robed waiter announced the end of the gathering, Altair and Amos left together. But instead of returning to Morristown, they stayed in Tingen City, residing in the Sheffield Villa. The next morning, Altair took a carriage to Red Moon Street in the North District, St. Selena's Church. After completing her worship and not seeing the person she wanted to meet, she left the church directly. She planned to go to Vlad Street to see if the apothecary had come to Tingen City. Before long, she saw the shop numbered 18, which had already put up the sign, Rosen's Folk Herbal Medicine Store. As soon as she reached the shop's entrance, Altair smelled a strange odor filled with a mixture of herbal scents. Entering the shop, she saw Rosen Darkweed standing behind the counter. This plump apothecary was dressed in a dark black robe embroidered with various strange symbols, looking every bit like a village witch doctor. When he noticed Altair entering, he instinctively began to scrutinize her. But after a quarter of an hour of observation, he found nothing special about Altair, so he stepped forward and asked, "Miss, what kind of medicine do you need? As long as you describe the symptoms, I can certainly provide the corresponding medicine. Or perhaps you're looking for some special remedies, such as for skin whitening, skin firming." The first half of his sentence was normal, but what did the second half mean? Whitening was understandable, but what did skin firming mean? In response to his words, Altair couldn't help but roll her eyes, then tempted him. "Do you think I'm not beautiful enough now?" "Beautiful, heh." After saying this, Rosen Darkweed stared intently at the gem necklace around Altair's neck. Regarding the dead fatty's behavior, Altair thought, if I didn't know your cautious and prudent personality, I might really have been fooled by him. Knowing that teasing was fruitless, Altair asked, "Besides these ordinary materials, do you have any spiritual materials here, such as spirit world fog mushroom spores, dragon blood grass, human-faced rose petals?" As Rosen listened to the materials Altair rattled off, a flicker of shock passed through his eyes. He calmly said, "Miss, what are you talking about? I've never even heard of these things. My shop doesn't have anything like what you mentioned." After saying this, he put on an expression as if he had met a mad person, preparing to usher Altair out. To avoid affecting future plot developments, Altair explained to him, "Don't worry, I don't belong to any official or church faction. I just performed a divination beforehand and learned that I could purchase these items from you, which is why I specifically came." She then added, "After all, apothecaries are quite rare, aren't they?" After hearing Altair's explanation, Rosen still cautiously asked, "Are you a seer? Or a monster?" "A seer," Altair said without batting an eye. The latter nodded after hearing this and said, "Sometimes, I truly envy you seer's abilities. I've only just settled down here, and you've already found me." To his rambling, Altair could only respond with a smile and asked, "Do you have the materials I just mentioned?" Chapter 85, Herb Garden Cooperation. After listening to Altair's words, Rosen slowly walked back behind the counter and said, "Wait, I'll pack it up for you." Not long after, the little fatty had sorted out a large batch of materials and asked doubtfully, "How much do you need?" Altair spread her hands and said, "The more, the better." Upon hearing this, Rosen immediately packed up all the herbs without hesitation and then directly handed them to Altair, saying, "All the materials, 100 gold pounds. The materials you've packed are worth at most 80 gold pounds. And don't think I don't know my stuff, some of the materials in these herb packs have already started losing their spirituality. How dare you sell them at such a high price?" After listening to Rosen's words, Altair mocked. But her mockery was useless to Rosen. The little fatty calmly explained, "If you only needed normal materials, I would definitely sell them to you at the usual price. However, in this pack of materials, as we both know, there are some special prohibited items. Moreover, I believe that after you walk out this door, even if you search all over Tingen City, you might not be able to gather them all. In the end, you'll have to slink back here to buy them from me. And for these contraband items, I also need to charge a confidentiality fee. After all, it's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone." Faced with such a shameless reason, Altair could only helplessly take out the money. Because what he said was indeed true, some of these spiritual materials might not even be available through Beyonder gatherings. For example, hemlock juice, a highly toxic substance, is available in extremely limited quantities at Beyonder gatherings. Black corpse mushroom, a blasphemous object, cultivated from corpses, is something no one dares to sell openly. After receiving the 100 gold pound banknotes, the little fatty Rosen began rubbing them incessantly. His demeanor was as if he had never earned so much money at once before. Looking at his appearance, Altair asked with a grim expression, "If I were to ask you to cultivate these spiritual materials in bulk, approximately how much could you provide me per month?" "That depends on where I set up the cultivation site." Upon hearing Altair's words, Rosen felt this wasn't a one-time deal and even had an impulse to cooperate with her. So, with a smile, he put away the banknotes and explained, "You should also know that spiritual materials aren't like weeds by the roadside. When they grow, they have extremely strict requirements for the surrounding environment, and they also need special fertilizer applied periodically, as well as protection from being damaged. These various harsh conditions limit the quantity I can harvest each time. Of course, if you want to purchase these spiritual materials from me long-term, we can sign an agreement. I guarantee to sell them to you at the normal price, and in return, you need to help protect my plantation." Looking at Rosen's appearance, Altair couldn't help but ask curiously, "I'm just a low-sequence seer with hardly any combat ability. If I encounter something I can't handle, I'll definitely run faster than you. Aren't you afraid I might sell you out if I get into danger? Of course, I've heard that seers have no practical combat ability, but I believe you can definitely find me a piece of land that won't be discovered. Am I right, noble lady?" After saying this, Rosen put on an expression and posture as if he had seen through everything. "All right." Altair, as if seen through, said reluctantly and helplessly, "Do you have any requirements for the cultivation site?" "Not really, as long as it's not too far from the shop. That way, it'll be convenient for me to take care of both ends." Rosen thought for a moment and said. Afterward, the two discussed the planning requirements for the plantation. Altair needed to help find the land and provide some protection. Rosen needed to help cultivate what she required. After Altair took the already packed materials, walked out of Rosen's folk herb shop, and boarded the carriage, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little fatty didn't notice anything unusual even after signing the notarized document, and really thought he was exceptionally clever. Even though it was their first meeting and they didn't know each other, he actually dared to cooperate with her and jointly establish a plantation. Although Altair hasn't yet advanced to sequence 6 to become a hypnotist, she can still perform simple, mental interference. It just goes to show how foolish Rosen is. If you let him look, he really dares to look. When Rosen looked at Altair's gemstone necklace, he was given a simple psychological suggestion. Afterward, all Altair needed was a slight nudge, and he would make decisions according to the predesigned thoughts. It just goes to show how insidious spectators are. You can easily fall into their traps. At the same time, this proves that Roselle's saying "beware of spectators" wasn't wrong. When the mental interference ends, Rosen will have a lot to cry about. However, Altair really feels that Rosen should switch to the mother pathway, with his head full of cultivation experience. But whether he ends up switching pathways or not has nothing to do with Altair. At this moment, what Altair is most concerned about is the notarized contract in her hand. Looking at the last few clauses, she couldn't help but want to laugh again. This contract, upon signing, requires both parties to fulfill their commitments as stipulated, and it is valid for 10 years. Violators shall suffer the punishment of being burned by flames. A free 10-year serf, and no need to worry about him running away. How delightful. The god, eternal blazing sun, is quite ironic, becoming the god of notarization through betrayal and breach of contract. But now, the undeniable fact is that the authority of notarization indeed lies with him. Notarized contracts made through the sun pathway are often the most binding. Altair's idea for purchasing these beyonder materials is also simple. Witches, after all, are bound to make all sorts of strange, magic potions. After returning home, she prepared to try turning these materials into some special potions. This type of potion is all about fast effects and significant side effects, without mentioning the side effects when selling them. For example, if long-term overtime work leads to mental anxiety, then take a bottle of sleeping potion, guaranteed to make you fall asleep immediately. Of course, when you wake up the next day and whether you'll miss work hours isn't something the potion can decide. For example, to lose weight, buy a bottle of weight loss potion. After taking it, the side effect will cause constant diarrhea, requiring you to spend a day in the bathroom. Or another example, hair growth potion, that makes body hair grow continuously until you become a curly-haired baboon. Chapter 86, Special Brewed Potions. After returning home, Altair went back to her bedroom, took off her dress, and changed into a knight's uniform that was easy to move in. She then entered the laboratory, picked up a large pot, placed it on the gas stove, and began brewing potions. When she advanced to witch, Altair had received the potion knowledge inherent to witches, such as love potions, hallucination potions, weakness potions, virus potions, truth serums, sleeping potions, oblivion potions, and various other colorful potions. However, these witches' potions held no outstanding qualities for Altair, who was already an apothecary. They often suffered from various problems such as severe side effects, low positive effects, and high costs. Therefore, Altair had never imagined that one day she would be making such incomplete potions. But now, times were different. For the sake of acting, she had to make a batch and try them out to see if they could help her digest the potion. Because simply dressing as a woman, this method of digesting the potion was too slow for the current Altair. Taiwan Novel Network is super easy to use, enjoy anytime. If calculated at the current speed, she would need at least another year of digestion to advance to sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure. Altair couldn't afford to wait, as there were only 2.5 years left until the main storyline began. At that time, with heroes vying for supremacy, if she didn't have the ability to protect herself in 2.5 years, she would inevitably be targeted. After the water boiled, Altair took the sleeping potion as a blueprint, using her apothecary ability to appropriately refine the soup in the pot. She added a night blooming flower, 5 leaves of moon dust grass, and a small amount of sandalwood. After the last ingredient was added, it wasn't long before the liquid in the pot gradually turned light purple. After filtering through a linen cloth, Altair obtained a basin of specially brewed sleeping potion. Fortunately, these potions all possessed a faint spirituality after being made, otherwise Altair really wouldn't have been able to determine their effects. The special sleeping potion induces a peaceful sleep state 10 minutes after consumption, and external sounds cannot interrupt this sleep. The consumer's external manifestation is a lowered breathing rate and heart rate. If not specifically observed, they appear as if dead. Taking 1 dose can induce sleep for about 12 hours. Of course, when the dosage is doubled, it can keep a person asleep for up to 24 hours. After creating the potions she wanted, Altair began continuously experimenting to reduce costs, create new products, and enhance effects. On November 18, 1346, which was the 5th day of making special potions, Altair changed into clothes suitable for running, picked up a black hood nearby to disguise her identity, and placed the potions into a wooden box. After everything was ready, she left the villa, took a public carriage to the North Borough, and prepared to start selling these special brewed potions. Going to Tianjin City's North Borough to sell potions was also a result of her careful consideration. Altair also needed her own costs to make potions. She wasn't running a charity, so it was impossible to give them away for free. People in Tianjin City's East Borough were simply too poor. Under normal circumstances, even if they fell ill, they would just tough it out rather than spend money on medicine. If they wouldn't even buy regular medicine, it was even less likely they would spend 3 pence to buy a bottle of special effect potion. When they had money, they would think about saving it or buying bread. And Golden Sycamore Borough was the core area of Tianjin City, with police everywhere, making it inconvenient to sell. Poor places couldn't be visited, and overly rich places couldn't be visited, so she could only choose a place like the North Borough, which didn't lean too much to either side. Actually, if university students weren't on holiday, selling to them would be the simplest and most efficient choice. At this time, students who could attend university would not be poor people, except for Klein, of course, thanks to his enlightened brother. It was perfectly reasonable for wealthy university students to pass the time, to buy a bottle of potion with special side effects to play pranks on their classmates. But unfortunately, they were on holiday. Altair looked at the elegantly dressed, noble young lady in front of her and enticed her with a hoarse voice. "My beautiful lady, won't you consider a bottle? For just 3 copper pence, you can lose 5 pounds in a week. It will make your figure even more slender, more alluring. At this moment, Altair was like the old witch tempting Snow White with a poisoned apple, alluring the young lady in front of her who clearly had anxiety about her figure. The young lady looked at herself, then at the potion in Altair's hand, and asked, "Can it really help me?" "Of course." Altair then added, "The red potion is for internal use, and the blue potion is to be rubbed on the areas you want to slim down. It works immediately. I swear by the eternal blazing Sunday." After receiving a definitive answer, the young lady took the potion from Altair's hand, examined it, and asked, "These potions must have some side effects, otherwise you wouldn't be selling them so cheaply. I want to know if they will affect my health." Hearing this, Altair paused for a second. Being exposed on her first attempt, she still felt quite awkward. Then, she continued in a hoarse voice. "There is indeed a slight side effect. After taking the potion, you will continuously visit the washroom for a day, but this will not affect your health. And I believe that for beauty, enduring this small side effect is worth it. What other potions do you have?" After getting the desired answer, the young lady asked again. "I also have skin renewal potion to help you remove scars. The side effect is increased skin sensitivity. Forget worry do can help you forget anxiety. The side effect is insomnia. Warming agent has a warming effect. The side effect is frequent thirst. Pleasant fragrance continuously emits floral scent, but easily attracts bees." Altair opened the wooden box and introduced them one by one. "Of course, I don't just have these. I also have prank potions, such as sneeze powder, fart grass juice, itch oil, stutter water. You can rest assured using my potions. They will not affect human health, they just have a slight side effect." After listening to Altair's introduction, the young lady said, "Give me some skin renewal potion, pleasant fragrance, warming potion, stutter water." After receiving the potions, she asked again, "If I need to replenish these potions, how can I find you?" "My beautiful lady, I will be selling in the North Borough during this period. If you need to replenish soon, you can often stroll the streets of the North Borough. If fate allows us to meet again, I will approach you proactively," Altair said in a hoarse voice. After this sale to the young lady, Altair earned 21 copper pence. She then changed streets and targeted a young man who had just come out of a restaurant, successfully promoting a bottle of exhilaration potion. Positive effect, similar to a certain blue pill from her previous life. Side effect, makes people lack self-control. When she met middle-aged men, Altair would recommend hair growth potion. When she met middle-aged women, she would recommend skin tightening water. For young men, she would recommend prank potions. These people, upon hearing the effects of the potions, would generally buy at least one bottle, either for their own use or to prank others. After the potions in the wooden box were sold out, Altair would find a nearby inn, rent a room, enter the spirit world to retrieve her reserve stock, put them into the wooden box, and then go back to the streets to sell. After repeating this process 3 times, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After selling out the last batch of potions, Altair returned to the Golden Sycamore Borough Villa with a wooden box full of copper pence. After casually counting the money in the wooden box, Altair found that she had received over 500 copper pence this time. Looking at the coins, she felt troubled, unable to think of a place to spend all this money. After a quick lunch, she once again entered the laboratory and began brewing soup. Before going to bed that night, she sensed her beyond her characteristic. She found that selling potions for 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of acting in clothing. She thought, it seems this method is quite useful. The potion output can be expanded now, which can speed up the completion of acting. Chapter 87, Evil Dragon Bar. November 25, 1346. After selling today's potions, Altair conveniently headed to Vlad Street. She wanted to ask Rosen how his herb cultivation was going, when she could get the next batch of materials, and of course, the main reason was to pass the time. When the bell at the door chimed, Rosen smiled and looked up at the entrance, but upon seeing that it was Altair, his expression instantly changed. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "Rosen's folk herb shop does not welcome your visit, customer." However, Rosen's words didn't deter Altair, instead, they piqued her interest. So she teased, "Look at you, what kind of attitude is that? Isn't it good to work for me? To protect your safety, I specially arranged a sequin 7 Beyonder to be your guard. In the Lone Kingdom, only high-ranking barons enjoy such treatment. And don't worry, as long as you work well for me in the future, I guarantee to provide you with subsequent Beyonder characteristics." Upon hearing Altair's last sentence, Rosen's attitude softened slightly, and he asked suspiciously, "What pathway of Beyonder are you? I'm sure you're not a seer, because they don't have your abilities." "Guess," Altair said with a smile, then changed the subject and asked, "How are those materials growing? Are any of them mature? I urgently need these special medicinal herbs now." Rosen looked at the young girl in front of him, who was unwilling to reveal anything, and could only sigh helplessly, replying, "No, they were just planted recently. How could they be mature? It will take at least another half a month." After saying that, Rosen turned around to attend to other matters, as out of sight, out of mind. Altair, still leaning against the counter, said, "Actually, I think you should switch pathways. Apothecary doesn't suit you very well. I personally recommend Planter. If you had chosen this pathway back then, I estimate you'd be at least sequence 7 by now. Have you heard of this pathway? It's the one controlled by the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess. I remember it's called God's Favored. Yes, that's what the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess calls Beyonders of this pathway. Do you want to switch pathways? I can help you become a Beyonder of this pathway." But even with Altair's sweet talk, Rosen didn't turn his head again. After all, for Rosen, once bitten, twice shy, he was afraid Altair would use her abilities to influence him again. A quarter of an hour later, a bored Altair could only leave the herb shop by herself. Now, after buying potions, Altair enters a period of boring free time. She has been looking for things to pass the time recently. But unfortunately, Tingen City really doesn't have many interesting places. Altair has visited the opera house and the circus again and again during this time, but still hasn't found a place to pass the time. Moreover, yesterday afternoon, she had already made the last batch of materials into special potions and sold them today. So, there was nothing to do even if she went back now. After leaving Rosen's folk herb shop, Altair hailed a carriage and went straight to the docks district. She planned to visit the underground market of the Evil Dragon Bar to see if she could find the herbal materials she needed. If so, that would be great. She would buy them, make them into potions, and sell them. If not, she would have to rest for a while. When the carriage stopped diagonally opposite the bar, Altair got out and paid the 10-pence fare. As soon as she reached the bar entrance, Altair heard the lively sounds coming from inside. Pushing open the heavy door and stepping inside, she was almost overwhelmed by the stifling heat, the smell of alcohol, and the stench of sweat. Altair's entry into the Evil Dragon Bar also attracted the attention of some people. The men around, upon seeing her, would whistle and wink in unison. She chose not to pay attention to these people. After bypassing the central boxing ring, she saw several billiard rooms. After a quick glance, Altair found Sven, a burly, blue-eyed old man wearing a tattered naval officer's coat. Approaching him, Altair spoke. "I heard there's an occultism enthusiasts trading market here. Could you please tell me how to get in?" Upon hearing someone speak to him, Sven turned around, looked at the person in front of him, and asked curiously, "There is indeed such a trading market, but who introduced you?" Amos Clayton." Altair really hadn't expected that entering a market would require a referrer, so she could only give the name of the old butler's youngest son, hoping it would work. Sven nodded after hearing the referrer's name and said to Altair, "Follow me." After taking a couple of steps, Sven stopped behind a billiard table, opened a secret door, and gestured for Altair to enter. But before she went in, he added, "If you see something you like but don't have enough money, you can borrow from me, there's no extra interest." Upon hearing his words, Altair asked curiously, "It seems Amos Clayton's name is quite useful here, since I don't even need to pay interest." "If you had mentioned Sheffield, it would have been even more useful," Sven replied expressionlessly. Altair thought for a moment, then nodded and walked straight into the secret door. After passing through several rooms, she finally arrived at her destination, a huge indoor space. Many people were setting up stalls, piled high with various bottles and jars. Some walked between the stalls, while others stood or squatted, negotiating deals. Composing herself, she walked past stall after stall until she finally found a merchant selling medicinal herbs. As Altair approached, the stall owner, dressed in a dark coat and dark trousers, proactively asked, "Miss, what materials would you like to buy?" "Moonflower, night fragrance grass, night glaze grass, moon lily, chamomile." Altair listed all the items she needed as if reciting a menu. The herb merchant was briefly stunned upon hearing the names of the herbs she rattled off, then quickly began packing. Once everything was packed, he stated the final price, "Madam, I'll give you a discount. You only need to give me £6. Okay." After saying that, Altair took £6 from her pouch, handed it to the herb merchant, and took the paper bag he offered. Chapter 88, Before the New Year. Wednesday, December 3, 1346. Since 7 days ago, after Altair found alternative medicinal herbs in the Evil Dragon Bar underground market, she increased the production quantity of her special type potions. At first, she was worried whether she could sell all these extra potions. But within 2 days, that concern vanished. Perhaps because the effect of the potions was indeed quite good, now, as soon as Altair's figure appeared on the streets of the North District, people would proactively come forward to inquire and purchase. No matter how many potions she brought out that day, they would definitely be sold out in less than 3 hours at most. During this time, some even suggested that they could pay a high price for her to customize a batch of potions with even better and stronger effects. But Altair found it troublesome, so she refused the customization on the grounds that her ability was limited and she couldn't make enhanced potions. Because once she accepted custom potion orders, it meant Altair would have to set up a separate process, prepare a separate set of herbs, and start a separate batch. Although it was very profitable, Altair didn't sell these potions for the sake of making money. She made and sold these potions for acting as a witch, not for acting as a merchant. With that spare time, it would be better to brew another large pot of the normal version of the potion. It wasted neither time nor herbs. Naturally, while production expanded, it also meant that the demand for herbs was expanding. Thus, the frequency of Altair's visits to the Evil Dragon Bar gradually increased, from once every 2 days at the beginning to once a day now. Recently, the herbs in the underground trading market of the Evil Dragon Bar had basically been almost drained by Altair. This wasn't to say that this market's volume was only this much. The main reason was that the new year was approaching, and most workers were gradually entering their holiday period. Even if merchants had herbs, they couldn't be transported in. During normal times, herb merchants would have long ago transferred goods from various places to send the herbs into Tinjin City. After all, when Altair bought herbs, she never bargained. As long as she felt it was appropriate, she would buy. As for the price of the herbs, to be honest, those merchants wouldn't be smart enough to hike the prices just because Altair never bargained. After all, this was an officially controlled market. If anyone was found arbitrarily hiking market prices, they would certainly be invited to leave. Once out, it would be very difficult to find another market with protection and legality. But the merchants wouldn't waste this opportunity to make money either. After several transactions, they gradually figured out Altair's trading habits. As long as they said a few more flattering words and didn't set the price too high, she was willing to trade. Near noon, after selling today's potions, Altair came to the Evil Dragon Bar market again. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her who was currently packing and asked, "Is this your last batch of stock? If I offer a high price, can you transfer a batch of herbs from elsewhere for me?" "Beautiful lady, you must be joking." The herb merchant lowered his head, and after finishing the packaging of the materials, he looked up and explained to Altair with a smile. "The new year is near, and people are busy celebrating the festival. Look at this market, hardly anyone is doing business anymore. After finishing this order for you today, I will officially enter my annual leave. Whether I have money or not, I have to go home for the new year. Work won't start again until after January 6th next year. It's £5 and 3 sol in total. You only need to pay me £5. Hearing this, Altair took out a £5 banknote from her pouch, handed it to the herb merchant, and picked up the packed paper bag. Just as she turned around to leave, she heard the merchant behind her say, "Wait a moment, lady." By the time she reacted, she saw the herb merchant take out a thing wrapped in tan craft paper from somewhere and hand it to Altair, saying, "These are cookies my little daughter made with oats and milk. Please have a taste." Looking at the specially shaped cookies before her, Altair smiled politely and said, "Your daughter is very thoughtful. May I try a piece?" "Of course." After saying that, the merchant opened the cookie bag completely and held it forward. Altair casually picked up a cookie, put it to her lips, took a small bite, and began to taste it. As she ate, she thought, although the shape of the cookie isn't very good, the baked texture is indeed quite nice, relatively dry and crunchy, with a slight toasted aroma at the edges. The grain flavor is also very sufficient, and after a few more bites, you can sense a slight sweetness. After finishing the cookie, Altair said candidly, "She is very talented, these cookies are delicious. Of course, I have always seen her as my pride. She has always had a great talent in this area." Hearing the praise, the merchant was also very delighted. After a few words of small talk, Altair took the cookies from the merchant's hand and bid farewell. "Then I will wish you a happy new year in advance here." "Happy New Year." And the merchant, upon hearing this blessing, also took off his hat and bowed. After leaving the herb stall, Altair looked around at the few remaining stalls. Finding that no one was selling herbs, she left the underground market directly without staying at the Evil Dragon Bar. She hailed a carriage and returned to the Sycamore District Villa. Skipping lunch, she entered the laboratory, preparing to turn the last batch of herbs for the year into special-type potions. Before going to bed at night, she thought to herself, "After selling this last batch of potions tomorrow, I'll return to Morristown to prepare for the new year." Chapter 89 Madame Sharon. December 15th, 1346, evening. The sun had completely set, the black sky was dotted with stars, and the streetlights along the road had already been lit. Since returning to Morristown 11 days ago, Altair had been staying inside the castle, rarely going out. But today, for the honor of the Sheffield family, she had to come to Tinjin City once again to attend the citywide charity auction. She wore a white Rococo-style dress with a cinched waist and layered skirts, paired with flesh-pink stockings, black patent leather shoes, and a simple pearl necklace, bracelet, and small earrings. Together with old Clayton, she rode in a magnificent carriage bearing the family crest, heading toward Baron Hoy's house on Ausna Street in the West District of Tinjin City. Speaking of Baron Hoy's name, few might know it, but many would certainly know the name of his stepmother, Madame Sharon. She was Tinjin's most famous widow and socialite, one of the few people who could influence both the new and old parties in Tinjin City. Of course, all of this was merely her surface identity. Her true identity was the core controller of the Demoness sect in Tinjin City, a sequence 6 Demoness of pleasure. However, it was clearly abnormal for her to host this citywide charity auction, even if she was doing so on behalf of Baron Hoy. In current society, the rules dictated that to host a city-level, large-scale charity event, the host must at least hold the rank of a count. Her stepson, Baron Hoy, was clearly unqualified to host a charity event of this scale. A lower-tier charity event would have been acceptable. This was a clear overstepping of rank. Although she was influential in Tinjin City, it didn't change the nature of this behavior. It was an outright provocation. And the most frustrating part was that she was the only count near Tinjin City. Although she was currently underage and her status hadn't been widely publicized, those who needed to know already knew. When the Sheffield family carriage appeared on the street where Baron Hoy's house was located, the surrounding carriages made way one after another. Most of these people were there to watch the drama, a newly titled underage noble being overstepped by a noble 2 ranks lower. If this matter wasn't handled well, the Sheffield family's local influence would surely take a heavy blow. Altair got a headache just thinking about such things. Originally, the best approach was cold treatment, ignoring her and not attending her event. Afterward, she could spread mild negative reviews, such as, "This Baron is too impatient," and so on. But the old butler insisted on bringing her. She really couldn't understand why they came here. It was purely looking for trouble. Once the carriage came to a halt, Altair had just stepped down when she saw the master of the manor, Baron Hoy, hurriedly coming to greet her. Looking at the enthusiastic Baron Hoy before her, Altair felt something was off, thinking, "Is this man stupid? Doesn't he know why I'm here?" Looking at the fool in front of her, Altair ultimately chose not to make a scene and instead followed him into the hall. Not long after Altair entered, a woman in a black long dress walked over. She had fair skin, brown hair and eyes, curved eyebrows, a delicate nose, and lovely lips. Her gait was graceful, and she carried a fragrant scent, inadvertently exuding an irresistible charm. Upon seeing Altair, Madame Sharon walked straight up, took her small hand, and said warmly, "Sister, I've finally met you." Wait, sister, she really was treating her as a member of the Demoness sect. After pulling her hand away, Altair looked at Sharon with an unfriendly expression and said, "Did your superior not tell you that I haven't joined you yet?" Hearing Altair speak so bluntly, Madame Sharon stopped pretending. She led her directly out of the hall to a room deep on the second floor and pushed the door open. The bedroom was luxuriously and magnificently decorated, with thick, precious carpets, a spacious layout, velvet duvet covers, and many ornaments inlaid with gold thread. Everything showcased the owner's extravagance. Unfortunately, the room was very messy. Thin, sexy underwear and stockings were scattered everywhere, and the bedding on the bed was not neatly arranged but piled haphazardly to one side with many wrinkles, as if a battle had just taken place. There was even a faint scent of heather in the air. Madame Sharon found a chair and sat down, saying warmly, "Sister, you know very well that once you consume the assassin potion, you are half a member of the Demoness sect, and you have no other choice." Altair chose a relatively clean chair, sat down, and replied, "True, but I can't join you for no reason. At the very least, there should be some benefits." After saying this, she added, "Of course, if you can only provide me with beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, I'm afraid I cannot join." Madame Sharon gave an ambiguous smile and said in a sweet voice, "We are well aware of that. You can tell us your needs." "We." Altair repeated in a low voice, then asked, "Who do you represent? The Demoness sect? Or a specific individual?" Madame Sharon remained enthusiastic and said sweetly, "The Demoness sect, of course. But you also know that there are many factions within the sect. I also represent the White Saintess. Sequence 3 Demoness of Undying characteristic, Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair characteristic, Sequence 3 Wanderer characteristic, Sequence 4 Manipulator characteristic. Sequence 5 Shepherd characteristic, Sequence 4 Shaman King characteristic, Sequence 4 Alchemist characteristic." Altair said calmly. Sitting opposite her, Madame Sharon's expression gradually distorted upon hearing Altair's list, which sounded like a menu. She hurriedly interrupted, "That's impossible. Even if the Demoness sect were emptied, it would be impossible to provide all the beyonder characteristics you're asking for." "Then what can you give?" Altair asked in return. After calming down and pausing for a few seconds, Madame Sharon said, "The Demoness sect can provide you with the beyonder characteristics of the assassin pathway up to Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair, 1 Shepherd characteristic, and 1 Astronomer characteristic. The White Saintess can provide you with 1 Traveler characteristic and 1 Dreamwalker characteristic." Altair shook her head calmly and said, "What you're offering is too ordinary for me. The price isn't high enough. You should also know that these characteristics are very easy for me to obtain. If you have no sincerity, then forget it." With that, Altair prepared to get up and leave. Wait. Madame Sharon quickly called out to the departing Altair, then glanced at a nearby mirror and said, the Demoness sect can provide you with 2 Beyonder characteristics for the assassin advancement to sequence 4, 1 Traveler, 1 Alchemist, 1 Shepherd, and 1 Imperative Mage. The White Saintess can provide you with 1 Manipulator characteristic and 1 Shaman King characteristic. But we need you to provide a stable supply of arms and some monetary compensation periodically, as well as assist us in completing missions. Chapter 90, Reality. After hearing Madame Sharon's conditions, Altair frowned slightly, appearing to think seriously. After a few seconds, she nodded gently. What share do you need, at what price? When will you give me my Beyonder characteristic, how much more do I need to pay, and most importantly, what kind of tasks are they? Madame Sharon chuckled and raised her head. Don't worry, sister. We are all family, and we understand your current situation, we won't make things difficult for you. Regarding the weapons trade, the Patriarch hopes to purchase at the Lone Army's prices. Also, you need to convince the other shareholders to provide the family with a stable share. This won't be hard for you. As for the characteristic, someone will deliver it to you after our conversation. She will discuss the price with you. As for the tasks, there is much you need to do. You know that the acting for the Demoness pathway often requires bringing about calamity. The family hopes you can use your noble status to provide some assistance to our sisters within your power. For example, during the chaos in Backlund a few months ago, you could have given the sisters opportunities to complete their acting and assisted them in covering their retreat. The tasks you mentioned are too vague, it's a huge pit, Altair interrupted flatly. She continued, regarding weapons, I will strive for the family's interests as much as possible. But for tasks, I need to calculate the gains and losses before deciding whether to help. That's fine, Madame Sharon replied with a smile, not refusing. Altair smiled and joked, aren't you afraid that I won't provide help when the time comes? Sister, you must be joking. After saying this, Madame Sharon stood up and giggled. Since the family has recruited you, we will make sure you feel our sincerity. Before she finished, Madame Sharon began undressing as if no one else was there, revealing her naturally seductive body, seemingly to change into a gown. But as if remembering something, she looked up and asked softly, forgive me, sister, I almost forgot an important matter. The family has some questions regarding the weapon designers at the arsenal. I wonder if you could enlighten me, sister. Tell me about it, Altair blinked and asked curiously in return. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Madame Sharon's lips. Her voice was as soft as water as she asked, according to the new weapon designs the family obtained, these concepts are essentially identical to Roselle's ideas from back then. So they want to know if those weapon designers found that ethereal place of legend and obtained Roselle's inheritance. I wouldn't know about that, Altair shook her head directly, then added, you should also know that I'm still a minor. Uncle Grandfather Leaf doesn't let me touch these things. I only know that such designers exist, but I have no idea where they are or how to find them. Madame Sharon didn't press further. After silently changing into a magnificent long dress, she turned her back to Altair and said in a sultry voice, sister, help me pull my corset tight. Hearing this, Altair stood up to help her shape her figure. The idle Madame Sharon said with a hint of grievance in her tone, we've been in contact for less than half an hour, and for 20 minutes of that, I've been envying your good fortune, sister. High status, wealth, power, and the family is even rushing to give you the characteristic needed for promotion to demigod. As for me, I'll only be eligible for the Demoness of Afflictions formula after I complete the task of recruiting you. As for when I'll get the characteristic, I don't even dare to think about it. If you ever have the idea of selling a Demoness of Afflictions characteristic, you must remember to notify me. Altair didn't intend to reply to Madame Sharon's words but instead asked curiously. How did you know I was in Tingen City? My tracks have always been concealed. Upon hearing this, Madame Sharon slowly walked to the vanity, took out a slender glass potion bottle containing a pale yellow liquid, and held it before Altair's eyes. She chuckled, this is a potion you made, isn't it? I deduced you had returned to your ancestral land for the winter because of it. Although you improved this potion to have greater side effects and better results, its essence hasn't changed. Coincidentally, I happen to have specialized in researching it before. So I gave it a try, and the result was quite good, at the very least, it lured you out, sister. After hearing Madame Sharon's explanation, Altair took a deep breath and said, weren't you afraid of guessing wrong? Madame Sharon turned around, took Altair's arm, and said affectionately, I wasn't. Even if I had guessed wrong and you hadn't returned, I wouldn't have lost anything by trying. It's just that now I have a matter I need you to help me resolve. As you know, I organized this charity auction in Baron Hoy's name. If you hadn't returned, it would have been fine, I could have handled the consequences here in Tingen City. But now the difficulty is that you have returned, sister, and I, your sister, find it very difficult to bear the consequences. So I was thinking. Before Madame Sharon could finish, Altair lightly raised her right hand, letting her slender white fingers slowly slide down Sharon's face. With a bit of mischief, she smiled and said, I refuse to help. These are consequences you caused yourself, and you need to bear them yourself. At 9 p.m., Altair and Madame Sharon left her room together and went to the banquet hall to take their seats. After the host finished explaining that the funds raised from this auction would be used for the construction of an orphanage, he emphasized the social responsibility of the nobility once more. With that, the auction officially began. Following his words, servants continuously brought items onto the auction stage, mostly antiques, artworks, jewelry, and the like. No items went unsold. This was because the original owners would provide a floor price for the items. If no one was interested, they would have an agent place a bid. But none of this had anything to do with Altair. She would bid on items she liked but wouldn't persist in buying them. Once someone bid higher than her, she would give up. In the end, she only spent 200 gold pounds to buy a sapphire necklace. When the auction ended, Altair and Old Clayton quietly left, skipping the subsequent ball and banquet. Old Clayton had persuaded Baron Hoy before the auction began and successfully obtained compensation before leaving. The underlying rule of any world is violence. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. If your word doesn't count, it only means your fist isn't big enough. In this world, that means whoever is a beyonder, whoever has a higher sequence, and whoever has a stronger backing has a better future. Chapter 91, Joining the Demonist Sect. December 20th, 1346. In the afternoon, Altair arrived at Baron Hoy's house once again. Since Madame Sharon had given instructions beforehand, the servants did not dare to be negligent. They enthusiastically led her to the private drawing room and brought black tea and snacks. Before long, Madame Sharon, wearing a thin gauze dress, walked in leading a young girl who was carrying a light-colored wooden box. After entering, Madame Sharon took both their hands and introduced them warmly. Altair, this is Adela Kennedy, an Inticion. She is the contact person the family has arranged for you. Adela, this is Altair. You should already be clear about her situation, so there's no need for a special introduction. Nice to meet you, Altair greeted with a smile. Adela nodded and replied with a smile, Good afternoon, Miss Altair. I want to complete the task as soon as possible. Let's get straight to the point. After speaking, Adela placed the box in her hand onto a nearby table and explained, All the items in this suitcase are the promises given to you by the sect and the White Saintess. 2 sets each of the beyonder materials or characteristics required for sequence 9 to sequence 4 of the assassin pathway, as well as 6 beyonder characteristics for traveler, alchemist, shepherd, imperative mage, manipulator, and shaman king. There are also occultism books opened by the church for the sequence 4 demoness of despair. However, these are all general knowledge. If you need specialized knowledge, you will need to contribute to the family before you can exchange for them. The church can provide you with the characteristics and related books for the assassin pathway for free. As for the other characteristics, you will need to provide an additional 100,000 gold pounds. After speaking, she took a small ring box from her bosom, opened it, and took out a naturally crafted sapphire ring. She then said, Put this ring on. After taking the ring, Altair examined it curiously, thinking to herself, could this be the sapphire ring in Trissy's hands 3 years from now? She used the ring to summon the primordial demoness, Cheek, and disrupted George III apotheosis ritual. Adam. As soon as this thought fell, a ripple like water appeared in the surrounding space, gradually spreading outwards with her as the center. But all these fluctuations might have been a visual error or an illusion. At the very least, the 3 people in the room did not observe or feel them. By the time Altair put the ring on her ring finger, neither the ring nor she had undergone any changes. She then looked at it curiously, thinking, It seems I overthought it, this is just an ordinary ring. Adela, on the other hand, observed Altair's reaction after putting on the ring. After waiting a few seconds and seeing nothing happen, she interrupted, Let's make an oath. Recite it with me. The source of disaster, the symbol of destruction and doomsday, the demoness who wields chaos. I, Adela, swear by the ring of Cheek, I am willing to use this female body to spread calamity and incite fear. After the oath was finished, Altair calmed herself and her pupils regained focus. She looked in terror at the sapphire ring on her right hand, which was now emitting a faint light. Adela, standing not far away, watched her calmly. When everything returned to normal, she stepped forward and opened her palm. Seeing her movement, Altair immediately understood and hurriedly took off the sapphire ring from her ring finger and handed it to her. After taking back the ring, Adela carefully stored it away again and explained, You don't need to be afraid. She is the faith of the church, the first one nurtured by chaos, and the final one who ends everything. After hearing Adela's words, Altair thought, What are you talking about? I didn't see the primordial demoness. What surprised me was why I followed you in reciting the oath, and that the ring really is the ring of Cheek. Madame Sharon, who had been standing aside with nothing to do, saw that things were over and hurriedly stepped forward to lead them to their seats, saying, Sister, you can rest easy. Although the demoness sect presents itself as a sect to the outside world, we are essentially a family. We are all daughters of the primordial one. I understand, Altair said softly. Seeing Altair's reaction, Madame Sharon was about to speak when Adela said to her. Sharon, go prepare some refreshments first. We will move on to the follow-up negotiations immediately. Hearing this, Madame Sharon revealed a suggestive smile and said coquettishly, I'll go prepare them right away. After she left the room, Adela spoke again, Sharon is right. The Demonis sect is essentially a Demonis family. Although many things within the sect cannot be unified, we are consistent toward the outside world. I wasn't originally the one supposed to guide you into the family this time, but unfortunately, the person originally scheduled received another mission when they set out 3 days ago, so I was sent instead. She should have told you as well that the family needs you to provide a stable, large-scale channel for firearms. This is a task you must complete. As for other matters later, you don't need to handle them for now, but remember to speed up your acting to advance to sequence 4. The acting method for a Demonis must be kept in mind, remember that you are only acting, do not lose yourself. Just as Adela finished saying this, Madame Sharon knocked on the door and led the servants inside. After the refreshments were laid out and the servants left, she introduced to them, Marquis black tea, delicate taste, quick sweet aftertaste. Listening to Madame Sharon's introduction, the two of them involuntarily tasted the black tea in their cups. After the tea tasting, Adela continued. You don't need to give me that 100,000 gold pounds. Use it to open up the channel and make purchases. If possible, let me take away the first shipment of goods before the end of January after the new year. Altair nodded and asked curiously, why does the family need so many weapons? We don't need to do acting for war, do we? Adela nodded and joked in a steady tone, to make money. The sect needs to pay huge sums of money every year to train newcomers. Besides, war itself is a disaster for ordinary people. The family also owns armories in Intis, but the weapons market is developing too fast. After Lone introduced new weapons 6 months ago, other countries also developed new types of weapons in the past month or so. Shouldn't that mean technical support is urgently needed? Buying and reselling wouldn't make much money, right? Altair muttered. You're certainly right. Adela agreed directly after hearing her mutter, then added, but we can't get the technology. As far as I know, the matriarch once performed a specific divination using the designer's name. According to normal logic, even if a pseudonym was used, with the matriarch's strength as a sequence 2, she should have been able to divine some clues. But the result we got was very strange, we only obtained one useful piece of information, they do not belong to this era. Chapter 92, returning to Backlund once more. Does not belong to this era. Altair murmured softly, repeating those words. She naturally understood the meaning of this sentence, as she was the one who had come up with it. By copying designs and names from the era of the outer deities, she thought, I'd be impressed if a sequence 2 could divine my secrets. The way she was acting now was merely a performance for outsiders. After all, regarding the factory shares, the public claim was that I only held 5%, making her the noble shareholder with the smallest stake. However, the fool's honorific name begins with, the fool who doesn't belong to this era. Good luck with that. Adela looked at Altair and said softly from the side, if possible, the family hopes you can try to recruit some valuable designers. Of course, if it's truly impossible, there's no need to force it. The family has already asked an artisan to conduct research. It will take about 3 months to fully grasp the technology. Understood, I will do my best. After returning to her normal demeanor, Altair nodded. As the discussion concluded, Madame Sharon extended an invitation to the two of them, to welcome Lady Adela's arrival. I have organized a special welcome ball for tonight. Would you like to join us, sister? It can provide you with a novel experience and will be beneficial for your future acting. Altair cast a casual glance and noticed the differences between the two people beside her. Madame Sharon seemed to be imagining, longing, decompressing, and reminiscing, while Adela's mood was very calm, as if Sharon's words weren't directed at her, not moving her in the slightest. With a soft sigh, Altair politely declined, I'll pass on the ball, I'm not really interested. I still have to arrange my return to Backlund. It seems I'll be spending this year in a busy state. After saying this, Altair stood up, bid them both farewell, and prepared to leave Baron Hoy's residence to return to her villa in the Sycamore district. Madame Sharon and Adela stood up to see her off. When they reached the door, Adela took out a tube of red potion and introduced it. This is my communication potion. You should have used one before, so I don't need to specifically teach you. Once you return to Backlund and settle things, remember to contact me. After taking the communication potion, Altair nodded to show she understood. She had been using this kind of thing ever since she came into contact with Vivian. However, unlike when discussing official business, she and Vivian used the communication potions to express their mutual longing for each other. Once Altair returned to the Sycamore District villa by carriage, she saw old Clayton as soon as she entered the main door. He was currently sitting in the villa's hall as if waiting for her, only breathing a sigh of relief when he saw her return. Approaching him, Altair said to old Clayton, I've just revised the itinerary. I plan to return to Backlund for the new year this year. Han will temporarily stay in Morristown. At the beginning of next year, he'll escort the Beyonder materials and return to Backlund together with us. In a moment, go send telegrams to both Count Leifstrauss's household and the Backlund manor, stating my intention to return to Backlund for the new year. After handing over these tasks, Altair did not stay to explain the reasons. Instead, she went back to her room alone and arranged for her two maids, Vera and Irene, to pack their luggage in preparation to leave Tingen City. If one is going to act, one must perform the full set. If she didn't return to Backlund to consult with the other shareholders and could still provide a share of arms to the witch cult, it would surely arouse suspicion. She couldn't expose her true background yet. As for the new year, she was currently alone in the world with no relatives, it didn't matter where she spent it. After clarifying all matters and everyone had left, Altair recalled the scene at Madame Sharon's house. She felt as if she had forgotten something. After receiving that ring of cheek, she had inexplicably taken an oath with Adela. Woo! 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 When the massive whistle echoed across the entire platform, the pitch-black steam locomotive engine, trailing thick white smoke and making a clanging, screeching sound of deceleration, slowly pulled into the platform of Backlund Station. Altair, dressed in a magnificent outfit and accompanied by her two personal maids, quietly left through a special VIP passage. Altair had only left Backlund twice and returned twice, so the frequency wasn't high. But every time she returned to Backlund, she had the same feeling, a dry, itchy nose and the urge to sneeze. After walking a few steps, Altair saw Vivian, dressed in a wine-red gown, a deep dark green wool coat, and a black felt hat, slowly walking toward her with several servants. After receiving your telegram yesterday afternoon, I arranged my time according to the schedule. But after all my calculations, I didn't expect the train to arrive early. While listening to Vivian speak, Altair handed the luggage tags to the servants, letting them go move the luggage. Although the three of them were Beyonders and stronger than average people, they couldn't handle such a large amount of luggage. Moreover, a noble lady moving luggage did not conform to the basic standards of this era. Once the others had left, Altair slowly walked up to Vivian and asked, "Why did you come personally? You could have just sent a servant to pick me up." After all, the weather and temperature in Backlund today aren't very pleasant. Standing opposite Altair, Vivian gave her a direct eye roll upon hearing this. She took off her own wool coat, draped it over Altair's shoulders, and said, "Since you know the weather in Backlund is bad, why didn't you put on a thick coat? This isn't Tingen City." While the two were still exchanging pleasantries, the servants had already loaded the luggage onto the carriage and arranged it properly, ready to return at any time. After everyone boarded, the coachman drove away from Backlund Station. After a half-hour journey, the carriage finally made its way back to the Sheffield Manor in Empressborough. The street cleaning system of this period was still very primitive, without any modern snowplows. Once it snowed, workers had to use shovels to clear it bit by bit, a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Upon returning to the manor, Altair and Vivian sat before the fireplace to warm themselves, drinking tea and chatting. After Altair explained why she had returned, Vivian looked at her with an incredulous expression and said, "The Demoness sect gave out 2 sequence 4 Demoness of Despair Beyonder characteristics just to win you over." "Yes," Altair replied with a slight nod while still sipping her tea. "Did this person, Adela, come with you to Backlund?" Vivian asked. "No, at least not with me." After saying this, Altair asked curiously, "Do you know her?" Vivian shook her head and said in a grave tone, "I know of her, but she doesn't know me. I know this person, she is a sequence 4 Demoness of Despair." Chapter 93, The Demoness Gift. "But I rarely hear of her going on missions. She explained this to me when we first met. It's possible the higher-ups of the Demoness sect don't have time right now." Altair didn't care much about this matter and replied casually. After thinking for a moment, she added, "We don't have anything worth scheming for anyway, and if anything goes wrong, there will be someone taller to hold up the sky." Vivian nodded, then stood up with light steps and sat in Altair's lap. In a seductive voice, she said, "I'm curious, what plans do you have for that extra sequence 4 characteristic, Lady Altair?" I haven't decided yet." After saying that, Altair wrapped her arms around Vivian's slender waist and added, "We don't have many people around us on the Demoness pathway anyway. How about we get a cat and save the characteristic for her?" As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of meow meow echoed in Altair's ears, followed by her usual cat-petting session. Having just arrived in Backlund today, Altair was in no rush to see Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others. Things should be done slowly, as long as part of the trade was completed by the end of next January, it would be fine. What she wanted to do now was maximize the profits. The Lone Kingdom Army bought rifles from the arsenal at £7 10 sol each, while the Navy paid £7 15 sol. The Demoness sect surely wanted to buy at the Army's price and then resell them. But everyone knew that the firearms weren't particularly advanced and could be easily replicated without paying intellectual property fees. The important part was the bullets. That was the only technology this era hadn't fully mastered. The best way was bundling, or following the previous method of having them pay a firearm design fee before they could purchase finished bullets. Near noon on December 22, 1346, Altair took a carriage alone to Strauss Manor. She planned to see Uncle Grandfather Leaf and brief him on the Demonisect's affairs. Regarding this matter, Altair really had no other choice. After 2 days of thinking, Altair guessed that the most likely reason the Demonisect approached her to buy weapons was to drag everyone into the water and involve them in George III Apotheosis project. This approach could achieve multiple goals at once. First, they could quickly accumulate funds through reselling. Second, at a critical moment, they could frame her for the illegal sale of weapons. When the time came, pulling up the radish would bring the mud with it. Uncle Grandfather Leaf and the others would certainly be implicated. So she planned to lay her cards on the table and tell Uncle Grandfather Leaf about the Demonisect's schemes. As for the most important part, George III Apotheosis project, she would simply frame it as a suspicion that the Augustus family and the Demonisect were secretly cooperating, without needing to explain everything fully. At the dining table, after Altair explained her thoughts to Uncle Grandfather Leaf, he nodded and said, "Your guess makes a lot of sense. No wonder the Augustus family suddenly intervened in that matter between us and the Demonisect back then. Go back after lunch. I have to discuss things with those old fogies this afternoon. I don't think you'd want to participate in such a boring affair." Altair nodded, picked up her knife and fork again, and continued her lunch. She indeed had no interest in attending a gathering of old men, as it was far too boring. After lunch, Uncle Grandfather Leaf walked Altair to the door. Just as the carriage was about to leave, he remembered something and said to her, "If there's a next gathering, you can bring Vivian along. Some things no longer need to be kept secret from her." This sentence immediately sent Altair into deep thought. After returning home, she asked Vivian about it. Only then did she learn the reason. On the second day after Altair had left Backlund, Uncle Grandfather Leaf had sought out Vivian. After their discussion, one thing was settled. Vivian officially joined the Sheffield family, changed her name to Vivian Sheffield, and had already been added to the family tree. On the evening of December 30, 1346, Altair and Vivian returned to their own home after having dinner at Uncle Grandfather Leaf's house, not staying to spend New Year's Eve with him. The carriage had just stopped in front of the villa when the clock of Empress Borough struck 12. Taking the opportunity, Altair brought out a gift she had prepared long ago, a multi-strand sapphire necklace. The necklace was composed of several gold chains, with square sapphires inlaid at regular intervals. The overall design was simple and elegant, yet not lacking in luxury. Actually, Altair believed that the best gift for a Beyonder should be a sealed artifact. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet advanced to an artisan, so she couldn't craft a good sealed artifact, nor did she have the contact information of any artisans. Thus, she could only give ordinary items. Vivian, on the other hand, took out a jewelry box. Upon opening it, a slender rose gold ring was revealed. She took the ring out and said to Altair, "I practically went bankrupt to get this ring." After her exclamation, Vivian placed the ring on the ring finger of Altair's left hand and introduced it. This ring is a sealed artifact made using the Beyonder characteristic of a sequence 6 rose bishop. It has only one ability, which is flesh and blood magic. As long as you don't involve changes to your spirituality, you'll be fine. The side effect is that after each use, you need to replenish flesh and blood, preferably fresh. After introducing the sealed artifact, Vivian wrapped her arms around Altair's neck and gave a seductive smile. After using her spirituality to communicate with the ring and activate its ability, Altair conveniently lifted Vivian up. Vivian looked at Altair with eyes as pure as a fawn's and said to her, "For today, tomorrow, and the day after, there are only you, me, and 2 unimportant personal maids in this house. You can do as you please." As she spoke, Vivian wrapped her long, beautiful legs around Altair's waist, letting her body lean into her embrace. Altair tore at her clothes as she walked. After returning to the room, high-pitched singing soon echoed throughout the bedroom. But perhaps because they were too focused, neither of them noticed a trace of imperceptible light flowing from Altair's body into Vivian's, continuously transforming her. After a long time, the two finally entered a state of rest. Vivian leaned against Altair and sighed weakly. "It seems my money was indeed well spent. The effect is quite good." Chapter 94, Annoying Demonic Wolf Cub. There's something even more fun. After saying this, Altair used her spirituality to increase her size, tightly hugging Vivian and preventing her from breaking free. Vivian was not to be outdone, exerting her own strength. The two went back and forth, and for a while, it was a stalemate. The next morning, after Vivian woke up, she propped her head up with her hand and gazed at Altair's profile with a smile in her eyes. Suddenly feeling playful, she reached out and gently pinched Altair's nose. When Altair felt something and tried to swat her hand away, she quickly pulled back. After repeating this 3 times, Altair finally woke up. When Altair woke up, the first thing she saw was Vivian's mischievous grin. Recalling the odd sensation before waking, she suddenly turned over and pinned the girl beneath her. You should supplement your flesh and blood. After saying this, Vivian pouted slightly, her eyes wide, intentionally carrying a hint of grievance. Reminded, Altair wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she leaned down and whispered in her ear, morning exercise first. A long while later, Altair sat on the bed, gulping down the cup of red liquid brought by Irene. Beside her, Vivian was completely naked, her face flushed, looking at her charmingly as she softly reminded her, drink slowly, don't be in such a hurry, or you'll get drunk. After saying this, Vivian added, this is blood wine I made using a special secret technique, primarily with spiritual blood, added with high-proof alcohol, Sonia spring water, sugar, and various spices. Still drinking the blood wine, Altair nodded slightly and slowed down her pace. After she finished, placed the wine glass on the tray, and wiped her mouth with a napkin, she asked casually, when did you prepare this? It's so complete. After you left Backlund, I had nothing to do, so I prepared it in advance. After saying this, Vivian added with a frown, back when you proposed the method, I found an artisan through a bee gathering to design and create this rose ring. It successfully retained the Rose Bishop's flesh and blood magic ability. I thought that given your personality and our protection, this ring would only be used for this kind of thing in the future, so I only brewed a small amount of blood wine. But it wasn't until Madame Sharon discovered your whereabouts and reported it to the witch cult that she woke me up. None of us can be by your side at all times to help and protect you. I really regret not spending more money back then to retain its flesh and blood bomb ability. With that ability, combined with your Sequence 7 witch powers, you could contend with Sequence 6 Beyonders, and if you encounter someone you can't beat, it could be used for escape. Listening to Vivian's words, Altair was deeply moved, but she thought helplessly, I am terribly sorry. I hope you can still forgive me once you learn the truth. I really can't tell you my secret because the implications of this special situation are too vast. Once discovered, I would certainly be wanted, hunted, and researched. But as long as this secret isn't exposed, you can rest assured about my safety. As a 4-in-1 Sequence 7, as long as I don't run into a Sequence 5 in their prime, I might not be able to solo them, but escaping is definitely no problem. Near noon on January 26, 1347, Altair and Vivian stood at the villa entrance, dressed formally, waiting for two people to step down from a carriage. As the visitors approached, Altair stepped forward to greet them, Good afternoon, Lady Adela. Please follow me. With that, Altair led the way, guiding Adela into the villa's dining room to have lunch together, after which they would sign the cooperation contract. After more than half a month of discussions, the veteran family heads like Uncle Grandfather Leaf finally decided they could cooperate with the Demonist sect. But before cooperating, they needed them to sign a special agreement to ensure they wouldn't be betrayed. As the initiator of all this, Altair smoothly took on the responsibility of being the bridge for negotiations, responsible for relaying terms to the Demonist sect and arranging the signing. After lunch, everyone went to Altair's private study for a secret talk. After Altair placed a roll of parchment, which constantly emitted a faint yellow glow, in front of Adela, she spoke calmly, Since I returned to Backlund, I have begun the tasks assigned by the family, persuading factory shareholders in hopes they would agree to cooperate with the family. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After more than half a month of persuasion, they basically have a certain amount of cooperation in tent. But before cooperating, they need the family to make some guarantees, and the terms within this parchment scroll are the prerequisites for cooperation. Adela picked up the parchment and began to read. In fact, Altair had already seen the contents. They were mostly common requirements. First, the weapons company being sold would not be Rheinmetall, the company name might be Eastland Resources or Northern Union, but regardless of the company, the Demonist sect must not mention it was acquired in loan when reselling. Second, one-time payment upon transaction, no credit, no warranty. Third, confidentiality is mandatory, the Demonist sect must guarantee no leaks. After reading the terms, Adela nodded and said, the family can agree to these terms. We can even proactively add more confidentiality agreements, but there are conditions. For example, once Rheinmetall releases new weapons, if the family wants to buy them, we must be guaranteed the ability to do so. This is a necessary condition. On January 28, 1347, after seeing off Adela, who had received the weapons, Altair's heart finally settled. After all, this was a Sequence 4 demigod. If she were to suddenly lash out, Altair couldn't even imagine how she would die. After seeing off the demigod, Altair's life returned to normal, leaving early and returning late every day, purchasing herbs to brew special potions and sell them to complete her acting. Although Backlund has a large population, as long as she didn't sell in the slums, there were plenty of buyers. But from the beginning until now, despite half a month of effort, Altair hadn't been able to reach the scale of large-scale sales like in Tingen City. Because there are simply too many Beyonders here, with higher quality and a wider variety. There are also various official and unofficial spies. For example, right now, Altair had just been selling potions in the South District for a while when she triggered a hidden option, escaping capture. Ilya, are you sure she just ran here? A lady dressed as a high-ranking nun of the Church of the Night asked, looking at the surroundings. Responding to her was a woman dressed in knight's attire, who nodded and replied, I'm certain, Sister Erica. I've been chasing her from the South District all the way to south of the bridge. I can guarantee and be certain she is nearby right now. Not far away, on the eaves, Altair, hiding with invisibility powder, complained in her heart, as expected of wolf cubs, once they lock on, they bite so hard. They've chased me across a whole district and still won't give up. They really give me no way out. We all believe in the same God, is this really necessary? Besides, I'm your esteemed benefactor, benefactress. I strongly disapprove of your behavior. Next time I pay the protection fee, I'll cut your activity funds. Half an hour later, the two below the eaves finally lost the scent and left. On the eaves, Altair finally stood up, took off her black hood, found a random carriage on the roadside, paid 2 souls to hire it, and returned to Sheffield Manor. When it comes to capturing the potion-selling witch, the ones she finds most annoying are those from the Church of the Night. They're the idlest bunch, and once they spot Altair, they seem to inherit their main deity's trait, chasing her relentlessly like wolves. The Church of Steam and Machinery and the Church of Storms don't really care much about this. As long as Altair doesn't sell right in front of them, they can't be bothered to catch her. Besides, when purchasing, the seller warns about side effects. If something goes wrong with the potion-taking believers, that's their own business. You can't enjoy the effects of the medicine and then turn around and beat up the pharmacist. Chapter 95, Audrey's Extraordinary Sightings. On February 5, 1347, after the carriage came to a steady halt and the door opened, Altair, who was standing at the door to welcome her, immediately saw the visitor, Audrey Hall. At this moment, she was wearing a light white long dress, her waist cinched extremely thin by a corset, and the multi-layered tiered skirt was perfectly supported by a crinoline. After Audrey got off the carriage, she didn't greet her immediately. Instead, she picked up the golden retriever puppy from the carriage and smiled at Altair. Good morning, Miss Altair. Good morning, Miss Audrey. After speaking, Altair turned her gaze to the golden retriever puppy in Audrey's arms and asked with a light chuckle, is this your new pet? Audrey gave a soft and then held the golden retriever puppy out in front of Altair, signaling that she could hold it, and introduced, this golden retriever is named Susie, it's a New Year's gift from my father. When Altair took the golden retriever puppy, she gently stroked its back. The texture was that unique soft fur of a puppy, light, thin, and there was also a faint milky scent. She thought to herself, it seems this is the future famous dog of fantasy, Susie. She really is cute when she's little. After finishing the greetings, Altair led Audrey into the villa's drawing room and gestured for her to take a seat as she pleased. After the two sat opposite each other, Altair asked curiously, I'm very curious, what method did you use to get your parents to agree to let you leave the manor with only a maid and come to my place? Audrey pouted slightly, with a bit of grievance and a touch of loss, explaining, everyone has been so busy lately, no one has free time to play with me. So, using the reason that being home alone was too boring, I applied to father and mother to go out shopping. Hearing Audrey's complaint, Altair nodded in understanding. Although the new year had just passed, according to normal logic, this should be the most idle time of the year. People could use this rare free time to travel, recuperate, or enjoy family happiness at a farm. But nobles couldn't, and Audrey's father especially had no way to enjoy such a life. He was not only the head of the Hall family but also a member of the House of Lords and a major banker. With these multiple identities stacked together, he had plenty to be busy with right now. In a sense, Susie's appearance represented that Earl Hall was indeed very busy. After all, January to February is the peak of the winter hunting season, with events hosted every week. Hosting means inviting people, and people use this way to connect with political allies, discuss parliamentary activities, and so on. This resulted in noblemen being outside almost every day, being extremely busy. Meanwhile, Earl Hall's wife, Caitlin Hall, should currently be handling estate affairs, meeting with stewards and tenant farmers, calculating this year's estate income while also planning next year's agricultural development and land rent prices. After handling those, she still needed to arrange for custom dresses and jewelry, submit social season applications to the royal family, and decide on dates for banquets and balls, all to prepare for this year's social season. While Altair was lost in thought, Audrey kept shifting her seat, gradually approaching Altair. After grabbing her small hand, she acted spoiled towards her. Sister Altair, you said that as long as I could find a way to come to your house alone, you would let me see real occult items. Hearing this, Altair poked Audrey's nose with her finger and said with a bitter face, and here I was, feeling touched that you thought of me and came to find me in your free time. But now I know that you, girl, didn't come to see me, but to see illegal items. Humph, I'm heartbroken. Sister Altair, my good sister, I definitely came to visit you, they are just incidental. Sensing she had let the truth slip, Audrey kept swaying Altair's arm and acted spoiled. Feeling Audrey's movements, Altair could only shake her head helplessly and said to her, all right, I get it. Now let go of my hand, and I'll take you to see. After waiting for Audrey to let go of her arm, Altair stood up and led her toward the Sheffield family's treasury. Opening the first-level treasury door with a specialized key, Altair introduced to Audrey, the things within these invisible walls are various Beyonder materials or Beyonder items. After speaking, Altair handed an item list on the side to Audrey. After Audrey finished reading the list in her hand, she also discovered several familiar names. Recalling carefully, she found that some of these items were also in her own family's treasury. So, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Altair, cornea of a dream-eater evil eye, head of a savage dog, blood of a giant warrior. My family seems to have some of these things too. Sister Altair, do you know what these things are for? And are these things really related to Beyonder items? Why is it all horns, blood, heads, corneas, bones, spinal columns, all sorts of things? Hearing Audrey's questions, Altair couldn't help but chuckle a few times and explained, these items are all Beyonder materials, it's normal to have all sorts of things. As long as one can collect the correct potion formula, people can use these Beyonder materials to craft potions. And after a person consumes a potion, they become a Beyonder. For example, the Nighthawks of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Punishers of the Church of the God of Storms, the Machinery Hive Mind of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, though these titles are different, they are essentially just the names different churches use for their own Beyonders. As for why your family has these materials, it should be for investment. After all, the uniqueness of these Beyonder materials dictates their extraordinary value, and as long as a world-ending war doesn't occur, they won't drop in price. All these labels, without exception, introduce it as an excellent investment product. After listening to Altair's introduction, Audrey also nodded repeatedly. Earl Hall himself was a well-known banker in the Kingdom of Loan, and as his daughter, Audrey naturally couldn't be a truly naive person. She was certainly very clear about what things held value and could be further invested in. Correct potion formula. After repeating this phrase, Audrey asked Altair curiously, why say, correct potion formula? Can potion formulas be fake? Can't we just mix various materials randomly to make a potion? Of course, a correct potion formula is extremely important in the matter of mixing potions. A potion formula usually records the amounts of main and supplementary materials. The main materials are the key factor for people to become Beyonders, so they can't be more or less. The supplementary materials have the special function of soothing the spirit, they can assist people in reducing the pressure of becoming a Beyonder. After saying this, Altair warned Audrey again, Beyonder materials are inherently dangerous items for ordinary people, do not come into direct contact with them unless necessary. If people randomly mix materials to make a potion, the best result is losing control on the spot and dying immediately, the worst result is becoming various indescribable monsters. Chapter 96, Roselle's Notes. After listening to Altair's advice, Audrey nodded repeatedly, but she still couldn't help her curiosity and asked tentatively, if I wanted to become a Beyonder, how should I obtain the correct potion formula, or rather, what kind of people possess the correct potion formula? Families with long historical heritages, various organizations, or wild Beyonders. For example, the Lone Royal family, the Augustus family, the Faysac Empire, the Einhorn family, the various Orthodox deity churches, secret organizations, and so on, Altair said casually. After speaking, she added, of course, I don't recommend that you immediately prepare and consume a potion as soon as you obtain its potion formula. Rumor has it that there are 22 correct Beyonder pathways, which Beyonders also call the 22 divine pathways. Naturally, there are 22 corresponding potion formulas. And people who take different pathways gain entirely different abilities from the potions. However, when it comes to potions, you must not forget that they are magic potions. Different potions also carry different forms of mental pollution, which will constantly affect one's emotions, values, and behavioral principles. 22 pathways, that many? Audrey couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing that there were so many Beyonder pathways. After her exclamation, she asked another question, Sister Altair, I remember my father once saying that the Sheffield family heritage spans nearly 700 years. Since you know so much, your family must have the correct formulas, right? Since we have such a good relationship, could I purchase a formula through you? Altair shook her head in silence as a response to Audrey's hopeful request. But to prevent Audrey from overthinking, she added, your guess is indeed correct, the Sheffield family does possess potion formulas. But my family only has 2 relatively complete Beyonder pathways, 1 hunter pathway with potion formulas from sequence 9 to sequence 4, and 1 warrior pathway with potion formulas from sequence 9 to sequence 5. The others are incomplete, such as the lawyer, arbiter, savant, mystery prior, criminal, and prisoner pathways. It's not that I don't want to give you these formulas, but rather that none of them suit you. In the hunter pathway, as long as you advance to sequence 4, you will become a male. As for the warrior pathway, don't forget that as a noble, it's impossible for you to become a qualified warrior. As for the other incomplete ones, they aren't very suitable either. I wouldn't even choose these pathways for myself, let alone for you. My personal advice to you is to acquire the potion formulas for Spectator, Reader, Bard, Monster, Sleepless, or Apothecary through other channels. Among them, the most recommended are Spectator and Apothecary. The Spectator pathway, as you advance, will grant you extreme observation, mind reading, mental interference, while the Apothecary pathway will grant you superb pharmaceutical skills. For instance, many difficult and complicated diseases in today's society would be cured instantly by you. As the sequence level gets higher, it will continuously grant you abilities like beast taming, increased charm, and a lifespan of at least 300 years, but this pathway also has very obvious side effects. The vampires people speak of are prominent representatives of this pathway. After a moment of silence, Audrey still chose the Spectator pathway. Even though Altair had praised the abilities of the Apothecary pathway to the heavens, it didn't change her mind. Perhaps this was destiny. Even with better options, one cannot change what is meant to be. After finishing their chat, Audrey looked at other collectibles in the Sheffield family, such as a damaged book of Roselle's notes. Regarding this book, Altair introduced, this is a collection from a Sheffield ancestor. We descendants believe this ancestor's contribution to the Sheffield family is second only to the founding grace of the first Sheffield. It is precisely because of this ancestor's contribution that I, as the heir of the Sheffield family, have the opportunity to lead this family to reach even greater heights once again. After seeing Audrey off, Altair returned to the villa. Just as she entered, Vivian said with dissatisfaction, is she Audrey Hall? The most dazzling jewel of Backlund. She doesn't look like much to me. Sensing Vivian's jealousy, Altair stepped forward to comfort her, of course. Who could be more beautiful and moving than my Vivian? Leaning in, she whispered in her ear, most importantly, she can play any role I want, and I quite like the sound she makes when she sings at the top of her lungs. This sentence made Vivian's face turn red instantly. She gave Altair a light slap and rolled her eyes, saying, you really have no shame. Altair took the opportunity to grab Vivian's wrist and pull her into her arms, saying, rest assured, Audrey and I have no private affair, we are just normal friends. Maybe I have a thought, which is that I'd like a sister like her. After saying this, Altair lowered her head to smell Vivian's hair and added, in terms of seniority, you are still her, well, sister-in-law. Breaking free from Altair's embrace, Vivian said, actually, I don't mind if you have other lovers. Don't forget I'm from Intis, where the social atmosphere is much more open than in Lone. In our country, people from all different social classes, as long as they have spare money, will more or less have extramarital affairs, keep mistresses, or even more excessively, secondary wives. While Lone is quite conservative, only daring to keep mistresses on the outside. I don't need you to stay chaste. As long as you don't look for men and can guarantee that my position in your heart remains unchanged forever, you can bring a mistress before me. As long as she follows the rules, I can tolerate her staying, but remember, I must personally inspect them. Vivian's words were a huge shock to Altair, who came from modern times, affecting both her modern mindset and her perception of Vivian. Although Altair didn't say a word about Freya's situation, she was well aware that Freya had likely met with disaster, otherwise, why would there be no sign of her, dead or alive, now? Altair gave a helpless, bitter smile and said to Vivian, stop joking, I don't think this joke is funny. As the one who started the provocation, Vivian responded with firm words, I'm not joking, what I said is true. You're worried about the Freya incident happening again, aren't you? Don't worry, my punishment was just because she didn't know her place, I didn't kill her. Back then, I just sent her to a professional place for education. She'll be able to come back after some time. Besides, don't forget the influence of the Demoness pathway on one's own temperament. Do you have a way to always maintain your male mindset?